Chapter 191. Times are advancing, and hell is also advancing with the times. Since the sharing contract was eliminated, and since a series of contracts such as slavery contracts, servant contracts, and fair contracts became mainstream, the demon's real name has only represented the inheritance granted when they were born. However, demons usually don't have the habit of using common names. When fighting, they just roar and start fighting. Generally, when they report their own names, they are either trying to show off or have evil thoughts. The monsters have learned a lot from the demons, including their habit of reporting their own names. The goblin general named Datteral communicated with Mu Hua normally for the first time. While reporting his name, he seemed to say something incredible. The demon leader wants to hold talks with humans? Well, this is a sentence with a lot of complaints. Even though he has been in this world for more than 20 years, Mu Hua is still a little uncomfortable with this kind of event. At this time, on the battlefield where the encounter was launched, the originally relatively flat land completely changed its appearance. The place where the Goblin General and the Terror Knight were was just a few potholes at best. And the open space of more than 100 meters between Mu Hua and the Goblin Mage was completely empty. Between the broken earth and stone walls, the protruding thick cone stones, and the high-temperature crystallized soil, wet mud could be seen from time to time. Huff, huff, the Purgatory Warhorse snorted anxiously. The Goblin Mage group had stopped attacking. As the Goblin General shouted, although the Terror Knight besieged the Goblin General, the battle between Mu Hua and the monster seemed to be a halftime break and stopped briefly. I don't know what the talks are about. You should talk to the brave about these things. Seeing the Goblin Mage on the opposite side constructing a piece of magic barrier again, Mu Hua shouted to the Goblin General. Monsters will negotiate with humans, which can be understood as two ways of ill-intentioned beings compromising with each other. Monsters want to gain emotional energy from humans, and humans are thinking about the resources in the courtyard. The world is full of compromises, but compromise cannot be separated from strength and guns. Obviously, those who think that they can make the other party compromise by talking are all idiots, and those who want to use their own lives to influence the other party, whether they are idiots or not, most of them will not give their own things. As for those who threaten the other party to compromise with their own lives, they are probably the bastards among idiots, right? In fact, in this world, the content of the negotiation between the Lord of the Courtyard and humans is relatively standardized. That is, some higher specification monsters are restricted within a certain range, so that more humans can enter the courtyard to fight monsters. At the same time, when adventurers with lower strength fight against low-level monsters, a demon with seriously overstrength will pop out and tear them all apart. Of course, the premise of all this is that humans have the ability to overturn the table. The so-called meeting between the Lord of the Courtyard and humans was more of a demonstration by the humans to the Lord of the Courtyard that they had the ability to overturn the table. Mu Hua didn't know much about the details, so there was no need to elaborate at this time. However, Datteral suddenly persuaded the two sides to stop fighting on the grounds of talks, and it was definitely not for the sake of the overall situation. Mu Hua did not forget that in addition to Datteral's group of interceptors, there was another group of monsters surrounding him in the southeast. If the talks between humans and monsters were a compromise between gangsters and scoundrels. At this time, Mu Hua and Datteral stopped fighting for a short time, probably because they were both holding back bad intentions. After all, even if humans and monsters reach an agreement on the division of regional combat power, if the two sides meet, there is no reason not to kill each other. Well, chaos is not the pattern of demons. Monsters are cruel, and humans are not good things. Despicable necromancer, you should accept Datteral's kindness. Your terror riders can't stop me. I can smash your head at any time. Seeing Mu Hua turn over and dismount while speaking, the Goblin General wearing an iron helmet said in a muffled voice. Goodwill? Then I can leave? Mu Hua sneered. Take these undead, they are summoned beasts, right? Take them, and get out of here. Datteral swung the warhammer, and a terror rider, who was close to Datteral was hammered 4 or 5 meters away. Goblins. Because they don't have any special combat talents, in terms of improving combat power, these guys are definitely the more inspiring model workers among monsters. In fact, goblins are a bit like humans, especially the upper-level goblins. When placed among the monsters that eat talents, their combat power comes more from their own training. Although Mu Hua has upgraded his identification skills by several levels, he still cannot see Datteral's attributes through the information blockade. However, the strength accounts for a large proportion of the physique of the undead. The strength growth of the Goblin General is usually much worse than that of the Terror Knight. Judging from the battle between Datteral and the Terror Knight, he has the power to crush the summoned Terror Knight. This guy's physique is not 1,000, but 800. Big guy, your brain can't even fool the little devil. Leave? Are you waiting for the group of monsters in the north to encircle me? Or are you waiting for your mage team to accumulate magic and garrison? Mu Hua approached the goblin general. When he spoke, he could only see 2 red lights from his full-cover helmet, but it was difficult to observe his expression. Haha, despicable human, Datarol just wants to reduce some losses. Encirclement? I like your arrogance. I will put the chains of the hell demon on you, and send you to the valley of the dead. Those goat-headed monsters will like a lich with a headless knight summon. Believe me, you can be sold for a high price. Ha ha ha. As Mu Hua approached, the goblin general, who was silent for a while, laughed wildly. Boom! The blood burst out, a very simple blood burst. This is a relatively entry-level combat skill, mainly used for accumulating power. In a sudden attack, it can also repel nearby enemies and crush those with insufficient strength, but it consumes a lot of energy and has no harm to those with strong physique. This is the first time that Datarol has exploded his own blood since joining the war. The shock wave that exploded around his body even repelled the terror riders near him. Before the laughter faded, Datarol broke through the encirclement of the horror riders and rushed towards Mu Hua with the spikes on his left shoulder armor. Hey, it's a lich again. The last time it said that to me was a dragon. Staring at the charging goblin general, Mu Hua grinned. Go! Mu Hua shouted loudly, and in his hand there appeared a hammer that was even more exaggerated than the goblin general, and the hammer head was exactly the shape of the goat-headed monster he mentioned. Warhammer Bone Dragon Destroyer. The goblin general was powerful, and his armor had extremely high defense. Although the Night Demon sword was sharp and had many strong attack characteristics, its toughness was still affected by Mu Hua's spiritual attributes. Although it was strong in cutting and penetrating, the stronger strength would only cause the Night Demon sword to break before destroying the armor. The strength of magic metal cannot be compensated by speed and skills. Perhaps the combination of speed and skills with blood and energy can make up for the gap. Unfortunately, not to mention the consumption of energy and physical strength of such attacks, Mu Hua does not have such ability for the time being. Facing the goblin general, his sole weapon is likely to be broken in a collision. At this time, the warhammer is more suitable for attacking such heavy armored weapons where even the joints are difficult to find. The goblin general may despise Mu Hua. The spikes on its shoulder armor have the ability to break magic. Even if it rushes towards Mu Hua, it is still distracted. As Mu Hua shouted, a hellhound suddenly jumped out of the shadows in the goblin group behind. Shadow Stealth, the innate ability of the shadow demon. With this ability, Monday launched an attack on the goblin wizard. Earlier, when I was with Tibesha, the magic stone dropped by the shadow demon in B31 did not produce the skill stone of the shadow system. Mu Hua fished out another one from the abyss, melted the whole body, and gave him a shadow stealth skill stone, but Mu Hua used the skill stone on Monday first. Tuesday hid in Mu Hua's body. With this ability, Monday could also hide in Mu Hua's shadow and follow Mu Hua, so he didn't have to show off. The goblin mage's defensive magic was all on guard against Mu Hua and the terror knight in front. Monday suddenly rushed out from the side. Even if a mage held up the magic barrier in time, facing Monday's magic-breaking bite, it was broken by Monday in an instant. Monday came swiftly. If the magic barrier could stop Monday, the magic shield had no effect under Monday's fangs. Several goblin mages with relatively weak constitutions were bitten to death by Monday immediately. With the blooming of the flame nova, the hellhound that broke into the goblin wizard showed the hideousness of the devil, breathing, biting, and raging. You? Damn it! The goblin general changed his momentum and swung his hammer in anger. Mu Hua did not dodge, but saw him swinging his hammer and hitting the war hammer raised by the goblin general. Bang! The war hammers collided, and the hammer head was 2 or 3 times the size of Datarol's war hammer. Mu Hua's hammer almost knocked Datarol over. Datarol staggered, leaving footprints that shook the ground, and retreated 6 or 7 steps, looking at Mu Hua in surprise, who had only retreated 2 steps. There are many characteristics of magic materials, and weapons are not necessarily larger and heavier, but... What the hell is this necromancer? Datarol's arm was numb. Goblin General? Ha, do you think you are a demon dragon? Mu Hua's mouth was grim, and he shook his right hand which was also numb. Then, Mu Hua held the hammer with both hands, and the bone dragon breaker smashed towards the Goblin General. Chapter 192. The Goblin General is waiting for Mu Hua to approach, and Mu Hua is also waiting for the Goblin General to approach. In addition to being wary of the group of goblin mages, If the Goblin General in front of him wants to escape, Mu Hua estimates that he can't catch up with it. Mu Hua's physical fitness has reached 560. With a secondary strength blessing that strengthens his strength by 10%, his strength can reach 600. Even if the Goblin General's physical fitness is over 1,000. So what? By observing the battle between the Goblin General and the Terror Rider, Mu Hua has already made a rough judgment on its strength. Competing with Fury in strength? Mu Hua said that he is now strong and powerful, and he is not at all inferior to playing with the hammer. Dispel. When the War Hammer was raised, another Dispel fell on the Goblin General. Mu Hua is a sloppy guy. His high-level Dispel directly removed the buff magic on the Goblin General, and the original Gold Saint turned back into a Bronze Boy. Dispel represents the infinite resentment of the warriors. This thing is too effective. No matter how many enhancements you have, if you can't defend, a Dispel will get rid of it. This also leads to many melee professionals who reach a certain level of combat power and try to improve their intelligence and compete with Dispel. Dispel against Dispel is barely a way to crack Dispel besides condensation. Elemental magic belongs to the battlefield, white magic belongs to the duel field, and black magic, well, to put it nicely, it's invincible with me. To put it bluntly, it's called get out of here except me. If you don't get out, I get out. A pure warrior, with a set of buffs, fights a magician with high-level Dispel. Stop it, the wizard is not convinced. Honestly bursting blood and honestly smashing combat skills. That is the fate of a warrior. Do you really think that the war sacrifice is fake? Kong! 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 The Warhammer smashed with a loud roar, and Datterall could no longer care about the screams and calls for help from the Goblin Mage group. Losing his advantage with one move, the Goblin General was caught by the unreasonable Mu Hua and hammered wildly, and the Goblin General fell to the ground and could not make any progress. The Goblin General relied on his years of fighting experience to barely resist, and the blood burst that could repel the Horror Knight was useless to Mu Hua. Who told me this is a human? Which bastard didn't guard the Advent Circle well, and let a Minotaur, who can transform into the courtyard? The Necromancers are vicious, but they are weak. The style in front of them is obviously not what they claim to be. Your guy didn't make you a lich? Or have you made him a lich? Datterall's hair exploded. Well, if it is hair. The Goblin General is very tall. They have a larger body than the giant monsters. The physical fitness of the Goblin General can usually reach the level of the 8th level monster. However, because they don't have strong combat talents, goblins are basically chickens among monsters of the same level. The fundamental reason why the Goblin General can determine his own status among high-level monsters actually comes from their tribe. This race has a very strong characteristic of flattering the superiors, a large enough tribe, and enough labor. To put it bluntly, enough leaks who are willing to pay for the superiors can make them awesome. For example, the armor on Datterall, the equipment of the elite goblins, the cost of raising war wolves, and so on. These things didn't come out of thin air. Resources are always the foundation of wealth. Before resources were scarce, goblins had enough labor to use. When the wealth created by the tribe is concentrated on a small number of individuals, goblins can also be awesome. Awesome enough that a group of goblin mages can use disposable magic storage items in various ways, and awesome enough that goblin generals can wear armor that even dragon claws may not be able to tear through. Goblins are very polarized, and the difference in combat readiness between a few elites and a large number of ordinary individuals is huge. At the same time, the quality of the items they can drop is naturally incomparable. Goblins are actually quite rich, but if you want to hunt and drop them, you still have to go to the places where the superior species are. Those goblins in the wild are so poor that even the dwarf orcs can cry for them. There is no danger on Monday, and the combat power of goblin mages is actually very limited. Even if they are elite, their real strength lies in their staff equipment and the like. When approached by the Hellhound with the ability to break magic, the wisest choice for these goblin mages is to scream and flee. There are also a large number of low-level goblins and ogres in the back, who try to stop Monday's killing amid the screams of the goblin mages. Unfortunately, the Hellhounds are least afraid of chaos. Their title of Hell Bullies is not for nothing. As long as there is no combat power to suppress them, they themselves are the source of trouble. Monday's Snaketail carries the Madness Toxin, which will only make the goblins fall into a more chaotic madness and chaos. Bang! Bang! The heavy metal knocks with a dull sound, sweeping away the counterattack of the Goblin General, and Mu Hua hits Datterall's knee with 2 hammers. Well, the leg bends. The Goblin General has a tall figure of more than 5 meters, which allows it to easily knock away the relatively short Terror Knight. For normal attacks, it is more convenient for Mu Hua to smash its lower body. The huge hammer hit failed to break Datterall's leg bones, which means that Datterall staggered and fell sideways. The bones of the goblin are not that hard, but Datterall's armor has a certain impact resistance property, and it also activates the magic defense on the armor. Die! Datterall fell sideways, and was beaten fiercely by Muhua's compact attack. On weekdays, it is also a being above 10,000 people. Now it is chased and beaten by a human like this. How can it be willing? Boom! The blood burst out again, annihilating the ravens that tried to peck at it, and also dispelling the low-level curse that Muhua threw on it. Before the rage started and the thunder shock was launched, Muhua's war hammer whistled and hit its chest. Bang! Heavy smash. The huge shock force was transmitted to the body through the armor, and a puff of blood mist spurted out of Datterall's helmet. The Bone Dragon Breaker, with siege characteristics, even slightly deformed its strong armor. Like a giant iron block, Datterall rolled several times, and was smashed 10 meters away by Muhua. The blood and chi stagnated, and the Goblin General just stood up. After a dozen bone spears, a group of Terror Riders were already rushing towards it with heavy swords and flails. A group of Terror Riders were full of energy, collapsing rocks, arc moon slashes, thunder shocks, kinetic energy stampede and extreme thrusts. The combat skills soared, although it was difficult to break the defense for a while, but Datterall did not dare to face so many combat skills. In addition to cutting off the gain, the combat skills also carried different degrees of force impact. Facing these impacts, even if the armor is fine, the body in the Goblin General's armor will not feel good. Unbreakable Fortress. The defensive combat skills, like a fortress, are launched. Bang! 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 Multiple combat skills blasted a ripple on the Goblin General, but ultimately failed to break the Goblin General's defense. Although the Goblin General cannot compare with a magic dragon, its more flexible and changeable movements also make it difficult for Muhua to cause fatal damage to it for a while. Roar! Under the defense of the unbreakable fortress, the Goblin General endured the dull pain in his chest and completed a charge. Kinetic charge. A deep footprint was stepped on the ground. The chi around the Goblin General turned into a trace of lightning, knocking away the terrifying riders blocking the way, and the huge body left an afterimage, rushing straight in front of Muhua. Earth-shaking strike. Datterall did not use the thunder-shaking move, but chose a more focused violent strike because it suspected that the strangulation damage of the thunder strike might not hurt Muhua's flesh. The Goblin General came too fast, changed his moves in the middle, and changed the direction of the hammer. Bang! Muhua, who had originally tried to chase and hit, was unable to respond for a while, raised his hand to protect the side of his head, but was hit sideways by the Goblin General's hammer and thrown more than 20 meters away. Puff, puff, puff. It was even more embarrassed than the Goblin General just now. Muhua rolled and fluttered on the ground like a rag bag. I don't know how many times he rolled in all directions, and finally, under the friction of the ground, Muhua lay on the ground like a corpse. Ha ha! Datterall laughed wildly. Seeing Muhua's body twitching like a spasm, Datterall violently swung his hammer, clearing a gap between the Terror Knights and trying to chase Muhua again. But the Terror Knights were not the kind of soldiers that could be manipulated by it. Under the siege, Datterall could not rush to Muhua for a while. Cough, cough. Muhua got up with an uncomfortable cough. This hammer was so fierce that it broke his bone shield and broke his right arm. At this time, Muhua's face was covered with blood and his face was hideous. His right arm was folded in half and hung limply at his side. Go to hell. Human. Muhua's embarrassment made Datterall excited. It likes to kill this kind of enemy. It is not going to capture Muhua alive again. It wants to eat Muhua. This kind of strong body is not easy to eat. Puff. A puff of blood mist. The heart moved at will, and the tough flesh and blood seemed to understand Muhua's wishes, but Muhua screamed and tore off his forearm. The Goblin General stopped cautiously, but at the same time, he was accumulating energy for the kinetic charge. The black and red flesh and white and creamy bone fragments, the gushing blood stopped for a short time, and Datterall had a bad premonition in his heart. Muhua has the skin of a minotaur, and he also has flesh and bones as strong as a minotaur. But unlike the skin, Muhua's physical attributes are far lower than those of a mature minotaur. Not to mention the minotaur fished out of the abyss, his flesh and bones have not grown to the level of an adult minotaur. The forearm was smashed by the Goblin General with a hammer, and I don't know how many pieces of the arm bones were broken into. This kind of injury is very troublesome to heal by itself, and Muhua was ruthless and simply tore his arm. The flesh and blood squirmed, the tendons and bones regenerated, And in the Goblin General's horrified eyes, Mu Hua's broken arm entered the regeneration process. Tons. A bottle of bright red potion was poured into Mu Hua's mouth. The arm that was originally regenerating slowly grew rapidly, as if it had taken stimulants. Damn it! Regeneration. Life potion. The Goblin General leaned over and made a forward charge, screaming and roaring. Mu Hua had a hideous smile on his face, holding a war hammer in his left hand, and also posed a hard posture. Go to hell, demon! The Goblin General roared. In its cognition, the thing in front of it was probably not a purebred human. Mu Hua's heart tightened, and he secretly put on a bone shield for himself. Both sides were hideous, and the collision was imminent. However, the imagined impact did not come. However, when the Goblin General roared, his sturdy body twisted and rushed in a direction away from Mu Hua, even knocking away 2 bear goblins along the way. Mu Hua was stunned and stared at the Goblin General's back as he went away. It took him a long time to come back to his senses. Charge. Charge the small animals to escape? Mu Hua muttered in surprise, pinching his regenerated palm. The Goblin General, who kept charging and roaring, disappeared into the darkness in an instant. Mu Hua stood in place and saw the broken arm he had thrown on the ground in an instant. He raised his right hand and looked at his new arm. Picking up the broken arm, Mu Hua's face flashed with strangeness. Can this thing be eaten? Looking at the broken arm taken from himself, Mu Hua thought to himself. Chapter 193. Since he mastered the creation of all things, Mu Hua felt that his way of thinking seemed a little bit unorthodox. Mu Hua didn't know what he would think after his arm was broken in the past. After all, it had never been broken before. But at this moment, when he saw his broken arm, the first thing that came to his mind was whether this thing could be used as some kind of creation material. You see, his flesh and blood at least have the physiological characteristics of the Minotaur, and it is still skin and flesh, and contains bones. Well, even if the innate genes of humans are not very good, our physical fitness is at least 560 plus, which is considered to be the threshold of high-level monsters, right? Will eating this half-arm also help the natural growth of one's own attributes? Thinking actively, but thinking about it, Mu Hua shuddered subconsciously. How can I say that I am ready to attack myself before this person comes to attack me? Damn, am I a pervert? The flames ignited in his hand, and in a blink of an eye, the broken arm ignited. Mu Hua felt that it would be safer to deal with this thing first. Muttering to himself, he stopped thinking about it, but Mu Hua found that regeneration and life potion went well together. If he prepared a few bottles of life potion, he could get the broken arm whenever he wanted. Mu Hua's mouth twitched, and his active thoughts were a bit weird. The Goblin General ran away, running with kinetic energy, and he ran decisively. Accompanied by the roar of the Goblin General, when he ran away, the goblins in the chaos began to disintegrate. Coming fiercely and disintegrating like a mountain, this situation can be regarded as the characteristics of the Goblin clan. But at this time, Mu Hua did not dare to chase these fleeing goblins. Although the Goblin General ran away, it ran in the direction of another encirclement and suppression force. When it gathers other powerful individuals, Mu Hua has no doubt that it will strike back. Without bothering with the fleeing goblins, Mu Hua quickly collected the corpses on the battlefield and summoned all the skeleton followers lying on the Abyss Island to pick up the battlefield drops. It seems that this batch of goblins is highly valued by the Goblin General, including the low-level goblins that came later. They rarely leave corpses, almost all of them are projections. Although the growth potential of ogres and giants is much stronger than that of goblins, these two species are a bit brainless. They cooperate with goblins, and will also accept the servitude of upper-level goblins. Mu Hua mainly collected the corpses of wargs, ogres, and giants. He rode the Purgatory Warhorse around the battlefield, smelted the corpses of monsters, obtained the 100 Refinements Secret Stone, and some physical crystals. Mu Hua's attribute growth is gratifying, and his physical attribute has been Krypton to 583. The skill stones are mainly biting, but the giant monster gave Mu Hua 2 healing skill stones. The giant monster does not have self-healing, and Mu Hua even suspects that the skill he smelted Azudra is probably also healing. It seems that the skills that can produce qualitative changes by improving the training level can only be smelted at the lowest level. This kind of skill seems to only produce the most basic skill stones. If you want to achieve high-level qualitative changes, you still have to push the training level. Some platinum armors that are more or less damaged, tower shields, heavy swords, including some staffs and robes left by goblin mages. These equipments are relatively standardized and obviously uniformly configured. They were originally good equipment, but now in Mu Hua's eyes, They are excellent materials that can be recycled. The staff and robes are reserved for the skeleton mage. After this battle, Mu Hua's attention to his own military strength has been infinitely raised. The Balian secret stone continued to aid Raven summoning. After Raven summoning reached LV60, Mu Hua still felt a little distressed about eating secret stones. But if you want to do your job well, you must first sharpen your tools. Mu Hua still planned to max out Raven summoning first. He was not going to waste time with those medium and high-level monsters for the time being. He was going to kill low-level monsters. He wanted to eat up the attributes so high that he could kill the armed goblin general with one hammer. Mu Hua was a little surprised by the monsters picked up by the skeleton warriors. In addition to the regular magic stones, this batch of goblins actually dropped a lot of floating stones. This is a magical, or that can be used to create some magical items with floating abilities. Among these items, people are more familiar with the magician's flying carpet, the witch's broom, and the majestic and magical Sky City. Of course, the foundation of the Sky City needs to be equipped with large enough suspended stones, and these suspended stones can only be cut and crushed, but not fused. This batch of goblins gave Mu Hua a lot of thumb-sized suspended stones. The Sky City is impossible to be a Sky City, but it should be no problem to make some flying carpets and flying brooms. The goblins in this courtyard are probably guarding a suspended stone vein in hell, otherwise they would not use suspended stones as sacrificial items so uniformly. This is good news, because it will also become a specialty of the 375 courtyard, which can attract more adventurers to hunt demons here. Send the followers back to the Abyss Island. Time is tight, and Mu Hua is not going to continue to pick up some magic stones scattered on the battlefield. The blind raven searched for a lot of monsters nearby that were monitoring him. Now is the time to run away. If he doesn't run, he will be surrounded again. Tap, tap. A horror rider came to Mu Hua. Master, it should be a good thing. It was dropped by the centurion. As the cavalry ran along, the horror rider handed a metal part similar to a boot to Mu Hua and said to him, "Just like ravens can make strange noises and mimic others, horror rider summoned beasts can also speak, but they are usually silent." Riding on his horse, Mu Hua looked at the boots in his hand with a strange expression. Unlike traditional shoes and boots, this boot is full of mechanical style, high heels, exquisite, with 3 slightly curved claws on the toes, full of hell style, but unexpectedly gives people a sense of beauty, of softness and strength. The leg and foot parts of a mechanical demon? This thing is a mecha and not a mecha. Although it is in the shape of shoes and boots, the space inside it cannot fit human legs and feet. The mechanical demon can be said to be a mecha warrior among demons, but they will transform themselves. The clothes are for life, and the mecha is the body. It should be considered a good thing indeed. Mu Hua muttered softly, and put away the mechanical component. As an elite Goblin 1000 captain, he had at least reached the level of a 7th level monster. After his death, he dropped a mechanical demon's foot component. This means that the life of the Goblin 1000 captain was worth his foot. The mechanical demon is a relatively high-end magic war preparation, but each mechanical demon is a complete individual. It can be partially dressed, but it is not feasible to split and piece together for use. This foot component can only be used as research material for analyzing the production of the mechanical demon, but it has no practical value. Mu Hua was also very interested in mecha armor, but even if the creation of 10,000 elements could play a role in composite materials, it did not include the knowledge of making mecha armor. Mu Hua could turn the foot component of this mechanical demon god into a machete. Magic mecha armor involves magical knowledge of puppet mechanisms. The creation of 10,000 elements includes the creation of magical life, but there is no knowledge related to magical puppets. If he wants to study magic mecha armor, Mu Hua can only learn magic puppet manufacturing from scratch, which is probably not something he can learn in a short time. That goblin centurion was really a dog. Mu Hua didn't know whether it only had one foot component or simply got a pair of mechanical demon gods and disassembled them for sacrifice. He only gave one foot component, which made Mu Hua, who couldn't distinguish the other's head and face, feel a bit annoyed. Well, Mu Hua couldn't tell which goblin was which. He was completely face-blind. If you can tell them apart, maybe you can try and find out where they live, and kill them a few more times. Maybe you can get a set or half a set. Running in the starry night, the courtyard night sky seemed to be filled with countless stars. Dozens of terror riders lined up in a long line to open the way. Mu Hua quickly ran in the direction of the courtyard entrance teleportation point. At the end of the day, there was no big victory, and he was very angry. But not to mention the thousands of demon coins he earned from the live broadcast, Mu Hua gained 50 to 60 points of physical fitness in one day. What mid-level magic, what high-level monsters, are all clouds. Sure enough, the low-level monsters that descended in their true form are the most pleasing little cuties. After this, Mu Hua no longer thought about things like attacking the city and picking monster strongholds. Without enough troops, he was ready to fight with low-level monsters. Chapter 194. He fled the courtyard in a slightly embarrassed manner, rode a warhorse, wore a robe, and walked on the road in the town. Mu Hua seemed to have adapted to wearing such strange clothes. He had obtained a lot of spoils in the courtyard, but Mu Hua did not go to the Adventurers Guild to sell them. Now, for Mu Hua, even if the goblin short knife and dagger had gone through the creation of all things, the condensed material would be more valuable than the equipment itself, which was convenient for hoarding. It seemed that everything could be used at home. Hey Mu, what kind of horse is this? Will it damage the road? Passing by Old Baron's tavern, he ran into Old Mori, who came out of the tavern. Father, this is a purgatory warhorse, a high-level monster, you should be careful. Old Mori was accompanied by his son-in-law, a well-dressed middle-aged man. Mu's mount, what's there to be careful about? Old Mori replied sternly. The middle-aged man smiled bitterly and nodded to Mu Hua as a greeting. Ever since Mu Hua bought a large amount of ammunition from Old Mori for the first time, Old Mori has been shaking in front of his son-in-law. With more and more adventurers from outside, Old Mori's gun shop business has also improved a lot. It's their own business in the town. If the business is good, naturally the daughter and son-in-law will all go into battle. Now in front of his son-in-law, the old guy has the majesty of an old father. TSK Hobart, if I were you, I would beat him up. Seeing Old Mori's arrogant look towards the middle-aged man, Mu Hua said to the man. Hee. The middle-aged man is very restrained, without the gangster spirit of Old Mori. He smiled politely at Mu Hua, but didn't say much. Hey, don't try to sow discord among other people's family relationships. You never find a good girl the same way. Facing Mu Hua's ridicule, Old Mori said with dissatisfaction. Ha, I have many girls, but I will definitely not find one whose family runs a gun shop. Mu Hua laughed strangely, and waved goodbye to Old Mori. Fuck, you know nothing. Don't you want to buy a piece of land in the east? Can this horse be bred? Ivan has always wanted to raise a monster. If it can be matched with the horse on the farm, he might agree to you. Old Mori gave a middle finger, and said to Mu Hua. No chance, this guy is actually a dead soul. Let's go back to the hotel, and have a barbecue. I have some bamboo pigs. Patting the horse's head, both parties left. Routine communication between acquaintances, nothing serious. In a peaceful atmosphere completely different from the bloody crisis in the courtyard, Mu Hua greeted some townspeople, who came out for a walk at night, along the way, and returned to the Demand Hotel. Boss, welcome home. Do you need food prepared for you? Taitu greeted him in the lobby. Well, give me some beef curry. Mu Hua responded. When he looked at Taitu, the question that flashed through his mind was whether he could dismantle it. Well, Mu Hua had no complaints about Taitu. The main thing was that he could create magical life, right? He was considering whether the magical brain area that hosted the soul of Taitu could still be used after dismantling it. Is it necessary to reforge the Taitu and make them into some cute little sisters? He shook his head, as if he wanted to get rid of the various creation spells that inexplicably appeared in his mind. The magical brain areas of Taitu were all low-level magical brain areas. Not to mention their potential, their souls had been formed for a long time. Mature souls, and not created by Mu Hua, even if they were transformed into magical life, the first object of worship was still their former creator, unless their souls were annihilated and re-endowed. But doing this is no different from killing these iron heads. After all, they are his own people. Mu Hua is a little reluctant to do it. They are just some low-level magic brains. Even if he can't make them, he can buy some from Daryl Industries later. There is no need to harm these iron heads. Are you back? When he returned to the third-floor suite, Taibesha greeted him when he entered the door. Yeah. At this time, Taibesha was doing stretching exercises similar to yoga, while Vivian was like being played and collapsed on the sofa. Half of her tender white thighs were exposed under her robe. Seeing Mu Hua, Vivian was too lazy to tidy up her clothes. Well, Taibesha probably pulled Vivian to practice with her, a very serious practice, punching and kicking, which Mu Hua was not surprised by. For adventurers, it is normal to bleed and leak urine when the training intensity is high. It is a bit difficult to expect them to be like Zaya Kingston every day. You changed your robe again? Waving lazily at Mu Hua, Vivian was calm, and it seemed that she had no objection to Taibesha's asking her to train her physical fitness. The earlier one was rotten. Aren't you killing low-level goblins? What did you encounter? Goblin General. Killed it? No, it ran away. Did it run away? Or did you run away? It ran away first, and then I ran away, huh? Sitting next to Vivian, he helped her smooth out the robe that exposed her thighs. The two of them talked back and forth, and Tibesha's eyebrows jumped when she heard it. These two are really two gods. Goblin General, that thing always goes out with a group of elite goblins. You are talking so casually, is it appropriate? I think we can apply for the brigade assessment. Tibesha stopped stretching, and said to the two of them in a teasing manner. Let him apply for the Demon Hunter first. Vivian said with a hint of sarcasm. Today, Vivian has removed her characteristic smoky makeup, and the girl has a surprisingly bright face. Waist-length black hair, delicate and beautiful. I don't know if it's because of the necromancer. Vivian's temperament is a bit mysterious when she is quiet, but she has a bit of a mean girl's tendency when she speaks. I really forgot about this. Don't think about the brigade. Today more than 100 goblin mages almost beat me to death. Mu Hua lay on the sofa, relaxing, as if he was infected with laziness by Vivian. Elite-level goblin mages? Did they produce anything good? Tibesha was a little surprised, but Vivian asked as if it was normal. Staffs, robes, see if there are any you want. There are also some suspended stones. Those elite goblins are easy to produce suspended stones. Suspended stones? That's a good thing. It looks like the courtyard here will be lively. Tibesha caught a suspended stone that Mu Hua threw to her, but saw Mu Hua took out a pile of robes and staffs, and piled them in front of the two women like throwing garbage. Hey, so many? Did you kill all those goblin mages? Vivian said in surprise. I didn't feel it outside, but when I took out these equipment in the clean room, a pile of robes immediately gave off an unpleasant smell. Clean. Mu Hua frowned, and the cleaning array covered a pile of robes. Tibesha opened the window, and a ball of gray-black fog gathered from the robes flew out of the window when Mu Hua waved his hand. We attacked on Monday. Why do you think the Goblin General ran away first? Mu Hua said with a smile. These goblin mages not only gave him dozens of intermediate magic stones, but also the equipment on them reached the intermediate level. Robes are not comparable to armor in terms of defense. Formal robes focus more on the effects of concentration, magic gathering and elemental resistance. Goblins hardwood staff, goblin robes. Standard, all equipment suitable for new adventurers. Tibesha seemed to be more professional in this area and recognized the details at a glance. The characteristic magician equipment of the Goblin clan is characterized by being enchanted with some low-level and medium-level magic, with a high number of charging times. High-end spellcasters do not like this type of equipment, but if it is matched with magic storage props, it is a blessing for novices and the favorite of gold coin warriors. The two women were not polite and picked and chose. Vivian picked a robe with an ice shield and a staff that charges wind and entanglement magic. Even Tibesha picked two staffs with intermediate attack magic. By the way, that Elzak seems to have something to ask you, and wants to invite you to their dormitory tomorrow. Leaning on a staff as tall as a person, Vivian stood up tremblingly, and she was ready to take a bath. Dormitory? Well, do you want us to accompany you? Tibesha stood up and supported Vivian, whose knees were shaking, and asked cautiously. The dormitory of the vampires, Tibesha responded to them, with a certain degree of caution. Mu Hua shook his head to indicate that it was not necessary. The two pretty girls leaned against each other, and the picture was very pleasing to the eye. He picked two more beautiful staffs, and placed them on the shelf by the wall inside the house as decorations, put away a pile of robes and staffs, watched the two girls enter the bathroom, stretched his body, returned to the room, and opened the teleportation array to the Abyss Island. He also wanted to take a bath, but there were water lilies planted on the Abyss Island, so he built a pool on the island. When a fireball hit it, it would become a hot spring. As a magician, it is very economical and energy-saving. Well, as long as you don't cast forbidden spells randomly, it is also quite environmentally friendly to a certain extent. Chapter 195. The Abyss Island has long lost its early desolation, and the color of the sand on the island is covered with greenery. Under the filtration of the water flowers, the water elements in the atmosphere are transformed into a steady stream of clear water. On the strange Abyss Island, a ditch specially dug by Mu Hua pours a stream like a mountain spring into the abyss. Some magical plants grow well on the island, and the mandrake grass, which is deadly enough to ordinary people, blooms delicate and slender white flowers on the edge of the island. The ghost mandragora has a charming beauty. The beautiful flowers are mixed with wolfsbane grass, forming a small garden surrounded by mukes vines. Some bamboo pigs with less brains will approach the garden. If they step into it, even if they do not accidentally eat the highly toxic wolfsbane grass, they will be entangled and trapped to death by the vines. When these relatively mild mucase vines absorb enough blood and flesh, they will naturally transform into bloodthirsty vines in this environment with extremely high magic concentration. The fruit trees that survived the new environment grew well. Normal fruit trees planted on the island would basically transform into magic fruits after one season of flowering and fruiting. The snake fruit tree is no longer the most valuable plant on the island. Although the bloodstem aconite plants that look like tall sunflowers are inconspicuous, their roots are more valuable than the snake fruit. On the lush and green island full of life, the skeletons of the dead are busy. A row of rocky earth walls, about 1 meter high walls, and viewing guardrails rose on the edge of the island, as if to prevent the skeleton warriors fishing on the shore from slipping out of the island. Siren Demon raised the rod. The black-armored skeleton general, who looked like an overseer, roared heavily, a little vulgar, as if giving a warning. Following the roar of the black-armored skeleton general, a beautiful siren, with a human body, and a fish tail was lifted up from the abyss and thrown onto the shore. The landing point was not the arena farther away. When the beautiful siren fell to the shore not far from the fishing spot, Muhua stood up from the pool with his bare buttocks, rushed to the siren in one step, and rode on the siren. Muhua was naked, and the beautiful female siren was also naked in a sense. Muhua greeted the struggling siren with greater enthusiasm than expected. But Muhua grabbed her beautiful long hair with one hand, and the dagger in the other hand had already reached her neck. Swish, the dagger cut open her neck, and a large amount of purple blood gushed out. The wound on her neck had made the siren unable to scream, and a loud sound came out of her throat. The siren struggled desperately, and her fishtail slapped violently, but she could not break free from Muhua's pressure. After a short strange noise, the Abyss Island returned to peace again. The skeletons did what they had to do until the siren had no breath and stopped struggling. Muhua stood up and returned to the pool to wash off the blood stains on his body. The Abyss monster is still better. The flames that evaporated the water stains ignited on his body, and Muhua came to the siren's body again. If this was a normal siren, it would be very troublesome to kill it even if it left the water. But this kind of Abyss style, now Muhua killed it like killing a chicken. Looking at the siren's graceful upper body, Muhua fell into thought. He didn't need to worry too much about fishing on the island. Thousands of units of ashes and soul dust, hundreds of units of soul fragments, and a large amount of goblin flesh and blood, Muhua derived a black-armored skeleton general. The black-armored skeleton general was given an identification skill stone. This black-armored skeleton general, who was more able to endure loneliness and was named contractor by Muhua, became the supervisor of the fishing spot. If the monsters below a certain standard were caught, the black-armored skeleton general would decide to throw them ashore. As for those above the standard, he would either call Monday or throw the fishing rod directly. The black-armored skeleton general had already known how to judge the situation to a great extent. The siren in front of him made Muhua look tangled. If it were in the past, he would just introduce it to the burning source furnace. The entanglement at this time was that Muhua was considering whether to use its life factor to create a magical life. Yes, that's right, a magical life. He now has enough ashes and soul fragments in his hand, and most importantly, he still has a Demon King brain. The Demon King brain was given by the young lady who Demand wanted to have a wild battle with earlier. Muhua also has countless big sisters in his mind. The little sister wants to create, and he wants to create a magical life, but he doesn't like the life factor of Siren. Thinking for a moment, shaking his head, Muhua suppressed his eagerness in his heart, and waited to send the Siren to see the burning source furnace. Water Element Generation Skill Stone *1, Elemental Tier, Water, *1, Siren Tendon *3, Siren Bloodline *0.5, Physical Crystal *3, Intelligence Crystal *5, 100 Refinement Secret Stone *3, Soul Dust *17, Philosopher's Stone *1.9. Not bad, gave a very interesting skill stone. Muhua absorbed the Water Element Generation Skill Stone. Adapted for a moment, tried to cast a spell, but the soft and fat cute water element that he imagined did not appear. I saw an ice crystal monster with a human-like body, but on all fours appeared in front of Muhua. TSK, Muhua TSKS. He is afraid that he will never be able to use water magic in this life. Even the elemental generation is an ice element aggregate. About 1.5 meters tall, with long arms, the posture of standing and walking is similar to that of an orangutan, but the body is thinner. This ice element aggregate is not a summoned beast, nor is it an elf. They are similar to a magical creation, synchronizing the cognition of a few casters, and have a certain existence time. When the time is up, they will dissipate. Water element aggregates can release corrosive water arrows. Because their bodies are made of water, they are immune to physical attacks to a certain extent. If most of their bodies cannot be broken up, it is difficult to kill them. Muhua's ice element aggregate has no ability to cast spells. After its body is broken, ice crystals above a certain size will split into smaller individuals. The attack method is to use sharp limbs to carry out physical attacks. The intensity of the attack depends on the strength of the ice that constructs their bodies. For the time being, this ice element aggregate can probably only bully low-level monsters. It may not be able to cut through even a low-level leather armor. After roughly understanding the situation of the ice element, Muhua lost interest and let it wander around the island by itself, wasting the remaining half an hour of his life. It's quite interesting magic, a relatively entry-level spiritual magic, suitable for pretending. At least when the level of practice is low, it doesn't have much practical significance. After a circle of fishing spots on the edge of the island, Muhua now has 40 skeleton warriors squatting at 2 fishing spots, and another 10 skeleton warriors fishing randomly, which can be regarded as exploring new fishing spots. As Muhua's strength increases, he doesn't care much about throwing fishing rods. Smelting magic stones can produce fishing rods, and smelting monster corpses can also produce fishing rods. After throwing them all, you can spawn more. Now he is mainly waiting for Siren and Hellhound, but he is eyeing the elemental tears that these two monsters can melt. He wants to improve his elemental affinity first. To improve the intermediate elemental affinity, 20 pieces of the same elemental tears are required, but if you use the 100 Refinement Secret Stone, you need 180 pieces. Although Muhua's income from the 100 Refinement Secret Stone is much better now than before, if the elemental tears have a relatively accurate source, he is reluctant to use the 100 Refinement Secret Stone to compete with the elemental affinity. Speaking of which, the fishing rods thrown at these 2 fixed fishing spots are actually more than the other 10 wild skeleton warriors. However, these 2 places will occasionally catch the existence of Medusa and multi-headed hellhounds. These things, even if they lose their ability to cast spells, Muhua dare not provoke them for the time being. There was nothing unusual about the fishing skeleton warriors. Muhua patted the black-armored skeleton general and casually said a few words to him to confirm that it seemed meaningless to booze the blood of the undead. A little away from the fishing spot, Muhua began to spawn skeleton warriors and dragon teeth soldiers. The cost of high-level undead was too high. For skeleton mages, it was more economical to use skeleton warriors. As for whether they were weak or not, well, that was not a problem. The skeleton undead themselves were already enough to let themselves go. The Abyss Island had time and magic environment. Create skeleton warriors with high magic adaptability, let them dig a pit, and meditate in the pit every day. Let's not talk about the evolution issue for now. Squat for 500 years. Throw skill stones on them. Muhua estimated that they could still hold back the flames of destruction one by one. Chapter 196. The Abyss Island is not a closed and empty space. There is enough magic here to kill people, and there is also emotional energy. Although those beings in the Abyss are crazy, they can also spread emotional energy. Monday prefers to stay here when he can leave the island at any time. And Muhua does not have to promote the skeleton warriors. Who asked them to save money? First, swipe out 100 or so skeleton mages. Muhua does not believe that they will not evolve after squatting for hundreds of years. It is time-saving and labor-saving to derive skeleton warriors, but it is very time-consuming to create dragon tooth soldiers. The previous process is the same as skeleton warriors, but in the final derivation, dragon tooth needs to be fused with it. This process will last about 2 days even in the abundant magic environment of the Abyss Island. After the derivation array is officially in operation, it does not need the caster to continuously supply magic. Other undead will be born after completing this process. For the dragon tooth soldiers, completing this stage is just the beginning. If there is enough magic power source in the outside world, the spell will automatically absorb the magic power from the outside world to maintain the operation of the magic circle. Muhua did not intend to increase the magic power input with his own magic power to speed up the fusion process. Adhering to the principle of not burdening his own mental power, Muhua laid 5 derivative magic circles at a time and let them slowly turn by themselves. The Dragon 2 soldiers are good things. They can withstand beatings, their IQ will increase with the survival time, and their magic power adaptability is high. Except for the inability to cast spells and the lack of blood, everything else is perfect. Well, the inability to cast spells and the lack of blood are already a joke in the eyes of many people. But again, who let Mu Hua have the Abyss Island? Let them stay there for 500 years and try their best to improve their physical fitness. 300 dragon hind teeth will be as 300 absolutely elite skeleton warriors in the future, the kind that carry dragon tooth blades. Although these skeletons are all undead, there are not many skeleton warriors who can really live for decades. The undead are the apostles of jealousy. They lack feelings and should not have jealousy, but they have weird personalities. Possessing the ability to devour soul growth attributes, there is no shortage of fighting between the undead. Especially those undead who are about to face evolution. When they evolve, they are easily attacked by other undead. You can evolve, but I can't, I kill you. Your growth is higher than mine, I kill you. My ribs are broken, those whose ribs are not broken will die. This race that shouts all day long that everything will return to paleness, Mu Hua suspects that their hostility to everything may just be jealous of other lives that have more flesh and blood than them. Derived Skeleton Warrior, Tuesday sprinkled joy to PUA, Mu Hua's death breath was as if he had an asthma attack, and then signed a slavery contract with the Skeleton Warrior. The undead, who became the dependents, were relatively well behaved. Mu Hua was brushing the skeleton mage while keeping an eye on the various resources in his inventory. Although each skeleton warrior consumes less, the number will accumulate. After all, the appearance of skeleton mage is not fixed, and it all depends on the number and luck. He dared not go to the undead courtyard in Monroe City for the time being. If he didn't find a convenient undead courtyard, he would have to go to the Undead Canyon 375 to explore it later. While deriving the skeleton, Mu Hua was still thinking about his magic life sister, and he wanted to leave some resources for his future warm sister. Cerberus! The contractor's shout resounded throughout the island. Mu Hua, who was already near the fishing spot, did not stop making a skeleton in his hand. Monday rushed to the side of the skeleton warrior, who caught the three-headed hellhound. The size of the hellhound is close to that of a brown bear, and the size of a two-headed hellhound is generally 4 or 5 times that of a hellhound. But when this tribe reaches the three-headed hellhound, it is like the ultimate evolution. The three-headed hellhound has a body larger than a dragon, and when it lies prone, it is like a strange rock hill. The hairless skin is covered with heavy magic patterns of lava color, and the thick neck has bone spurs like a wolf collar. The head alone is larger than Monday's body. The dark eyes exuded endless malice, and a huge monster that was extremely disproportionate to the slender fishing rod emerged from the abyss of the sea of demons with 3 heads. Wu Monday bared his teeth reflexively. This was not the first time he saw a 3-headed hellhound. On the premise that he could throw the big guy on the opposite side back to the abyss at any time, Monday said that he was not afraid of Cerberus. How is it? Mu Hua asked Monday loudly. The 3-headed hellhound bit the fishing line. As long as it was not thrown ashore, there was no need to be too nervous when facing this monster that lacked the ability to grab and climb. Master, it's a male. Monday shouted to Mu Hua. Throw it away. Shaking his head, Mu Hua continued to refine the skeleton, ignoring the terrifying existence hanging on the fishing line. Tuesday cast a withering curse on the 3-headed hellhound, and with the fishing rod thrown by the skeleton, another 3-headed hellhound fell back into the abyss. Male dog, I can't afford it. If it's a female cough. Mu Hua has a lot of snake fruits in his hand, you can try to feed it. Why are all the 3-headed hellhounds male? Or are they all the same ones that have been caught? Monday approached Mu Hua and asked. Female Cerberus rarely sign contracts with other lives, and those who fall into the abyss are those who violate the contract. Monday said. Rarely? Why? Cerberus is also a strong race among demons. Female Cerberus can easily find a good partner. They don't like to run around, and there is no need to sign any contracts with other lives. 3-headed hellhound? It's easy to find a partner? Mu Hua was stunned. Although the aesthetics of demons are somewhat different from those of humans, in general, if humans see the rare females of demons, even if they are weird, there are always some aspects that will be aesthetically attractive to humans. And Mu Hua said that it was a bit incomprehensible that such a wicked thing as the 3-headed hellhound would be popular as a partner. Cerberus is very family-oriented, and doesn't he have the art of transformation? Racial characteristics are not that important to the upper demons. Joey understood what Mu Hua was thinking and explained in the way that Mu Hua could accept most easily. Very good, Mu Hua twitched his mouth, and as expected, he understood. The art of transformation is a high-end art that is completely different from the art of transformation and the curse of transformation. Choosing the right medium can have the corresponding transformation form. Imagine that the 3-headed hellhound turns into a beautiful lady with long legs and fair skin. Mu Hua found that he didn't seem to be unacceptable. Shaking his head, he got rid of the somewhat vulgar images in his mind. He was still too young. He could accept succubi and nightmares. Even sirens, maybe he could consider taking advantage of the heat. But he still couldn't accept hellhounds. Zhou stayed with Mu Hua for a while. Seeing that Mu Hua was concentrating on deriving skeletons, he went to supervise fishing with the contractor. Although Mu Hua treated the contractor casually, Zhou was still worried that the black-armored skeleton general would be valued by Mu Hua. What the contractor could do, it could do too. The hellhound said that it was much smarter than the black-armored skeleton general. Normalized fishing, the occasional sirens and hellhounds caught could not cause any trouble under the siege of the Terror Riders. Even if a Naga that was not too bad appeared, at most it would only fight a few rounds with the Terror Knight in the arena. Within a few days, when Mu Hua once again set up a derivative array of 5 Dragon 2 soldiers, a large number of goods appeared at the fishing spot. Master, should we throw away this Medusa? Zhou carefully hid behind a group of skeleton warriors on the edge of the abyss and asked Mu Hua. The snake-haired female demon Medusa. This thing is very scary. Even if it becomes a psychopath, it will also have petrified magic eyes. Even if he knows that she is kind and benevolent within the range of the abyss magic fog, Zhou still feels guilty every time he sees this thing. Without answering Zhou, Mu Hua carefully grabbed a handful of snake fruit. Come on, baby, open your mouth. Regardless of whether the other party could understand or not, Mu Hua shouted and threw a handful of snake fruit at Medusa's face. After improving his archery skills, Mu Hua had a more accurate throwing ability. Unfortunately, the opponent didn't open his mouth, so Mu Hua could only throw a handful of snake fruits to try his luck. This is a demon that is completely different from Naga. If the scales on Naga and Siren are fish scales, Medusa has a snake tail like dragon skin. The claws that can break the magic, the snake hair that absorbs energy, the high physique that is good at close combat, and the almost unsolvable petrification magic eyes. If you don't give the opponent a snake fruit, even if you don't have the ability to cast spells, Mu Hua doesn't dare to provoke this kind of big sister. Mu Hua threw dozens of snake fruits at Medusa, but unfortunately, Medusa with snake hair was like a reserved girl, and didn't open her mouth. After throwing it, without Mu Hua's instructions, the skeleton warrior holding the fishing rod, who had already shaken like Parkinson's disease, threw the fishing rod directly. Everyone is familiar with this process. Catch Medusa, and before she climbs ashore, Mu Hua throws the snake fruit, and before she opens her mouth, throw the fishing rod directly. As for after catching her, Mu Hua will definitely not get close to her. In case the opponent uses the petrifying magic eye, whoever it hits will be unlucky. Although Mu Hua wants to use the summoned beast to forcibly dismantle Medusa, even the skeleton warriors, who are not afraid of death, don't like this thing to take the bait. Chapter 197. No matter how many trivial matters there are, nothing goes as planned. Mu Hua coveted Medusa's petrifying magic eye. Medusa was powerful in many ways, but the ability that truly shaped her superstandard status was undoubtedly the petrifying magic eye. Every time he caught Medusa, Mu Hua would try it. The worst result would be that Medusa would open her snake pupils in anger, and then stare at Mu Hua. As long as she did not leave the abyss area, Mu Hua would dare to stare at her. This petrification can only be removed by Medusa's body fluids. It is stronger than the petrification curse among the top curses. Adult unicorns will be dead if they are targeted by her. Let's ignore the gifted monster like Medusa for now. If Mu Hua had a skeleton warrior dependent, he would definitely be so happy that he couldn't sleep. But now, the area of the Abyss Island is still too small. In order to swipe the skeleton mage, Mu Hua derived hundreds of skeleton warriors. He was too lazy to sign the contract because they were not qualified enough. He was a little disgusted that they took up space. The novelty of the Dragon 2 soldiers had worn off, and the derived skeleton warriors were a bit naughty. They wanted the magic life lady, but they didn't have enough life factors. Medusa was caught, but the woman didn't even open her mouth. Mu Hua was quite dissatisfied and began to lament that everything was not going well. A croaking fishman was caught, which surprised the irritable Mu Hua. This was the first time he caught a fishman from the abyss. The individual of this species was not strong, probably equivalent to the goblin in the water. As long as they appeared in the outside world, there would not be too few of them. Their IQ was lower than that of goblins. Because they had the ability to survive underwater, they were much more troublesome than goblins for most humans. The murlocs are amphibious creatures. They do not have fish tails like sirens, but have human-like bodies. They are shorter than humans, ugly, with scales on their bodies, and webbed feet on their palms and soles. They secrete a kind of mucus with the smell of corrupted seaweed all year round. After special processing, This mucus is a good material that can increase the pressure resistance of tactical clothing. For humans, murlocs are more valuable than goblins. It is said that some people will capture murlocs and keep them in captivity to extract the mucus from their bodies. The murlocs are crazy. No matter whether they become psychopaths or not, they will attack people with a roar. For this murloc who kept trying to attack him, Muhua kicked it lightly for a while. After the novelty wore off, he sent the murloc away with a knife and introduced it to his own burning source furnace. Well, the murloc is quite useful, but it is the first one Muhua has encountered. After melting it, Muhua temporarily gave up the idea of tying up the murloc and raising it. 1 scuba skill stone, 3 murloc tendons, 2 soul dust, 0.07 philosopher stone. The delivery rate is the same as that of low-level goblins, but the scuba skill stone made Muhua a little excited. This skill is similar to underwater breathing. Muhua is not prepared to absorb this skill stone. He is excited only because it is not a real magic or talent. This skill stone is more like a transformation of the physiological structure than magic. It makes Muhua more certain of the wide applicability of his own skill stone in the word skill. Yes, that's right, Muhua doesn't plan to use this skill stone. It's not a good thing to adapt your lung system to underwater breathing. After all, most waters are not clean. Without the cooperation of other physiological structures, if you go into the water to breathe randomly and swim a few laps, your lungs will probably be full of everything. This kind of underwater breathing is simply a waste of life for humans. Muhua is not sure whether this skill can help him expel foreign objects from his respiratory system. But even if it has comprehensive functions, think about the scene of spitting out garbage and mucus from your nose and mouth. Sticky, yellow, and from time to time there are 2 small fish, tadpoles, parasites, etc. Muhua said that he can't accept this skill physiologically. Pass for scuba diving, skin breathing, magic circulation, maybe you can even survive in a vacuum later. Just like Muhua had always thought that the giant bat would not have a sonic skill stone, and this fishman also fully proved the possibility of obtaining the petrified magic eye from Medusa. After all, these skills are not magic to a certain extent. Magic, talent, special abilities catalyzed by physiological structure, it seems that these are all judged as within the scope of skills by the burning source furnace. Or, the so-called biological signs are originally a kind of talent. Muhua was too lazy to explore the details in this regard. Anyway, it was a good thing. My lord, an angel? The contractor shouted, and Muhua looked at a skeleton warrior who was shaking wildly. And beside the skeleton warrior, Joey was staring at the contractor with dissatisfied eyes, and he wanted to shout it. Blonde, beautiful, almost no clothes on her body, the 2 lumps on her chest looked pleasing to the eye, symmetrical and slightly drooping, not the kind of perky, but the shape of the drooping is very good. I don't know what these abyss monsters have experienced in the abyss. Most of them have no clothes on their bodies, only some heavy metal or high-quality leather can be preserved. Naked upper body, dirty face, beautiful face, slender neck, well-proportioned arms, chest. Well, they are all slightly drooping, so they are very fierce. Angels have a very aesthetic appearance that conforms to human aesthetics. They don't need to be charming, but they are still attractive. A skeleton warrior without a fixed fishing spot caught a double-winged angel. It was because of the double wings that the contractor called Muhua. Angels are a hell race that is not easy to determine, but their strength is understandable. Usually, if an angel with more than 1 pair of wings appears, there is no need to call Muhua. At most, he can go to the Withering Curse on Tuesday and throw the fishing rod directly. Angel. Muhua's eyes lit up and ran to the side of the skeleton warrior who was shaking the fishing rod. Okay, stop shaking. Patting the skeleton warrior, Muhua took out another handful of snake fruit. Good boy, open your mouth. Without throwing a handful, Muhua took a snake fruit and accurately hit the mouth of the angel who was climbing the fishing line. The snake fruit fell into the abyss, and these angels were more delicate than Medusa. Come on, open your mouth. Bang! A piece of iron the size of a brick hit the angel's smooth forehead, and Muhua threw another snake fruit. Unfortunately, the angel still didn't open his mouth, staring at Muhua's beautiful eyes, emitting a cold light. Look at shit, do you think you are Medusa? Muhua cursed, and threw an iron sword. Pa! The iron sword with a strong wind was pushed away by the angel with one hand, and the snake fruit following it was slapped back by the angel. The angel's arm was just a little bit away from grabbing the top of the fishing rod. Alas, if you don't accept my toast, you will be punished. Muhua was dissatisfied, and Jam Sweetheart appeared in his hand. Everyone go to the arena and throw this guy up. Mu Hua said to the people around him. Amid the roar of the contractor, the skeletons that could move on the Abyss Island began to run to the arena, and Mu Hua raised his hand and fired at the angel. Bang! The gunshot sounded, and the angel stretched his palm forward, as if to catch the bullet that was shot out. Puff! The pretty eyebrows were frowned, but it was Jam Sweetheart's bullet that bit into the angel's palm and passed through, but was also deviated by the angel's palm. Self-healing, but the wound heals slowly. Throw it up. Mu Hua's face was happy, and he ignored the angel's cold gaze, and while ordering the skeleton warriors, he also started to run towards the arena. This double-winged angel can already see the trajectory of the ballistic projectile clearly, which is not surprising to Mu Hua, as he now has this kind of dynamic vision. But the soul bullets absorbed by the dragon's minions can already cause fatal damage to the double-winged angel. It's true that the angel can fly, but she is naked, without weapons or equipment. Mu Hua feels that this guy doesn't seem to have the ability to kill him. Is it great to be able to fly? Is it great to be able to catch bullets with bare hands? I kill you sooner or later if I put you on the island. Mu Hua's heart was burning. This double-winged angel has a physical fitness of 800, but I haven't heard that the double-winged angel has extreme strength. As long as we don't go to the sky, Mu Hua feels that even if we compete with strength, we seem to be able to touch this angel. Running to the edge of the arena, Mu Hua jumped directly into the arena from a height of more than 10 meters. In the arena, a group of skeletons surrounded the arena and huddled in the corner to avoid being accidentally killed. Dozens of horror knights lined up and waited for orders. At this time, the angel who was thrown onto the island did not fall. Flapping its white wings, the angel flew high into the sky, turned around and looked around, as if at a loss. Chapter 198. Angels are mysterious and strange, and their origins are like a hodgepodge. Angels have no natural reproductive ability. According to legend, they were born in the angel pond. They have the power of the dragon race, and can withstand high-standard enhanced magic, but their body defense is not outstanding. A large number of mechas are popular among the race. The psychic ring floating on the angel's head, which surrounds the side of the head, looks like a metal material, but it is not a solid object, and it is also a part of the angel's body. The psychic ring is like the halo that the angels in Mu Hua's previous life legend wore, but its real function is similar to the devil's horn. There are also rumors that the psychic ring is the body tissue of the angel to absorb the power of faith. The dragon-like physical fitness, the psychic ring similar to the devil's horn, and the angel's wings are also like the devil's wings, which can help them to replicate and store magic, and also help them to control magic more delicately. Winged demons generally use melee weapons, because their devil's horns and devil's wings are the most suitable for their own staffs and magic storage organs. The same is true for angels. In battle, they either slash with swords and guns, or charge into battle wearing armor. When their holy wings spread out, it often means that the divine art of destruction is coming. To be honest, the angel race has many characteristics of magical life. However, Mu Hua has never really come into contact with angels. Most of his knowledge of angels is hearsay. For this specific situation, well, we have to knock down the one flying in the sky first. It is quite pleasing to see a beautiful angel flying in the sky without clothes. The angel looked around, as if instinctively daring not to fly out of the range of the Abyss Island. What should an angel do when faced with a person who suddenly escapes from a predicament and may be confused? Mu Hua raised the Jam Sweetheart in his hand and aimed at the weak part of the angel. Bang! The sniper fired. In the eightfold scope, Mu Hua confirmed one thing. The hair was golden, and the hair in other places was also golden. Almost at the same time when Mu Hua aimed his gun at the angel flying in the sky had already fixed his eyes on Mu Hua. It is hard to say whether it was because of the super strong combat intuition, or because the place where Mu Hua aimed was filled with endless malice. Anyway, the angel had already taken precautions before the gun was fired. With a light flap of wings, the angel dodged Mu Hua's shooting. Having suffered from the Jam Sweetheart earlier, the angel did not reach out to grab the bullet shot by the Jam Sweetheart. Ah, the ethereal scream. Even with anger, the tone is not weaker than the siren's voice. Mu Hua's shooting angered the angel, and she finally opened her red lips. However, seeing the other party rushing towards him with bare hands, Mu Hua estimated that the snake fruit or something might not be useful. Born with the blood of rage, he has the ultimate strength. As a good guy with a physical fitness of nearly 600, what should he do when he sees a naked winged angel rushing towards him? Mu Hua raised his hand and put a secondary power blessing on himself, as if he had the intention of fighting the other party hard. The diving angel brought wind pressure, and the clenched palm changed between fist and claw. Angels don't have the claws of demons. They usually fight with fists when they are barehanded. The claws can only mean that there is a big problem with the angel's head. The angel swooped down with a strong attack posture, but before it approached Mu Hua, a row of bone spears on the ground shot up into the sky. Sudden stop, quick dodge, the angel with wings spread out has exaggerated flexibility in the air. Even without flying magic, Mu Hua's flying in the sky is completely incomparable to her. After avoiding the bone spear, the angel also set his sights on the Dread Knight. The magic pattern on the Dread Knight had no effect on the angel. The target of attack changed. As for the angel who turned to pounce on the Dread Knight, Mu Hua felt a little disappointed when he saw a pink angel rushing into the encirclement of the Dread Knight. A battle without suspense. When the angel retracted her wings, when she took the initiative to attack the Dread Knight, and gave up flying, the battle was no longer suspenseful. The angels are born with very high combat talents, but unfortunately, in terms of close combat, the Dread Knight is also born with endless martial arts. The double-winged angel is at the same level as the Dread Knight. If she were allowed to cast spells, if she was equipped with weapons and equipment, she might be able to beat the Dread Knight to death. Unfortunately, if he was unarmed, even if he was not wearing clothes, Mu Hua would be distracted, but he would not have any effect on the horror rider. Well, Mu Hua's mental stability was enough to deal with Medusa's charm. Now that he saw Medusa and faced that snake hair, he would not have any crooked thoughts. As for the ripples at this time, they were completely from the heart. After all, angels are too in line with human aesthetics. An angel without clothes is still a big impact on the senses. Mental stability is a benign defense against mental interference. It will not affect the normal psychological and physiological needs of organisms. So, in this world full of all kinds of monsters, adventurers have never been moralists, and they cannot be moralists. Never mind the gender, even the bisexual adventurers, without the sex life, even the perverts are not far from being forgotten. It's fine to pretend to be great and noble, but without enough venting, the overflowing hormones can sometimes kill people. In close combat, angels and terror riders are equally matched. But the swords and guns of the terror riders can easily cut the skin and flesh of the angels. The terror riders have a recovery ability that is almost like regeneration, and through Mu Hua's observation, angels also have the ability to heal themselves, but the two-winged angels can only reach the level of self-healing of giant monsters at most, and are still far from regeneration. Angels are good at using healing magic, limb regeneration, and even the legendary resurrection magic exists. Most people don't know much about the specific situation of this race, and Mu Hua is one of them for the time being. He is not sure whether the regeneration of high-level angels is a flesh and blood talent or a belief in magic. However, based on observations at this time, the growth of the power of this winged angel is greater than that of the terror rider, but its defense and survival ability are far inferior to that of the terror rider. During the fight, the angel, who was obviously outnumbered by the siege, suddenly spread his wings and grabbed the terror rider, as if he wanted to take the terror rider to the sky. "Hold her!" Mu Hua shouted. From the angel's movements in sight, it can be seen that the angel is probably trying to throw the terror rider into the abyss sea by flying. With a cold sweat in his heart, Mu Hua still underestimated the angel's fighting quality. Why did Mu Hua dig the arena? It's because he was afraid of being thrown into the abyss. Originally, he only considered that these creatures with the ability to fly had the advantage of the sky, but he didn't expect that these abyss monsters would still know how to use external objects to fight against the enemy even if they were demented. On this island of the abyss, being dragged into the abyss by someone is more terrifying than a life-and-death fight. Almost at the same time as Mu Hua shouted, several terror riders, who had materialized chain sickles, had already thrown their sickles at the angel. Puff! 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 Golden blood splashed, and 9 sickles cruelly penetrated the angel's body. A dozen terror riders exerted their strength to drag the angel to the ground, causing the other party to scream in pain. These terror riders had long been on guard against the angel's reascension. Mu Hua hated the monsters in the abyss that had the ability to fly. This was a method he had thought of early on, but so far, except for this angel with moderate attributes, he did not dare to try other big guys with wings casually. In the cruel capture scene, the angel was hooked back to the ground, and as the angel struggled, the chain sickle penetrated deeper into the flesh. After a while, whether it was because she had lost her strength or because of her survival instinct, the angel's struggle was no longer so fierce. At this time, Mu Hua also came to the side of the angel. "Come on, hold her back." Mu Hua ordered the horror riders, and several horror riders stepped forward and controlled the angel's hands and feet. The angel was stronger than the horror riders, but she could not fight against the horror riders' full body strength. Mu Hua pulled out the hook sickles on the angel one by one. The angel's wound slowly healed. She tried to struggle, but the horror riders dragged her hands and feet, pulled her wings, and finally pressed her to the ground. Pushing away a horror rider who wanted to grab the angel's head and neck, Mu Hua stepped on one of the angel's wings, clamped the angel's neck, and felt the angel's strength. There was nothing wrong with it. If we put aside her flying ability, Mu Hua's strength was greater than this angel. As the wound healed, the angel began to struggle fiercely. Mu Hua pressed hard and wiped the blood stains on the angel's chest. The golden blood looked like dragon blood, but Mu Hua did not feel any holiness from the blood. It seemed that the Vatican's praise of the angel was just lip service. He raised his hand and threw a cleansing spell on the angel. Except for the crazy look, the blonde with wings was refreshed. At the same time, Mu Hua took out a snake fruit and stuffed it into the angel's mouth. I heard that when you have close contact with angels, their trembling wings are very interesting. Monday came to Mu Hua and gave a suggestion that made Mu Hua roll his eyes. Not good? Mu Hua weakly questioned while suppressing the angel. The angel's cry can always make the devil happy physically and mentally. Master, maybe you can try it. Tuesday floated behind Mu Hua with an evil smile on his lips. Well, there is no good thing in Mu Hua's family. After capturing an angel, this family didn't care if the other party was crazy or not. It was definitely a compliment to use the word reckless on this family. It seemed that the effect of the snake fruit took effect, and the mania in the angel's eyes gradually dissipated, replaced by to do it or not, this is the question. If it were in the past, if he had captured such a beauty, Mu Hua probably wouldn't mind doing something unnecessary. But now, Mu Hua hesitated. Do we need this hot thing now? Men can be great and glorious when they don't need this kind of thing. For example, Mu Hua now feels that he can be great and glorious. The life factor of the angel seems to be of a high grade. Magic life is not only created based on humans. As long as the quality of the materials is suitable, demon-style ones can be created. We have the devil's brain, and we have captured another angel. Unlike the life factors of demons that need to evolve to produce qualitative changes, even the life factors of winged angels seem to be no different from those of higher-level angels. The angel in front of him seems to be a good material for making magical life. While Mu Hua was thinking, his palm began to reach out to the angel's beautiful neck. Angel? Is there any suitable object in his memory? Maybe it doesn't have to be an angel. There are many beautiful images in his memories of his previous life that he misses, and the status of those big sisters and little sisters in Mu Hua's heart is also higher than that of angels. Thinking about something in his mind, Mu Hua began to exert force on the palm of his hand that was pinching the angel's neck, as if he was going to break the angel's neck. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he was about to kill the powerless angel. Mu Hua suddenly thought of something, his body paused, and his hand stopped again. What, master? Do you still want to do it while it's hot? Zhou Yi asked Mu Hua with interest, shaking his tail. What are you doing? Find something to tie her up. I'm going to try to create a magical life form, so I need to make some preparations. Mu Hua shook his head. Magic life form? Raise it and cut off the flesh? Zhou Yi wondered. He had no idea about the creation of magical life forms. It has the ability to heal itself, so the cut flesh is useless. Mu Hua shook his head. Earlier, Mu Hua was thinking about his severed hand. But later he found that for creatures with the ability to heal themselves, unless their life function stopped first, the flesh and blood separated from their bodies would not have any active factors. Of course, even if it could be used, Mu Hua probably wouldn't do it. The longer you live, the easier it is to see through. Those great and glorious sentiments belong to only two types of people. One is those who enjoy the beauty of life, and the other is those who have been brainwashed. Mu Hua didn't mind catching an angel and killing him, but he couldn't accept cutting the flesh of a pretty angel. Sure enough, this is a world that values appearance. If it's a hellhound, cutting it doesn't seem to be stressful. But since cutting the flesh is useless, what should Mu Hua prepare? Well, he suddenly realized that he didn't seem to have a comprehensive understanding of the human body structure. At least the local size and shape and the overall structure ratio were not comprehensive enough. Mu Hua knew more about bones, and there was information about corpse demons in the constructed undead, so he had a better understanding of the internal organs. But when it came to wrapping blood and flesh, Mu Hua's understanding of human external signs was somewhat taken for granted. Well, it's not that he didn't have any concept, but it was just a little taken for granted. He needed to find a way to supplement some knowledge, such as size, shape, lines, proportions, etc. This is a crucial matter, and he can't be careless. Well, first of all, he had to confirm what styles there are, and which styles are most suitable for his eyes. From inside to outside, neck, limbs, hands and feet. TSK, there seems to be a lot of things to confirm. After all, it is his own magical life, so it is naturally unacceptable to say I have watched countless movies, and I have no idea. It is not okay to assume it. In short, he needs to take real scenes as materials, observe more, and appreciate more high-quality art displays. Mu Hua suddenly found out with shame that he actually has a serious knowledge gap in this aspect. Chapter 199. After washing up in the morning, Taibesha and Vivian changed into tight combat uniforms. This kind of tight combat uniforms that cover the body are not very effective for defense, but they can promote strength. The thin and flexible combat uniforms have no adverse effects on one's own actions, and can also be worn as outer clothing or equipment. This kind of combat uniform is usually the standard for pilots, who control mechas or mechanical equipment. However, when students of the Magic Academy give off-campus classes, there are strict requirements in this regard. Taibesha and Vivian have both purchased them. The two women were getting used to the combat uniforms, but they saw Mu Hua walking out of the room. Mu Hua looked up and down at the two women with full curves. His strange eyes made Taibesha and Vivian feel creepy, causing the two women to feel uncomfortable. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Taibesha crossed her arms and hugged them to her chest, and asked Mu Hua. His eyes wandered between Taibesha and Vivian. Compared with the very agile Taibesha, Vivian, who was almost a head shorter than her, surprised Mu Hua a little. Well, Vivian was very beautiful without the smoky makeup. At the same time, even if Taibesha crossed her arms, Vivian seemed to be much more fierce than Taibesha. No problem, very good combat uniform. Mu Hua responded casually. Well, after returning from the Abyss Island, in order to create magical life, Mu Hua planned to learn more about production materials. Both women have good curves, but unfortunately, they are wrapped too tightly, and have little reference value. Today, the Night Department and the Combat Magic Department will go to the Labyrinth City together to accept students who are not majoring in manufacturing. Will you come? Taibesha asked Mu Hua. Well, are you going too? Shaking his head, Mu Hua asked Vivian. The Labyrinth City is the name of a courtyard jointly controlled by several magic schools. It is similar to Fiona Courtyard, but is a private courtyard in nature, and is not open to the public. Regarding private courtyards, Mu Hua only learned about this after contacting Vivian. In addition to those courtyards open to the public, Loren also has some courtyards with restricted access. These courtyards are either private, or the war with monsters is chaotic and fierce. But usually there are relatively rare resources in them, let alone the settlers. Ordinary adventurers generally cannot access those courtyards. As the adventurer's level increases, such as the Demon Hunter, the main battle of the brigade, and the Shadow of the Crown, they can obtain more permissions, and can enter and exit some closed courtyards. This is also the main starting point for some adventurers to improve their own rank. I haven't heard of any rare resources in the maze city of the Academy, but it is controlled by humans and is relatively safe. I don't know the specific reason. There are many monster mazes there, so it is called the Maze City. However, after the monsters in the maze die, they are reborn relatively slowly. The Academy involves actual combat demon hunting, and often goes to those public courtyards. In order to ensure the safety of students, the monsters in the maze are usually cleared regularly. Mu Hua is not very interested in it, but he is surprised that Vivian will also get involved. I am learning some attack magic, and I will practice there. I also need Taibesha's help to collect monster bones. If I don't follow Taibesha, I will follow you. You will give me ashes? Facing Mu Hua's doubts, Vivian said with resentment. Yeah, it's good to practice. At such a young age, it's good to learn more attack magic. Mu Hua nodded. Ashes? Don't make a fuss. He is still thinking about where to brush the undead. Anyway, he definitely doesn't have the leisure time to get some monster bones back to refine himself. Vivian has S-level magic adaptability, so she should be able to adapt to the magic environment of the Abyss Island. Earlier, Mu Hua hesitated whether to introduce her to his own Abyss Island. The area of the Abyss Island is too small to be called a world fragment, but it can only be regarded as a dimensional fragment. It is not that no one in the outside world has mastered such a similar space, but the environment of the Abyss Island and the time axis there are somewhat weird. This world is not short of things that are difficult to explain. It is rumored that time and space magic can cause differences in the time axis. As long as Vivian can keep it secret, Mu Hua can take her in. However, since Mu Hua mastered the creation of all things, He has no time to think about Vivian and Tabitha for the time being. Now he is ready to try the creation of magical life again. Vivian will continue to hang out with Tabitha for the time being. Anyway, they are all young, so just treat it as an indefinite extension of the observation period. Ignoring Vivian's resentment and chatting with the two women for a few words, Mu Hua left the suite. He was thinking about where to find some young ladies to study body art. The number should be large, the quality should be high, and they should be able to take off their clothes, the kind that can be taken off completely, and it would be best if he could touch and rub them. As for strength and combat power, there are no requirements. After thinking about it, the various entertainment clubs of the Unji people should be a good choice. Most adventurers will voluntarily and spontaneously maintain the order of the Unji People's Society. Why? Because it is beneficial. Although it is the same economic system, the money obtained by hunting demons is still very durable in the Unji People's Society. Tabesha and Vivian are going to the academy, and Mu Hua goes down to the first floor, intending to ask Demand if there are any good places to recommend. As soon as he arrived on the first floor, Mu Hua heard Demand calling from afar. "Boss, Pete is looking for you." Mu Hua was puzzled. He looked up and saw Mayor Pete, and a woman wearing a wizard robe and a hood sitting in front of a long bar. Pete was waving at him. "Mu, I thought I had to wait for you a little longer." Pete took the lead in greeting Mu Hua as he approached. "What's up? Do you want breakfast?" Mu Hua nodded in response. His attitude was calm but not enthusiastic. Pete was about 50 years old, a little fat, but not fat. As the mayor of a small town, in his previous life, he could barely be considered the top leader of a town. Pete, a bureaucrat. But this bureaucrat is actually no different from a bitch. They are all in the service industry. You spend money and just hack her. But if you insist on giving it to them, and don't talk about conflict games, just avoid them when you see them. Peter undoubtedly has a high social status in Bear Pig Town, but this is the Magic Empire, and this status does not allow people to kneel down and lick him when they see him, so just be polite. Peter has a lot of power in Bear Pig Town, but the premise of mastering this power is to bring benefits to the town. In short, if you do good things, you will be praised. But if you can't do good things, you will be asked to get out. That's right. The key point is that you will not be scolded if you do bad things, but if you can't do good things. As the mayor, if he can't bring benefits and convenience to the townspeople, then what's the difference between him and putting a dog in the position of mayor? Don't mention it, let alone the mayor. It seems that there is really a dog as the mayor in the empire, close to the people, nothing wrong. This is the social consciousness here, and the imperial nobles in the early years also dominated the world. However, with the development of civilization, ordinary people's consciousness awakened, and the noble set was not popular. After several large-scale civil wars, I don't know how many people died, and there are today's folk customs. Therefore, in daily life, Mu Hua does not need to be too polite when he sees Pete. He is not familiar with Pete, and he is still taking the path of a troublemaker for the time being, so he does not need to get close to Pete. If there is something, just talk about it. There are definitely more quarrels between troublemakers and the mayor than loving each other. By the way, what do those friends who expect people who force you to take money out of your pocket think? The mayor's initiative to come to the door must not be just to send warmth, but just to say hello. This is based on the possibility of some mutually beneficial things. If there is any unreasonable request, gather a group of old guys in the town, block his door in the dark, and smash his glass. Chapter 200. When I went downstairs early in the morning, I ran into the mayor waiting before I even left the house. Mu Hua looked at Pete with a critical attitude. "Would you like a steak? Minotaur meat tastes pretty good." Taitu brought Mu Hua a custom breakfast, and Mu Hua asked Pete again. "No, I don't have a good appetite this morning." Pete shook his head, motioning Mu Hua to help himself. But he leaned back and made room for the woman sitting on the other side of him. "Mu, this is Trisha. I need to discuss something with you about her." When Pete said this, the other party also lowered his hood, revealing a head of dark green long hair. She was in her 20s, with a delicate face and healthy skin. Her rare hair color did not affect her beauty. The young woman seemed to be trying to maintain a serious expression. "Fairy?" Mu Hua asked in surprise. "Maggot, are you looking for trouble? Or are you respecting tradition?" Trisha's eyebrows twitched slightly. I thought you liked this." Mu Hua spread his hands. "Perhaps only twisted necromancers like this." "Hello, my name is Trisha." Trisha shook her head helplessly, and extended her white palm to Mu Hua. "Well, okay, I don't know much about witches, and maybe there are some traditions that don't need to be followed. Mu Hua, you can call me Mu." Mu Hua gently shook Trisha's hand and introduced himself. A very beautiful witch. Compared to her exquisite appearance, Mu Hua seemed to be more interested in her hair color. Well, many witches also have this habit. Most of them have no malice, and you can curse back if you meet them. Confirming that Mu Hua was not provocative, Trisha smiled lightly. Forget it, we should respect traditions. I'm more used to people scolding us back. Mu Hua shook his head. Preemptive strike? So petty? Trisha teased. No, this is respect. You can understand it as equality between men and women. Mu Hua corrected, looking at Pete, as if asking Pete why he brought a witch to him. Trisha wants to open a soul hut in the town. I think our town also needs a soul hut. However, you also know that most of the townspeople in the town are ordinary people, and everyone is more or less taboo about ghosts. Your guests here are basically adventurers. Maybe they also need a soul hut to hone their mental strength. I want her to build a hut near your hotel. You see? Pete explained concisely. Soul hut? Are you a wandering witch? Mu Hua frowned. Soul hut is also called witch's hut. It is the signature industry of wandering witches. In addition to fortune-telling and selling magic potions, its main service scope is to let ghosts SM customer souls. Ahem, let the ghosts tear the customer's souls in a relatively safe range to polish the souls. In simple terms, it is to help people improve their spiritual attributes. The ghosts controlled by witches can make this process safer. Although it must be uncomfortable, ghosts, evil spirits, dead souls, etc., witches who run soul huts usually make a set of ghost companions. According to the different soul strengths of customers, they will make reasonable combinations, so that every time customers visit, they will feel like being gang raped by a group of 800 gene fat men, but it will not be fatal. Why, the boss discriminates against wandering witches? Mu Hua frowned, which aroused Trisha's displeasure. Don't talk nonsense to me, and don't expect me to comfort your fragile hearts. It's not a big problem to allocate a piece of land for you to build a witch's hut, but if you want to do business here, you have to abide by my rules. Mu Hua said in the same unhappy tone. Women are troublesome, and boxing women are more troublesome. What is more troublesome than that style is the succubus, who defends rights, and the wandering witch who opposes discrimination. Women hate the former, and both men and women are annoyed by the latter. Their little hearts are not necessarily fragile, but they are very capable of causing trouble, and they will always talk to you endlessly about some words. The most bizarre thing is that there always seems to be some guys who empathize with them. Everything else is fine, but Mu Hua can't stand this the most. If he is annoyed by this situation, he will rush to kill people. Well, originally weak, can think, not necessarily capable. Now, for the sake of the life and safety of this witch, Mu Hua must stop this tendency in time. Rules? You tell me. Seemingly quite good at reading people's expressions, Trisha curled her lips, not entangled with Mu Hua on the issue of attitude, and asked directly. Oh, I didn't expect a witch to come to my door to build a hut. How could I just open my mouth and do it? Trisha's tough attitude made Mu Hua quite satisfied. If the other party was sarcastic, Mu Hua would definitely let her go. The number of witches is still very small, and wandering witches are not so rampant, which also causes some people who want to polish their souls to run far to find a witch hut. Perhaps it is the development brought by the courtyard that Pete did not avoid a wandering witch who wanted to open a witch hut in the town, and there is no harm to the hotel if there is a soul hut nearby. After a little thought, Mu Hua did not think about it. Compared with setting some rules and regulations for Trisha, Mu Hua prefers to have no trouble. You run your witch hut, but don't involve the hotel in everything. I can also make potions. You should make a unified price with demand. Pointing to the potions on a wine cabinet, Mu Hua said to Trisha. Is that so? It makes sense. Then the land issue? Should we rent or sell it? Trisha looked at Mu Hua with surprise. The native land of Loren Star is the world of settlers. Most of the consumption here is cheaper than in the courtyard, only the land is more expensive. As the rear base of mankind, although the land of the Magic Empire is privately owned, it is expensive. In many cases, you may not be able to buy it even if you have money. Like the Devil Muscle people in Gravizi, who came to the town to buy houses, they originally had their own land and houses in Loren. Sell the land there, and exchange it for this one. The land of Loren Star belongs to the settlers. In this regard, the settlers have an absolute sense of superiority over the adventurers from the courtyard. They always remind Mu Hua of those self-reliant demolition generations. If Trisha wants to build a witch hut, she will definitely need a piece of land. Mu Hua is not familiar with this aspect, so he motioned to demand to explain. It is not appropriate to buy land, Miss Witch. I guess you are not sure whether you will live here forever. Renting is more appropriate than buying. Demand understood, and when he talked to Trisha, his face was almost smiling. Well, there is no need to think about it. Mu Hua is sure that this guy is not happy about making money. Demand is a fat man with good teeth, and is not picky about food. Trisha is so beautiful that she is bubbling. This guy has a tendency to stick out his tongue. As for rent, we are not short of that little money, and we will definitely not. Demand's slightly flattering tone made Mu Hua want to beat him up, but he was interrupted by Trisha before he finished speaking. Wait a moment. As a wandering witch, Trisha was not as rebellious as Mu Hua imagined. Even though she interrupted Demand, Trisha gave Demand an apologetic smile. Well, the fat man was even more useless. The corner of his mouth turned up, just like an old father looking at his own little cotton-padded jacket. It is undeniable that witches are generally beautiful, mysterious and exquisite. If they don't deliberately reject people, they are quite friendly and charming. It is definitely not a good idea to let ordinary people communicate business affairs with a witch. Mu, you are a necromancer, right? Do you have undead followers? I have mastered a magic mark called corpse marking, which is a semi-permanent magic mark. Engrave it on the body of the undead, which can prevent the undead from emitting the breath of death to the outside world, and at the same time it can enhance the growth of the undead to a certain extent. The hut I want to build is not big. I can help your undead followers to engrave it. How about offsetting the rent? Trisha asked Mu Hua. Corpse mark? Isn't that a high-level compound magic? Mu Hua hesitated. Is this Trisha so powerful? He now has a better understanding of necromancy. This magic is not easy to learn. Most high-level necromancers cannot master it. Well, there is such a magic, but my corpse mark is an inherent magic. Trisha's tone was calm, but her eyes could not hide her pride. Oh! Mu Hua suddenly realized, and responded with an attitude even calmer than Trisha. Inherent magic depends on the characteristics of magic power. There are some inherent magics that are not too demanding and can be compatible with some similar magic characteristics. Mu Hua's reaction surprised Trisha. Oh, nothing? Inherent magic? This is inherent magic, aren't you curious? At least give me a surprise. Twitching her lips, Trisha was very upset by Mu Hua's attitude, even more so than when Mu Hua called her a fairy. You are trying to get something for nothing. Instead of waiting for Mu Hua's surprise, Trisha only got a playful reply. No, that can't be said. The death energy spread by the undead is very troublesome, which seriously restricts the necromancer from summoning them at any time. And, most importantly, this mark can also enhance the growth of the undead. Trisha acted like a shrewd businessman. Don't talk about growth. The growth of the undead mainly depends on meditation and magic. Even if the death energy helps their growth, they can just find a place with a strong death energy. Why bother to make a mark? And even if it's troublesome, it's because high-level undead will have a negative impact on ordinary people, but spreading death energy is a deterrent for high-level undead. High-level undead, let's take a step back. If you want to cultivate it, you must have a follower, right? Are you sure I have it? Mu Hua smiled, belittling it, but in his heart he felt that this corpse mark was good. Of course, low-level undead don't need to be marked, but the black-armored skeleton general will have a significant impact on the outside world. There are many adventurers without psychic physiques, not just ordinary people who are afraid of death energy. It's just the black-armored skeleton general. There's no one now, but it doesn't mean there won't be one in the future. Trisha looked like she was optimistic about you, and when she said to Mu Hua, it seemed like she was drawing a pie in the sky. Oh, in the future? Can you help me engrave my followers? Undead above the level of black armor skeleton general? Mu Hua waved his hand generously, like a fool, shook his head and smiled. Of course, but forget about the detained undead, it's not a good thing to engrave them. Trisha smiled and narrowed her eyes, but added cautiously. Okay, you can say it. Alright. Having a witch's hut is also good for the hotel's business. He smiled and shook his head in self-mockery, as if he knew that Trisha was setting him up, but he didn't care. Mu, don't worry, you can also take time to come to my hut after the opening. As long as you are not busy, I will give you free things to polish the soul. Believe me, you have definitely made a worthwhile decision. The tempering of the soul is too important for the necromancer. Having a witch to take care of you is safer and more efficient than tossing it yourself. Trisha no longer maintained a serious expression, her eyes flickered brightly, like a fox that stole grapes. At this time, Mu Hua was more concerned about the magical life forms. As for the corpse imprint? After this, Mu Hua wanted to see how many followers this pretty witch could imprint on him. Chapter 201. Mu Hua has no special fetish for witches, but Demand seems to be interested in hooking up with witches. To be honest, Mu Hua admires the fat man's reckless nature. He leaves Trisha's matter to Demand, and Mu Hua and Pete leave the hotel together. Mu, it's a good thing that witches come to Bear Pig Town, but I heard that wandering witches are moody. I will let the townspeople inform each other about Trisha's situation. If the people in the town have any conflicts with her in the future, please restrain Trisha. Walking through the forest path outside the hotel, Pete carefully looked back at the road behind him and said to Mu Hua, "Restrict? Mr. Pete, your joke is very funny." Facing Pete with a sincere face, Mu Hua rolled his eyes. "If you are not happy with someone, why not give me some money, and I will help you kill him?" "That's a wandering witch. A bound witch. You should go to Will. At least investigating them is within the scope of the Night Hunter's authority," Mu Hua said unhappily. "Hey, you know, the courtyard suddenly appeared, and it will be developed in a blink of an eye. There are too many changes in the town, and we can't handle many things." Pete looked distressed. The Night Hunters didn't set up an office here. Will went to Heyman to take a written test by himself. Although he was issued a uniform, he was at most a liaison officer. He is useless for big things, and there is no need to recruit Night Hunters to the town for small things. "I think Trisha is easy to talk to, you see." Pete sighed and explained. His words were quite like a leader who appeased the victim. "No, don't let me see it. You recruit a witch to the town, and there is no place to arrange it. I will give up a piece of land. As for the rest, don't look for me. If you don't want to provoke the Night Hunters, then when you have time, go to the Adventurers Guild more often and communicate with them more. My hotel is so big. What if someone poisons me or something? Will you help me?" Okay, guard, Night Hunters, if it doesn't work, I introduce you to Heyman's acting mayor. You can look for whoever you want. In the future, Trisha and I will at most be neighbors. The most important thing between neighbors is harmony." Mu Hua kept shirking, and said with a hint of sarcasm, "The reputation of wandering witches among the people is not very good, but in fact, most wandering witches, who can publicly reveal their identities, will not do anything wrong." Mu Hua had a smile on his face. Peter had been the mayor for many years, and was very good at recruiting men. He would not pick up Peter's words. Peter was serious, Mu Hua was talking nonsense, the two of them were talking nonsense, but they stood at the intersection and chatted for 10 minutes. Seeing that Mu Hua started to ask if there was a strip club near the town, Peter smiled bitterly, and the communication prompt on Mu Hua's bracelet interrupted the conversation between the two. "Hello, this is Mu Hua." After answering the phone, Mu Hua nodded to Peter, and Peter waved goodbye to Mu Hua. "I was just talking about the acting mayor of Heyman City. This person is really annoying, but it was Nick who called." Hello, Mu. I think I need your help. Can you come to my house?" Nick's voice was a little anxious. "Huh? So early in the morning? You don't need soul potion again, do you?" Looking at a young lady who was doing morning exercises, Mu Hua said jokingly. "Damn it, don't mention soul potion again, damn it. I'm so glad I gave you the key to Fiona's courtyard. Go to the courtyard. Come quickly. If you come late, I think I may need a Holy Spirit potion." Nick breathed quickly. "Huh? I changed the key transmission point a long time ago." Okay, I do it as soon as possible." Mu Hua frowned, stopped joking, and turned off the communication. Holy Spirit potion, a top-level potion that can regenerate limbs. Although the details are not clear, it seems that Nick is in big trouble. Mu Hua returned to the hotel. Fortunately, he did not go far. The key to Fiona Courtyard was left in the hotel. Enter the courtyard from the transmission gate, and then go from the courtyard to the Fiona community. Mu Hua hurried all the way, and finally it took nearly 30 minutes to reach Nick's manor. But his transmission point was not set in the main city of Fiona Courtyard. 30 minutes is not too long. But when Mu Hua came to the swimming pool under the guidance of the maid, he saw Nick lying by the swimming pool. Mu Hua suddenly felt that he seemed to be a little sorry for Nick, the suicidal boy, because he was late. At this time, Nick was wearing a large bath towel, which covered Nick's body, but could not completely cover the fishtail of the siren under him. Yes, Nick had an indescribable strange expression on his face, lying on the body of a female siren demon. When the siren demon saw Mu Hua, she raised her hand and greeted Mu Hua in a familiar tone. "Mu, you must think of a way to get this bastard off me quickly." "Debbie?" The siren's greeting made Mu Hua give up the idea of drawing his sword. This should be the succubus Debbie who used the transformation spell. At this time, Debbie's wet long hair stuck to her cheeks, and her body seemed to tremble slightly uncontrollably, and her expression was even more uncomfortable than Nick's. "What are you doing?" Muhua came to the two of them, not wanting to lift the towel off Nick. Nick glanced at Muhua, and his already weird expression became a little more tangled. He opened his mouth, but didn't make a sound. Instead, Nick turned his head and put it on Debbie's chest, turning his head to the side, leaving Muhua with the back of his head. "I'm not familiar with the siren's body yet. He's stuck. Find a way to get him off," Nick avoided explaining. Debbie felt a little uncomfortable breathing and said to Muhua, "You?" Muhua's expression also became very interesting. He did kill some sirens, but he didn't know that sirens had this specialty. Is this considered a lock? But the human thing is bare, how can it be locked? You guys are really good at playing. With a sigh, Muhua patted Nick's head. "Nick, is that why you called me here? Won't you relax after you're done? Even if you relax, you can't get out?" Muhua asked. "Ahem, it seems like it never relaxes." Nick coughed dryly, still facing Muhua with the back of his head, mumbling. "How about calling a doctor?" Muhua twitched his mouth. He had no experience in this situation. "No, I don't need a doctor. I don't want to be the headline of Heyman City tomorrow, at least not for this kind of thing." Nick resisted and finally turned his head back. "Asshole, don't move." As Nick twisted his body, Debbie suddenly screamed. Muhua was startled. He saw that the two of them were stiff, as if trying to stay still. Muhua was confused for a moment. Can you tell me the details?" Seeing the two of them startled, Muhua became a little nervous about the strange scene in front of him. "Sirens are all fairies." "I told you not to become a siren, don't become a siren," Debbie complained, her emotions a little out of control. "A succubus, who called sirens fairies? Forget it, this sentence is meaningless." Muhua pretended not to hear it. "Sirens that have never laid eggs have two hidden scales inside. The two scales are stuck in this bastard. If he can't relax, they will be cut off if they are pulled out forcefully. Think of a way to make him relax quickly," Debbie explained, and Muhua was confused. "Do you have to be so cruel?" Muhua muttered softly. Although Debbie explained the little secrets of the siren's physiological structure, Muhua was still confused. "Sister, you are a succubus. Do you need help with relaxation? Speaking of which, sirens don't have too much bad reputation in terms of simple sex, and I don't think they will cut people off after doing it once. Since you can't go in or out before completing that kind of routine activity, wouldn't it be fine if you just complete it?" Muhua doesn't believe that Nick can be strong enough to drive the succubus crazy. "I can't relax, it's always inside. Debbie is a succubus, you know." Obviously Nick understands Muhua's confusion better than Debbie, but Muhua really wants to tell Nick that he knows nothing. Debbie has just completed the siren transformation, she can't completely control this body. Not only that, she seems to be unable to control her own abilities. "Damn, man, think of a way. You are an alchemist after all," Nick said anxiously. "Well, let me sort it out. I think I roughly understand." Nick's supplement gave Muhua some clues. Transfiguration is relatively low-end in the transformation magic. It can make Debbie turn into a certain creature, with the body and physiological characteristics of that creature. But in terms of ability and strength, it will only weaken, not be enhanced. For example, Debbie turned into a powerful dragon, but her strength is still her original strength. If the original strength is too small, it may not be able to support the dragon's body, and she will directly become hemiplegic. And if she turned into a fly, no matter how strong she was originally, after the transformation, the fly is still a fly, and a fly swatter can kill it. So, transfiguration belongs to the transformation magic that only has its form, which is not very high-end in the transformation magic. Okay, stop talking nonsense. The problem now is that a succubus, who is good at making men have big problems, has obtained the body of a new siren. And Nick, this guy who doesn't know whether to live or die, actually rushed up before the other party had completely figured out his body structure. It is no exaggeration to say that Muhua felt kindness in the devil for the first time. Yes, it was Debbie. She was definitely a nice succubus, and a model of good brothers, who were loyal to each other. Because if Debbie hadn't been restraining her instincts, how could Nick have the time to think about tomorrow's headlines? If Debbie had let herself go, and Nick hadn't left her a souvenir, his life would probably not have been saved by magic potions, like soul potions and life potions. TSK, really paying public grain, in this way, the fat guy in his own hotel who wanted to pick up a wandering which should have played it too conservatively. Chapter 202. Nick was stuck by Debbie, in a vital part, stuck in a vital place. This shit. If we don't consider the fundamental reason why Nick himself committed suicide, the main reason for this situation is not Nick, but Debbie's fluttering heart. What is more troublesome is that Debbie has just completed the transformation of the siren demon. How to calm the physiological excitement of a succubus? Well, there is no problem that a bottle of goblin essence can't solve. If it doesn't smell good, just give her a bottle. It's okay, this stuff smells bad, but syphilis, bah, is not poisonous. Look, Nick is already full of energy again. And Debbie? Well, she turned back into a succubus, vomiting over there. Man, you are so wicked. By the swimming pool, several maids served Debbie, who had regained her succubus appearance for the first time. Nick looked at Muhua, who seemed to be fine, with a fearful look on his face. Get lost, what can I do? It's because the fear pattern is useless to you too. Muhua cursed. For the problem between Nick and Debbie, one of them must be calm, but it seems that both of them know that Muhua will not really do anything to them. Even if Muhua releases the Dullahan, the two guys will be hard as they should be, and will be swaying as they should be. In desperation, Muhua took out the goblin essence. Although the two people disliked it, it still didn't work. When they lamented that the energy of the two people was really too excited. Muhua suddenly pinched Debbie's mouth and poured a bottle of goblin essence into her. This is good, the sudden sneak attack almost made Debbie faint. In the end, except for the thought of vomiting swaying? Debbie had no other physiological reactions. Why did you give it to Debbie? Nick held his breath and tried his best to control the urge to pinch his nose. He looked at Debbie, who was vomiting in the distance, and asked weakly. Muhua was too quick, rough, and bad. In fact, he was just worried that the two of them had prepared themselves psychologically, which made this trick useless. But goblin essence? Isn't it too cruel? By the way, how many bastards would carry this thing with them? Why? You want to drink it? Then use it on you next time. Muhua curled his lips. Brothers are like brothers, and brothers' women are like. Cough, this statement is not quite right. Between brothers and brothers' women, of course, they will have sex with women first, not to mention that she is a female demon with stronger survival ability. Muhua said that he is an absolute feminist of gender equality. No, but how to remove the smell of this thing? Nick shook his head repeatedly, looking at Debbie, who was pouring water and picking her throat to vomit, and asked guiltily. If conditions permit, give her a life baptism? But if you give her 2 days of purification, it will probably be useless. Muhua saw Debbie put a blessing of courage on him, and his mouth twitched, with a bad premonition in his heart. Muhua! Bastard! Kill you! Pushing away the maid beside him, he saw Debbie, who had a human body with animal hooves, wings on her waist, and devil horns on her head, bursting with lightning, screaming and roaring at Muhua. Succubi are not good at fighting, but that is also in terms of the entire succubus clan. Their physical strength is relatively weak by nature, and their bloodline is extremely dominant. In other words, succubus evolution usually goes all the way to the end, grows horns and wings, and only runs wildly along the succubus bloodline. Newborn succubi are relatively weak, but as they grow to a higher level, such as Debbie in front of them, when they grow demon horns and demon wings, if they can practice steadily, these demons with natural affinity for silver domain blood also have the potential to become powerful demons. Seeing the arcs of electricity that crushed weeds around Debbie, Muhua was immediately furious. Thunder Overlord. Only super warriors, who have completed blood mimicry, and have affinity for thunder elements can comprehend this state of combat skills. Muhua was a little crazy. He knew that succubi didn't like to fight, but he never thought that Debbie, who was trained by Nick all day, was such a high-level succubus. Are you sure you are in love with her? And are you sure she doesn't want to be your mother? Muhua complained to Nick, and turned around and ran away. Dude, you have to believe in love. Damn love, you're not hiding your strength, are you? Stop her quickly, if she hits me, I will fight back. Muhua ran 2 steps, and said to Nick when he saw that Debbie did not suddenly attack. At this time, the arc on Debbie's body had disappeared, but she was still full of powerful momentum. Staring at Muhua, with a face full of resentment, Debbie's steps were steady, as if she was gathering strength, and she stepped towards Muhua step by step. She could use the Thunder Tyrant body. Even without external force, Muhua estimated that in a hand-to-hand fight, the goblin general she met yesterday would be beaten to shit by her. Muhua did not get the affinity of the thunder element, nor did he get the endless martial arts. He did not want to fight with Debbie. These damn dignitaries, although they all said that they were residents, it was okay for them to take in demons. From time to time, there would be some powerful demons guarding them. Although most of those monsters are weak races, human society is much more comfortable than hell and the courtyard. After staying in human society for a long time, if there is some financial support, the weak races will also be raised into monsters. Debbie, calm down, Mu Hua is helping us. Mu Hua ran away. Nick opened his arms and dissuaded Debbie, who was approaching step by step. No, he is helping you, damn it. It's all your fault, Nick, grit your teeth. Debbie clenched her fist and said with a grin, well, I originally wanted to cover for my good brother, but this time even Nick changed his face. Immediately, Nick turned his head and ran in the direction of Mu Hua. Debbie, don't be impulsive, I go find you a life tribute first. Nick shouted while running, and in a blink of an eye he passed Mu Hua, wearing a pair of big shorts, and ran towards the gate of the manor. It seems that he is not a type of person who hides his strength. Looking at Nick running past him, he glanced at Debbie, who looked angry but still walked, and didn't catch up. What to do? Give some face, run, at least leave a way for the succubus lady. Mu Hua caught up with Nick with a gloomy face, and the two ran out of the manor without looking back. When they ran to the gate of the manor, they confirmed that Debbie didn't catch up. They couldn't see clearly from a distance, but it seemed that the succubus lady started to vomit again. Mu Hua wanted to leave, but was grabbed by Nick. If it was not as expected, Nick should have been beaten by Debbie before. This guy looked scared and seemed to want to run away with Mu Hua. Under the weird expression of the security guard at the door, Nick stripped a guard's clothes. In this season, although Nick was not afraid of the cold, he would be caught by the security team if he walked on the street like this. Where are you going? To celebrate life? Mu Hua asked Nick as they wandered on the road outside the villa. Wouldn't it be effective if it's purified? Where can I find a life tribute in such a short time? Nick spread his hands. Obviously, the life tribute was pure nonsense. Will the smell fade away in a few days when Debbie's anger subsides? Come on, go buy some clothes with me first. Nick said, as if he was used to it. Where are you going after that? Mu Hua said indifferently, since it wasn't his wife who was angry. I stay at your place for 2 days first. I need to show up at 375 recently, and there's nothing else to do. Nick said, pulling at his ill-fitting clothes. 375? The courtyard of Bear Pig Town? What are you going there for? Mu Hua was puzzled. Bear Pig Town belongs to Hyman City, and I am the acting mayor of Hyman. They are going to hold a Star Tour meeting with the Demon King. This used to be a highlight for the nobles. But now the nobles are in decline, and some Demon Kings are not very particular, so there is a certain risk in attending such an event. Well, it's my turn, and I need to attend on behalf of the residents of Hyman City. Nick explained self-deprecatingly. Chapter 203. The aristocracy has existed in the West for many years. Those aristocrats may have been ruffians and scoundrels, but they were also the bravest group of people. Raising money, risking their lives to explore unknown places, plundering wealth, killing dissidents, and exchanging more resources and land for their country, thus gaining their aristocratic status. While enjoying the respect, they often need to rush to the front in wars, lead the battle, and mobilize momentum. In the chaotic fighting, strong war horses and sophisticated armor cannot completely guarantee their safety. But showing off is their job, or in other words, apart from showing majesty to the outside world, the aristocrats don't need to care about other things. As time goes by, the aristocrats who enjoy luxury are no longer brave, and the majesty to the outside world gradually becomes internal, so they naturally have no value in existence. Of course, this is some of the situations related to Mu Hua's previous life. But in today's world, those aristocrats are largely not much different from Mu Hua's previous life. In the Dark Ages, when the Federation was once devastated by monsters, the nobles were the leaders of mankind. They needed to let people know that even poor humans could fight monsters. In that era, the mortality rate of the nobles was actually quite high. As the monsters retreated from the human world and the courtyards came, the nobles here also began to live a luxurious life of doing things when there was work and doing things when there was nothing to do. Then, the nobles lost power. The reason why the noble system did not die out was that some nobles retained the establishment of their ancestors' knights. They had connections and reputations, the responsibility of protection, and a certain symbolic significance. And among those powerful adventurers, there was actually a legacy of noble blood. In the fight against monsters, the strategy team has to some extent taken over the original noble's leading role in the people. But let alone the strategy team, even if it is a hero, if a strong adventurer throws an olive branch to them, most of them will throw themselves into the world of adventurers without hesitation. This is a bit funny. By the way, what is the greatest meaning of the hero's existence? Strategy courtyard. Come on. Isn't it just to make the screw-tightening residents think that we are also awesome? Isn't it just to allow the residents to give birth steadily and live and work in peace? You are directly throwing yourself into the arms of adventurers. What does this mean? Especially in terms of reproduction. Cloning and test tubes can cause reproduction degradation, but not magic adaptability. If the residents don't give birth, do you still expect adventurers to give birth? Compared to passing on the family line and giving birth to and raising children, it is estimated that adventurers are more willing to think about their own life transition and are more willing to invest resources in themselves. Even if there are adventurers who take it as their responsibility to pass on their family line, you can see whether there are more people who live or die. So, the heroes can be used within the region, but they are not very useful. It's okay to shoot some videos and movies about fighting, love, picking up artifacts, and saving saints when lost. When it comes to a more formal scene, some people who can represent the residents are still needed. At this time, the nobles who have territories and enjoy taxes are put in front as if they are not allowed to. But there is a small problem here, that is, the nobles have been stripped of their power, and they are now not serious about such things. In the end, when there is a scene where they need to negotiate with the lord of the courtyard, when the residents need to see that powerful adventurers also respect them, bureaucrats like Nick who are more inclined to the Democratic Party are pushed to the front. You said this Star Tour meeting was initiated by Odysseus? In the clothing store, Nick changed into a decent outfit. Mu Hua asked Nick when he paid the bill. It's not initiated, but his proposal just happened to pass the review. Nick corrected. The clothing stores in the Fiona community naturally don't sell any cheap brands. High-end clothing has no defensive function at all, but the price is very expensive. Nick almost ran away from home naked, without even a space prop. Now Mu Hua is not unable to afford such luxury brands, but it's fine to let Nick eat a big customer. He himself obviously hasn't formed this consumption concept yet. Of course, Odysseus is still very powerful. I didn't expect Webster to give you the position of Inspector General. The two left the clothing store, and Nick was curious. Webster is quite arrogant. What's wrong with him? He actually used Odysseus's team to make trouble for you. Does Odysseus have any objection? Some minor issues, maybe we are more compatible. Mu Hua did not say it clearly. Nick thought about it, but did not ask any more questions. The scale of this Star Patrol meeting may be quite large. I heard that Daryl's deep-sea fleet has been invited. Since you are the supervisor of Odysseus' team, it seems that you have to attend as well. Let's take care of each other, brothers. I hope the owner of the courtyard of 375 can be more obedient. Nick patted Mu Hua's shoulder, and his tone was like a pair of brothers in distress. The Star Patrol meeting is not a small fight. It is a negotiation between humans and monsters. Usually, the newly appeared courtyards will go through this process. It is called a meeting, but in fact, it is also a demonstration by humans to monsters. Through the display of strength, it shows that humans have the ability to overturn the table. In this way, the courtyard owner will make more concessions and restrain some powerful monsters so that they can't ambush and kill humans at will. This kind of demonstration usually requires the coordination of multiple parties. After all, humans have limited high-end combat power, and it is impossible to take care of every courtyard. The 375 courtyards in Bear Pig Town have appeared for 2 or 3 years, but they have never been approved by the Star Patrol Conference. Even if it is a proposal, Mu Hua didn't expect Odysseus to be able to arrange such a level of things. Yesterday I heard about the Star Patrol Conference from a Goblin General, and today you actually told me that I also need to participate? Mu Hua resisted, patting Nick's arm on his shoulder. Heh, you dare to provoke the Goblin General? Don't worry, since the other party has agreed to negotiate with humans, at most it will be a prank provocation, and there will generally be no demon general level monsters in the war. Nick said with a smile, and didn't take the so-called Star Patrol Conference too seriously. But, after changing his voice, Nick looked at Mu Hua a little strangely. Just now I saw you staring at the shopping guide girl with shining eyes. Are you sure Debbie didn't cast a curse on you? Nick asked Mu Hua. Curses don't work on me. Mu Hua shook his head. Tuesday was squatting in his body. He was a cursed spirit. If he really cursed him, he would be eaten by Tuesday. However, as Nick asked, Mu Hua looked at Nick thoughtfully. He needed to find some young ladies to study body art, and Nick in front of him seemed to be of a suitable size and length. He should be more familiar with this aspect. Nick, do you know how many girls there are? The kind that can let go. Mu Hua asked implicitly. Of course. Do you need Uncle Nick to show you the adult world? Nick raised his eyebrows, and teased Mu Hua in surprise. Well, I mean a place with more people, higher quality and more privacy. Mu Hua added. More? How many do you want? Or, can we have a party? I have a villa on the East Coast, how about we go there? It was rare for Mu Hua to show this need, and Nick was quite interested. Well, I need to study the bodies of some girls, preferably some that I can examine carefully. Well, maybe I need to see more, the kind that can be stripped naked. Mu Hua explained with a dry cough. Huh? You? Nick was stunned. Dude, you're not in any physical condition, are you? Nick asked carefully, looking at Mu Hua up and down with a strange expression. No, well, I'm studying magical life and plan to try to create it. I need to know more about the bodies of girls. Mu Hua was discouraged. There was no good excuse for this matter, so he simply explained it to Nick. Ha! Magic life? Mu, there's nothing wrong with liking puppets, many people like them. Don't worry, I won't discriminate against you in this regard. Researching magic life? Ha ha ha. Nick was stunned for a moment, then laughed teasingly. Although Mu Hua casually said magic life, it was a life form that even demons recognized. Even in this world, magic life is very high-end, and Nick didn't believe that Mu Hua could create magic life. He just thought that Mu Hua wanted to make a bionic puppet that suited his heart, or at most find a workshop to order a magic life. Many men had dreamed of this kind of existence when they were young, but most of them gave up because they were concerned about the eyes of the people around them. Nick didn't expect Mu Hua to be so fresh and clean. While joking, seeing Mu Hua's serious face, Nick's expression hesitated again. Mu, you can't do this. I don't want people to think I have a problem. How about I introduce you to a pimp, and you can go and talk to the girls yourself? Nick resisted, thinking that a group of girls would secretly laugh at his physical and mental health problems. Don't talk nonsense, just go to your villa now. Contact I pay. Mu Hua grabbed Nick, who wanted to dodge, with a rich and willful attitude. It's a good thing to study body art, but if you are eager for quick success, you are more or less like a pervert. Mu Hua is also a little bit restrained in this regard, and with Nick accompanying him, how could Mu Hua let him get away? Well, the girls this guy usually contacts are of high quality, and it's better to have him help find someone than to grope around blindly. Mu Hua doesn't feel bad about spending this money. At most, he can cover his face, and Nick can play whatever he wants, and he will just watch. Well, watch more. Chapter 204. Nick is no longer in the age of flirting. He used to be a boy who was not good at getting along with girls, but now he is willing to do it with real guns and real bullets. As a promising young man who dares to risk his life with a succubus, seeing that Mu Hua seems to have really started a strange habit, it is hard to say whether it is friendship or just to watch the fun. Nick decided to let Mu Hua see the world. There was no girl group in the villa as imagined. Nick took Mu Hua back to the manor, secretly called out a maid, and took out one of his rings. Finding a remote corner, Nick took out a courtyard key and took Mu Hua into a strange courtyard. A three-dimensional city, ultra-modern, full of sci-fi style city layout. Under the metallic color, several layers of arcane rings floated above the city like floating rings. The structure, like a magic circle module, makes the city full of three-dimensionality, and you can see hill-like rocks floating in the sky. Those huge rocks are not the city's defense system, but rather a high-end residence in today's era, a floating castle that integrates residential strategy. If the size and specifications are larger, they have another name, the Sky City. A secret courtyard, a city that combines magic and technology elements. The main architectural color is the word vulgar. All kinds of splendor, all kinds of dazzling colors, like the city that never sleeps. In the 1950s and 1960s, the air seems to be filled with the sweetness of neon colors. Walking on the street, the succubus carrying shopping bags, some look like cute humans, and some have hoofs and horns, showing their true colors. The horned demon commander wearing a dress and riding a muscle motorcycle. The siren floating in the air, humming a tune. The evil demon greeted passers-by like a gentleman, but that face that really couldn't show a trace of kindness made people feel like they had encountered a perverted killer. The well-dressed humans, beside them, mostly leaned on some beauties with some non-human signs. The humans on the street were mostly middle-aged and elderly men, and a few human women often had some unconcealed arrogance. They generally had an impressive temperament. How to say it? Powerful and noble? Well, temperament is cultivated. Even if these people are not powerful and noble, they should be upper-class people who have been welcomed for a long time and grew up in wealthy families with good family conditions. Everything in the city in front of him stunned Mu Hua. Yongye territory, the city of forgetfulness? This is really enough to forget worries. Where is this ghost courtyard? Standing in a corner of the street square, Mu Hua looked at the surrounding buildings with luxurious decorations, and asked Nick in a spitting manner. The entrance to the courtyard is in an island country in the Western Hemisphere. Nick seemed to appreciate Mu Hua's inexperienced look. You said that the courtyard master here is vigorously developing the entertainment industry, and humans and demons coexist here? There are even many humans here who have become partners with succubi? The courtyard master here is also a succubus. How can humans not cause trouble here? Although Mu Hua has heard of relatively harmonious courtyard masters, what the hell is the coexistence of humans and demons? Speaking of which, demons are very cruel, but human bad natures are also varied. When fighting against cruel monsters, humans will show passion and excitement. Friendship, family affection, love, sadness, all kinds of emotions can be played out by humans. Anyway, it is full of positive energy. But when humans encounter more gentle species, the mentality of being the master of the house will not be restrained for long. Let alone other species. Even if they are of the same species, humans will not restrain themselves when they encounter the same species without guns. Mu Hua was very curious. How could such a harmonious courtyard master be allowed to live comfortably in Wangyu City? Haha, don't think about it. The courtyard master of Yongye territory is a Medusa of unknown strength, but she must be very powerful. Nick laughed. This courtyard is a private courtyard and is not open to the public. In addition to the citizens of Yongye Island, it is only open to some people with sufficient financial resources. I got a courtyard key thanks to Debbie. And the demons in this courtyard are mainly succubi, and they are all content with pleasure. The master of the courtyard here even applies the laws of human society. Humans can get some knowledge about hell from the demons here. The library here also has books that record the characteristics of various monsters. I heard that Queen Medusa here has some connection with the Adventurers Guild. In short, just treat this place as human society. As long as you don't cause trouble here, it may be safer than the human world. Nick explained. Demons do not represent evil, but chaos. Most of these guys are willful, and let themselves go. Succubi may be a relatively harmonious existence among demons. In addition to regular growth and cultivation, they also have more alternative means of growth, such as sex. Cultivation is too strenuous, and absorbing the emotional energy scattered from the outside world is also quite inefficient. Is there any problem that a bed can't solve? If so, just add another pillow. There are obviously more comfortable ways, and it can be good for everyone, which also means that the succubus doesn't need to swing his fist at every turn, nor will he look for someone to kill at every turn. But unlike the succubus, Medusa is definitely a hot-tempered master. This kind of demon who is a little bit noble, and likes to torture other creatures is very moody. In Mu Hua's opinion, the master of the courtyard here is definitely a peculiar among Medusas. A Medusa, who pulled out a group of succubi, set up a courtyard, and ran to the human world to set up a club and concentration? Mu Hua wisely gave up trying to figure out the mentality of the demon, thinking that he didn't understand the nature of chaos thoroughly enough. There are many little demons in this courtyard? Will there be any problem if I kill those little demons? Mu Hua suddenly asked a little off topic, and Nick was a little surprised. Yes, Mu Hua originally came to observe the human body art, but suddenly learned that there were a lot of little demons in the wild of this courtyard. Well, this guy seems to have been led astray. Problem? No problem? Nick said casually inexplicably. Demons like to lay eggs, you know that. There are many female demons here who have descended into their true form. They will throw their eggs into the wild. They don't care about the hatched little demons. If there are too many little demons, they will even hire people to clean them up. It is a unique selling point here to let some young people kill little demons to gain experience. But those little demons are also dangerous. If there are casualties, the managers of the courtyard will not be responsible. Well, don't go to the direction of the daytime river. That's Queen Medusa's royal city, and there are also some little demons there. I heard that those little demons were recruited and raised by the lord of the courtyard, and are under the protection of the lord of the courtyard. It doesn't matter where else, Nick explained. As the two of them talked, Nick brought Mu Hua to an ancient Roman-style temple. The Garden of Eden, a very cool name, looks like a solemn building from the outside, but inside, there are many beautiful ladies. This is a brothel. The huge space is decorated with carved beams and painted buildings, and the central dance floor is filled with mist, like clouds. The singing girls danced in the dance floor, and their dancing postures were seductive. Stepping into the temple filled with the fragrance of fruits, you will see another water area. The colored glaze restrains the water flow, and the temple seems to be surrounded by water, like a huge aquarium. The wandering sirens have become murals, and the soul-stirring singing is ethereal. Two gentle ladies came forward to hold Nick and Muhua, and their slender tails were wrapped around their waists, making their toes itch. "Gentlemen, welcome to the Garden of Eden. What services do you need?" The succubus lady who changed into a human asked the two. How much would it cost to open a bigger room and call some open-minded girls? Looking at the holy white stone pillars and sculptures in the hall, Muhua asked the succubus, who was receiving the two. It seems that you have accumulated a lot of pressure, sir." The succubus laughed softly, and her slippery tail rubbed against Muhua's neck teasingly, but it seemed that she did not touch the expected touch. Necromancer? "Sir, you need to relax here with us." Slightly surprised, it was Muhua who was wearing a bone shield, and the succubus comforted him softly. Muhua smiled softly and said nothing, and the succubus did not persuade him much, but her tail stopped harassing Muhua. She seemed not to like the feeling of being alone. "If you don't leave the Garden of Eden, the girls charge 1 demon gold coin a day. If you want to go to the casino, I can accompany you for free," the succubus said in a disgusted voice. "It's quite expensive. Under normal circumstances, the takeaway standard of the human girls in Loren is about 1,000 credit points. And a third-tier actress with excellent appearance comes out to deliver takeaways. If she provides normal service, it will only cost about 2,000 to 5,000 credit points. Well, here we are just talking about simple takeaways. It's not easy to generalize the emotional value. Combined with people's income issues, it is economical even for those who live in peace. Prostitutes don't make sense to be high-end. If you have fun with them, you will lose a month's salary. Such a world is a bit too much. The girls in Loren don't have diamonds, and the succubus girls here also charge 1 day. Muhua has seen the world of girls with diamonds. It's hard to say that the succubus girls, who charge 1 demon gold coin a day, are expensive. The most important thing is that the succubus girls are all professionals. They all learn the art of transformation. They usually choose some cyborgs as the medium of transformation. When cultivating those cyborgs, they attach great importance to appearance and body shape. I dare not say anything else, just from the starting point of Muhua's study of human body art. It is no exaggeration to say that the reference value of a succubus girl is definitely more than 100 normal girls randomly selected. Well, Muhua felt that it was right to find Nick. The succubus girls have all kinds of exquisite styles, so they should be able to find fewer. Arrange a larger room and find 100 girls first. Muhua is rich and powerful. As long as he does not patronize other consumption places here, he is still quite rich and powerful. The succubus was silent, and the smiling expression seemed to be restrained. "Sir, this is a serious entertainment place. Unless you want to escape the bill, we need to consider the health and safety of customers," the succubus girl advised kindly. 100 succubi? The receptionist felt that Muhua wanted to say goodbye to this world in a weird way. "No, it doesn't matter, 100 first. I just take a look, I won't do anything else." Muhua sighed at the professional ethics of the succubus and explained. The lady was silent, and looked at Muhua's lower body with a caring look. "Look, a good young man, there are so many things to do, but he has to become a necromancer. Now it's good, perverted, right? Succubi don't hate necromancers, but they don't like perverted necromancers. They can work and practice at the same time. Just take a look. Are you cursing the devil?" Nick on the side covered his face, his body trembling, as if he was suppressing laughter. Chapter 205. Muhua always thought that women with clothes looked better. In the luxurious guest room, after appreciating the succubus girls one by one, Muhua found that, in fact, they looked pretty good without clothes. In the clean and ambiguous room, the sweet air carried a little sulfur smell. The girls said that this was the smell of the sulfur hot springs in the Garden of Eden. Although it is said that there are many sulfur hot springs in the entire courtyard of Yongye territory, people with a little common sense will probably know that this should be the smell produced by a large number of excited demons gathering. The suite is like a single-family villa. At this time, there are many beauties in the living room. They are bored, but each of them shows their unique charm. Charming, cold, innocent, mature, all kinds of beauties are endless. The cost of this suite for 1 hour is 5 demon gold coins. In comparison, the appearance fee of 1 demon gold coin per girl seems a bit cheap. Beautiful women gathered together, chatting and laughing, or cuddling up to each other, in a pleasing scene, and from time to time, there were beauties coming in and out of the bedroom and the living room. The beauties who entered the bedroom often had curiosity on their faces, and when they came out of the bedroom, their faces were often flushed with excitement. Nick was kissing and kissing some young ladies in the living room, and every time a succubus came out of Muhua's bedroom, Nick's expression would be a little weird. Could it be that hellhounds are really so popular? Should we also find a way to raise one? Nick thought to himself. Hellhound? Why is there a role for it in this scene? Well, Nick brought Muhua to the Garden of Eden, where there were already many succubi open for business. These succubi were very open-minded and could accept all kinds of sex-related games. They were prostitutes, professional ones. Muhua came here to study the structure of the human body. Originally, it was not a problem to find a few girls to strip naked. When they really got to bed, it was hard to say who would strip who. But who made Muhua order so many, and he only stripped clothes, not sex. For succubi, sex can make money, and is also a relatively alternative way of cultivation. It is a way to make money and grow at the same time. But you asked me questions and pointed at me, but you didn't really mean it. The succubus sister said that they sell their bodies but not their skills, and you can't do this. Succubus also has self-esteem. You let me take off all my clothes, and I also posed in various coquettish postures. If you don't want to ride me, I can ride you. But you don't do anything. You are just scolding the devil. This is killing the devil and destroying his heart. Muhua's behavior seriously affected the working mentality of the succubus sisters. Do the sisters lack 1 or 2 demon gold coins? You can't do this, even if you pay more. But at this time, there are still hundreds of succubus gathered in the suite where Muhua is, and they are still looking forward to entering Muhua's bedroom. As for the reason, it is probably directly related to the hellhound next to Muhua, who has no desire to live. Young man, do you like this arc? This size will inevitably sag a little when standing, but it can form an attractive arc. It does not affect the appearance. And you see, it can also form a very beautiful shape when you bend over. A tall and sexy young lady held her chest with both hands, waited with a very natural movement, and said to Muhua, "Well, not bad. Come, turn your back, let me see your knee bend, your feet are also beautiful." Muhua studied the young lady with a succubus tail for a while, and said, "Knee bend? Or do you want to see something else?" The succubus licked her red lips, and turned around to cooperate while speaking. Ambiguous? Well, it's impossible to be ambiguous. In the eyes of the succubus, Muhua was like a lich studying corpse demons, and her big watery eyes were full of excitement, but she was staring at the hellhound lying on the ground pretending to sleep. Hee Monday? I have to say, hellhound, you have earned a resounding name. A hellhound that becomes a human's dependent. You will become the pride of the hellhound family. So, sir, are you done? If you like my feet, I think I can put them on the head of the hellhound, so that you can see more clearly. After being groped by Muhua for a while, the succubus girl walked towards Monday while talking, cautiously but excitedly walking to Monday's side. She kicked Monday tentatively with her feet first, and seeing that the huge hellhound like a brown bear was still lying on the ground pretending to be dead, the succubus girl stepped on Monday's head with her beautiful feet. I stepped on it, I stepped on it, I stepped hard. The succubus face was flushed, Monday was trembling, and even the snake's tail was trembling. Obviously, the interaction between the two was not so harmonious. The reason why the succubus girls agreed to become Muhua's reference material for learning was because Muhua could let them humiliate a hellhound. Well, the succubus girls in the Garden of Eden didn't mind having sex with Muhua, but they didn't quite accept Muhua's vulgar requests. Even if there are 1 or 2 people willing to play with Muhua, 1 or 2 people are far from satisfying Muhua's needs. Well, Muhua needs a lot of learning materials, different styles, different combinations, and even needs to understand the specific shapes and structures of some private parts. The creation of all things includes the art of creating magical life, which naturally also includes the racial body of constructing magical life. And to meet the material needs, it only needs the concepts that exist in Muhua's consciousness, even if it is subconscious. It can complete the embodiment of the body of the magical life according to Muhua's will, and its effectiveness can be said to be convenient. But no matter how convenient it is, the person who controls the art must have a trace in his consciousness. It is not impossible to imagine it out of thin air, but the details will definitely not be in place. Muhua is more serious and meticulous in this regard. The ladies disagreed and were reluctant to pay more money. They also have extraordinary professional ethics in this regard. The two sides couldn't reach a consensus with their irrelevant arguments, and it turned out that Tuesday gave Muhua an idea. Is there any problem that a hellhound trampled by demons can't solve? Good, as expected. When Muhua said that he had a hellhound as a follower, the ladies all came. 100 people were selected, and nearly 200 came. The extra part didn't charge. They were all art lovers who were willing to devote themselves to art. The only request they made, well, was to step on the hellhound a few times. Muhua, deeply felt the bad reputation of the hellhound in hell. These guys were famous for their arrogance. Being able to bully a hellhound seemed to be full of temptation to the succubus of the Garden of Eden. The succubus girls were willing to give what they wanted, but their requirements were not high, just a few sarcastic remarks to Monday. Even if they slapped or stepped on, they were all human bodies, which was not painful for the thick-skinned Monday. After all the trouble, Muhua no longer had a conceited understanding of cup sizes. He understood everything about flat chest, disc, water drop, hemisphere, cone, slightly drooping, etc. The succubus taught everything about calf proportion, shin point, maximum circumference, and some exercises suitable for adjusting the proportion of the three measurements. As for Minchi and the like, well, it's better not to talk about it. That thing is not very interesting, just know it yourself. In general, Muhua gained a lot of knowledge in a short period of time. With the help of a group of succubi, Muhua, the ruler of the hellhound, completed the evolution of an old driver in one step and became a great artist with real talent and knowledge. Ahem. It's almost enough, anyway. This guy has learned a lot. And behind all this, the biggest contributor is Monday, who is trembling all over and trampled by hundreds of exquisite feet. For this, Muhua gave Monday 100 units of Philosopher's Stone as a reward. Guzi said that the hellhound can bend and stretch. It is really a real man. Hee hee, sir, actually we still have a lot of time. I think we can still do a lot of things. Trampling Monday made the succubus blush, rubbing against Muhua, and the lady hinted. No, thank you. Please go out and inform the next person. Muhua pointed to the bedroom door, with a scholar's serious face. The young lady looked disappointed, and her white jade feet rubbed Zhou Yi's head reluctantly for a few more times, and then she left the room reluctantly. Zhou Yi's narrowed eyes were full of evil, and he regarded these succubi in front of him as philosopher's stones. The young lady was very attractive, but, after all, she was still a succubus. Muhua didn't have any virgin complex, but who knew what this succubus had written? Seeing her excitement when she stepped on Zhou Yi, if this young lady had been ridden by a hellhound, Muhua felt that it was a bit unacceptable. And he was no longer the same person he used to be. As for the young lady, if she wanted any style, she could just make it herself. Chapter 206. Since coming to Loren Star, this is the first time that Muhua has come into contact with a semi-enclosed courtyard like Yongye territory. The entrance to the courtyard is located in a remote island country. The owner of the courtyard here did not invade the human world to touch the bottom line of mankind, but he also occupied the teleportation array at the entrance of the courtyard and established the forgetful city where humans and demons coexist in the courtyard. A city that focuses on entertainment and leisure, just like the gambling city of Las Vegas. The aesthetic taste here is mainly human, and you can enjoy the luxury of the world here. Of course, unless you are a citizen of this island country, otherwise, if you want to enter here, the premise is that you are a luxurious person yourself. And people like Nick who have the courtyard key can bring some friends here to play as a guarantor, and Muhua belongs to this situation. The public security of Forgetful City is quite good. It is safer than some areas where gray industries are concentrated in the human world. There is even a goddess of justice enshrined here. I don't know how the Adventurers Guild influenced a powerful Queen Medusa. However, judging from some information gathered from the succubus lady, the courtyard master does not seem to be very interested in the human world. She seems to use this courtyard as a reserve for military personnel. The strength of the demon genes is beyond the reach of the blacks. Even if they are mixed with other species, the eggs hatched are still little demons. There are many probabilities for normal gestation. Female demons here basically do not give birth to offspring, but they will lay eggs wantonly. The courtyard master will select some highly qualified beings from the hatched little demons to raise. And the demons that have completed their evolution in this courtyard and grown into a strong race will be sent back to hell by the courtyard master at all costs. There is almost no real war in Yongye territory. It seems that the owner of this courtyard has put more energy into hell. This place is like her leisure work. Her battlefield is in hell. The succubus ladies that Muhua has come into contact with don't know much about this big guy. Even most of them have never really seen the owner of this courtyard. But many demons here speculate that their queen is likely to be a real demon lord. The world is so big that there are all kinds of wonders. This courtyard called Yongye territory makes Muhua feel very magical. Of course, when Muhua learned a lot from the succubus ladies, he seemed to be thinking about the little demons outside Wangyu City again. Nick, are you sure you want to stay here? After appreciating nearly 200 succubus ladies, Muhua looked at the 5 beauties left by Nick in the living room and asked Nick. Of course. Mu, you are an adult now. We should take a bath, and then go to the casino to play a few rounds. Or we can visit the auction house here. There are also some magic items that are rare in the outside world. If you are interested in Warcraft, we can also go to the hunting ranch to order Warcraft cubs. I heard that we can even order dragon eggs here. Why do you have to go to those little demons? Nick said with a little dandy, holding the two women beside him. Mu Hua just finished admiring the graceful figure of the succubus lady, and turned around to poke the little demon that might be someone else's cub. Nick was very troubled by this. It's not that no one comes here to poke the little demon, but the level of the little demon is originally low, and the little demons here are all native bodies, lacking experience and not dropping anything. Except for some young people with low personal levels. Even if they think the little demons are rampant, the demons who manage the Night of Songs usually organize the cleanup themselves. The demons here will also organize the little demons that are raised to kill other little demons. This will allow the little demons with higher potential to increase their levels and strength. It's cruel, but this is the style of hell. Don't look at the succubus sisters, who are delicate after transforming into humans, but they don't feel uncomfortable at all when it comes to killing little demons. Hee, Nick, don't believe in flying dragon eggs. A succubus nestled in Nick's arms laughed. Dragons have bad tempers, but they can be trained to be pretty good flying mounts. We will try to tame every captured dragon, and only those that cannot be tamed will be sold. And those selling dragon eggs on the street are either dead eggs or devil eggs. With your body, even if you get dragon eggs, I don't think you should hatch them. The slender fingers drew circles on Nick's chest. The woman giggled, and Nick raised his eyebrows. That's better than him going to the wilderness to kill those little demons, right? Hot springs, casinos, wilderness restaurants, aren't there these? Nick said unhappily. He understands these things. It seems that the dragons are just him fooling Mu Hua. Haha, I'm a necromancer, and the corpses of little demons can be refined into ashes. The woman is charming but not gorgeous. Although her character is unknown, her temperament is well grasped. Mr. Mu Hua, the environment outside the city is basically primitive. As long as you don't go to the royal city Sanxi north of the Baizhou River, you can go anywhere else. Of course, those little bastards are also very cunning. You'd better pay attention to your own safety. You can go to the governor's house to hire some guards to accompany you. The price of hiring those vulgar guys will probably be a little more expensive than ours. The succubus in Nick's arm said to Mu Hua. Little devils, that is, little monsters, and there is no need to say more about monsters. This word is originally an insulting name for demons, implying a hybrid of mixed blood and alienation. The area of Yongye territory is nearly 1 million square kilometers, which is roughly equivalent to a larger province in the human world. Although it can only be regarded as a small or medium-sized courtyard in a regular courtyard, the area is definitely not small. Because of the special business model, there are almost no mid-level monsters, or above here, who are enemies of humans. It is rare to come to a courtyard where little devils are rampant. Mu Hua's attention to these little devils is definitely more than that of the succubus here. These little devils can smelt the skill stone of the magician's hand, and they also have a certain probability of smelting the crystal of intelligence. I'm planning to go out of town for a walk. Are you sure it's okay to stay here? Faced with Nick and the succubus singing the same tune, Mu Hua asked seriously. Nick looked at ease, so he thought there should be no problem with the public security here. But Nick himself was suicidal enough. Putting him among a group of succubi who were eager to satisfy their desires, public security, and the like seemed not to be enough to guarantee this guy's safety. Hee, Mr. Mu Hua, don't worry, we are the best brothel in Wangyu City. Ensuring the safety of our guests is our first principle, safety in all aspects. As if she had guessed Mu Hua's thoughts, the succubus said clearly. Mu Hua raised her eyebrows slightly. There was nothing wrong with what she said, but why did she seem a little proud when she mentioned the brothel? Is it because of the word best? Don't try to guess what women are thinking. Mu Hua doesn't understand the succubus's thoughts. Oh, don't worry, Mu, I won't take you to a dangerous place. Of course, the premise is that you don't go looking for danger yourself. Seeing that Mu Hua didn't refute the succubus's words, Nick smiled suddenly. Okay, you should be careful. Then we meet here later. Mu Hua said helplessly. Later? How long are you going to stay here? Nick looked at the time. It was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Stay for another day and see. I have to go to the academy for class tomorrow. Mu Hua hesitated. You want to spend the night in the wild? Nick questioned, and was glad that he didn't agree to accompany Mu Hua to go crazy. I can see at night, and have enough guards. Mu Hua nodded and asked the succubus to upload a map of the courtyard to his adventurer terminal. Mr. Mu Hua, we are forbidden to shoot images here. The succubus reminded. It is actually possible to block the camera function of the adventurer terminal here? Mu Hua said unexpectedly after being reminded by the succubus. I don't understand this, but even if you use other equipment to shoot and transmit it to the outside, it may cause you trouble. When the succubus shook his head, Mu Hua looked at Nick. Well, some people who patronize here will also use some means to prevent the situation here from spreading in the human world. After all, not everyone likes this place. For example, some women. Nick spread his hands and said. Mu Hua suddenly realized that, well, most women should not like their men to go to such a place, and this level of information blockade is quite necessary. Mu Hua waved his hand and prepared to leave. Before he left the room, he was stopped by a succubus. Sir, you can actually leave the hellhound here. As long as you follow the rules here, demons will not be rejected here. Mu Hua was silent. Looking at the succubus lady who seemed to be in high spirits, he glanced at Nick again. Monday? Monday had returned to the Abyss Island to soothe his fragile heart after Mu Hua finished his studies. The hellhound is a dog in Mu Hua's eyes, but in the eyes of the succubus, it is a demon. Since it is a demon, no matter what it looks like, it is basically the same kind, the kind that can be a partner. The succubus in front of him seemed to want to play happily with Monday. Shaking his head, Mu Hua turned and left without saying a word. He became more taboo about the succubus lady here, hoping that they just wanted to step on the dog's head and would not have any other thoughts about a hellhound. Chapter 207. The Forgotten City is like a bright pearl in the wilderness. The arcane ring suspended in the sky constitutes the upper structure of the city. It is an area that Mu Hua and Nick are not qualified to set foot in. When viewed from a distance, some floating castles are connected to the periphery of the arcane ring. This is a city that perfectly integrates technology and magic. Compared with the neat and mysterious Forgotten City, the area outside the city maintains a natural environment where plants grow wildly. This is definitely not intentional. I am afraid that no one takes care of it, and no one pays attention to the things outside the city. Except for a relatively straight road running through the entire courtyard, there are basically no traces of artificial construction in the area near the Forgotten City. Even this road looks like it was swept out by some powerful magic. The primitive natural environment breeds a large number of poisonous insects, snakes and rats. It is said that the demons who manage the courtyard will also release some magic beasts in the courtyard. But even intermediate magic beasts are usually framed and killed by the little demons, who regard them as threats before they reproduce naturally. Well, the little devil is just a snack for most mid-level monsters, but the rice warehouse can also drown people. Daytime River, a river that seems to always emit a purple glow. This river is the main river of the Night Song territory, and it winds through all directions of the courtyard. The reason why this river emits a strange light is that the demons will throw demon eggs into the river, let them drift with the current, drift to various places in the courtyard, and also let the demon eggs hatch in the water. This is a river transformed from the blood sea of hell, and it is the cradle for the little devil. Although the color of the water is strange, it must be said that the river water in the daytime does not affect human drinking, and it even has a certain effect of improving human physique. As for the effectiveness, well, at least it is much stronger than the mineral water that Mu Hua praised in his previous life, but it always reminds Mu Hua of a group of cheaters, and Mu Hua is not interested in this river water. A large number of skeletons walk in the lush wilderness, and groups of ravens shuttle between the shady green trees. When these ravens fly and gather, they will form a flock of birds like a dark cloud. Leaving the city and stepping on this primitive landform, it is fortunate that Mu Hua has a face with a healthy complexion, otherwise the atmosphere he creates is definitely more like a lich than a human. The undead team composed of skeleton warriors and skeleton guards, even if the undead of this level gather in hundreds, will not cause the little devil to flee. The undead lance controlled by the wizard's hand floated beside Mu Hua. It was like a slithering venomous snake. Some little demons hidden among trees, grass and stones would often be pierced by the lance as long as they came into Mu Hua's sight. Skeleton guards summoned beasts, 50 dragon-tooth soldiers, more than 30 skeleton wizards, and hundreds of skeleton warriors regarded as cannon fodder by Mu Hua. These undeads hunted in groups of 3 or 5. In addition to the skeleton wizards following Mu Hua, other skeleton undeads would occasionally drag back some dead or half-crippled little demons, so that the skeleton wizards could harvest experience. Mu Hua had a lot of experience gems, but he didn't plan to use them on the skeleton wizards, at least before they were unable to improve their own experience. A considerable number of skeleton undeads, scattered, also had a sense of grandeur. In fact, Mu Hua still has more skeleton warriors, but he has not found a place where the little demons are more densely packed. Releasing more will delay the exploration speed. Little demons are different from goblins. Strictly speaking, little demons cannot be considered social creatures, because they have a very strong need for evolution, and at this stage, eating their own kind is very helpful for demons to clarify their own bloodline. Just like simple addition and subtraction, a little demon with the blood of the flame demon can improve its flame demon bloodline by eating a little demon with the same bloodline. If it eats enough, it can make the flame demon bloodline stand out among their many bloodlines. But except for the dominant bloodline directly inherited from the previous generation, the little demons don't know what other bloodlines they have. As the saying goes, only children make choices. Little demons, they want them all. Since there is no choice, why not try to eat more? This also leads to the possibility that the little demons may be stabbed in the waist by their own kind at any time. Unless they encounter a threat that requires them to gather together, they will choose to live alone most of the time. Generally, when the skeletons gather together, the attributes of the skeletons of all levels are very even, because those that are not even will be killed by them. When more than a dozen little demons gather together in a relatively comfortable environment, if there is no corresponding restraint, these little demons may all be eaten by one of them in a few days. This kind of survival atmosphere of absolute survival of the fittest may also be the fundamental reason for the formation of the demon's cunning and cruel character. For Mu Huan now, little demons are easy to kill, and they are much safer than the little demons who can cast fireball magic. However, due to lack of concentration, Mu Hua could not find the feeling of slaughtering happily. He walked along the direction of a section of the river leading to the Daylight River, stopping and starting, and waiting for the skeleton warriors chasing the fleeing little demons to catch up from time to time. Occasionally, flying winged demons can be seen in the sky, and most of them will watch curiously when they observe the undead team on the ground. When they confirm the existence of Mu Hua, the human, those winged demons often leave directly. Until the night is approaching, Mu Hua arrives at the river. As the succubus lady in the Garden of Eden said, there are more little demons gathered along the banks of the Daylight River. The Daylight River should have been transformed by the Lord of the Courtyard in some way. This river is very suitable for hatching demon eggs, because many demon eggs will hatch in the Daylight River, compared to attacking those of the same kind who are also fatal threats to them. Many little demons in the courtyard will lurk by the water to sneak attack those little demons that have just hatched. This is a world full of barbarity and cruelty. Compared with the aggressive little demons in the wild, the higher-ranking demons in this courtyard are surprisingly harmonious. Contradictions and chaos filled the wilderness, and along the way, he harvested some attribute crystals and several magician's hand skill stones. Mu Hua seemed to have become a cruel member of this wilderness. Hey! Look what I see. A necromancer. A rude and somewhat teasing shout came. The Daylight River is not a small ditch. Mu Hua asked the undead to search for nearby little demons along the river. In the river with a width of more than 10 feet, on a ship docked, a horned demon commander saw Mu Hua driving the undead. Human, take care of those dirty dead spirits. This is the first time I see a necromancer in Yongye territory. I thought you were only interested in bones and corpses. Making eye contact with Mu Hua, the horned demon commander led a team of low and medium-level demons of mixed races towards Mu Hua. Horned demon commander, a strong demon with an adult height of 4 meters. Commander is not their position, but the name of this group. This kind of demon belongs to the middle-level demon, but its strength can generally reach the level of high-level monsters. They have thick demon horns, strong physiques, and are good at close combat. Because they are almost immune to all mental interference magic, whether it is Arachne's charm, the fear of the headless knight, or the hypnosis of the nightmare, they will not have adverse effects on them. They can even ignore the dragon's might. So they are usually appointed as frontline commanders, like military supervisors on the battlefield, which is the origin of their name of commander. The number of demons led by the horned demon overlord is not large, more than 30 hell werewolves, more than 10 claw demons, a spider demon still in spider form, and 2 Lania demons similar to Medusa. This is also a demon hunting team. Their purpose is the same as Mu Hua's, which is to hunt little demons. According to the habits of the human world, they should be regarded as public servants in this courtyard. Little demons do not only attack little demons, they will attack any creature by setting traps. The little demons gathered by the river are also more troublesome. There will also be people like the horned demon overlord in this courtyard. They will clean up the little demons regularly. While killing little demons, they will also collect the bodies of little demons, and these bodies will be used to feed some of the little demons they have raised. So that demons with relatively good bloodlines will be born among those little demons, and then the Lord of the Courtyard will select those suitable for being subdued and raised. The owner of this courtyard doesn't seem to be obsessed with the emotional power provided by humans. This place is like her demon breeding farm. And judging from the fact that she mainly chooses female demons, maybe this is just her spare time work. What? What's the problem? Facing the approaching horned demon commander, Mu Hua was cold and a little cautious. Although it is said that in this courtyard, the official demons should be non-threatening to humans, but who can say for sure about these demons? Chapter 208. So Willard, what are you doing? Leave that human. Since there is a necromancer here, let's go somewhere else. Encountering a demon hunting team, Mu Hua was looking at the horned demon warlord, and a succubus shouted at the horned demon warlord in the distance. A succubus who seemed to be the leader of this team, wearing a handsome open robe over exquisite leather armor. Although many demons always don't wear clothes, it's because their lives are full of fighting, and ordinary clothes can't withstand the tossing of them in battle. And the aesthetics of demons are absolutely no problem. Whether it's clothes or hellstyle equipment, the clothes that can make demons wear them usually don't make humans feel vulgar. A succubus with a cold temperament, if it weren't for her arched animal hoof calves, she would be a very beautiful woman. The body of an adult succubus is generally about 2 meters and 5 meters tall, and the demon wings are gathered at the waist, as if she was wearing a battle skirt. It seems that the succubus in front of her is quite dissatisfied with the horned demon warlord, who seems to think that he is threatening humans. No, you asked us to get off the boat. It should be this human who left. Look, a necromancer with a skeleton warrior. I want to ask him if he wants to buy some corpses of little demons. He can follow us, so that we don't have to carry the corpses of those little bastards back and forth. The horned demon warlord shouted at the succubus, then bit his waist, lowered his body, and grinned at Mu Hua. TSK, a pretentious bitch. When I learn the art of transformation, I hope she can be so arrogant when she climbs into my bed. I don't know if he felt that he was insulted or just being familiar with others. The horned demon warlord lowered his voice and said to Mu Hua. A ferocious demon face approached, and Mu Hua almost poked it with his undead lance. The horned demon commander had long arms that almost reached the ground, and his body was somewhat similar to that of a gorilla, and his wrists were as thick as the waists of ordinary humans. Huge palms and thick wrists, but with its strong body, the overall coordination was not abrupt. The succubus's body was close to that of a human, and among humans, it was at most a big woman. But the horned demon commander was a big guy, with a body of more than 4 meters tall, and the overall size looked 3 or 5 times that of a succubus. True devil muscle man. I think its little brother is also big, and maybe only humans think that the bigger the thing, the better, and I'm afraid its thing is not the style that succubus likes. If this guy didn't learn the art of transformation, I think the succubus wouldn't take the initiative to climb into his bed. Shut up, idiot, those are dragon teeth soldiers. Don't go and provoke a necromancer with dragon teeth soldiers, bastard. Maybe it heard the muttering of the horned demon commander, but when the succubus approached, her tone became more and more vicious, and she cursed. Huh? As the succubus cursed, the horned demon commander's expression froze. But it quickly took 2 steps back and distanced itself from Mu Hua. And the demons around it, who had originally had strange smiles on their faces, also restrained their pretended ferocious expressions, and quietly moved away from Mu Hua. To create dragon teeth soldiers, at least you need the teeth of an evil dragon, and they can't be broken or fallen off. Necromancers are good at cursing, and they are better at tormenting souls than some demons. At least these demons need to be cautious of the necromancer who can get dragon teeth. A necromancer who comes to kill little demons, haha, human, can't the girls in Wangyu City satisfy you? If you want to listen to the wailing, I suggest you go to the Rebellion Forest, where there are more little demons, and you can open the Death Sky Curtain at will. The horned demon warlord's eyes flashed with brightness, and he said tentatively, the Death Sky Curtain is also called the Death Curtain, which is a higher-level undead magic, an existence above high-level magic. The horned demon warlord seemed to say it casually, and he was carefully observing Mu Hua's expression. Oh, why don't you let me go there to blow the wind of aging? Mu Hua sneered. Do you have the bodies of little demons on your ship? Sell them? Ignoring the temptation of the horned demon warlord, Mu Hua asked. No, those are the feed we collected, and we don't want to waste time on such things. The horned demon warlord shook his head. You can follow us to pick up some bodies. If you need more, you should go to the Rebellion Forest. Unable to figure out Mu Hua's background, the horned demon warlord seemed honest and said to Mu Hua. With the mastery of the creation of 10,000 elements, Mu Hua's perception ability became more and more sensitive. Even without the identification technique, he could roughly sense the magic breath and physical strength of the horned demon general in front of him. The horned demon general still had the breath of the fire element on him, and his strength should be lower than his. Mu Hua was not afraid of the big guy in front of him. His confident and casual attitude also made the Horned Demon General completely put away his contemptuous attitude. However, no matter how much he despised, the devils always had bad intentions. Look, the seemingly honest Horned Demon General was whipped by the succubus as soon as he finished speaking. The long thorn whip with a metallic luster made the Horned Demon General scream and flee. And the demons no longer cared about Mu Hua. In a blink of an eye, they followed the Horned Demon General to the dense weeds and forests by the river. Human, there are some of all demons in the Rebellion Forest, and one of them is a group of shadow demons that is very dangerous. Don't go there at night. Even here, you should hire more guards. The succubus drove away the demons as usual, looked at the skeletons around Mu Hua, and said coldly, Thank you for reminding me. Mu Hua felt a little uncomfortable. When encountering a succubus without human household registration in the wild, according to convention, it seems that you should shoot first to see if you can make a hole in her body. Mu Hua is somewhat unaccustomed to friendly exchanges with strange demons in the wild. Nothing, since they are going to clean up here, then you can go to another place. It's not safe in the wild at night. Although the Lord stipulates that humans cannot be harmed actively, there are also thugs and murderers among you humans, right? You should go back to the city to enjoy a comfortable night. Yongye territory should not be a place for you to hunt demons. The succubus frowned and looked at Mu Hua, shaking her head and said, a succubus who seemed very decent. Mu Hua was also somewhat curious about the succubus in front of him. Okay, thank you again for your reminder. Here, this is for you. I wish you a comfortable night too. It was rare to meet a decent demon. Mu Hua smiled, and took out a feather of a bird in his dream, and handed it to the succubus. Huh? I like your gift very much. It's a pity that the medium of my transformation is not human. Otherwise, we should be able to spend a wonderful night together. Without cliché politeness, the succubus took the feather. Satisfied, the coldness gradually dissipated, the succubus raised the corners of her mouth, and a charming smile hung on her face. Well, that's really a pity. However, I feel that your cold and beautiful expression just now is better. Mu Hua twitched his mouth. He just said he was decent. Why did he start to flirt with men in the blink of an eye? She was able to specifically bring up the issue of the medium of transfiguration, so it was obvious that the species she could transform into was not in line with human aesthetics. Dreaming about bird tail feathers was not very helpful in combat, but such things that help to make the body and mind comfortable, giving them to female demons is like giving flowers to women, and is a good gift. After sending a feather, the cold and beautiful succubus began to look at Mu Hua and lick her lips. When she heard Mu Hua's comments on her expression just now, the succubus smiled even more. No, cold and beautiful is not good, only. Yes, loser, you humans have this word, right? Only losers like cold and beautiful women. Don't care what you say, your rich people all like coquettish ones. At least they will like coquettish ones for longer. The succubus smiled coquettishly, taking advantage of her height advantage, and lifted Mu Hua's chin with her fingers, as if she was appreciating Mu Hua's stunned expression. Well, actually I don't know much about rich people. After a brief moment of shock, Mu Hua dodged the succubus's teasing, and said with his hands spread out, you have a wild smell on you, but I don't hate it. The succubus looked at Mu Hua carefully, and was a little confused. Then do you want to know what rich people like? We have a lot of time, whether here on the boat or in bed. Getting close to Mu Hua, the succubus glanced around and pointed at the ships on the riverside, which seemed to be ready to pounce at any time, causing Mu Hua to retreat again and again. No, believe me, I met more than 180 young ladies in the Garden of Eden today. I don't need to know about rich people now, I need to rest more. Mu Hua dodged and felt uncomfortable. He seemed to feel that he didn't mind riding the succubus in front of him, which made him very uncomfortable. It was very exciting, but Mu Hua was afraid of leaving a shadow. After all, he didn't know what she had ridden. The arrogant smile, with a bit of wantonness, was transmitted between the wilderness riverbank. From the trembling chest outline, Mu Hua, who had already completed his studies, could easily guess the beautiful shape under the clothes. He was a little flustered. Who said that the demons in Yongye territory were not dangerous? The succubus here seemed to be more fierce than the goblin general. Chapter 209. Succubus Tarami, the name of the succubus Mu Hua met in the wild. Dreaming of bird feathers should be a very gentle little gift for demons, and because of a dream of bird tail feathers, Tarami developed a good impression of Mu Hua. This good impression has nothing to do with love or something like that. It is mostly kindness and friendship. Although Tarami seems to pounce on Mu Hua at any time, this behavior is more of a friendly expression, and she will not force Mu Hua to do anything. How to say it? It can probably be understood as the male best friend of some human women, although most women try their best to claim that the friendship between them and their male best friends is pure. But let's not talk about eating grass near the nest is originally human nature. In fact, women's attitude towards things like sex is not too casual than men. Compared with some seemingly innocent women, fairies are often simpler. The values of succubi are not much different from those of human women, except that they have removed more showmanship, especially when it comes to sex. If she likes you, she will obey you in sex and will not overload your waist. If she doesn't like you, she will make you shiver more during sex, which makes you feel good and she feels good too. If there is something wrong with your body, well, the word waste probably explains all the expressions. Rejected Tiramisu's invitation to a friendly fire. Succubi are too unrestrained in this regard, and Muhua is still a little bit unacceptable. Tiramisu did not pester Muhua, and left Muhua her contact information, and told Muhua that if he encountered any problems in the Forgotten City, he could try to contact her. Muhua never thought that he would exchange contact information with a succubus, and Tiramisu actually had an adventurer certificate. The adventurer certificate glowed with black light. Although I heard that this courtyard enshrined the goddess of justice, a group of demon adventurers. This world seemed to challenge Muhua's cognition all the time. The horned demon commander and his entourage were going to clean up the little demons here. Muhua said goodbye to Tiramisu, but did not go to the so-called rebellion forest. Originally, he came to investigate the actual situation in the wild, and Muhua did not make any preparations for high-intensity combat. Between the horned demon commander and Tiramisu, Muhua still chose to listen to Tiramisu's advice. The rebellion forest, just by hearing the name, you can tell that it is not a good way. According to Tiramisu's later explanation, some little demons, who are dissatisfied with living with humans, and do not want to be raised and killed will escape there. Over the years, many little demons have gathered there, and some of them have completed their evolution. They do not follow the rules set by the Lord of the Courtyard, and mark the rebellion forest as their own territory. Although there is no particularly strong existence, demons are different from goblins. They have a variety of mysterious talents. Even if their strength and magic are ordinary, those mysterious talents can also be very deadly threats under certain circumstances. However, no matter how mysterious it is always worse than Medusa's petrification. The reason why the rebellion forest has always existed is that the Lord of the Courtyard is too lazy to pay attention to it, and occasionally uses it as a place for her little demons to train and fight. This is also the reason why Muhua said to Rami to dream of bird feathers, mainly to thank her for her reminder, and also wanted to know more about the situation there. That place should be a treasure land for Muhua, because the demons there are basically born in this courtyard, that is, they are all real bodies. Among the known demon tribes, there are nearly 100 shadow demons there. Muhua is very interested in their shadow abilities, but the environment there is complicated, traps are everywhere, and there are many demons, so more preparation is needed. At the very least, we should equip our own skeletons with some guns and weapons, and choose a sunny day to go there to take a look. Yes, guns and guns. No one stipulates that mages cannot carry rocket launchers, right? They usually don't carry them because guns are not easy to use, but mostly because they think that the things are expensive, cumbersome, and not economical enough. If you don't believe me, give the mage a magic mecha and give him enough reserve energy. See if he uses it. The car is good, but the oil is too expensive. Of course, there are also places where cars are sold at unscrupulous prices. I learned more about this courtyard from Tarami. She knows more about Yongye territory, especially the situation outside Wangyu City, than those succubus girls in Eden Garden. This is a succubus who moved the battlefield from the bed to the wilderness. Compared with the ambiguous color domain, Tarami also likes blood and wailing. When I said goodbye to Tarami, it was already late at night. I found a relatively hidden place, and asked several skeleton warriors to dig a pit nearby to bury myself. Muhua opened the teleportation array and entered the Abyss Island. When Muhua entered the Abyss Island, there would be no traces of the teleportation array left in the outside world. Placing a few skeleton warriors around was also to prevent any accidents when returning. Those skeleton warriors were Muhua's followers. Muhua would feel them after their death, which was an alternative warning set by Muhua. The study is complete. Under the careful guidance of 100 or 200 succubus ladies, Muhua has made great progress in his studies. He is going to start creating magic life. It is too dishonest to have sex with someone. He dug the tightly bound angel out of the soil. Well, okay, there are no torture tools on the island for the time being. Muhua extracted magic metals from some low-level weapons, and made some chains. He was worried that the angel would break free. He showed her head on Monday and buried her in the pit again. When he washed the angel in the bathtub and was ready to kill her, Mu Hua hesitated again. It was not that he hesitated whether to take advantage of the opportunity. The main reason was that the creation of all things could fuse the life factors of multiple creatures. That is, it could create a body that fuses the flesh and blood characteristics of different races. Although there are limitations on compatibility and root strength, it is indeed possible to combine the life factors of multiple creatures to create a body with more potential for magic life. This is the first time that Mu Hua has created magic life, and his understanding of this aspect is still at the conceptual level. After a brief hesitation, Mu Hua did not break the angel's neck for the time being, but distributed all the fishing rods in his hand, ready to see if he could catch some monsters suitable for use as materials. Goblin, pass, this race has no future. Bull monster, meaningless, angels have the potential of dragon power, and bull monsters have no other value in front of angels except being eaten. Cultists, look like humans? Forget it, just melt it. Siren, affinity with water element can directly krypton elemental tears, but the sound is very nice, so keep it first. As some monsters were caught, Mu Hua found that the specifications of angels were really high. Undead monsters are melted directly, not to make liches. They are not suitable for magic life. I don't know how the magic dragon melted the skill stone of 10,000 qualities. Demon Baron, tut, big demon, good stuff. Can fly, adult elite, physical fitness 1700 plus, jam sweetheart's bullet can bite through his epidermis, but unfortunately the bullet will be stuck in the muscle, and the strength of the soul bullet is not enough. Although it has the characteristic of ignoring the magic in the flesh and blood, it is difficult to cause fatal damage. Can't handle it, throw the fishing rod. Four-winged angel, dodge bullets, throw the fishing rod again. Medusa, can't be provoked, keep throwing. Werewolf, with the power of the earth, I don't know if it is included in the life factor, stay and see. This is the first time Mu Hua has caught a werewolf. Blue-winged demon, this race looks weird, but when making the body of magic life, the appearance of the material does not need to be considered. In a few days, Mu Hua threw away 60 or 70 fishing rods, and caught many monsters that he couldn't afford to offend but made him drool. One of the phoenixes made him feel like he had thrown away 100 million demon gold coins, no demon gold nuggets. He wasted a lot of fishing rods, gained some knowledge, and also caught some new monsters. A werewolf, a siren, a low-level spider demon as big as a car, and a hellhound. These 4 bodies were left by Mu Hua. He stopped tossing around. He couldn't afford to offend most of the monsters that were suitable for strengthening the angel's life factor, and the angels were relatively comprehensive in all aspects. There was no point in him being able to fight against the monsters. Fishing stopped completely, and Mu Hua carried the angel to the arena. Ka-ba! He twisted the angel's neck. But the angel with a broken neck did not die. During the strong struggle, the broken neck had a tendency to recover. At this time, Mu Hua covered the angel's mouth and nose like a perverted murderer, controlling the broken neck and preventing it from recovering. It should be the effect of psychological factors. When the angel died, Mu Hua felt his muscles trembling uncontrollably, and sweat broke out on his forehead. This kind of thing is really different from simply killing a person. Chapter 210. Catastrophe. The process of creating life is like a catastrophe. Mu Hua is not sure whether there is a god, but he never thought that the process of creating magic life would cause a catastrophe of destruction in nature. Complex magic spells filled the three-dimensional space, countless magic arrays filled the arena, and also brought magic tides to the Abyss Island. As the source of everything, Mu Hua felt that the air around him had become sticky. Breathing that makes people feel stuffy, as if life will end at any time. This is a very dangerous environment, because this magic tide will get the response of the elements at any time. When the elements run wild with the magic tide, the flood of destruction, the sky fire that washes all things, the tremor that destroys civilization, and all kinds of disasters will appear in the inexplicable world. Perhaps this is the origin of the taboo of life. Magic life. Unlike the conventional construction workshop and the laboratory supplemented by a large number of scientific and technological equipment, Mu Hua's way of creating magic life can be described as extremely rough. The creation ritual constructed entirely by magic seemed to be materializing. When the ritual was unfolded, Mu Hua once lost control of the creation ritual. This creation ritual that relied on external magic also made Mu Hua tremble with fear. It was like dancing in a minefield. Mu Hua was really worried that this creation ritual would turn into an exploding nuclear reactor in the next moment. It was not until he tried it himself that Mu Hua clearly realized that his own strength was not enough for him to control this ritual. At present, this creation ritual that relied on rituals and external magic was also somewhat different. Well, how should I put it? Under normal circumstances, the creation spell linked by the creation of all things is like a mating and breeding between the caster and the world. The two are in love with each other, and finally the magical life is born from the root of the world. But Mu Hua's situation is a bit special. He climbed on the world while it was asleep and shivered. He is not sure whether the world will suddenly wake up and give him a slap in the face. Well, for the world, creating life is not a negative situation. To put it in a vulgar way, Mu Hua is almost like the guy who claimed to inject positive energy into his female subordinates. It's just that the object of his injection is the world. Positive energy usually doesn't get a slap in the face, but even if the world doesn't hit him, if people get a little excited, Mu Hua's body won't be able to withstand it. So Mu Hua can only carefully let the creation technique guide his consciousness, hoping that the outside world will not give him any too intense response, and try to end this creation as soon as possible. Soul creation. Thousands of soul fragments were invested, almost emptying Mu Hua's family assets, and a large number of soul fragments were transformed into a brilliant soul. Here we have to thank the magic dragon Aquamarine. If it hadn't contributed a large number of soul fragments, Mu Hua would not be able to create such a high standard soul. This kind of soul will hardly be rejected by any world. In other words, no matter which world, no matter where the root is, life with a brilliant soul will be recognized as part of the world. Even if the appearance is like an alien, the species in those worlds will not feel that their existence is abrupt. This aspect seems to have no direct impact on the life itself. If we talk about more specific aspects, the life with a brilliant soul can adapt to more energy systems, and have stronger cognitive and understanding abilities. The soul is in place, the devil's brain is in place, but when it comes to the physical link, it seems that there is a problem in this aspect. The rough but delicate flesh and blood are generated, the angel's body decomposes and dissipates in the magic circle, and the illusory life factor is like a brilliant galaxy in the magic circle. Countless starlight dots. When Mu Hua tried to put a lower-level spider demon into the magic circle, he found that the angel's life factor could not be combined with other life factors at all. Mu Hua was a little surprised. Sure enough, these angels are not ordinary lives. There are suspected traces of the transformation of the creation of all things in their life factors. Let alone the fact that the creation of all things cannot be recreated. Under normal circumstances, the life factor of the magic life can be understood as adding water to a measuring cup. The size of the measuring cup depends on the life strength of the life factor as the main body. Extracting the complete life factor of a spider demon is like adding half a cup of water to a measuring cup, and then putting the life factor of a werewolf into it, which may make the measuring cup a little fuller. And the caster can make different life factors react in the measuring cup to generate new life factors. The purpose of the caster must be to create a body with stronger carrying capacity, greater potential, and more life characteristics for the magical life. But don't worry about whether these life factors will conflict. Don't worry about whether they will become worse instead of complementing each other. In the end, some life factors can be added to this measuring cup until it is saturated. But the life factors of angels are different. Their life factors directly saturate the measuring cup. This is a life factor that has been transformed, and it is a relatively successful and perfect life factor. It has no room for benign transformation. Angels themselves are a kind of magical life? Mu Hua has no idea about this. If angels are magical life, then the creation of all things should not analyze their life factors, and Mu Hua did not find the magical brain area from the angels. But the life factors of angels can only create the bodies of magical life with the life structure of angels. That is, they can only create angels, not other species. Mu Hua was a little confused for a while. But now is not the time to think wildly. The creation technique is running step by step, and Mu Hua does not have enough ability to temporarily suspend its operation. Angels are angels, after all, angels' life factors are quite high-end. Concentrate your mind, the next is the highlight. The tentacles of the brilliant soul contact the devil's brain, and the memory is imported. Mu Hua begins to set her memory, personality, habits, preferences, etc. Kind, loyal, innocent, slow emotional response, dual personality, and a cold fighting style in combat. Based on a certain lady in her own memory, when the soul matches and merges with the devil's brain, and when the memory import is completed, the creation of the magic life soul is completed. The star-like life factors gather, and the soul and the devil's brain begin to merge with the life factors, and the former two seem to gradually dissipate in the starlight. Bone formation, because it is due to the angel's life factor. This process has no room for Mu Hua to intervene. After all, it is an angel template, and random intervention will only lead to the deterioration of the life factor. Mu Hua originally planned to transform the skeleton, and then use the Philosopher's Stone to purify the dead bones in order to achieve a skeleton with super strength. But at this time, this plan can be saved. According to his own height, Mu Hua made the girl in his memory a few points taller. The image introduced into consciousness again, the chest should be beautiful, the waist is thin and the hips are round. Combined with a height of 1.75 meters, the 88 centimeters chest is well proportioned and not lacking in flesh, and the specific shape, cough. This is not the point. The long pink hair falls to the hips, the green eyes have a faint red glow, and the psychic ring, that should be around the head, has become a shackle collar on the neck. This psychic ring is not a physical entity, but an alternative companion organ of angels. Angels are a special life that can be compatible with the practice of magic and divine arts. There is no need to discuss the difference between the two for the time being. The psychic ring is somewhat like the devil's horn. In addition to the power of faith, it can enhance the angel's perception of natural elements and the speed at which the angel gathers magic power. A pair of white wings spread out behind her, and a girl with a delicate face, a Terra life based on an angel, gradually solidified in the creation array. Huh? The wings fluttered lightly, as if shaking holiness. The girl slowly opened her emerald green eyes, as if she was born with the ability to fly. The girl, with her feet off the ground, slowly flew in front of Mu Hua, showing her gracefulness in Mu Hua's eyes without any concealment. Master, the universal angel for entertainment, Ikaros, salutes you. Chapter 211. Ikaros. This name is used in many places, in mythology, novels, and animations. It seems that humans are always very keen on tragic characters. However, the Ikaros created by Mu Hua is not tragic. He has nothing to do with tragedy, innocence, and warmth. He is simply missing his lost youth. Well, the lost youth in the previous life. Calling herself an all-purpose angel for entertainment, but actually an all-purpose angel for strategy. Her main job is to be cute and serve in bed, and her part-time job is to destroy humans. She is the queen of the sky of synapse. Mu Hua is very vulgar, and even pretends to have a dual personality. The former artificial angel has now been created by Mu Hua in the form of magic life. Well, it seems to be an artificial angel now. Possessing the brain of the devil and the brilliant soul, even if the life factor of the angel has some problems, she still belongs to the Terra clan, the superior of magic life. Although her appearance is no different from an angel, with wings and even a psychic ring, Ikaros is not a true angel. Magical life can grow, but there is no possibility of evolution. She cannot evolve into 4 wings or 6 wings like an orthodox angel. Her newborn physique is much weaker than a normal 2-winged angel, but she has the strange natural growth limit of the angel family. Name, Ikaros. Race, magical life. Level, 1. Life, 93%. Magic, 100%. Physical, 50. Intelligence, 50. Spirit, 50. Magical adaptability, SS. Distributable points, 0. Superstandard magic adaptability, a personal attribute with 1 more 0 than the human combat scum. The attribute is not high. There is no way. The magic life is basically like this. They are not born strong. But there is no talent, no skills, not to mention the standard self-healing of angels. There is not even any healing ability, blank talent and skills, which is different from what Mu Hua originally imagined. To be honest, Mu Hua was a little disappointed with his first work, not with Ikaros, but the life factor of the angel made him feel like chewing a mouthful of leftover steamed bun, and he felt indescribably awkward in his heart. But there is no way to be awkward. Who made him use the life factor of the angel at the beginning? Now, it's time to do something serious. What should a beautiful Ikaros do after being created? Well, of course, do whatever you want to do. For example, after confirming that Ikaros is fine, Mu Hua glanced at the small forest. There is no fresh here, and the details cannot be fully described. Although the attributes are beyond ordinary humans, Ikaros' physique is 50, and it is difficult for Mu Hua to play happily with her now. Come up and move by yourself is a safer choice. In the activities that were not as good as those of the outsiders, Mu Hua did not find the throbbing of youth, but was tangled. Fuck. Damn low-level shock immunity, it's totally useless. Although Ikaros was created based on her own memory, she is not the same as the Ikaros in the second dimension of her previous life. If anyone in her previous life saw her, they would only think of her as an angel with long pink hair, and basically would not think of her as the watermelon falling from the sky. But she is the Ikaros that best suits Mu Hua's heart. After all, the memory and appearance are all derived from Muhua's consciousness and cognition. She can be said to be a projection in Muhua's heart. Of course, while retaining most of Ikaros's personality traits, Muhua also deleted and tampered with all the original memories that did not suit his heart. Youth, as a man who is physically in adolescence, if he still talks about combat power and playing with flowers and moonlight at this time, then he is either mentally ill or physically defective. Moreover, magical life forms cannot be considered a strictly combat group. Ikaros, the universal angel for entertainment, is on duty. His first job, cough, is to take on the general rule. And Muhua also found out sadly that, regardless of whether he is on top or on the bottom, even if he is not fresh, his body seems to have real defects. Although they were just born, there is no strangeness between the two. They are a natural existence in each other's life. Originally, Muhua only moved a bed on the island. Now, the surroundings are empty, and Tuesday, who is a little unhappy, is lying on the bed. Not far away, Monday is also observing the interaction between Muhua and Ikaros. After a long time of tossing, Ikaros's feelings came, and finally ended the interaction comfortably. Muhua felt itchy in his heart, but the feeling that should have come didn't come. It's okay to say that there was no feeling at all. Although low-level impact immunity has a certain degree of self-control, the congested muscles are considered to be exerting force, and they are immune, no discussion. Now even if Ikaros uses all his strength, he can't shake Muhua, who has low-level impact immunity. Without 150+ strength, he can't bite him. Leaning on each other, Muhua stroked Ikaros's back, feeling uncomfortable, wanting to cry, but helplessly smiling bitterly. Forget it, the spiritual victory method, our ability is not something that everyone can ask for. And Ikaros will always grow up. If not, give her experience gems, and use free attribute points to increase her physique first. Youth, oh my youth in this life, this time it is really nothing. I saw the angel wings on Ikaros's back slowly retracted, and finally became a slightly convex wing pattern on her back, like a scar, which slightly affected the feel, but it was the angel's control over her own wings. A seemingly angel, because the life factor of the body is completely derived from the angel, Ikaros is very similar to the angel. The life factor of the angel has both advantages and disadvantages. As the highest level Terra clan among the magic life, Ikaros is indeed weaker in terms of physiological structure. You know, the attributes of the magic life will not be too strong when it is born. Under normal circumstances, regardless of whether it is transformation or creation, people usually choose some monsters with special talents as the medium blueprint of magic life. Sharp claws, joints that can detect bone spurs, inheriting the talent characteristics of the medium, and even demon wings, demon horns, etc. These are the directions that people pay more attention to when creating magic life. The magic life created with the angel life factor is very conventional, just a blank slate, basically equivalent to a human with higher talent. This is somewhat disappointing among the Terra family. However, the angel life factor also has advantages. Muhua cannot understand the application of the power of faith, but the natural growth limit of angels is very high, even if it is only a two-winged angel. Not only meditation, through eating and normal exercise, Ikaros's body will gradually strengthen during growth, and his own attributes can reach the level of a high-level angel. In other words, after analyzing the angels through the creation of all qualities, Muhua found that as a material for creating magic life, there is basically no difference between low-level angels and high-level angels. Muhua was originally just trying to create Terra life, which was somewhat suspected of being a practice. He could not afford to offend the upper demons, so he just made do with the double-winged angel. In addition to special talents, those who want to become upper demons are more likely to go for the natural growth limit brought by the higher life level. But the angel, a very strange race, also gave him an unexpected surprise. The high natural growth limit means that Ikaros has more ways to grow. As long as there is enough high-quality flesh and blood, Ikaros can grow faster. There is the devil's brain and the brilliant soul. Now the natural growth limit is up, and the growth potential of Ikaros, Terra, is also perfect. I heard that there are some artificial angels in the Holy Empire. When I understood the situation of Ikaros, Muhua guessed that in addition to the beautiful image of angels, the Holy Empire may also have taken a fancy to the potential of angel life factors. The potential is enough, but if there is no bonus of some innate abilities, artificial angels are still relatively weak in the face of high-level enemies. The Holy Empire usually equips artificial angels with mecha armor. Perhaps this is also their attempt to make up for the weakness of artificial angels when facing high-end combat forces. However, compared with those complicated compensation methods, This kind of thing is much simpler for Mu Hua. He has enough skill stones. Ikaros is a blank? No problem. When he first came to Loren, he was also a blank, just Krypton, permanent heir to her missiles. Well, Krypton a Thunder Dragon later, it should be able to be equipped. Absolute Defense Circle. Come on, an Absolute Isolation Array, the effect is awesome. Movable Armor. Purgatory Armor, I go fishing for the Hinnom Valley Demon Bugs later. Final Weapon Apollo? How about the last Doomsday Destruction? Uranus System. Spear of Plank, Flare, Wrath of the Thunder Emperor, no, Flame of Life might be more suitable. Variable Wing System. This is easy to do, spend money on flying skills, or get her a set of mecha suits, but mecha suits don't make much sense if you can't master the art of faith. Stroking Ikaros' long hair, and feeling the gradually even breathing of his own Sky Queen, Mu Hua has already started to think about what kind of skill stones he wants her to buy in the future. Yes, you can also buy some bite, it's mainly to improve physical fitness. At this time, Tuesday, who was also crawling on the bed and ignored by Mu Hua for a long time, snorted with dissatisfaction. You spent so much effort just for this? Master, this world is full of dangers. You shouldn't waste too much time on magical life. As long as I evolve again, I can let you enjoy endless pleasure, and all females will be insignificant. Tuesday hummed softly. Taking Ikaros off his body, Mu Hua did not push away Tuesday's head this time. Looking at Tuesday's posture, she seemed to want to bite it. Mu Hua, who was somewhat indecisive, planned to let her try. Heh, what do you know, this is youth. Bing Bing was cold and a little stressed. When Mu Hua raised his eyebrows and said, Ikaros in his arms narrowed his eyes and looked at Tuesday. Being held in Mu Hua's arms, the girl opened her eyes lazily, looking at Tuesday who seemed hostile to her. The cuteness on Ikaros' face gradually dissipated, red lines appeared in her green eyes, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. This is the strategic mode, going online? Chapter 212. Tuesday was quite satisfied with Mu Hua, because she had been lurking in Mu Hua's body for a long time, and she could clearly feel Mu Hua's extraordinary growth. Her master must have some secrets. His ability to analyze magic was too strong, and his attribute growth rate was even more devilish than that of a devil. As Mu Hua's dependent, she was also happy to see Mu Hua become stronger. After all, she and Mu Hua shared a common destiny. The stronger Mu Hua was, the more secure her survival would be. Mu Hua learned to create magical life. Although it was a bit unprofessional, he seemed to learn too fast. He had already created the magical life without waiting for Tuesday's advice. And Tuesday believed that with Mu Hua's growth rate, he would definitely find a way to break the shackles of life. Since he didn't waste his life, he could create it. It was okay for her master to like to have sex with magical life. It was healthy. But Tuesday didn't like magic life very much, because his master seemed to be a little too fond of the Terra clan named Ikaros. Although the Terra clan could not evolve, if she was given the Philosopher's Stone, it would also speed up her growth, and magic life could also use the Philosopher's Stone. Tuesday didn't like anyone who might get the Philosopher's Stone from Mu Hua. Looking at Ikaros being treated gently by Mu Hua, Tuesday was full of jealousy. If the master wanted to cultivate a poor Terra, how many Philosopher's Stones would this guy have to eat? Well, she was not jealous of Mu Hua's attitude, but was completely worried that the new friend would share her Philosopher's Stone. Ikaros can also use the Philosopher's Stone? Mu Hua, who had already figured out the nature of his family, asked. Yes, the use of the Philosopher's Stone by magic life is quite special. Although it cannot evolve, the Philosopher's Stone is a kind of food of quite high quality for them. Tuesday explained casually. Mu Hua does not know now, but it does not mean that he will not know in the future. Terra has been created by him, and Tuesday did not hide this matter. Just like you can improve your own attributes by eating some high-quality meat, magic life can also improve itself by absorbing emotional energy. It seems that only humans cannot directly use the Philosopher's Stone. In fact, she herself is also a kind of monster, and the life level of the big devil is higher than her, so I should be better than her. Tuesday pointed at Ikaros, and came to Mu Hua, but was pushed away by Mu Hua's delicate face without breath. Tuesday just bit him, and Mu Hua did not want Tuesday's lips to rub against him in the short term. The three of them slept in the same bed, and Ikaros was not ignorant. She had all kinds of cognition transmitted to her by Mu Hua. Since she was Mu Hua's follower, after confirming that Tuesday was not a threat, the girl did not care about the observation of a female undead on her, and just regarded it as serving Mu Hua together. Mu Hua set up an all-purpose angel for entertainment. In some aspects, Ikaros was very open. Of course, as long as she did not activate the strategic mode, her other personality was very cold and noble. Big demon? The type of big demon does not suit me. Even if it is oral, I don't like to see others picking toothpicks. Tuesday always advocated big demons, and Mu Hua said unhappily, as for big demons, let's not talk about other things. Their body size alone is not of the same standard as humans. Over 7 meters tall, that thing is like a humanoid mecha standing in front of humans, and it's better than Ikaros. It might be good to take it out to fight with others, but in other aspects, Mu Hua I can learn shape-shifting. Any style you want, you can choose. Tuesday's cold little hand stroked Mu Hua's chest, and rolled his eyes charmingly. Oh, shape-shifting. It seems that shape-shifting can no longer satisfy you? Tuesday's harassment is quite comfortable, Mu Hua smiled. Transfiguration is barely considered intermediate magic, but shape-shifting is defined as upper magic. In fact, shape-shifting is more dangerous, especially when it turns into a weak creature. If the devil of hell uses ordinary people as the medium of shape-shifting, when they become humans, a shotgun may still kill the devil of hell. In human society, succubi with legal identities will become human. This is not only to match the aesthetics of humans, but also a layer of insurance given by humans. Apparently, Tuesday thought that transfiguration was not worthy of her future identity as a great demon. Master, I don't mind transfiguration. In fact, I can also become a female. Monday came to the bedside at some point, squatted on the ground, and tried to please Mu Hua. Another guy who might take the Philosopher's Stone came, and Monday was a little flustered. Well, Monday is a male, and he is indeed a demon. But Mu Hua didn't seem to mind Monday watching him and Ikaros having sex. The main reason was that this guy's body shape made it difficult for Mu Hua to regard him as a person. Mu Hua was still relatively young after all, and he couldn't adapt to the perception of a demon for a while. He saw Monday as more like a pet. You, get out of here! Monday's flattery made Mu Hua's eyelids twitch. These bastards, what do they think of me? Although I did that to Ikaros in a hurry, it was mainly because of my youth. When Monday reminded him, Mu Hua shuddered for no reason. By the way, transfiguration is not an illusion. This magic is actually quite powerful. It can turn a hellhound into a human, so it makes sense that it can't turn into a woman, right? But the problem is... Cough, I'd better be careful when I meet a demon who uses transfiguration in the future. After all, demons have a wide range of sexual interests, and riding and being ridden are not that important to them. When they have a bad taste, a beautiful girl may actually be a male demon. Tuesday can help Mu Hua strengthen his soul, and Ikaros in front of him can be ridden by Mu Hua. Monday is a little worried that he will fall out of favor. It doesn't have the ability to strengthen the soul, but it seems, maybe, it can actually be ridden. Looking at Zhou Yi's big eyes rolling around, this guy actually had the idea of a real cross-dresser. Mu Hua confirmed that the Hellhound is a demon race with no moral integrity at all. TSK? Zhou Yi sneered, but it didn't seem to be too contemptuous. Are there any demons who do this? Mu Hua asked Zhou Yi. A lot, but most of them are out of interest. It's not common like this guy. Tuesday pointed at Zhou Yi and laughed. No, the undead can be considered, but male dogs can't. Ikaros, who was nestled in Mu Hua's arms, spoke, and his face was rarely serious. Ikaros' eyes flashed red, as if he would enter the strategic personality at any time. Zhou Yi, who was beside the bed, turned his face away disdainfully. This little thing is still very weak. If you dare to show your teeth, I will kill her. Monday thought to himself. Don't bully Ikaros in the future. Treat her the same way as you treat me. If you dare to cheat her, I will kill you. Mu Hua said to Monday, and turned to look at Tuesday. You too. Mu Hua's tone was serious, with a hint of cruelty in his expression. Although these two followers were usually well behaved in front of him, a demon and a mutant demon were not good things. If they didn't explain it in detail, they might accidentally take Ikaros' life. How can this be? Tuesday said aggrievedly. This is unfair. Don't followers have magic power? Monday protested. Nonsense, when she can kill you, I will ask her to do the same. Mu Hua said to Monday angrily. Tuesday is much better than Monday, because she always stays in Mu Hua's body, and can't cause any trouble. Her? TSK. Zhou Yi was disdainful. Ikaros seemed to feel her weakness, and rubbed Mu Hua's neck with her delicate face. Ikaros is not a robot. Magic life is also a life form recognized by the world. She has independent thinking. And she actually knows more about Mu Hua than Zhou Yi, such as Mu Hua's various abilities. Don't always stare at the Philosopher's Stone. What you should give will be given to you. Ikaros doesn't need to eat the Philosopher's Stone for the time being. You all pay attention to me and unite. Understand? Muhua scolded Zhou, and while talking, he also started to hit Ikaros with skill stones. Well, he has a lot of low-level skill stones. Hit the ones that can be smashed first. When the attributes are reached, Muhua doesn't believe that he can't smash the Queen of the Void. Neither of the two followers could see the skill stones. They could only see Muhua kneading Ikaros' breasts. Although Ikaros looked silly, after noticing Muhua's actions, magic knowledge emerged in his mind, but Ikaros did not make a sound. The red light in her eyes slowly disappeared, and she leaned on Muhua, closing her eyes with a trembling eyelid. Ikaros didn't have many skill stones to use, and she couldn't be given too many at once, otherwise she would not only feel dizzy, but also vomit. But speaking of it, if the dog turns into a woman, can she give birth after that? Muhua asked curiously, while choosing skill stones for Ikaros, and thinking about whether to give her the experience balls that were given to him as a consolation prize of low-level magic stones. As long as you don't use cyborgs as the medium of transformation, although the probability is not high, you can still get pregnant. Tuesday answered. Normal intercourse is likened to a color domain ritual by the devil, which has a certain impact on heredity. Life without mother's gestation will have incomplete soul, and biochemical people created directly in the culture dish have no soul at all. Although they also have normal thinking, and are no different from humans in appearance, most races do not recognize biochemical people as life, which is completely different from magical life. Can they really give birth? What will they give birth to? Devil eggs? Or demons? Muhua asked curiously in surprise. If they become humans, they will definitely be born alive. Female demons can give birth to demons, but males should be what humans call monsters, right? Tuesday explained. Muhua was surprised. Monsters? Demons? Damn, those guys in urban legends. It seems that they are born from male demons and men? This doesn't seem to be just a cross race or something. Chapter 213. Magic life also has inheritance, and their inheritance comes from the people who created them. But even if they have the Demon King's brain, the relatively delicate birth process, the newborn soul cannot withstand the scouring of a large amount of knowledge. Muhua passed on his understanding of this world to Ikaros, and some magic-related knowledge was sealed in the Demon King's brain. Just like the devil accepts blood inheritance, as Ikaros grows up, those magical knowledge will gradually be unsealed, allowing her to obtain the inheritance from Muhua. As for whether she can learn it, it depends on herself. The inheritance of life is a reserve of knowledge, which is different from the inheritance crystal obtained by the extinction of life. It is not given by magic. The book is given to you. Whether you read it or not, whether you understand it or not is not related to the inheritance. Under the control of Muhua's subjective will, this inheritance can be regarded as a copy of Muhua's memory, but the degree of inheritance is related to the soul strength of the creator. The result is that with Muhua's current spiritual attributes, not to mention the knowledge involved in the creation of all things, even a skeleton transformation cannot be completely sealed in the Demon King's brain. For others, Ikaros created in this way can be regarded as incomplete. He has the rank of Terra, but neither his own talent nor knowledge reserves are worthy of this rank. However, for Muhua, these defects are somewhat unimportant. Putting aside the belief system that he cannot understand, he has skill stones, Krypton. Because it directly involves Muhua's own strength growth, he is unlikely to Krypton attribute crystals for Ikaros for the time being. Having said that, Muhua is much more generous to Ikaros than to the skeleton undead. All the experience gems accumulated so far have been invested in Ikaros, and she has been upgraded to level 98 in one go. Free attributes are here, and you want to upgrade her physique? Don't make a fuss, it's my own girl, and when it comes to growth, we still have to prioritize. And angels look like fairies, but in fact, their growth is more inclined to physique, so let her develop her physique slowly first. In a blink of an eye, Ikaros has an intelligence of nearly 150. I can upgrade the skill stones that can be upgraded, and I can also leave some skill stones that cannot be upgraded for her. With SS-level magic adaptability and super understanding and cognitive ability, Ikaros mastered the use of elementary magic of various systems in just 2 days, and can barely be regarded as an elementary spellcaster who can kill and set fire. In Yongye territory, before the morning glow rose, Muhua had already taken his family out of the Abyss Island. Instead of going to the so-called rebellious forest, Muhua took Ikaros and started a day of hunting in this courtyard full of little demons. In the previous life, this mountain with little demons lurking everywhere would be like a supernatural scene in a horror movie, but I don't know when Muhua has actually gotten used to this atmosphere. Not only that, compared to these elusive little demons, strolling around the world with skeleton ravens, and drilling into any gloomy places, Mu Hua is more like a villain in a horror movie. Mage's Hand Skill Stone, Attribute Crystal, Soul Dust, Philosopher's Stone, Little Demon's Tendon. I don't know if it's because these little demons are relatively young, they have hardly given Mu Hua the 100 refining secret stone. The probability of the Mage's Hand being produced is not high, but the Attribute Crystal, especially the occasional Intelligence Crystal, makes Mu Hua ignore the small flaws of these little demons. A brainless necromancer was hunting little demons in the wild. Mu Hua did not leave the Forgotten City too far for the time being. In just one day, some bored demon spread Mu Hua's news as a joke. He was cautious at first, but Mu Hua encountered demons similar to patrols several times, and there was no conflict. Seeing that the demons here really didn't care about the lives of these little demons in the wild, Mu Hua also let go of his hands and feet, chasing and intercepting the little demons all over the mountains and plains like chasing rabbits. Others came to Yongye territory to enjoy the customs, food, beast fighting, brothels, singing girls, casinos, luxury goods shops, including some information intelligence and magic learning, etc. These places are the main places frequented by humans, who come to the Forgotten City. But Mu Hua came here just to make trouble with the little demons. If the demons on patrol hadn't warned him not to cause a large-scale natural disaster, he would have wanted to summon the Dullahan, and that would have been a real murder and arson. Mu Hua let the demons, who met him, witness the necromancer's lack of understanding of romance again. Well, only demons, anyway. Mu Hua hasn't seen humans in the wild for the time being. Normal people, who would come to this courtyard to hunt demons. After another day of tossing in the wild, Mu Hua returned to Wangyu City and joined Nick. The natural environment in the wild has never been managed, with lush forests and overgrown grass. In a relatively primitive natural environment, Mu Hua's hunting range in a day is not that large. Use the skill stone to push Ikaros' Mage's Hand to LV10, and the Mage's Hand skill stones from those little demons can't keep up with the pace. While there are all kinds of high-end consumption in Wangyu City, Mu Hua also rents a suite in the Garden of Eden, but he can't afford the rent there for long. He will not bother with the little devil in the wild for the time being, and will make some preparations later. He plans to go to the rebellious forest to have a look. Anyway, Nick can open a portal, and it is convenient to go back and forth. Back to the suite in the Garden of Eden, Nick with a pale face made Mu Hua frown slightly. Obviously, this guy has been tossing around with the young ladies here. It's normal for men to toss around young ladies, but Nick is really a bit desperate in this regard, and Mu Hua can't understand his outlook on life to some extent. Huh? Man, is this the slave you bought? Seeing Mu Hua, Nick's eyes were instantly attracted to Ikaros. And the shackle-like collar on Ikaros' neck also made Nick immediately judge Ikaros as a female slave. There are slavery contracts in human society, but it is strictly forbidden to capture slaves and forcibly train slaves. However, when it comes to demons, torture and training is a very interesting subject for demons. It is relatively easy to train a servant who has lost himself, but if you want to further make the other party sign a slavery contract, the means will be more cruel during the period, and it is inevitable that there will be a certain mortality rate. Some relatively independent human kingdoms in the courtyard will also retain the slave system, but those slaves are more likely to wear slave collars with punishment and restraint effects. It is more troublesome to bring them to the human world, but they are definitely not absent in the human world. Hello, Icarus, the universal angel for entertainment. Wearing a thin magic robe, Icarus introduced himself to Nick at the instruction of Mu Hua. Huh? For entertainment? Angel? Oh, Nick, you can call me Nick. Nick looked surprised. His eyes swept between Mu Hua and Icarus, and finally approached Mu Hua, put his arm around Mu Hua's neck, and pulled him aside. Hey man, where did you buy this? Let's go take a look. Icarus? Oh, you actually named her that? Nick asked Mu Hua with great interest. Obviously, Nick took the omnipotent angel's self-introduction as Mu Hua's hobby. There are indeed slaves sold in Wangyu City, including humans, but most of those humans are sold to slave traders here because of debts and other things. Some sell themselves, and some sell their families. In a city full of entertainment venues and luxury goods businesses, it is impossible that there is no gray industry. The role of the devil here is not much, and most it involves some inducement. And humans themselves are quite talented in this regard. Nick is not a moralist. In his words, slaves who fall into the hands of demons are very miserable, and slaves who fall into the hands of human slave traders may be even more miserable. It is necessary to rescue them, such as taking them home to raise them. Ikaros is not a slave. Ikaros, hide the collar. After getting rid of Nick's entanglement, Muhua belatedly ordered Ikaros. Muhua did not sign a slavery contract with Ikaros. Muhua did not sign it, and there was no need for him to do so. Although this would reduce the convenience of summoning a follower, Ikaros' life would not be bound to him. Even if Muhua died, Ikaros could continue to live. Following Muhua's order, the collar on Ikaros' neck slowly dissipated, but this phenomenon shocked Nick. This thing. A psychic ring? She is not really an angel, is she? Nick frowned and muttered, then turned to look at Muhua in disbelief. This? Where did you buy this? Do you have any more? Take me there. The surprise did not last long. Seeing Muhua's noncommittal attitude, Nick's eyes lit up and asked excitedly. She's not an angel. Muhua twitched his lips. He seemed to have overestimated Nick's integrity and underestimated Nick's tolerance. Human slaves are still a bit troublesome, but if it's a monster slave, it's easier to deal with. No! It's a pity, but this quality, Tisk, it's not cheap. Nick was a little disappointed. That's right, he had never heard of the psychic ring in the style of a slave collar. It was probably a toy that Muhua found. Nick looked at Ikaros, and the tone of "you really know how to play" also made Muhua lose the intention to talk nonsense with him. Well, it's expensive, but I tell you again, she is my follower, not a slave. If you look at her like this again, I won't care if she beats you up. Muhua said unhappily. Ha man, Uncle Nick is not that easy to beat. Nick arched his arms and bulged his biceps. When he said it jokingly, he didn't harass Ikaros. Bringing back a follower after a day of strolling in Yongye territory? Nick didn't believe Muhua's nonsense. A human female slave, even if she had some strength, Nick would at most be curious. Does she have a formal identity? Do you need me to arrange it? Nick asked Muhua. Yes, if it's convenient. Muhua was surprised. He actually ignored this aspect of the problem. Ha, follower? Haha, okay, Uncle Nick will help your follower get a legal identity. Of course, the premise is that she is not a demon, right? Nick laughed strangely. No. Muhua shook his head. Ikaros cannot be regarded as a demon recognized by humans. At least the demon warning on the street will not react to magical life. Nick didn't think of Ikaros as a magical life. Chapter 214. Magic life forms have their own life imprints. Those external patterns are like proving their origins, and they also give them a kind of spiritual connection with their creators, similar to the sixth sense. Ikaros also has it, but Muhua did not let it show on Ikaros' neck, but wrapped it around Ikaros' more private thigh. Nick did not realize that Ikaros was a magical life form, and Ikaros' slightly dull expression and self-proclaimed entertainment also made Nick denounce the unscrupulousness of the slave traders. Under Nick's various self-imagination, Muhua suddenly felt that it was a bit tiring to explain Ikaros' situation to him, so he simply let him use his imagination. Check out and leave the Garden of Eden. Is there a place to sell magic stones here? Walking on the streets in the early morning, with a faint smell of sulfur lingering in his nose, Muhua asked Nick. Magic stone? Low-end products are basically not sold here, so there shouldn't be any magic stones. Do you want to buy high-level magic cores? Nick pointed to the sky. At the edge of the arcane ring, there was a conspicuous floating castle. That should be where magic cores were sold. Magic cores, high-level ones? Muhua shook his head. He needed to get some intermediate magic stones now. If he purchased in large quantities, the thousands of demon gold coins in his pocket would not be enough. The price of high-level magic cores was completely different from that of magic stones. That thing was meaningless to Muhua for the time being. Unless he went to sell dragon teeth, he couldn't afford to burn that kind of thing. There are still many good things here, such as the essence and blood of high-level monsters, inheritance crystals, and high-level magic materials. They are all sold here. The premise is that you have enough demon gold coins. Good reputation and stable supply are also the key to the human high-level people's tolerance for this place. Nick explained. Inheritance crystal? Monster blood? Muhua was a little surprised, but still shook his head and said nothing. Both of these things are high-priced commodities, but they are not as good as magic cores for Muhua. He doesn't lack that kind of thing. Skill stones and attribute crystals have the same effect as them. Especially the monster blood that promotes attribute growth. That thing is very troublesome, and Muhua killed a bunch of little demons and got 20 or 30 attribute crystals. If it weren't for some concerns about the courtyard master here, Muhua would definitely stay here for a long time. Monster blood? What the hell? He has attribute crystals, skill stones, and dragon teeth. As a result, He counted on his fingers to calculate how many intermediate magic stones he could buy. Mu Hua suddenly found that he seemed to have become a rich poor man. Forget Worry City does not sell finished equipment or magic scrolls, and even buys them. It is said that the finished equipment was thrown into the war in hell by the courtyard master here. The business scope of the courtyard master of Yongye territory is really wide, and the arms are even received in the human world. Yongye territory, a very weird courtyard. For this gold-consuming cave, Nick and Mu Hua can be considered poor ghosts, and brothels, slaves, and the like should be considered low in consumption here. The two returned to the square where they were teleported, which is the centralized location of the portal. Even if you have the courtyard key, it seems that you can't open the portal anywhere in Wangyu City. Unless you buy a property in Wangyu City, otherwise, if you open the portal randomly within the city, your courtyard key will be confiscated. After exiting the portal, Mu Hua and Nick returned to Hyman City. This mode of transportation is much faster than airplanes. In fact, there are also some teleportation arrays in the human world, but they are generally set up in wizard towers in various places. Not to mention the high cost of teleportation. If you don't adapt for a certain period of time, the feeling of long-distance teleportation is not comfortable. It was as if he returned from magic to reality, back to Hyman, but Nick was homeless. Although Mu Hua had created the Queen of the Sky, it had only been 2 days in the human world. Debbie's breath of goblin essence might not have dissipated yet. Nick didn't plan to go home at this time. After delaying for one more night, Mu Hua also delayed a class, but with Vic in front, it was not a big problem. When he returned to Bear Pig Town, he would go to the academy for a walk later. Nick simply followed Mu Hua to Bear Pig Town to avoid the wind. In the early morning when the sun was rising, the air was a little humid. Back at the Demand Hotel, a few guests had just started their morning exercises. We booked a room for Nick. It took less than half an hour to drive from Hyman back to Bear Pig Town, but Nick started to feel sleepy again. It seemed that he was really tired from the journey to forget his worries. Demand was a little surprised to see Ikaros, and Ikaros's address to Mu Hua as his master made Demand a little unacceptable. Seeing that Mu Hua was about to take Ikaros back to the room, this guy wanted to take a girl with delicate appearance and a bit cute temperament back to the room? Demand looked at Mu Hua with a look of scum, and in return Mu Hua cursed him with paralysis. After hiding the wings and collar, Ikaros looked no different from humans. Although long pink hair was rare, there were some abnormal hair colors in this world, and the color of the girl's hair was not the kind of eye-catching bright color. Neither Demand nor Nick discovered that Ikaros was a magical life form, but the living puppets in the hotel would hesitate briefly after seeing her. Perhaps because of some kind of induction, the Iron Head seemed to have discovered Ikaros' abnormality. After confirming that Ikaros followed Mu Hua, the Iron Head seemed to be particularly enthusiastic about Ikaros. Taking Ikaros to the 3rd floor, he actually met several Iron Heads, who took the initiative to ask Ikaros what kind of food he liked to eat. Mu Hua was a little puzzled. These guys didn't care so much about him as a boss. This situation was not eliminated until Mu Hua asked Ikaros to use information blocking. In the suite on the 3rd floor, Taibesha was dragging the sleepy Vivian to wash. In just a few days, Vivian had lost her enthusiasm for Taibesha's morning exercises. The girl with a tangled face was in a bad mood when she got up. When she saw Mu Hua, she seemed to have seen a savior. Mu Hua, didn't I tell you the day before yesterday that Elzak was looking for you? You must. Vivian seemed to want to take advantage of the topic, and shook off Taibesha, who was emphasizing the importance of morning exercise for girls' figure. God knows, she didn't want to exercise, but why did she have to do it in the morning? Besides, does a necromancer need to pay attention to his figure? If you dislike a part of fat, can't you just brush it with the breath of death? Seeing Mu Hua appear, Vivian was about to take the opportunity to get rid of Taibesha, but she accidentally saw Ikaros behind Mu Hua. Vivian felt something strange from Ikaros. Is this a magic puppet? Vivian asked uncertainly. The loose pajamas and pajamas, the soft fabric did not make Vivian look bloated. She wore a pair of plush slippers, her hair was messy, and her usual cold expression also had a bit of life. Vivian looked quite cute in the morning. I am Ikaros, codenamed Universal Angel for entertainment. Good morning, Miss Vivian, Ikaros said to Vivian. She knew Vivian, although it was the first time she had really met her, but Mu Hua had given her some memories of Vivian. This was a person who had a close relationship with Mu Hua and might live with her in the future. When Ikaros faced Vivian, he was quite proactive in communicating. Huh? For entertainment? Angel? And Universal? Vivian hesitated. Regarding Ikaros' self-introduction, Vivian, like Nick, was more concerned about Mu Hua's bad taste code name. Mu Hua, where did you get the magic puppet? You, this is too much. Taibesha also came forward at this time, stretched out her hand to pull Ikaros, and said with some dissatisfaction, Miss Taibesha, my life level is higher than the puppet, and I should belong to the magic life. Ikaros explained for Mu Hua. As he was talking, Ikaros gently hugged Taibesha, buried Taibesha's head in her voluptuous chest, and stroked Taibesha's long hair, as if to comfort her. So soft, so big, so deep, Taibesha's heart was filled with nameless anger. She was angry. This time she was really angry. Too much. Too much. Mu Hua, this bastard. If you need it, just find a woman. How can you get a magic life back? This is simply blasphemy, blasphemy to all women, blasphemy in every sense. Mu Hua, this bastard, has the money to customize the magic life. Why does he dislike the multifunctional tow truck he bought? Taibesha screamed in her heart. The girl said that she didn't care about the warmth and softness on her face at all. Breasts and so on are all burdens. Chapter 215. The biggest difference between magic life and magic puppet is growth. Magic life can grow, while the energy state of magic puppet is constant. Magic life is higher in specifications and more mysterious than magic puppet. But this does not mean that the combat power of magic life must be stronger than that of magic puppet. Magic life also has many specifications. Low-level Paris, intermediate Millie, advanced Smur, and Terra, who is metaphorically regarded as the top magic life. The specifications of these magic life also represent their upper limit to a certain extent. Compared with magic life, that needs time to grow, the design concept of magic puppet is more inclined to directly engage in battle, and usually has the corresponding specifications of combat power after manufacturing. Ikaros is a magic life. If Mu Hua didn't say it, Taibesha and Vivian would never have thought that she was created by Mu Hua. They only thought that Ikaros was a magical life that Mu Hua had paid to customize, and considering Ikaros' attributes, the two women never thought that Ikaros would be a magical life of Terra's level. Magical life is very novel and rare in the outside world, but it is not rare for people in this world. And because it is difficult for magical life to form combat power at the beginning of creation, to use an inappropriate analogy, they are like those simulation dolls in Mu Hua's previous life. Have you ever had one? Yes. Have you ever held one? No. If you want to take one home, you must have a mentality of ignoring the criticism of thousands of people, right? Of course, this is just an inappropriate analogy. If you say this to a magical life, no matter how good-tempered it is, it will find a way to dig a hole and bury you. In fact, human women are resistant to many things. They are resistant to succubi, and also to magical life. Women have good teeth and can eat many things, while most men are a bit picky in this regard. Therefore, women usually have some resistance to things that can make men do what they want. Fortunately, the relationship between Mu Hua and Taibesha is relatively simple. Although some people doubt that Mu Hua has bad intentions, the two women have no reason to resist Ikaros. What the two women complain about most is the title that Mu Hua instilled in Ikaros, such as the Universal Angel for Entertainment and the Queen of the Sky, which is full of bad taste. The two women strictly taught Ikaros not to use such titles outside. Mu Hua did not explain the origin of Ikaros, and the two women did not ask much. There are many workshops specializing in the development of magic puppets in the outside world, formal enterprises, and the kind of business that is listed. Among them, the most famous one in the Magic Empire is the Darryl Group. It has offices in the Adventurers Guild in major cities, and also undertakes the customization of magic life. Perhaps out of consideration for Ikaros' emotions, the two women did not ask her in detail about her origins in front of her. Taibesha very consciously defined Ikaros as a new member of the Dandelion Adventure Group, and Mu Hua had no objection to this. Ikaros is not a robot, she has a soul, and is also an intelligent life with an independent personality. On weekdays, Mu Hua lets her move freely, at most not allowed to pick up rich men, not allowed to stay out all night, etc. As for whether to go to the Abyss Island with Mu Hua at night, or do something else, haha, it depends on the mood of both parties, and that damn low-level impact immunity. After arranging Ikaros' affairs, and eating some breakfast, Mu Hua went to the academy alone. The high-level magic stones that Caroline promised earlier should have been prepared, and the magic stones that he asked the enchantment department to help buy should also have arrived. As for Ikaros, she needs to buy some clothes and daily necessities for herself, and also to get the adventurer certification. Everyone came to this world naked, and no one brought any belongings. Ikaros didn't even have any underwear. She had the same common sense of this world as Muhua, and she could live normally in the human world even if she was alone. Ikaros was usually well-behaved and gentle. Tabitha and Vivian were very fond of her and took the initiative to accompany her shopping, while Muhua came to the college. The morning of the college was full of youthful atmosphere. Most of the young men and women who were doing morning exercises in tight combat uniforms were from the warrior department. There would be some young people in robes mumbling under the trees on the lawn. These should be conceiving the chanting of spells. Students of the beast control department would avoid crowded places and take their own magic beasts for a walk. Of course, as a college that is basically full of young people, even in the magic college, you can occasionally see drunkards on the road in the early morning. These young ladies and young men, I don't know which dormitory apartment, they held a party in the evening. However, even if the drunken young ladies don't occupy the bed of any good boy, they usually don't stay drunk on the roadside. There will always be kind people who will pick them up. As for the young men, regardless of their embarrassed manners or the dirty vomit, perhaps, these are also a part of youth. As for students majoring in production, they usually don't get up early, most of them are night owls, and only some young ladies with a more refined life will do some regular exercise in the morning. Well, students from the potions department usually don't appear in this bright and refreshing morning light. There is a bone cemetery in the college, which is a place where corpses are piled up specially created by the potions department. Even if students from the potions department have the habit of getting up early, most of them will go there to dance with ghosts and feel death there. Once they enter the potions department, their youth is basically wasted. Well, at least before they get the psychic physique, it's good enough that they don't need to change their job to a lich, and their youth is relatively redundant. First, go to the dean's office to find Caroline. Muhua half sells, and half gives her some high-level magic stones with dragon teeth. At the same time, this exchange method also makes Caroline somewhat unable to hold up the dean's airs in front of Muhua. Dragon teeth are good, but this kind of friendship also makes Caroline quite scratching her head. The high-level magic stones Caroline got were placed in a box engraved with a space isolation array and a magic gathering array, so as to try to ensure that the energy in the magic stones will not be scattered. This box of magic stones may be more valuable than these magic stones. After the magic stones are taken away, the box must be left to Caroline. Although these magic stones are well preserved, they are not very meaningful to Muhua. There is no way. The burning source furnace is picky. If it is not fresh, it is not fresh. Even if it is well refrigerated, it is called zombie meat, which has nothing to do with freshness. Caroline is very busy. The newly established college and the newly recruited students, even if ignoring trivial matters, there are many things that need to be handled by Caroline. Even the demons in the dust courtyard were assigned some kind of work similar to that of an inspector by her. In the student clubs outside, if someone related to the college does something illegal, no matter whether it is a student or a teacher, depending on the severity of the case, in addition to arresting and hunting, those vampires and werewolves may even become assassins. In a magic academy, you can't expect all students and mentors to be fresh and clean. Elzak and his team's mission is to deal with those troublemakers before the outside world forms a bad impression of the academy. This is the Magic Academy, with youth in the sun and darkness outside the secular world. Because she was busy, Caroline was unhappy to see Muhua. After dealing with Caroline's nagging about him coming to the academy more often, he refused the request to give an open class to the spellcasting department. After leaving Caroline's office, Muhua went to the logistics warehouse of the enchantment department. In addition to 2 tons of low-level magic stones, Muhua almost used all the remaining demon gold coins to buy intermediate magic stones, and the thousands of demon gold coins in his pocket became double digits again. Finally, he took away the magic stones he had reserved from the logistics warehouse. 2 tons of low-level magic stones cost 1,000 demon gold coins, and Muhua didn't sell too much. Magic stones of this level are not durable, and no one will deliberately store them. After a period of time, they will calcify and become ordinary stones. Low-level magic stones are rarely transported over long distances. According to the time it takes to collect and transport them in nearby areas, they are sold for about 2 tons each time. The area and delivery time must be specified. Even so, there are still some stones with completely scattered energy. 1,000 demon gold coins for 2 tons of low-level magic stones, while 1,000 demon gold coins can only sell 100 level 5 magic stones. Level 4 to 6 magic stones are considered mid-level magic stones, because a large proportion of mid-level magic stones can also be melted into low-level skill stones. Muhua did not choose level 4 magic stones that cost 5 demon gold coins each, but took a break and sold some level 5 magic stones. Well, level 6 is too expensive, 30 demon gold coins each, and they also produce a lot of low-level skill stones. Choosing level 5 is a psychological comfort. After almost emptying his pockets of demon coins, and putting 2 bags of magic stones in his pocket, Muhua prepared to melt some magic tonight. It was still early, and he had planned to go to the puppet department to listen to the introductory course on puppet making. Suddenly, he remembered that Vivian said that Elzak had been looking for him, so Muhua turned to the dust courtyard first. Although he was able to create magic life, puppets involved a lot of knowledge about mechanical calculations, and Muhua did not know how to make magic puppets. And if he could not make magic puppets, let alone make mechas and armors. Although the specifications of magic life were high and life was noble, who said that life must be valuable, strictly speaking, the price of buying mechas and magic armors was usually more expensive than customizing magic life. Mechas were a thing that took advantage of the big customers, but armors were still more practical. Muhua wanted to learn more about puppet making. If he could learn some puppet making skills, he would be able to become a puppet making master with 100 refinements secret stone. Then, wouldn't the family's magic weapons be safe? Muhua was not good at making money, and since he was not good at making money, he was naturally not willing to spend money. Relatively conservative guys all advocate self-reliance. If he was free, Muhua would audit some courses in the puppet department. He even got a set of learning materials for the puppet department. Chapter 216. Dusk Courtyard is the only school district in the academy with a fence. The exquisite iron fence is very high. Although it indicates that it is not allowed to enter casually, it is after all inside the academy, and it is impossible to set up any defensive magic on these fences. The Magic Academy teaches knowledge related to magic and magic. It may teach extremely destructive villains, but there are more naughty children here. If you dare to set up an absolutely blocked area in the academy, they will dare to hold a demonstration against you. The young people on Lauren's side have active minds, and they are all old drivers of conspiracy theories. If you want to block it, you have to do it secretly. It is best not to let them know. Obviously, the walls of Dusk Courtyard do not meet this condition. Because of the beauty of vampires, some young people with overflowing hormones will ignore the rules of the academy and secretly climb over the fence. However, these students are somewhat different from the brain-dead fans that Muhua imagined. Although there are often students who get lost in the forest in the courtyard, there are more elements of playfulness among them. There are some fraternities, hot girls clubs and other student clubs in the college, and many of them regard the invasion of Twilight Courtyard as a kind of initiation ceremony. If they can get through the forest where the lost demons are scattered, they will send the demons a party invitation. If they can't get through and are taken out of the forest by the secondary vampires, they don't mind inviting the secondary vampires to join their clubs. In general, they are a group of young people who are looking for death. The young people in Loren play more crazy, and the girls, if they can hook up with vampires, it is also something worth bragging about. There is no way, who let him be handsome. Hey Mu, you actually came to the courtyard so early? Walking on the path in the woods, Muhua met Will, who was walking towards him. Will, Claude, and Norma were seen walking together. Behind them, there were several secondary vampires holding 2 tired-looking boys, who should be students, who had been trapped in the forest for a while. I heard that Elzak was looking for me. Come and see, what are you doing? Muhua said to Will casually, as if he was saying hello. Since Elzak had brought people to rescue him last time, Muhua has also become much friendlier to the demons in the courtyard. They greeted each other normally and joked around. Of course, if he got the chance, he would still bleed the vampires, but he would be more measured and would not be as arrogant and unreasonable as before. Let's go to other departments for classes. Elzak should be in the training ground. Claude, who has a tougher personality, said to Muhua. Both parties were already familiar with each other, and there was no need for so much courtesy. Muhua waved his hand and said goodbye, and neither party stopped. Mu, wait a minute, how much mental energy does it take to make a raven summon? Are there any taming techniques? Norma called Muhua as they passed by each other. Splitting souls consumes mental attributes in proportion, at least 1%. If you make it yourself, it's best to choose some stronger eagles and birds. I don't recommend ravens. As for the techniques, just raise more and keep them alive. There are no special taming techniques. Muhua said to Norma. With the arrival of Muhua, there are always some blind ravens landing between the trees around him. Norma has also seen Muhua's video of hunting goblins, and those ravens make her feel quite interesting. Norma was slightly disappointed when she heard Muhua say that there were no shortcuts to techniques. The production of summoned beasts is based on the proportion of deduction of spiritual attributes. Depending on the strength of the summoned beasts, their needs for souls are also high or low. But 1% is already the smallest effective split ratio of the soul. Cutting less is basically waste and useless. It is true that more is not enough, and less is useless. So summoned beasts are a kind of luxury. I don't know if the summoned beasts obtained by Muhua through Krypton skill stones are related to the nature of magic, but they are definitely bugs. However, his skeleton summoning can only summon one kind of skeleton undead at the same time, and it seems that it cannot be shared and transferred for the time being, which also leads to a lot of unused skeleton undead in Muhua's summoning space. While the two were talking, the secondary vampire behind them also approached Muhua. "Hey Mu, do you want to come to the fraternity party?" A young man who was being dragged past by Muhua, and perhaps because he saw Muhua's youth, he invited Muhua quite familiarly. "Oh, you invited them too?" Muhua looked at the young man, who had no sense of violating school rules, and was happy in his heart. He pointed at Will, and asked the young man, "It's a pity that he didn't get out of the forest." Will smiled and spread his hands before the young man spoke. "Hey guys, we invited a lot of hot girls. It will be a great party." The young man strongly recommended it. In a social environment without too much pressure in life, young people's parties naturally have to have hot girls. Of course, girls also want to stalk handsome boys. There are not many utilitarian elements. Most people are just playing around. At most, a few initiators will have some small thoughts to improve their reputation. Basically, they are harmless. I think it is also a place where people can make a lot of noise. "Ha, hot girls. Are the girls in our courtyard hotter?" Muhua said with a smile, and put his arm around Norma's shoulders. "Hey, that's different. If Norma comes, she will definitely be the queen of the party. Hey, let's chat more tomorrow night at 8 o'clock, the third apartment of the enchanting department, come." The young man tried to please Norma, but while he was talking, he had already slipped away with his secondary vampire with a smirk. "If you want to invite us, wait until you can deal with the lost monster in the woods." Norma slapped Muhua's arm on her shoulder, and said to the young man, who was taken away, "Inviting vampires to a party full of hormones, these young people are really pretentious. But since it is the enchanting department, it is not difficult to understand. Enchanters usually work with spellcasters to complete enchantments, so they also have certain needs for connections. Among all the departments in the academy, apart from the sultry night department, the enchanting department may be the one that likes to hold some naughty parties the most." The young man was taken away, and Muhua, Will, and the other two also left. Walking through the forest path, there were some secondary vampires relaxing on the lawns in the gardens of the courtyard. Whether reading or drinking tea, it must be said that these blood clans are exquisite in their lives, and their temperaments are good, so it is no wonder that they are sought after by some young people. When seeing Muhua, these secondary vampires usually nod and greet politely, and they cannot be considered students in the true sense. As the dependents of the blood clan, they are servants serving the blood clan. The blood clans in the Dusk Courtyard respect Muhua, and they will naturally give Muhua respect. All the way to the training ground, Jeff and the other two werewolves were also doing combat training in a corner of the training ground. Compared with the tough fist-to-flesh fighting of the werewolves, the close combat of the vampires is mainly based on the agile sword and spear martial arts. The swift figures entangled in the rapier, spear, and even the samurai's sword, and the crisp sound of swords and spears echoed in the training ground. Well, if the physical fitness is the same, Muhua feels that he can't beat either of these two groups in close combat. "Jeff, you guys have the same fighting style. You should go and practice with them." Passing by Jeff and the other two, Muhua pointed to Elzak and the others on the other side and said, "The werewolves and the vampires have their own independent apartments in the Dusk Courtyard, but other facilities in the courtyard are shared. Please, Professor Mu, don't use us to provoke those vampires. If there is a conflict, we will suffer if we don't kill them." Jeff stopped training and looked at Muhua helplessly. "Heh, you said it as if you can take advantage if we kill them." A sneer came from Olivia, who passed by, with a tone of disdain and ridicule. Jeff frowned slightly, and looked at the blood-colored hunting knife in Olivia's hand with a cautious expression. The color of blood, although it has a knife shape, the blade of the hunting knife gives people the feeling of liquid flow. This is a weapon made of blood, and it is also a unique ability of the blood clan. Olivia, wearing an equestrian suit, has well-proportioned legs and hips, tall and agile. Seeing that Jeff didn't say much, she didn't entangle the three werewolves anymore. Looking at Muhua with complicated eyes, Olivia nodded to Muhua and turned to walk towards where Elzak was. Olivia's strange look also made Muhua feel puzzled. Chapter 217. Elzak, Vivian said you have something to talk to me about? Seeing Mu Hua, Elzak elegantly made a sword flower, and put away the rapier in his hand. Some nobles like to equip flower swords, which are suitable for stabbing, but they are somewhat lacking in threat when facing enemies larger than humans. This kind of sword is usually a magic sword. In the way of hunting demons, if you want to use it well, you also need a stronger and more delicate blood release ability. As for melee weapons, Mu Hua actually doesn't like this kind of rapier. It is elegant, too feminine, suitable for stabbing, not suitable for fighting. Good morning, Professor Mu. Elzak nodded, waved away the people around him, and accompanied by Olivia, seemed to want to communicate with Mu Hua privately. A small-scale demon tide appeared in the undead courtyard over Monroe City. After everyone dispersed, Elzak said to Mu Hua, "Huh? You came to me just to talk about this? The demon tide has nothing to do with me." Mu Hua raised his eyebrows. The timing is too coincidental. This demon tide is most likely related to the demon dragon he killed. However, Mu Hua is not happy. He has already paid you hush money. Are you planning to use this to get more benefits from him? No, Professor, please don't get me wrong. I just received this news last night. Monroe City is in the west of the Empire. It is difficult for us to be affected. Moreover, there is a gathering patrol fleet passing by Monroe. I think it will be suppressed soon. There should be no trouble. I just remind you that this matter should have passed. Noticing Mu Hua's attitude, Elzak explained. Oh, you came to me to talk about this? Mu Hua's brows relaxed and his tone became calm with the same words. I just received the news last night, but Vivian said a few days ago that Elzak had contacted him, so I guess there must be something else. Well, we want to hold a vampire night, and Caroline said that it needs your supervision before it can be held, so she asked me to discuss it with you. Elzak continued. Huh? Mu Hua was surprised. Vampire night? This can also be held in the academy? Are you crazy, or is Caroline crazy? Are you Blood Clan the boss behind this academy? Mu Hua asked Elzak with a somewhat unbelievable tone. Mu Hua is no longer the rookie he was when he first came to Loren. The so-called Vampire Night can be understood as a party organized by vampires. This party is crazier and more absurd than those young people's parties in the academy. But its main purpose is not to play. It is a bit similar to the Devil's Night banquet mentioned by Tabitha. It is a party to find contractors. The biggest difference from the Demon Night banquet is that the demons at the Demon Night banquet usually sign a slavery contract with the guests and become the dependents of humans. But in the Vampire Night, although it is all voluntary, the Blood Clan generally only signs a servant contract, and it is not certain who is the master and who is the servant. Demons need to become the dependents of humans to suppress their own demonic nature, so there is the tradition of the Demon Night banquet. Vampires do not have this need. The traditional Vampire Night is a gathering of blood clans who are unrestrained, and it is more of a venue for the first embrace of secondary vampires. If the Demon Night banquet can still give people a sense of sacred ritual, then people's impression of the Vampire Night is often chaotic, gloomy, bloody, absurd, and even chaotic. It's fine if you find a private club to have fun, but even if Loren is open-minded, he shouldn't be able to hold such an event in school, right? Are you sure this won't attract night hunters? I feel like this has gone beyond the scope of checking the water meter. Mu Hua asked doubtfully. Well, times have changed. Our Vampire Night is very simple, not the kind you understand. Elzak twitched his mouth. Mu Hua didn't say anything, with an expression of I'm listening to your fabrication, waiting for Elzak's explanation. Times have changed. Bullshit, I thought we just came to Loren. Now the vampires are divided into 3 factions. One is the war faction, which advocates the extermination of werewolves, values meritorious service in the courtyard, and advocates independence, trying to establish a vampire empire in the courtyard, and does not care whether it is accepted by the settlers. The other faction is the return faction, which is like us, willing to coexist with werewolves and also aspire to return to the human world. Another faction is the neutral faction, which does whatever it wants and leans to both sides. In fact, Shasha belongs to the neutral faction. And we want to imitate the Demon Night banquet and hold the Vampire Night, and also to let some vampires sign contracts with humans. Although we don't have the hidden danger of demonic nature, the effect of alien demons integrating into society through the conclusion of contracts is quite good, and we also want to try it. Elzak explained. TSK, one of you wants to blend in with the masses, and the other wants to prove your worth by hunting demons, and these have nothing to do with werewolves. Werewolves are so unlucky. How can they be involved in such things? Mu Hua roughly understood what Elzak meant, but he felt strange about the idea of whether to exterminate werewolves. The hatred between werewolves and vampires was instigated by werewolves. Werewolves are different from us. There are not many werewolves like Jeff and his group. We are willing to coexist with werewolves, but that does not mean we will tolerate them. Even if they are returners, they will fight with the attitude of killing the werewolves, who are looking for trouble, even if they are blood-marked werewolves. Elzak explained with a hint of meaning. Okay, I will try not to let Jeff and his group get together with you in the future. Mu Hua waved his hand. The hatred between the two tribes is much deeper than he understood, and it is obviously not the same as the flirting between witches and necromancers. As for the blood-marked werewolves, alas, these two tribes are really messy. The blood-marked werewolves are born by vampire girls. Yes, if vampires live and give birth to offspring, there is a 50% chance that they will still be werewolves. I don't know much about Vampire Night, and Vic is in charge of the Dusk Courtyard. Why not ask Vic for supervision? Vampires are willing to sign servant contracts with people, but not slavery contracts like Alan the Demon. The difference in binding force is not a big deal. After all, demons are not demons, and there is no need to be too serious about servants or followers. But vampires are fundamentally different from the hardworking Alan the Demon. Alan the Demon doesn't care whether the contract object is a settler or an adventurer, and they don't even care about strength and identity. What they want is to integrate into human society. And the essence of the Blood Clan is to seek shelter, the shelter of the settlers, not simply integration and recognition. Whether it is particular or utilitarian, the contract objects of vampires are more inclined to those who can let the settlers protect them. The key is that those who understand will understand. So, even if it is a servant contract, the Blood Clan will definitely not find a settler who screws to sign. The Vampire Night that Elzak was going to hold would definitely not be a party for students. Compared to it, Mu Hua felt that the traditional Vampire Night was more simple. After finding out the reason, Mu Hua did not want to get involved in such things. Vic can't do it. Caroline disagrees. You should also know that Vic wants to become a vampire family. Elzak shook his head. Then let Caroline do it herself. It's just a Vampire Night. How long can it take? I am more conservative, and can't keep up with your pace of innovation. Mu Hua still refused. Vic was also quite miserable. It was probably that he suffered some irreversible damage from the breath of death before becoming a necromancer. This kind of damage will restrict their practice, and the most intuitive result is that they are more likely to die early. Originally, Mu Hua was just guessing, but now it was said from Elzak's mouth. Obviously Vic, who did not want to die early, chose the latter between becoming a lich and becoming a secondary vampire. Unfortunately, Vic is not handsome enough, and he doesn't have any outstanding abilities. The vampires have a special feeling for their first embracers, and the vampires in the Dusk Courtyard look down on him. In fact, in addition to supervision, I also wanted to invite you to participate in the Vampire Night. Ignoring Mu Hua's scapegoating, Elzak said to Mu Hua. Huh? Invite me? I'm an adventurer. Mu Hua paused. But you are also a professor at the academy. Elzak smiled. Magic Academy. Mu Hua frowned and corrected. The Magic Academy in the human world. What do you think of Olivia? You may also need a follower. Olivia has good abilities in all aspects. Elzak pointed to Olivia, who had been standing aside. Mu Hua was surprised. Olivia? Follower? Is she going to sign a servant contract with him? Olivia's appearance is not as exquisite as Setsuna, but she is definitely a beauty above the standard, especially the mature temperament of the older sister. Compared with Setsuna, Mu Hua prefers Olivia's type. Subconsciously looking at Olivia, Mu Hua finally understood the origin of Olivia's complicated eyes when she looked at him. Follower? Our Ikaros has not grown up yet. Don't care about followers or followers. We lack these, however. Can the vampire followers be bled? By the way, it's not good to bleed your own followers. As for vampires, I don't know if they can be caught in the abyss. This is not good? Mu Hua glanced at Olivia's beautiful neck involuntarily, and he muttered softly, as if he was in a dilemma. Chapter 218. Once, Mu Hua always thought that demons were very powerful. Not to mention that they were arrogant. At least they were all masters, like the king of killers. But now, looking at Elzak, who was trying hard to promote Olivia, Mu Hua felt that his first 20 years were not so miserable. Even if you want to find a master for the Blood Clan, you should choose from the dignitaries in the human world, right? They are more symbolic, and have the influence you need. Guessing Elzak's intention, Mu Hua frowned and said to Elzak, the Blood Clan does need influential contractors, and the dignitaries among the residents have always been our first choice. But the facts have proved that many dignitaries are very troublesome. Their strength does not match their ambitions. We need protection from the people, but some of the things they ask the contractors to do not match our needs. Elzak also frowned, and seemed to dislike Mu Hua's wording of master. Contractor? Mu Hua moved his mouth imperceptibly. A demon who signed a slavery contract could still be considered a contractor. A servant contract, or even a fair contract, was not a contractor. For the scope of the contract recognized by the blood race, at most they were barely looking for partners. If it weren't for the fact that he had been getting along well with these blood races recently, Mu Hua would have laughed and despised them. Don't you look down on the rich and powerful? Then what do you want? Choose some young people with potential and place bets in advance? Mu Hua said calmly. It can't be said that they look down on them. Some blood races have always maintained a close relationship with the rich and powerful in the human world, and we, as you said, want to change our route. Elzak said. Forget it. I'm still young. I can't handle my own affairs, and I can't shoulder the responsibility of your race. Mu Hua shook his head. As for potential? Mu Hua has no doubts about his potential. Although he doesn't have many opportunities to show off, he is still quite proud of it. But he doesn't have any awareness of protecting others. Mu Hua himself wants to find a big boss to protect him. He doesn't even want to get involved in the troublesome things of the blood race. No, Professor Mu Hua, it's not as complicated as you think. Elzak explained patiently. The idea of blood race integrating into human society has existed for thousands of years. In fact, you don't need to do anything. At most, you just let the outside world know that you have a blood race follower. The so-called seeking the protection of the settlers is a subtle process. Trying to achieve it all at once will only have the opposite effect. So Olivia will not do you any harm. She will be loyal to you for life. She is just your follower, and will only help you accomplish what you want to do. Elzak said. The two of them were talking back and forth. The more Elzak talked, the more Mu Hua shook his head. He still didn't allow her to bleed? Facing Mu Hua's disdain and evasion, Olivia's expression became increasingly ugly as she seemed to be ignored. That's enough. Do you want me to give you a quick answer? Olivia said dissatisfiedly. Mu Hua was stunned, but he saw Elzak looking at Olivia with a soothing and apologetic look. Mu Hua also realized his problem in an instant. Well, since Elzak promoted Olivia, Mu Hua has ignored Olivia. There is no way. Mu Hua has been accustomed to the way of getting along with his own family. To put it nicely, it is called overbearing. To put it bluntly, it is a bastard who basically does not care about the feelings of others. After Elzak expressed his intention to let Olivia sign a contract with him, he subconsciously classified Olivia into the category of family. Since they are all family, the adults discuss things, and the children stay aside. Whether to kill or sell, they will naturally notify you after the discussion here. Well, Mu Hua is now like this. But the vampires in this world don't seem to be as hierarchical as Mu Hua imagined. That's right, everyone came out of the witch's belly, and there is no absolute constraint between them. The vampire class in the previous life story is obviously not applicable here. In other words, as long as they are not secondary vampires, the vampires in this world are all pure blood, just the same race, and there may be different statuses, but there is no necessary connection between them. Olivia was dissatisfied and Mu Hua reacted and gave her an apologetic expression. Okay, sorry, I don't lack followers, for example. After apologizing, Mu Hua spoke, and a follower summoning magic circle appeared beside him. Huh? Vampires? Master, do you want to catch them? The sturdy hellhound appeared beside Mu Hua. Monday saw Elzak and the others, sniffed, his eyes sparkled, and asked. Look, this is my follower, you could understand it as a psychological shadow. I don't like servant contracts, that kind of contract always makes me think of bad things. Patting Zhou Yi's head, Mu Hua said to Elzak and the others. Servant contract. Some humans will try to get demons to sign servant contracts in order to gain clairvoyance, and then, after the honeymoon period, they usually start looking for loopholes in the contract and try their best to kill each other. Between humans, a lifelong labor contract may be enough to make employees stick there, butts up against their bosses. But demons? Haha, if there is no influence outside the contract, everyone should be careful. After all, demons have never been species willing to be bound for a long time. Putting aside the negative impression of humans on demons, demons are indeed unruly and advocating freedom. It may be safer to get along with demons without servant contracts. Mu Hua's so-called psychological shadow is not hypocritical. It is not incomprehensible for a necromancer to have such a shadow. You really have a contracted demon, but this hellhound is still very young. I think it will be difficult for him to become a competent follower. Elzak did not show any surprise to Monday. I think he should have investigated some of Mu Hua's situations. Hey bastard, watch your words. You can't judge the great Monday. Be careful or I tear your throat and drain every drop of your blood. Monday said with bared teeth. Yuezho's fierce performance was ignored by Elzak again. Everyone knows that demons have foul mouths, especially demons with violent temperaments such as hellhounds. Anyway, it is Mu Hua's follower. Elzak believes that Mu Hua will not let the hellhound attack him. His character is also a little arrogant. Elzak disdains to argue with Yuezho. You don't want me to sign a slavery contract with you? Olivia deliberately showed an incredible expression on her face. If you want, I don't mind. Mu Hua touched Zhou Yi's head and shrugged. Damn it, I'd rather be a mistress for a nobleman. Seeing Mu Hua's laziness and lack of cover-up, Olivia said angrily. So, I think we are more suitable to be friends. Mu Hua said with a smile. Get lost. Olivia rolled her eyes and scolded. She felt that Mu Hua's friend's words were not good. Olivia's face was ugly, and Elzak smiled bitterly and shook his head. Fortunately, Mu Hua's ridicule did not make the atmosphere between the two parties awkward, but Elzak's various arguments prepared earlier were at a loss for words. Mu, you are too arrogant. Elzak suddenly said. Hey, how did you come up with this conclusion? You can't find a girl to wave, and I have to wash myself clean and climb into bed, right? Mu Hua was dissatisfied. This is not the same thing. Elzak's eyebrows jumped. Well, it's not the same thing. At least you don't have to take responsibility that way. Mu Hua curled his lips. Vulgar. Olivia scolded. Yes, I am vulgar. Mu Hua said indifferently. The slavery contract was originally an excuse. He thought vampires were troublesome. Well, he thought it was troublesome to establish a contractual relationship. What do you want to be responsible for? Mu, you think a lot of things are too complicated. Maybe it has a lot to do with not being involved in the matter. Unlike Olivia's anger, Elzak said thoughtfully. It's not complicated, but I don't want to take any responsibility at all. Please, I'm not even 30 years old, okay? Mu Hua said impatiently. When he first came to Loren, if he saw a girl like Olivia, he would probably be unable to walk. But now, he has no shortage of women, and men who have no shortage of women are usually tougher. How to make a man easy to use. Just suppress your physiological needs. An excited and hypocritical donkey is the best to use. The straightforward and almost rogue remarks made Elzak speechless for a while, and Olivia even began to question her appearance. Okay, let's put this matter aside for now. How about we talk about the vampire night? Elzak interrupted the slightly awkward atmosphere. You can do whatever you want, but don't kill anyone and don't rush the people on the day. You can do whatever you want with the rest. However, since I have to supervise, if someone breaks the rules Mu Hua thought there was nothing else to worry about. Chapter 219. It can be said that Elzak has no bad intentions. Mu Hua has a normal life and relatively normal values, so Elzak intends to let a vampire become Mu Hua's follower. This is the decision made by the Vampire Return faction in recent years. Even if Olivia does not follow Mu Hua, one day she will choose someone with a certain influence to establish a closer relationship. Or a servant, or a couple, or a mistress. In general, in order not to arouse the disgust of the settlers, she actually has few choices. Of course, servants are not slaves. At most, they are lifelong contract employees. Even the salary cannot be reduced by a penny, and it is not up to you to do whatever you want. Mu Hua has professional knowledge that is not commensurate with his age, and he teaches in the academy. Elzak believes that he will sooner or later gain corresponding influence in a certain field. And the existence of a vampire, who has a close relationship with him around him, will also make the vampires receive more positive attention. Mu Hua's style can be said to be the first choice for establishing diplomatic relations. Unfortunately, Mu Hua refused to take Olivia as a servant. It was not just that he could not catch Olivia and bleed her at will. Mu Hua had many things that could make people imagine, but were not easy to see. The composition of the blood clan was relatively complicated. When encountering trouble, Mu Hua's first choice was always to go around. He would never go to trouble for a little secretary. Friends, it's so good to be a friend. Little secretaries, everyone knows. It's common for men to sleep with only one woman in their lives. But there are not many women who have only slept with one man in their lives. Women's innocence is a wrong perception instilled in men by the outside world. As for men who like to talk about innocence, just treat him as a good person. Although Olivia fits Muhua's aesthetic, it is normal to take her as an attendant, and let her do the work of a secretary when there is something to do, and the work of a secretary when there is nothing to do. Speaking of which, do those big and small bosses need to consider whether to do it or not when they are accompanied by a black and white professional suit every day? Haha, I think they don't mind it themselves. But compared with the possible troubles, it is better to think more about Ikaros instead of thinking about Olivia's affairs. Well, bloodletting is a bit heavy, so it's better not to mention it. Black silk? White silk? Home clothes? Professional clothes? I don't know what clothes Ikaros will buy back today. After briefly understanding the situation of Vampire Knight with Elzak, Muhua directly ended the relevant topic. He went to the classroom to re-record the soul creation ritual and made some analysis comments, which was considered to make up for the overdue courses. In the next few days, he can do whatever he wants. After leaving the dusk courtyard, with the expectation of Ikaros in his heart, Muhua immediately put Olivia's affairs behind him, and went to the puppet manufacturing department to audit. It is said that magic armor is a good match for angels. The magic formulas that fill his brain and soul give Muhua a very strong understanding of the formula structure. But the more bloody thing is that there is still a big difference between magic formulas and magic equations. In short, magic involves various formulas in mathematics, geometry, physics, chemistry, life positions, electronic meridians, etc., and various substitutions are made. Muhua's science is really not good, and the thinking structure of magic and magic cannot be generalized. The puppetry course makes Muhua feel like a fool. After being in the puppet department for a long time, Muhua went home. He needed to do something else to restore his fragile mind to self-confidence. How to undermine the confidence of a great magician? Well, let him build a magic power core, which will make the great magician doubt his life. It's safe and sound. Although they are all related to magic, which bastard gave the name of magic life? And which bastard classified magic life into the magic subject? Magic and magic are two different things. Magic life can never be considered a magic product. The best proof is that they can cast spells. Returning to the hotel, regardless of whether it is daytime or not, Muhua is going to the Abyss Island. His ability to learn magic makes him doubt his life. He wants to get some skill stones to recover his health. The three girls of Tibesha have not returned from shopping yet. When they enter the Abyss Island, Muhua directly takes out 39th level magic stones, high-end goods, and goes first. Bite Skill Stone *1, Soul Dust *180, 100 Refined Secret Stone *9. Although he had been prepared, he was given a bite at the beginning. The first level 9 magic stone was thrown into the burning furnace. Muhua almost cursed. Low-level magic stones come from low-level monsters. They are already low in all aspects. If you trace the source, they will occasionally produce some low-level skill stones. The stacking of low-level magic stones can produce skill stones, but they basically jump in low-level skills, and the more affected seems to be the mystery. But when it comes to mid-level and high-level magic stones, although mid-level and high-level magic skill stones will be produced, they will also trace the source. Just like this level 9 magic stone that melted the bite, it is likely to come from some kind of monster, and this monster is probably very experienced in biting. Perhaps the owner of this magic stone has many powerful abilities with high training level. The 100 Refining Secret Stone has produced 9 of them. However, the magic stone that smelts it may also return to its original state and give a bite skill stone that can be smelted by a black evil dog. Relax, take a deep breath, get used to it, and you will get used to it sooner or later. Invest another skill stone. Anyway, he can't afford to melt high-level magic for the time being, so just treat it as getting familiar with the market. Crystal Shotgun Skill Stone *1, Soul Dust *107, 100 Refining Secret Stone *11. Very good, Crystal Shotgun, Earth-based intermediate magic, just treat it as melting the 100 Refining Secret Stone. Muhua continued to comfort himself, it's not a loss. Chain Lightning, Vermilion Nova, Thorn Guardian, Continuous Strike. For more level 9 magic stones were invested, and the 4 skill stones were all ones that Muhua had never krypton before, but they were all intermediate magic and combat skills. There is a certain randomness in smelting magic stones. Muhua doesn't believe that the original owners of these magic stones don't know high-level magic. He secretly blames himself for his bad luck. The 100 Refining Secret Stones, given by the 9th level magic stone, are really good. If you smelt the magic core alone, you will have multiple skill options. The magic core may be easier to obtain skill stones of corresponding levels. But let's not talk about the magic core not giving the 100 Refining Secret Stones. Consider the price difference between magic stones and magic cores. Well, don't think too much, just melt it. Thunder Beast Skill Stone *1, Soul Dust *146, 100 Refining Secret Stone *8. Very good, although it is a mid-level thunder magic, it is also a prerequisite for the entry of Thunder Dragon. It requires 400 intelligence. I can't chew it for the time being. Put it away. Isn't this a return on investment? Wind Blade, Earth Wall, Bone Spear, Salamander, a high-level magic skill stone. Water Shield, Constant Temperature Lava, Dispel, Fireball, Break the Appearance. His 2 consecutive Fireball skill stones made Muhua's teeth ache, and the next moment, a Break the Appearance skill stone made Muhua gasp again. Broken Appearance, high-level magic, commonly known as Dimension Slash. This is a space magic. Magic related to space begins to appear in intermediate magic. There is no such element as space and time in this world. This kind of magic belongs to white magic, which is an application of pure magic. And Dimension Slash is a very terrifying attack magic. This thing almost ignores physical defense. No matter whether it is a shield or armor, contact with it is equivalent to tearing the contacted part at the spatial level. It is called Space Slash, but it is not the so-called Flying Slash. When it overlaps with a person, it is like directly wiping off a piece of the body. Its terrifying lethality can be imagined. Avoidance requires spatial perception to find its triggering position. No matter how strong your body is, if you encounter this thing, if you don't have enough deep magic to interfere with magic, you can only run. If you can't run away, you be dead. Absorbing this skill stone requires magic adaptability SS and intelligence requirements of 1200 plus. Involving pure magic alienation, especially the style that seriously interferes with reality, the requirements for magic and intelligence of space and time magic are generally not too low. Good things are not afraid of being stored in the bottom of the box collection. Once the Dimension Slash is out, Muhua will have no pressure to smelt the remaining 9th level magic stones. Silent Spear, Soft Barrier, Flight, 39th level magic stones have produced 6 high-level magic that Muhua cannot afford. Muhua cannot confirm the delivery rate for the time being, but these 30 magic stones have produced nearly 300 refined secret stones for Muhua. In other words, Muhua originally came for these 100 refined secret stones, and the high-level skill stones are at most a test of the water. The 100 refined secret stones and intermediate magic are the main key to improving his combat power at this stage. Muhua's current skills are a bit like a set of dolls. He thinks he is very stable, so Muhua attaches great importance to regeneration ability. If he doesn't have regeneration on him, even the Goblin General can't be scared. The summoning of the undead requires the Soul Tide to continue to improve, and the Soul Tide may be related to regeneration. To improve the regeneration level, you need the Pale Lord as a prerequisite. If you want the Pale Lord, you may need the full level of Death Breath. The main function of Death Breath is to restore magic power, and it can also increase the favorability of the undead to a certain extent. This ability not only increases his spellcasting endurance, but also greatly helps him accumulate purgatory armament. Now that a batch of magic stones have been acquired, and the 100 refining secret stones are in place, Muhua will focus on the improvement of Death Breath. Death Breath is a relatively simple ability. Even so, the original LV-20 Death Breath, after nearly 300 refining secret stones were smashed, it was only upgraded to LV-80. Gathering the dead air from the outside world, transforming the breath of death into pure magic power, the 400% natural absorption efficiency of magic power gives Muhua a very strong spellcasting endurance. He still has hundreds of level 5 magic stones, and 2 tons of low-level magic stones in his hand. Death Breath has no level locking prerequisite, and it seems that the full level Death Breath should be stable. If he is lucky, maybe he can also Kryptonize Super Speed Regeneration and Soul Tide, confirming once again that he is still very powerful. Muhua put aside his resentment towards the subject of magic. Every profession has its own specialty, so what about magic? Why not let Ikaros learn it? I heard that magic and angels are a good match. Chapter 220. After melting the high-level and low-level magic stones in his hand, Muhua finally completed his super speed regeneration through the obtained 100 refinement secret stone. The mutation at the cellular level was not peaceful, and the pain was much more intense than when the regeneration was completed. The indescribable pain lasted for 3 whole days. It was as if I was in a strong acid, and I couldn't tell whether it was dissolved or torn. Death Breath? Is Death Breath still important? My buddy has super speed regenerated. Even though Tuesday was madly pouring joy into Muhua's soul, and in a seemingly endless pain, Mu Hua had the idea of jumping into the abyss more than once. The pain that lasted for 3 days exhausted Mu Hua, and he recuperated on the Abyss Island for a few days. Mu Hua left the Abyss Island with lingering fear. Back to the hotel bedroom, I could hear the laughter of the girls in the living room through the door. You can't expect a group of adventurers who are motivated to fight monsters to be too serious and decent, let alone expect the girls to be quiet and gentle in private. Even the well-mannered Taibesha and the quiet Vivian always talk about some rogue topics that make men ashamed when they are together in private, and words like bitch and goblin pop up from time to time. People, especially young people, regardless of gender, are just jumping back and forth between being really coquettish and being stuffy. Well, this can be regarded as the pot of hormones. Opening the door, with the appearance of Mu Hua, the laughter in the living room suddenly stopped. As if the previous laughter was an illusion, the 2 young girls, like ladies from a noble family, blinked their big watery eyes and looked at Mu Hua. You went to the courtyard of the dead again? Taibesha asked. No, I went somewhere else. Mu Hua shook his head. Taibesha looked at Mu Hua silently and didn't ask any more questions. Ikaro sat beside the 2 girls like a quiet flower. Seeing Mu Hua, Ikaros stood up and greeted him. At this time, Ikaros was wearing a home dress, with a graceful figure and beautiful curves. The loose and soft suspender dress was slightly fitted above the waist. The delicate clavicle and the white shoulders with slightly outlined muscle lines showed her fitness and grace as a whole. She was wearing a pair of white slippers on her feet, which were light and comfortable, and complemented the dress. Half of her calves were exposed under the skirt, and her delicate ankles and flesh-colored stockings were delicate and shiny, which also added a touch of sexiness and charm to the girl. Delicate but not gaudy, this dress was very much in line with Mu Hua's preferences. Looking at Ikaros who walked in front of him, Mu Hua felt saliva secreted under his tongue, and an itchy feeling arose in his heart. Mu Hua, do you like it? Although I also bought some black stockings, I think flesh-colored stockings are more suitable for me. Do you want to see my panties? Standing in front of Mu Hua, Ikaros' palms on both sides of his thighs slightly pulled up the hem of his skirt, and the hem of his skirt was lifted up, and his calves and knees were slowly revealed. Ikaros' movements were not fast. When the plump thighs were half covered and half exposed, even though Mu Hua was attracted by the tender thighs, he could feel the contemptuous eyes cast on him by Tabitha and Vivian. Ahem, not bad. Be careful of the impact. Mu Hua coughed dryly and stopped Ikaros' movements. Ikaros knew his preferences very well. A corner of the hollow lace panties was exposed, and there was a hint of taboo temptation in the purity, which inevitably made Mu Hua's heart flutter again. Asshole. Watching the interaction between Mu Hua and Ikaros, Vivian and the other 2 girls spitted in disdain. Ikaros has a somewhat innocent personality. In fact, Mu Hua likes the charming older sister. The reason why he gave Ikaros this personality is completely to respect his youth. How is it, are you happy today? Selectively ignoring the 2 girls' disdain for him, Mu Hua touched Ikaros' shoulder and asked Ikaros. It's good, but Tabitha always treats me as a baby who knows nothing about the outside world. Ikaros replied helplessly. Oh, maybe she doesn't know much about magical life. It will take some time to get used to it. Mu Hua chuckled. Mu Hua, even though I haven't come into contact with many magical life forms, I can still recognize that she is an artificial angel. You didn't move the supplies from the Raiders Association, did you? Or did you sell the Dragon Fong? If you want to sell the Dragon Fong, you should contact Samantha. She should be able to negotiate a better price. Seeing Mu Hua walking to the sofa, Taibesha's expression gradually became serious. The life factor of an angel is very special. The physical signs of the magical life created with it must also be angels. That is, the so-called artificial angels. After retracting the wings and collar, Ikaros looks no different from humans. It's probably because I saw the wing pattern on Ikaros' back when I changed clothes. Taibesha doesn't know the grade of Ikaros, but it may also be related to human preferences. Compared with regular magical life forms, the most notable feature of artificial angels is that they are expensive. Taibesha is not sure whether Mu Hua can afford a magical life form, but she is sure that Mu Hua can't afford an artificial angel. And Mu Hua brought Ikaros back. All Tabitha could think of were the magic dragon and the batch of magic scrolls that the Raiders Association asked Mu Hua to supervise. Although magic life has independent personality, they also have unique sense of belonging. You should know that even if it is a customized magic life, as long as their creator is still alive, they will follow the buyer because of emotion. Magic life is very loyal, but loyalty does not mean that they have no temper. If you make them angry, it is better for you to run away from home. If you commit suicide or self-harm, you can wait for the security team to come to check the water meter. Some high-grade magic life can almost be said to be immortal, not to mention those magic puppets that can be physically maintained. If you think about it, you should know that there must be strong people in the group of magic life. Magic life is also protected by federal law and granted special human rights by the Federation. Even abusing magic puppets is an illegal act. Buying magic life is not so once and for all. Although Ikaros is cute, if it involves the use of those 2 batches of supplies, even Tabesha will feel a little unworthy. How dare I touch the war supplies of the strategy team? Tabitha's eyes were filled with worry, and Vivian also quietly watched Muhua. Muhua shook his head and said he could ask Odysseus for those magic scrolls, but if he touched them himself, it would be a bit against the rules. Muhua didn't like that, and he didn't need to do that now. I created Ikaros. Facing the suspicion of the 2 women, Muhua explained casually. Oh, you? You might as well say that you are already the Lord of Paleness. The 2 women were briefly stunned, and Vivian laughed teasingly. Ha, you are really smart. It should be okay to treat me as the Lord of Paleness. Muhua spread his hands. Although it was a joke, Vivian was right. He even completed the super speed regeneration. The death breath in the original skill has become the Pale Lord in the talent. Name, Muhua. Race, human. Level, 231. Life, 100%. Magic, 100%. Constitution, 643. Intelligence, 291. Spirit, 375. Magic adaptability, S. Distributable points, 76. Talents, Burning Furnace, Low-level impact immunity, Water element affinity, Intermediate fire element affinity, Rage blood, Pale Lord. Needless to say, the attribute growth, although the growth rate is a bit over the standard, but there is no significant breakthrough. During this period, Muhua's skill improvement was relatively saturated. The first magic he learned was Raven Summoning. In the past, he would never have thought that the first magic he actively filled up was also Raven Summoning. Unfortunately, after Raven Summoning was added to LV100, except that the number of blind Raven summoned beasts increased to 100, there was no surprise. At most, the spiritual attribute of the blind Raven is much higher. Most of the low-level and mid-level monsters are pecked by them, and basically one peck is a blind cannon. Compared with the blind Raven, the elemental affinity makes Muhua more happy. When the intermediate water element affinity breaks through to the water element affinity, his magic adaptability is improved to S level. This also makes Muhua confirm that the elemental affinity talent is a channel to improve the magic adaptability. A batch of 100 refining secret stones were harvested in a concentrated manner. The death breath, after maxing out, disappeared from the skill column, and the display of the Pale Lord also appeared in his talent. The fireball technique is stuck at a certain level and needs to be pre-fired. A chain lightning is integrated into the lightning arrow, but because the training level of the lightning arrow is too low, it has not changed like the fireball technique for the time being. However, the soul tide that Muhua imagined could not be obtained, but the LV80 super speed regeneration was stuck at a certain level. If he wanted to upgrade, he needed the touch of jealousy as a prerequisite. This aspect confused Muhua again. He had no idea about the touch of jealousy, and did not know how to obtain it for the time being. But the Pale Lord was stable, and there was nothing wrong with it. How dare you say that? You are the Pale Lord and I am the Emperor of the Empire. Muhua told the truth, but Vivian did not believe it. Seeing Muhua take the initiative to say it, Ikaros explained to the 2 women at this time. I was created by Muhua. He is my creator. Vivian, you don't have to guess which magic workshop I came from. Vivian was surprised and still looked at Ikaros with a questioning look. The magic life would not joke about the creator, but Vivian still suspected that Ikaros had some problems with his expression. Muhua, can you really create magical life? Taibesh's expression was not much better. Even if you can create magical life, as far as I know, creating magical life requires a huge amount of magic power. Vivian frowned and said, I have my own way. Muhua leaned on the sofa and stretched. You? Those dragon teeth? But what about the magic workshop? The 2 women thought about it, and thought of the dragon teeth in Muhua's hand. If those dragon teeth were sold, it might be possible to exchange for enough energy. But even with the most advanced equipment today, the process of creating magical life is still dangerous. Unless they are close friends, generally no one will let others create magical life in their own magic workshop. And since he was taught how to be a man in the subject of magic, Mu Hua felt that the origin of the name of magical life was probably because those two-handed guys needed to use machines and equipment to create them. I have some connections, you know? Mu Hua curled up on the sofa, still speaking vaguely. The two women looked at each other in silence. Who knows? You know? You know shit. Taibesha suddenly felt that this familiar statement sounded so familiar. Chapter 221 and Chapter 222. Both Taibesha and Vivian knew that Mu Hua had sneaked into the Twilight Courtyard by creating souls, which confirmed his identity as a professor. Although it was a little unbelievable, with Ikaros' proof, there was no doubt that Mu Hua had mastered the technology to create magical life. However, seeing that Mu Hua didn't want to elaborate, the two women couldn't ask. In this regard, Loren was much better than Lanton. He respected personal wishes and paid attention to personal privacy, and social common sense was also more reluctant to ask people about their problems. If it were Lanton, you wouldn't be done until you had your underwear clean. Can you really create magical life? This should be very profitable. Mu Hua didn't mention the details, and Taibesha shifted her focus and asked tentatively. I don't have the habit of selling children. Mu Hua rolled his eyes and shivered at the world. It should be considered his own child, right? The two women were silent. Look at Ikaros, who was codenamed Universal Angel for Entertainment by Mu Hua. Look at Ikaros' graceful curves. Think about the obviously not so pure relationship between Mu Hua and her. The two girls always feel that Mu Hua has some problems with his definition of children. Well, Mu Hua does have some problems in this regard. It can't be said that he has absolute possessiveness, but if he doesn't create, it's fine. If he creates magical life, he wants to say that it's all his. Do you have a favorite type? If you can get a magical brain, I can try to get you two playmates. Mu Hua said with a hint of meaning. Pa! The two girls spit in tacit understanding. Still a favorite type? Mu Hua's tone with the word playmate is obviously not so serious. Pa is pa, but the two girls' eyes flicker, and their inner and outer expressions don't seem to be so consistent. Sure enough, everyone still prefers customized ones. The price of low and medium-level magic brains is not unbearable, but forget it, the cost of manufacturing and cultivation is still too high. Looking at Ikaros, Vivian said with some pity. The girl is more concerned about influence, and it seems that she can't be as unrestrained as Mu Hua. Of course, poverty may also be the main reason why the girl gave up. Moreover, magic life is no different from normal humans, and Vivian can't treat them simply as playmates. As for the magic brain, can the living puppets in the hotel be remodeled? They should also have magic brains inside, right? Taibesha pointed her finger at the corner of her mouth and said thoughtfully. The iron heads in the hotel are mechanical puppets. As long as they don't resist, it is easier to take out their magic brains than bionic puppets. And those magic brains can also be used in the creation of magic life. It's just that the upper limit of low-level magic brains is relatively low, and they can't withstand the invasion of two strong life factors. If they are paired with too high-end life factors, they cannot be interdependent, and the soul and consciousness will collapse. If low-quality life factors are used, from the perspective of physical fitness and combat ability, it is more cost-effective to use low-level magic brains to make puppets than to create magic life. It is obviously easy to judge the combat power of a scumbag and a scumbag with a machine gun installed in his body. However, the iron heads in the hotel do not need to fight. Their daily work is to deal with the trivial matters of life in the hotel. If Mu Hua can really turn them all into magic life, Taibesha feels that it seems to be quite good. No, my ability is a bit tricky. It's no problem to extract their magic brains, but I can't let them inherit their original souls for the time being. Using their magic brains is equivalent to killing them first, which doesn't feel good. Mu Hua shook his head. Trick? Like your alchemy? Taibesha asked. Yeah, almost. Mu Hua nodded. His own attributes are not up to standard. Not only can he not pass on the magic he knows to the magic life, but starting the creation formula is also a foolproof one-click operation. In the magic environment of the Abyss Island, it is no problem to run the creation formula, but he is powerless to interfere more carefully. Forget it then. Although the details are not clear, Mu Hua's statement makes Taibesha more accepting. Mu Hua's ability is a bit inconsistent with his age. He knows some high-end technologies, but there are some flaws. This seems to be relatively normal. Transforming Taitu was not something that had to be done. In this world, many people would not simply treat puppets like Taitu as robots. Because they all have souls, although it is unlikely that everyone is equal. But in the eyes of most humans, they are pets like the cats and dogs in Mu Hua's previous life. If transformation leads to the extinction of their souls, It is basically a kind of abuse of cats and dogs, which is a relatively bad behavior and may also attract condemnation from people who know the inside story. After a simple exchange, Tibesha and Vivian only confirmed that Ikaros was an artificial angel and only knew that she was created by Muhua. The two women were not clear about other things. Muhua did not elaborate, and the two women felt depressed and lost interest in talking to Muhua. It was already dinner time, and Tibesha took Ikaros out to eat in the name of welcoming him. Her cousin was too unsociable, so Ikaros was suitable to team up with her and Vivian to hunt demons. The artificial angel with the ability to fly already had the conditions to become a combat force, and did not give Muhua any chance to argue. Tibesha had already labeled Ikaros as a member of the adventure team. To say that Muhua was quite entangled now, he was becoming less and less suitable to team up with normal people. Death breathing changed qualitatively at the full level, and became a talent called the Lord of Paleness. The external ability did not change much, which meant that Muhua had super strong spellcasting endurance. But this ability cannot be used indiscriminately. When the death breath was mobilized, a large amount of gathered dead air would turn Muhua's surroundings into a burial ground where all things withered in a short period of time. It's better for people who can adapt to the dead air. If you don't have the psychic physique to adapt to the dead air, just standing next to Muhua will easily be affected by trauma. This is no longer a question of whether you can see the light or not. This ability basically cannot be used in the human world. Even in the courtyard, you need to avoid places governed by humans. In addition to fighting to restore magic, Muhua can also invest his own magic power into the purgatory arms at any time. When the death breath is turned on, the magic power will slowly return when it is gone. As for the disadvantages, if Muhua is fully activated, he is simply a walking source of pollution. No matter where he goes, he will be regarded as a disaster by non-undead creatures. Dandelion Adventure Group, 4 members. 3 main combat personnel, part-time Magic School Days students. 1 logistics manager, status, Pale Lord. The 4 went down to the first floor, but saw Nick chatting with Demand, and next to Nick, there was also the strategist Irene. It is said that this girl also has a nickname of Red Moon Hunter, which is quite impressive. It is a code name given by the public to the raiders, who have experienced big battles. Hi Bessa. Seeing Muhua and others, Nick greeted Tibesha familiarly. Nick. Why are you here? Tibesha said in surprise. Muhua has been inviting me to sit here. Why, don't you welcome me? Nick said with a smile. Tibesha looked at Muhua in confusion. Are these two people so close? Moreover, as far as she knows, Nick should not be the kind of person who would come to a regular hotel to sit for nothing. Well, just treat it as my invitation. Muhua spread his hands. He couldn't say that he gave Nick's little lover a bottle of goblin essence, right? Just treat it as? Well, Nick, don't make trouble here. Tibesha thought for a while, but then looked at Irene beside Nick, as if reminding him. Because Muhua seemed to have some relationship with Odysseus, Irene had been pestering Muhua for a while, but Muhua rarely showed up in the hotel, so she never had the opportunity to build a deep friendship with Muhua. Betha, you shouldn't worry about me, Nick said with a smile, then lowered his voice and looked at a corner of the restaurant. You should pay more attention to that one, a wandering witch, can you believe it? I just chatted with a wandering witch, Nick whispered. That's why I asked you not to make trouble here. Trisha will open a witch hut by the woods outside the hotel, and I don't want you to get lost on the forest path. Tabitha smiled and waved to Trisha, who suddenly looked over here and turned to Nick. Nick shrugged. Before Muhua and the others appeared, Nick was like a proud nobleman, but now he was as easygoing as a big boy. Irene looked at the few people with interest, analyzing their relationship in her heart. Let's go eat, Muhua asked Nick. You guys? No. Maybe I should ask Miss Irene out for a drink. Nick looked at Muhua and the other 3. He was not interested in this kind of gathering that was obviously a casual affair. Well, let's go. Have fun. Muhua waved his hand. The two of them had an unusually simple conversation. As Muhua and the others left, after a while, looking at Nick who was leaving with Irene in his arms, Demand silently gave the middle finger and sent his blessing to the handsome man and beautiful woman. The daily life in the hotel was still harmonious. Chapter 223. Perhaps because she has always positioned herself as the team leader, Tibesha pays great attention to maintaining relationships with people around her. But among Muhua and his companions, Vivian is the one who knows the most about the adventurer team. This world is not so simple. The dimensional world called the courtyard appears from time to time in various corners of the human world. Let alone humans, Even the monsters that control the courtyard may not be able to explain the principle of the courtyard's advent. Because of the projection advent, it is impossible for humans to truly eliminate monsters. Coexisting with monsters, and preventing monsters from invading the human world in large numbers is already the best result that humans can achieve. Mu Hua is not a person with deep hatred. Originally, he just wanted to live a relatively normal and relatively better life. If you have to say what life goal is, I am afraid that only killing the illegitimate child can barely be counted as one. No hatred, no inspiration, take one step at a time. While controlling the Abyss Island and owning the burning furnace, Mu Hua just wanted to live a comfortable life without being bullied by others. The social atmosphere in Loren is quite good. Although there is a strong class concept here, as long as you don't blindly get close to the so-called high-level people, there is rarely cross-class oppression here. Politicians play with politicians, and the rich fight with the rich. For the high-level people, the people are at most objects that need to be coaxed. As for oppression, it is already very good if these unruly people don't cause trouble, and don't let the hostile forces use the people as an excuse to mess with themselves. Originally, Mu Hua didn't have any goals. He enjoyed the social atmosphere of the foreign empire, and looked forward to his future life. But the adventurers involved, the adventure team involved, under Vivian's reminder, Mu Hua and Taibesha both thought of something they had not considered before. Choose a suitable courtyard to develop your own base. After the dinner party for Ikaros' birthday, Mu Hua entered the Abyss Island, soaked in the pool, and looked at Ikaros, who took the Terror Knight as the target of attack in the distance, muttering to himself. If you want to develop an adventure team, you can't expect to find suitable team members in the human world that belongs to the settlers, right? The human world is the world of the settlers, where humans reproduce, and where new blood is supplied to the adventurer group. What is new blood? Oh, it's just rookies. If you want to form an adventure team for fun, it's fine, let alone a brigade. Even if you want to form an adventure group, by the time a bunch of rookies grow up and everyone is still breathing, they will probably be wrinkled and old, right? Mu Hua thought of the captain of the Roaring Undead team when he first met Caroline. It seemed that his goal was to make his team a brigade. At that time, Caroline seemed to have blessed him, wishing him to realize his wish before he died. The human world is a world of peace and stability, and the world of adventure is still in the courtyard. There are a large number of mature adventurers, adventurer settlements, adventurer cities, and even countries established by adventurers. Let's put aside the problem that some people worry that the courtyard may usher in doomsday events at any time. There are also human city-states, principalities, and empires in the courtyard. Those countries were established by adventurers, and there are also reproduction and disputes among humans. Establishing a company in the human world, setting up a base in the courtyard, recruiting mature adventurers to join, or even directly recruiting some adventurer teams, this is almost a necessary process for establishing a team. If you simply wander around the courtyard like a gorilla, and stay in the human world all day to talk about development, it is just like playing house. And Vivian's constructed undead were almost completely destroyed, and once she returned to the pre-liberation period, she didn't mind playing house for the time being, so she came to hang out with Taibesha. But hanging out with Taibesha didn't prevent her from reminding Taibesha of the nature of the brigade. The brigade is a combat group that guards one side, and at least they are a combat group that has established a dominant position in a certain courtyard. It's just that because this world is too diverse, and there are too many courtyards, it is difficult for this so-called guarding of one side to reflect the sense of racial honor, and it is also difficult to create an atmosphere of common hatred of the enemy. In 1,000 words, the human world is still a world of settlers. This is the rear area of mankind. Simply guarding here and tossing around will never toss out a brigade. To be honest, these have nothing to do with Mu Hua. He doesn't like the team very much. Not to mention that Zhou Er can Pua, the undead he derived, nor that he can create magical life. He now has the talent of the Pale Lord. The Pale Lord, although Mu Hua is still a little confused about the door, the most famous thing about the Pale Lord is that he can form an army by himself. Well, you must be wrong here. The one-man army here does not refer to the army, but the Pale Lord finds a place to hide, and can smoke all the creatures nearby to death, and if they can't be smoked to death, they can be smoked away. Okay, jokes aside, Mu Hua doesn't need a team very much. He can probably train the skeleton warriors to take charge of logistics. But the problem is that as his strength increases, the human world's constraints on him become more and more severe, and he cannot raise an army of undead in the human world. The ownerless undead are willing to help the Pale Lord fight, and in the range of death energy gathered by the Pale Lord, the undead are not affected by the binding magic. If the environment is right, the Pale Lord can really form an army by himself, But this army is a disaster no matter how you look at it, because those ownerless undead will not help the Pale Lord do anything except fighting and turning everything into paleness. As for Mu Hua, let alone forming an army by himself, he dare not even use the breath of death indiscriminately in the human world now. Let alone whether he will be criticized and held accountable for making a burial ground, he will definitely have to pay money. He should not be able to afford it. It seems that he also faces the choice of choosing a courtyard as his permanent residence. Don't think about guarding a place, maybe you can try to find a mountain and be the king of the mountain first. Work, work, don't worry about the station or the mountain king, your own hard power is the key. Soaking in the pool, Mu Hua began to smelt the magic stone in his hand. If the intermediate magic is perfected, he should be able to initially build a mage position. Intermediate magic contains a lot of trap magic. If you want to build a station, you can't do it without laying mines. Ignore the primary magic of the stone, entanglement, fireball, and primary magic. He is now melting the intermediate magic stone. Superimposed smelting can increase the probability of the emergence of intermediate magic. Anyway, the 100 refined secret stone and the philosopher's stone can also be accumulated. Healing? Keep this for a while, and match it with Ikaros and his family first. Condensation, well, it is necessary to keep this. Feather falling, dispersion? Damn! Don't keep it. It's better to buy low-level magic stones directly. Thunderfall, I spent money, but it was not integrated into Lightning Arrow, so it seems that it cannot become inherent magic. Wind Blade Skill Stone, Absorption, Wind Elemental Magic can also be regarded as a direct attack skill. Flash, a magical skill for the caster to save his life and attack, requiring intelligence of 350, and prerequisite space interference. Mu Hua's current intelligence is 291, which is not up to the standard, but it doesn't matter, he still has 76 points of free allocation points. If he wants to learn intermediate magic, his current intelligence must be increased. First increase the intelligence to 350, and then go to the Eternal Night territory to kill more little demons. The intelligence requirement is met, but Mu Hua does not know how to use the entry-level magic of space interference for the time being. Even if it is an entry-level magic, it involves space and belongs to the category of intermediate magic. The difficulty of understanding space magic is very high. As long as the magic stone can produce the flash skill stone, I think other ones can also be melted, which makes Mu Hua a little excited. It stands to reason that the intermediate magic stone should also be able to Krypton space interference, so I put away the flash skill stone first, hoping that this batch of magic stones can melt the space interference skill stone. Thunder Roar Cannon, a very fierce thunder magic, with amazing burst damage. Flame Shock, no fixed form, a relatively changeable magic, the most complete form is similar to the Vermilion Nova, more impactful than the Vermilion Nova, can form a fire ring shock that resists the fire ring, and can disperse and burn the surrounding enemies when surrounded. Fast casting speed, strong explosive power, a magic suitable for single duels and chaos and group attacks, it is the existence of this kind of magic that gives rise to the so-called melee magician. Close collision, close range burst casting is the real melee magician. The kind of warrior who carries a staff and randomly uses combat skills is just a warrior who is not doing his job. Continuous attack, well, just mention the warrior, and then the combat skills. Mu Hua didn't want these intermediate combat skill stones at all. Their power depends on physical fitness. If they can't be upgraded, they still need to hone their skills. He was thinking about the endless martial arts of the Terror Knight. It was like a bloody mimicry. Thunder Beast skill stone, very good, another high-level intermediate magic. The intelligence requirement is 400, I can't afford it, so I collect it first. Earth and Land Generation skill stone. Mu Hua clenched his fist, his eyes flashing with excitement. Although this magic is not very offensive, it is the basis for the construction of the mage's position. After absorbing this skill stone, a series of magic in Mu Hua's attribute list, such as Earth Wall, Bone Wall, Earth and Stone Reinforcement, Rock Crystallization, Magic Crystal Wall, and Fortified City Defense, rushed to integrate into it. This phenomenon made Mu Hua even more excited. Intrinsic magic, this must be the inherent magic of the formation construction type. Earlier, he had looked up the inherent magic of the formation construction type that other spellcasters had made public, because it was almost certain that there would be applications for earth walls and rock crystallization. At that time, Mu Hua regretted that he might not have this kind of inherent magic, and it seemed that he did not get the leader. Now, the only problem is, the magic power consumption seems to be a bit high, and it seems to be a big consumer of Balian secret stone. Chapter 224. It is impossible to grow up in one step. You need to choose your own preference and gradually improve yourself. In terms of the division of combat positions, like warriors, the mage profession also has many positions. There are turret mages in the rear, trap mages in front of the formation, melee mages who attack and behead, forbidden magicians who curb the enemy's spells, etc. Among them, there is also a position mage, who is responsible for building defense. This type of mage can quickly build a mage position with both magic and entity on the battlefield. In simple terms, it is to build a strong fortress in a short time on the battlefield. If it cooperates with some assault mages and long-range professionals, who are good at attacking magic, this mage position can be said to be extremely shameless. And the position mage is often the culprit, who makes the battlefield a meat grinder. The caster standing in the mage position is the big killer on the battlefield, otherwise the warriors charge, and the scout sneak attack can take the caster's life at any time. Although defensive magic like magic shield is useful, there is no shortage of weapons with magic-breaking properties in this world, and these magic-breaking weapons are absolutely invincible to those defensive magics composed of pure magic power. Mu Hua was delighted to obtain the inherent magic that seemed to be a type of position construction, but it seemed that he could not afford this magic for the time being. Although it was inherent magic, it consumed a lot of magic power. If the magic power stored in the Purgatory Armed Forces was not used, Mu Hua could not complete the spell with his current total magic power. Mu Hua was not too frustrated about this. Intrinsic magic originally had the characteristic of low magic consumption. It can only be said that the initial level of this magic was a bit high. The current magic power is not enough, so meditate more, let Tuesday tickle more, and improve the spirit more. Compared to this magic that is rarely used, Flicker is a magic that requires Mu Hua to master more accurately. Mu Hua's gambling mentality exploded again. The magic stones in his hand were exhausted, and spatial interference was finally swiped out after he threw dozens of goblin staffs embedded with complete magic cores into the burning source furnace. It can be said that he was too excited or helpless. In fact, this magic is stuck in the prerequisites of all space magics, and there is no clear source. Whether it can be swiped out depends purely on luck. If he is in high spirits, even if it doesn't come out, he probably won't feel sorry for the slight price difference of those staffs. There is nothing to say about spatial interference. This magic allows Mu Hua to have his own unique understanding of the concept of space, which is hazy at the dimensional level. It is difficult to express his understanding. I got 3 skill stones of space magic earlier. I can't Krypton now because of my intelligence attribute, but now, Flicker and storage space both need spatial interference as a prerequisite for absorption. The reason why Mu Hua was so persistent in melting the goblin staff and also wanted to melt out the spatial interference was to be able to absorb the 2 skill stones, flash and storage space. Storage space can create a magic space bound to Mu Hua's soul, and its utility is of the same nature as that of storage props. However, the storage props are made of the empty dream stone as the material, and the empty dream stone is used to randomly intercept the gap space during the transmission process through the cross-border transmission method to create magic props. The size of the space in the storage prop is constant, and the magic of the storage space has a certain growth potential. According to the strength of the caster, this magic space can continue to expand. Of course, these are not the key points. The key point is that the intermediate magic stone can indeed melt out various magics involving the concept of space. This also caused Mu Hua to be a little obsessed with space interference. Fortunately, this magic did not make it too difficult for Mu Hua. After obtaining space interference, the 2 skill stones of flash and storage space naturally became Mu Hua's skills. Unlike the safe and stable storage space, the magic of flash is quite dangerous for the caster. Even if there is a one-click operation, Mu Hua dare not use it indiscriminately. The skill stone is very convenient. After absorbing the skill stone, the magic contained in the skill stone will be engraved into Mu Hua's soul. Even if you don't have a thorough understanding of the magic formula, when you cast magic, the magic array engraved in the soul can guide the magic power to complete the casting. The casting process of flash is very fast. It has nothing to do with the level of the caster. It is a magic that cannot be slowed down even if you want to. Flash can achieve short-distance space shuttle. Unlike what Mu Hua originally thought, it needs to be spatially positioned through the method of formula calculation. LV1 flash allows Mu Hua to flash within a 10-meter range of sight. Because LV2 only expands the range to 11 meters, Mu Hua temporarily gave up investing the Balian secret stone in it. Short-distance teleportation is complicated to calculate, but the consumption of magic power is not high. It can be used to avoid enemy raids, and can also be used to avoid mental locks. Even in terms of sneak attacks and strong attacks on enemies, this magic can be called a magical skill. Affected by the life magnetic field, the spatial positioning of the flash cannot overlap with the life body. It allows the caster to transcend the spatial limitations, but the more terrifying thing is that it cannot interfere with non-living objects other than the caster. In other words, when casting this magic, if there is a problem with the spatial positioning, when there is a stone at the coordinates of your flash, you will not appear on the stone, but overlap with the stone. Having said that, I think there is no need to explain more. A practical but dangerous magic that requires precise practice. Mu Hua now only dares to practice this magic on an empty flat ground. Even so, he was still nervous. Every time the flash landed, it was more than 5 meters above the ground, for fear that if he was not careful, his legs and feet would overlap with the ground. Well, Mu Hua was very brave. He dared to practice this magic as soon as he got it. His courage came from super speed regeneration. As long as his soul was not destroyed, as long as there was magic power in the outside world, his heart was not broken too much, and he was left with more than 1/10 of complete body tissue. He could regenerate and recover. Flash? Practice it. If his legs and feet really overlap with the ground, just cut them off. It is no longer a question of whether he is fleshy or not. A creature with super speed regeneration itself symbolizes weirdness. Mu Hua is really unconventional. Others have power first, and then continue to practice and grow, perfect themselves, and gradually become weird. But he was just as bad. His strength was neither good nor bad, and he was just weird. It seemed that he had a strange characteristic of high standard but poor level. Practicing flashing on the Abyss Island, Mu Hua's body appeared and disappeared from time to time. Ugh! The vomiting never stopped. Well, it was not cool. Every time Mu Hua flashed, he would inevitably vomit. This magic hurt people in various ways, or Mu Hua's understanding of space was still too shallow. After flashing, he felt physically uncomfortable in various ways. This guy was practicing with the attitude of vomiting, and he was getting used to it. There was no way. It was a bit difficult to understand space with a simple analytical mentality. Mu Hua felt that this rough way of bugging was more suitable for him. Well, this is not nonsense. He has mastered spatial interference, and his training level can be improved by hitting the 100 refining secret stone. When it comes to the level of real understanding, it is not only physiological adaptation, but also enlightenment. It is the kind that can't be explained. Anyway, you can play it. Wild way, usually like this. Whenever Mu Hua flashes himself into a shapeless form, Ikaros will move the dirty Mu Hua to wash and rest. The original plan to let Ikaros learn magic manufacturing has fallen through. In Ikaros' words, she is better at fighting and annihilation, and at most has some specialties in bed skills. Or, when Mu Hua created her, he said her personality preferences like this, and her personality preferences determine which aspects she is more likely to focus on. In other words, Ikaros is also a wild fighting faction. Although she is usually a soft girl, she will be very energetic when she fights with the Terror Rider. If she were to learn magic manufacturing, she would snore in class. Mu Hua had to take the blame for this. Time passed as Mu Hua vomited and vomited. He had to vomit anyway, so he simply stopped eating for a few days while practicing flashing. When Mu Hua and Ikaros returned to the hotel bedroom again, when they walked out of the bedroom together, they ran into Taibesha, who looked stunned. Looking at Mu Hua, who looked pale and shaky when he walked, as if he had been raped for 3 days and 3 nights. Then look at Ikaros, who had red lips and white teeth and pink and tender skin. After getting up and washing up in the morning, Taibesha and Vivian looked at each other in silence. How crazy is this? Are you going to die? Mu Hua, you'd better not share a room with Ikaros. This is a dormitory. Be careful of the influence. After a long silence, Taibesha said to Mu Hua quite implicitly, watching him eat and drink a few steaks. Chapter 225. Today, there are a lot of people in the Demand Hotel. Early in the morning, at least 40 to 50 people gathered in the lobby on the first floor. Although the lobby on the first floor is spacious enough, it is a little noisy than usual, which makes Mu Hua think he has come to the wrong place. Some are checking in, some are exercising in the fitness area, some are eating and chatting, and some are playing cards together. The Dandelion Hotel is quite special. Most of the people who come here to stay are adventurers. When did these adventurers become so idle? What happened? The garrison regiment's accommodation exploded? When he came to the bar, Mu Hua asked Demand, who was busy registering guests. Demand didn't want to pay attention to him. Demand has a lot of problems, but with him around, Mu Hua doesn't need to worry about the hotel's affairs, so his problems are nothing that Muhua can't accept and understand. The Adventurers Guild issued a temporary retreat order, and the Kane's courtyard was completely blocked. All adventurers were evacuated. Before Demand could answer, an old resident, who knew Muhua, said, "Kane's courtyard? 375? Muhua asked to confirm. Yes, a sky city appeared in the north of 375, and the courtyard was temporarily named. A Mother Nest-class airship has been hovering over the town for a day. It should be the mothership of the patrol fleet. It seems that there will be a big move here," the adventurer said with interest. "The patrol meeting, we need to negotiate with the owner of the courtyard. Look, our mayor is here," Muhua said, pointing to Nick, who came down from upstairs. At this time, Irene was holding Nick's arm, and the two of them looked intimate and familiar. It seemed that Nick didn't care about any impact. Star Patrol conference? Oh, that's a good thing. Several adventurers laughed. People here don't seem to care about mayor-level bureaucrats. "Hey, Mr. Mayor, do you need to recruit a guard?" Nick approached, and an adventurer greeted him and asked. Their lives have no intersection with Nick, the acting mayor, and without intersection, they can naturally get along peacefully. In Hyman City, Nick is also a public figure. Some adventurers will take the initiative to greet Nick, but they heard about the Star Patrol conference and want to mix with Nick to make some extra money. "Oh, just you? Will you fight?" Nick waved his hand in response to the slightly teasing greeting. "Haha, no matter how you fight, it won't be your guard's turn." Several people laughed, and were also scolded by Nick to get out. Nick is also a major character on the human side of the Star Patrol conference, but he is also a mascot, mainly responsible for styling, and these adventurers, who want to be his guards, are obviously not ready to fight. After a brief banter, Muhua waved everyone away. The clanging sound of metal colliding accompanied everyone, but some of the new guests had not even taken off their armor. Muhua found that the iron heads were equipped with riot nets and stun guns, which seemed to be to prevent anyone from causing trouble. "There is a mothership in the sky. Is it here to participate in the Star Patrol meeting?" After leaving the hotel, Muhua asked Nick, who was traveling with him. "We have to wait. It won't be that fast. I heard that a demon tide occurred in a dead courtyard in the west, and it happened to be caught up by the Star Patrol fleet that was about to come here. It will probably take some time." Nick shook his head and said. Muhua was silent. "The dead courtyard in the west again, Monroe City? Forget it. Let's not discuss this topic in depth. What are you doing?" Muhua nodded symbolically and changed the subject. Muhua, who was practicing flashing, was a little confused. He didn't even want to go to the Eternal Night territory today. He just came out to hang out. Irene, who was following Nick, seemed to be making some small moves. Muhua asked Nick. "The witch's hut over the woods has been built. Let's go and have a look." Nick pointed to the woods in front of the hotel and said casually, glancing at Irene, who was holding his arm. Irene wants to join Ada's strategy team. I'm going to recommend her. What do you think?" "Oh, Trisha's hut was built so quickly. Do I need to say hello to Otis about the strategy team?" Glancing at Irene, Irene's eyes flashed with joy as Muhua spoke. "No need, Irene is still very capable. Speaking of which, you are also the owner of the hotel. You pay too little attention to the wandering witches near the hotel," Nick said jokingly without paying attention to Irene's emotions. Irene is very beautiful, and has a certain reputation as a strategist. Although he doesn't know the relationship between Muhua and Odysseus, Nick doesn't think Irene is worthy of him and Muhua to greet Odysseus together. Nick's reaction also hinted at the degree of his relationship with Irene. Although Irene was a little disappointed, she became natural in an instant, as if nothing had happened, and communicated with Muhua and Nick casually. The forest path in front of the hotel forked, and the gravel-paved path extended westward for about 20 meters. Walking along the gravel road, unlike the forest cabin that Muhua imagined, a stone villa covering an area of about 200 to 300 square meters appeared among the trees. Like a standard villa, the angled roof has a skylight from the attic, and the style of the roof makes the square villa look less rigid. The crystallized wall had obvious traces of magic. At this time, Trisha was arranging vines outside the house, probably to cover the smooth and rigid wall with vines. "Hi Trisha, good morning." Muhua greeted Trisha from a distance. Nick and Irene were 2 steps behind Muhua. They seemed to be cautious about the wandering witch. "Good morning. Help me see how this house is?" Trisha glanced at Nick and the others, and turned to Muhua. It's hard to say how the house is, but Trisha no longer wears the long robe that covers her head. She wears a doctor's white coat over the women's suit that outlines her figure. this which looks like a professional medical staff at this time. Under the professional short skirt, 2 beautiful long legs are exposed, black stockings and high heels. This which knows a lot. The house is nice, and your clothes are also dangerous. Mu Hua raised his eyebrows and looked up and down at Trisha. Trisha smiled faintly at the corner of her mouth, and seemed to be quite satisfied with Mu Hua's good-natured joke. Vivian wants to build a boneyard nearby. If you have no problem with it, how about building it behind your cabin? Mu Hua asked Trisha. Necromancers and boneyards are standard. This forest nominally belongs to Mu Hua. Now Mu Hua gets along well with the people in the town, so no one should bother him if he builds a boneyard here. Boneyards are suitable for grazing ghosts, but I won't go out to isolate the barrier, Trisha said. Boneyards have a certain degree of diffusion, and the isolation barrier is to prevent the breath of death from leaking out and prevent the spread and pollution of the boneyard. Boneyards are very troublesome to build, and the magic scrolls of the isolation barrier are also very expensive. However, these are not a problem for Mu Hua. He has learned a spirit gathering array similar to the magic gathering array. If we do not consider the problem of stray entry, the spirit gathering array is more useful than the isolation barrier to prevent the spread of death energy. You don't need to help, do you need help? Mu Hua asked, walking to Trisha and looking at the plant seeds in Trisha's hand. You also know this? He threw a seed, and the seed fell on the wall of the house. Under the effect of the vine technique, the seed grew rapidly, and vines grew in a blink of an eye and climbed on the wall. It's okay. Do you want bloodthirsty vines? Mu Hua turned over a few apricot-sized seeds in his palm and asked Trisha. Don't scare my guests away. Seeing Mu Hua take out the seeds of bloodthirsty vines, Trisha hurriedly stopped him. Although the seed is more expensive, the bloodthirsty vine is very fierce and will not attack actively, but if it encounters a creature that accidentally touches it, it will entangle the other party to death like a strange python covered with thorns. Forget it, I keep it for traps. What is this? Mu Hua asked, picking up some sesame-sized seeds from Trisha's hand after collecting the blood-sucking vine seeds. Purple sunthorns. Their flowers in winter are very beautiful. You can also plant some outside the hotel, but it will entangle the trees to death. Don't let it fall into the woods. As Trisha explained, Mu Hua threw the seeds. No magic circle appeared, but several vines had already broken through the ground. Hidden casting? Mage? Trisha looked at Mu Hua unexpectedly. Not bad. Mu Hua looked indifferent, but the 3 people present laughed and shook their heads, and anyone could see the pride on his lips. Chapter 226. Well, young mage, is there no future for necromancers? Do you want to switch to druids? Looking at Mu Hua, who pretended to be calm but showed off, Trisha smiled. Trisha liked to get along with Mu Hua. He was young and not as gloomy as most necromancers. This kind of showing-off mentality was quite suitable for his age. He did not show arrogance, nor was he annoying. It is better to have many skills. I still remember the corpse engraving you promised me, Mu Hua said with a smile. Although vine magic is not very conspicuous, it is a natural secret art of druids. Under normal circumstances, it cannot be learned and needs a guide to guide the perception. Magic is fair, elements are ruthless, and the original sin of jealousy also implies the virtue of patience. The breath of death can be traced back to magic, and magic can also derive life energy. Whether it is the breath of death or life energy, it can be understood as a kind of mutated magic. The breath of death and life energy are both mutated magic. They are everywhere, but under normal circumstances, it is difficult to touch them without special means. High-level undead creatures also have the ability to regenerate. It is not that they cannot touch life energy after adapting to the breath of death. Mu Hua does not know how others are. Anyway, he Krypton skill stones Krypton out. Although it is an intermediate magic, vine magic is somewhat like a warlock's trick. It is a magic that takes advantage of the situation and has the ability to destruct beyond the level, but it often needs the help of external objects to produce an attack effect. This magic cannot be created out of nothing. Life energy cannot realize the materialization effect of elements. At least it needs plant seeds as a medium for casting. Depending on the type of plant seeds, different destructive power can be generated. Purple sunthorns can trap people and animals. Bloodthirsty vines can kill people and demons. And if you get the seeds of Hydra vines, that thing can also cause a large-scale disaster when it is activated. Of course, the magic power required to catalyze Hydra vines will naturally not be less. Moreover, if there is no gluttony will, these vines will not distinguish between enemies and friends, and the casters who catalyze them will also be attacked by them. Well, although Mu Hua's impression is that druids should belong to the natural faction, and druids' secret arts should belong to natural magic. But in this world, natural magic belongs to the original sin of gluttony, and the elves who are closely related to nature are also apostles of gluttony. Vine magic is something that those who know it can do, and it seems to be no different from ordinary magic. And those who don't know it can't learn it no matter how hard they try. This is a relatively unreasonable series of magic. Because it involves the qualitative change of magic power, they have acquired the nickname of secret arts, and are classified as white magic by humans. Although it didn't look very impressive, Nick and Irene were quite surprised by the vine spell Muhua performed. But perhaps because she could do it herself, Trisha was more focused on the hidden spell, and she was also attracted by the corpse mark mentioned by Muhua. Corpse mark? Do you have any undead that need to be marked now? Decorating her own house by herself was a kind of life adjustment for Trisha. Without asking Muhua to help with the decoration, Trisha invited the 3 people into the house. The spacious and bright house had no skulls, nor colorful lights and crystal balls. Sofa, massage chair, massage bed. Muhua was surprised to see a water bed and a cross with restraint ability. Are you sure this is a spiritual house, not a function room? There won't be a whip here, right? Shocked by the layout of the house, Muhua temporarily ignored the issue of the corpse mark. Hee dear, are you a guest? If you need it, we can also provide some special services. Before Trisha could answer, a female spirit with her feet off the ground floated in front of the few people. A banshee? Unlike Tuesday, the clothes formed by the gray fog gave people a dirty feeling, and the face was a little blurry. Facing the banshee who was laughing, Nick subconsciously took a half step back. Irene frowned cautiously. Her eyes were not focused, but she only saw a piece of gray fog. Back off. Bitch! Shouted harshly, and Tuesday came out from behind Muhua. With a much more delicate appearance than the banshee, although it was a spirit, Tuesday had a terrifying sickle in his hand. The originally laughing banshee's expression froze, her eyes flashed with fear, and she hid behind Trisha. Humph, why are you so fierce? Although she was afraid, Trisha stood in front and complained to Tuesday. Fanny, if I were you, I would never pick a fight with him. As far as I know, he has a hellhound. Trisha did not defend the banshee, but rather had a good attitude. It's okay. Muhua said to Tuesday first, and Tuesday sneaked into Muhua's body again, and he looked at the banshee opposite. It's a hellhound. Muhua corrected. The banshee is already a relatively high-level ghost, with a mysterious way of moving and attacks that directly touch the soul. For creatures without psychic vision, banshees can also downplay their existence to a certain extent. They pose a fatal threat to many creatures, and are relatively terrifying ghosts. However, their weakness is also obvious. The hellhounds with tough souls, and the ability to feed on ghosts, are their absolute nemesis. Hey sir, we are operating legally here, you can't hurt me. The witch protested to Muhua first, and then hugged Trisha's neck from behind. Dear, look, he let a witch live in his body, I want it too. The witch said to Trisha. Go away Fanny, go get some water, don't let me put you in the soul-binding bottle. Trisha said coldly at the witch's intimate behavior. Letting the witch enter her body is Trisha's way of polishing her soul. It is training and torture. She saw Tuesday's eyelids twitching when she freely entered and exited Muhua's body, and it was definitely not because of Tuesday's relatively delicate appearance. This is my sister, at least she used to be. After sending the witch away, Trisha explained to Muhua. Do witches like to use their relatives as ghosts? I once killed the parents of a hall witch. Is that okay? Muhua said awkwardly. It's okay if she doesn't pursue it. They only dare to curse their compatriots. Hall witches are all goblins. When mentioning the hall witch, Trisha spoke in a bad tone and her expression was full of disgust and distortion. The sudden contrast made Muhua and others stunned again. Trisha coughed dryly, and her expression returned to normal. And the expression that made Muhua think that the other party was going to turn evil at that moment seemed to prove the reason why the wandering witch was taboo. Well okay, Fanny was also a witch, and she was killed by the hall witch. Perhaps realizing her own gaffe, Trisha explained. It's not comfortable to polish the soul. We will try to provide guests with a more comfortable environment according to the needs of different guests. As for this restraint frame, some guests, who are eager for quick success and instant benefits will also have high-intensity requirements. In order to prevent the other party from hurting themselves, this is not used under normal circumstances. Deliberately changing the subject, Trisha introduced the situation inside the house to several people. Bright, warm, and even a little ambiguous. If the curtains are drawn, it is more like a witch's hut in a psychological clinic. This place has somewhat subverted Muhua's perception of the spirit house. When Trisha pulled a screen to cover the restraint frame, a set of first aid equipment originally covered by the screen was revealed, which made Muhua grin. This is probably also prepared for guests. At this moment, Muhua deeply realized the difference of Tuesday. Well, I have to give Tuesday more snacks when I go back. Here is the Philosopher's Stone. Are all witches' spirit houses like this? Sitting on the waterbed and bouncing twice, it was quite comfortable. I can consider buying one of this one, Muhua asked casually. It depends on personal preference. There should be the kind of house you imagine, just like some necromancers like to build houses on graves, Trisha said with a smile. Well, fortunately we are all relatively normal. Muhua spread his hands. You should have more than one ghost here, right? You need to introduce me to some, so as to avoid any accidents. There are many people in Muhua's family who treat ghosts as snacks. If someone eats Trisha's ghost, it will be a lot of trouble. Of course, but they are usually near the cottage. I won't let them go too far away from me, Trisha said. There are some blind ravens in the woods, and they are also somewhat lethal to ghosts now. Coming to the window, Muhua waved, and a raven landed on Muhua's shoulder. You raise all these blind ravens? I said it feels a bit weird. Trisha looked at the raven and frowned slightly. After the ravens were summoned to the maximum level, their spiritual attributes all reached 200. Although the raven's physical fitness was very low, ghosts were usually naked defense. Facing ordinary ghosts, these ravens were blind and accurate. Blind ravens also eat ghosts. Even if the Banshee Fanny was surrounded by dozens of ravens of this type, she would probably suffer some minor injuries. The attack method is special, the body lacks defense, and it is quick to hurt people and be hurt by people. These are the characteristics of ghosts. Muhua would have let the blind ravens clean up some wild ghosts that appeared in the town, but it was necessary to let the ravens meet Trisha's ghost. Knowing the reason, Trisha was not dissatisfied with this. She took out a few nameplates and released some ghosts that were living on them. There were 7 or 8 ghosts, from ghosts to dead souls. There was a sudden noise in the woods outside the house. A large number of ravens gathered outside the window, blinking their dark red eyes. Trisha was surprised. She had long discovered that there would be blind ravens staying around the hotel, but she didn't expect there would be so many. At this time, she probably didn't know that these were all summoned beasts, otherwise she would probably have asked again. Chapter 227. Are you kidding me? Originally, the communication was quite harmonious, and both humans and ghosts were quite harmonious, but when Muhua summoned a bunch of Dragon 2 soldiers, the harmonious atmosphere was broken by Trisha's scream. As a wandering witch, Trisha thought she was well informed. You said that you raised a bunch of blind ravens, but you actually contracted so many Dragon 2 soldiers. This is the human world, right? When did the human world stop using dragon teeth to make holy swords and let the necromancers waste this top-grade material? Humans do use monster claws to process exorcism bullets, and dragon teeth are high-quality materials for making origin bullets, but they don't use complete dragon teeth, right? Some parts of the body tissues of some creatures contain unique superpowers, and the high-level dragon race is one of them. Each dragon tooth has its own independent characteristics. If you want to fully preserve this characteristic, you must ensure the integrity of the dragon tooth, and only dragon teeth that include teeth and roots can be considered complete dragon teeth. The dragon teeth that naturally fell off or were not pulled out by the roots of the dragon race can be processed into origin bullets. If you want to create dragon tooth soldiers, you must use complete dragon teeth. Well, it's okay if you play with dragon tooth soldiers, but the key is that Muhua asked her to engrave the corpse mark on these dragon tooth soldiers one by one. Damn, this is what she promised and signed the devil contract. The corpse mark consumes a lot of energy. It's not something that can be done by raising your hand and chanting a spell. Trisha feels that she has been cheated. Take your time, I didn't ask you to finish it immediately, right? Do 2 a day, just as a pastime. Muhua comforted and persuaded. He only summoned a dozen Dragon 2 soldiers, and the big head was still behind, so he couldn't let Trisha explode now. Trisha wanted to build a witch hut on land, probably with some intention of taking advantage of others. She got a lot of benefits from Muhua and promised to help Muhua's undead followers engrave the corpse accumulating mark. This kind of engraving, similar to the famous magic pattern, can prevent the undead from spreading death to the outside world, and to a certain extent, it is equivalent to creating a dead environment in the body of the undead. It is a very good auxiliary spell. However, the breath of death helps the necromancer to practice and cast spells. The skeleton undead that spreads death is almost equivalent to a source of magic power for the necromancer. Some necromancers do not like to put this kind of mark on the skeleton undead. The corpse accumulating mark is Trisha's inherent magic. If others analyze the principle and the combination of the spell and refer to it, they may be able to construct a temporary corpse accumulating array. Usually, necromancers are more accepting of the corpse accumulating array. The pros and cons of Trisha's semi-permanent corpse accumulating mark can be regarded as a matter of opinion. Trisha thought that Muhua couldn't have too many high-quality undead followers, and she thought she had taken advantage, so she signed a contract with Muhua. Well, this really wasn't Muhua's trick on Trisha. This kind of contract, which is said to make the person who breaks the contract suffer the pain of the abyss, is actually very universal. These days, adventurers don't believe in the so-called legally binding contract. What can be more binding than a devil's contract when discussing things? Work, buy a car, get insurance. In this world, the landlord of the rental house will give you a devil's contract. That fair contract was actively advocated by Trisha. This witch girl originally wanted to protect her own rights. Leisure? Does your witch construct magic spells when she is relaxing? Although the specifications of the Dragon 2 soldiers are high, how much dead energy can they have? There is no need to engrave them. You said there are other undead? Trisha tried to get the upper hand. Although a dozen Dragon 2 soldiers are troublesome, they are not enough to make Trisha angry. But the most important thing is, Muhua said to engrave these first? Yes, Trisha is smart. She noticed the key point of this sentence at the first time, engrave first. Dragon 2 soldiers will grow up too. Okay, don't be angry. I didn't force you to do it. If you really don't have time, I won't pursue it, Muhua said with a smile. Although he had the idea of teasing Trisha at the beginning, Muhua still wouldn't argue with Trisha when it comes to the contract of the abyss. In the devil contract, many people like to talk about the abyss, which is a bit like swearing. In fact, most people have no concept of the abyss at all. But guarding the abyss island every day and fishing out some lunatics from the abyss from time to time, Muhua is very aware of the horror of the abyss. He doesn't want to make the witch in front of him into that kind of style because of this little thing. It wasn't a big deal. I just wanted to make the other party do some hard work. I could just talk him into it when I had time. There was no need to take the devil contract seriously. No, let's put the nice things aside for now. Tell me the truth. How many undead followers do you have? Trisha waved her hand and asked cautiously. He could pull out a bunch of Dragon 2 soldiers at once, and he also signed a slavery contract with the Dragon 2 soldiers, who were almost immune to magic. Who would believe that such a free man didn't contract other undead? Not many. For now, there are only about 100 skeleton warriors with spellcasting ability. Muhua scratched his head, and Nick on the side rolled his eyes and looked at the ceiling. Nick felt that this seemed a bit bullying. Wasn't this considered bullying a wandering witch? He shouldn't have come here with Muhua today. Skeleton mages? More than 100? Have they all signed a contract? Trisha asked in surprise. Well, I can derive undead. Those skeleton warriors are all derived from me, so it's easier to sign a contract. Muhua explained. You can derive undead? Damn it, even if it's derived undead, it's not so easy to sign a slavery contract. Otherwise, why would undead mages study constructing undead? They would have fought against undead derives long ago, Trisha retorted. Oh, by the way, I can also breathe death, Muhua explained. Anyway, he wouldn't expose Tuesday, the PUA master. Trisha was silent. Oh shit, what the hell is this tone? Breathing death? That's breathing death. Put it in front of me. The witch looked at Muhua with an inquiring look, as if she was listening to a fairy tale. Undead derive is not enough, and she also comprehends the breathing of death. The combination of these two can increase the probability of enslaving skeleton undead. But you're not running a hotel in the human world. If you have the ability, just go to the courtyard and hang out. Skeleton mages are worth training, but they won't grow too fast. The corpse mark only limits the dead energy they produce. As long as they haven't evolved to the level of black armored skeleton generals, there's no need to mark them. After a moment of silence, Trisha analyzed. But I have a lot of skeleton mages, Muhua retorted. Then let's make skeleton generals, otherwise their dead energy won't affect anything. As long as they can evolve to the level of skeleton generals, I won't eat or drink. Trisha shook her head angrily. She wanted to say something harsh, but her expression suddenly froze, and she realized something was wrong. This guy can spawn undead, not only to create Dragon 2 soldiers, but also to spawn skeleton mages then. Do you have other undead followers? High-level ones, Trisha asked weakly. The follower summoning array appeared in the house again, and the contractor appeared in the summoning array with the standard appearance of a black armored skeleton general. The obvious breath of death made Nick frown slightly, and Irene, who had no psychic physique, stepped back a few steps in a timid manner, trying to keep a distance from the contractor. Don't worry, the consumption of spawning high-level undead is too high. For the time being, I only have this one black armored skeleton general. Mu Hua gave Trisha a reassuring look and said comfortingly. For the time being, the consumption is high. Looking at the black armored skeleton general that appeared from the follower summoning array, Trisha didn't want to say anything. She opened the spirit house to live a leisurely life, not to work as a laborer for others. Witches pay more attention to contracts than ordinary people, but they don't need to pay attention to abolished contracts. Now it seems that for the sake of my leisurely life, and to make Mu Hua abolish the fair contract, it seems necessary to deepen the relationship with this guy in front of me. Well, what is its name? Trisha looked at the black armored skeleton general, who was half kneeling beside Mu Hua like a statue, and asked Mu Hua. Contractor? Mu Hua said. What the hell is the name? Trisha complained in her heart, and the words she had originally thought of were a bit stuck. The contractor will stay first. I will help it complete the engraving before tonight. Trisha pulled the corner of her mouth and said, Okay, just let it leave by itself after it is completed. It will go back to where it should go. Mu Hua nodded, and Trisha couldn't find any fault with the contractor. Mu, you gave me too many surprises today. How about it? Do you want to get a friendship from a witch? Trisha walked to the side of the contractor, raised her hand, and patted the armor on his body, with a sweet smile on her lips, and asked Mu Hua. Oh, for example? Mu Hua raised his eyebrows. For example, we can discuss and abolish that damn fair contract. Sweetness turned into distress, and Trisha gave Mu Hua a big bitter smile. Chapter 228. There are countless gaps between the worlds, and the other side of these infinitely wide gaps is what people often call the dimension. Using space magic to intercept the gap space, and use it for one's own use, is what people often call the storage space. There are ghosts and some strange flat creatures in the gap space, but when these gap spaces are intercepted and used as storage spaces, no conscious life can be placed in them. In addition to the gap space, this world also has fragmented worlds, which are the demon courtyards scattered throughout the Federation. The essence of the courtyard is the fragments of the world, or it can be said that it is a dimension world that remains after being destroyed and can be interfered with by humans. Compared with those vast courtyards, the Abyss Island with a small area like Mu Hua is called dimension fragments. There is no difference between dimension fragments and world fragments in essence, and their names are determined by the size of their area. Even among humans, there are also people who have dimension fragments, and people even try to merge multiple dimension fragments, trying to expand the world they control in this way. Mu Hua's Abyss Island is not unique, although he is not sure whether it should be considered a dimensional fragment or a world fragment. However, since Mu Hua brought out a certain number of undead followers, outsiders may not know, but Tibesha and Vivian have vaguely realized that Mu Hua should have a dimensional fragment. Otherwise, followers are not summoned beasts, they don't have summoning space. Mu Hua can't rent a warehouse and store his followers like goods, right? Mu Hua didn't mention this matter, and the people around him tacitly didn't ask more questions. Although humans may obtain dimensional fragments from the monsters in the courtyard, even the smallest dimensional fragments are priced at a sky-high price. Dimensional fragments have the ability to merge and expand, which makes everyone who possesses dimensional fragments very eager for them. This involves very private personal information. Even if the people around Mu Hua have some guesses, they are tight-lipped about it, and never deliberately explore it. After visiting Trisha's witch hut, Mu Hua left the contractor, and a dozen Dragon 2 soldiers with her, in the unwilling entanglement of Trisha. Because the state is constant, even the corpse engraving cannot be used on the summoned beast, and with the combat power in Mu Hua's hands now, except for the summoned beast, other beings basically do not need the corpse engraving. Although he is somewhat interested in Trisha's inherent magic, Mu Hua is not really keen on it. The things between him and Trisha are more about taking advantage and joking. When Mu Hua left Trisha's hut, Nick and Irene stayed there. Seeing that Trisha had a normal personality, and there was a witch around her, the two wanted to experience her craft. It was not difficult to find a witch's spiritual hut, but the personalities of some witches were somewhat difficult to figure out. It was difficult to find a spiritual hut that made people feel at ease. The two prepared the necessary protective measures and opened Trisha's hut. Instead of going to the academy, Mu Hua strolled around the town to relieve the tension caused by practicing flashing. Without Ikaros, Mu Hua spent a lot of effort to create a magical life, but it was not for the sake of fatherly love and filial piety. Ikaros is usually free to move around when there is nothing special. She doesn't need a nanny, and Mu Hua doesn't need to guess her thoughts. Even if she really likes a handsome guy and wants to get together, if they can't kill each other, Mu Hua will bless them. Looking up at the sky, a vague black dot with the outline of a ship is suspended in the sky above the town. It is too high to see the details. It is said that the thing is a battle mothership with interstellar navigation capabilities, and many small warships are stationed inside it. Because the entrance to the courtyard has a capacity limit, unless it is manufactured in the courtyard, this large mothership cannot enter the courtyard. When it is necessary to assault the courtyard, it is usually a battle group composed of small assault ships carried by the interstellar mothership to enter the courtyard. Mu Hua underestimated the influence of Odysseus. It should be because of his strategic intention that the flow of people in the town has increased significantly recently, and now even the patrol mothership has come. The evolution of Odysseus's flying dragon seemed to need to be solved as soon as possible. Thinking of Odysseus, Mu Hua thought of Webster again. The witch awakening of his youngest daughter, Annie, should have been arranged almost. Since coming to Loren, Mu Hua's life has undergone earth-shaking changes. Unconsciously, he has established intersections with many people and things. Some unfamiliar faces in the town are vaguely scrutinizing and observing everything around them, and those townspeople who greet Mu Hua from time to time seem to be proving Mu Hua's identity as a local. Tell me, what is the original sin of jealousy? What are the characteristics of demons with jealous blood? Walking on the streets of the town, Mu Hua muttered softly, as if talking to himself. The jealous demons seem to be good at commanding the undead. Just like the barren demons, they are a famous clan of undead wizards in hell. Monday's voice came from Mu Hua's shadow. Although Ikaros did not follow Mu Hua was not alone. Tuesday, who was attached to his body, and Monday, who was lurking in his shadow, were always with Mu Hua. Nonsense, I mean, besides the regular undead magic, what other conspicuous features are there? Mu Hua said dissatisfiedly. The full-level death breath was transformed into the gifted Pale Master, and also allowed Mu Hua's regeneration ability to evolve to super speed regeneration. However, the super speed regeneration card level requires the touch of jealousy to move towards the soul tide. Without the soul tide, the undead summoning cannot be improved. The name of the touch of jealousy is also related to the original sin of jealousy. Original sin, Mu Hua once dared not even think about it, but now he is a little numb to these original sins. Now, the biggest feeling these so-called original sin bloodlines gave him was nesting dolls. These original sins restricted the upper limit of some abilities, preventing him from pushing those abilities to the extreme, and he really didn't understand what the touch of jealousy was. As for the jealous demons, their magician's hands seem unusual. Tuesday got out of Mu Hua's body, maintaining the state of a spirit, with his arms around Mu Hua's neck, floating behind Mu Hua. Mu Hua wanted to rest, so Tuesday stopped tickling his soul. Although Tuesday couldn't dilute her own existence like the Banshee, Mu Hua gave her a skill stone of false cognition. Even if she appeared on the street at this time, if she didn't deliberately contact other people, ordinary people would only see a raven on Mu Hua's shoulder. This is a kind of intermediate soul magic that makes people have cognitive bias, including the cracked breath that dilutes their own existence. Ghosts also like to use this kind of magic to scare people. The people in the town are used to Mu Hua carrying a raven, and they don't feel anything unusual, but this magic has a poor effect on people with psychic physique. Even if people with psychic vision can't avoid the cognitive bias brought by Tuesday, they will feel that the raven on Mu Hua's shoulder is weird. People who have a concept of false cognition can easily think of the reason for this weird feeling. The hand of the mage? The touch of jealousy can't be so simple, right? Tentacles are weird. Mu Hua shook his head and smiled. Good at controlling the undead, immune to attacks such as mental interference, the jealous demon doesn't seem to have any other characteristics. Humans need to have a psychic physique to see their magician's hand, and their magician's hand is more difficult to dispel. But I'm not sure if it's because of the training level. Tuesday thought. Tuesday used to be a stay-at-home, and she knew less about the outside world than Monday, but because she touched the demon of jealous original sin, she knew more than Monday because it involved herself. You need psychic vision to see the magician's hand? Mu Hua was surprised. Psychic vision is a symbol of psychic physique, because demons are born with this physique, and the death physique sounds weird, so there is a psychic physique. The so-called original sin tribe does not all master the power of original sin, but it means that their tribe is more likely to be associated with original sin. For example, the tribe of the Balong demon is more likely to have abilities related to the original sin of jealousy. Mu Hua had fought with the Baron demon in the courtyard of the dead earlier. For reference, Mu Hua already had clairvoyance at that time, and he attacked the Baron demon with a hammer and fought quickly. He did not notice any abnormality in the opponent's mage's hand. The reference value of that barren demon was seriously insufficient, but if it was as Tuesday said, the abnormality of the envious demon mage's hand was worth paying attention to. Calling up the attribute panel, Muhua looked at the mage's hand that was upgraded to LV25. Is he going to upgrade the mage's hand to the maximum level? Speaking of which, the mage's hand is a very practical magic, and it is not a waste to upgrade it, because its own intelligence attribute is relatively low, especially after obtaining the ultimate power. Muhua temporarily kicked it out of the first echelon of skill upgrades. Since it might be related to the touch of jealousy, why not look at its card first? His intelligence attribute has increased by 350. If the hand of the mage is upgraded to the maximum level, it will probably have the power equivalent to doubling the intelligence attribute. Even if the touch of jealousy is not used, it is not a loss. Muhua was lost in thought, and suddenly felt a hostile gaze falling on him. He frowned and looked up. Across the street, Muhua saw the night hunter Weir, who was working for a salary in the town, across the street. Chapter 229. There is nothing special about Will. If he were in Lanton, he should be considered a high-quality young man, with ideals and ambitions. But in Loren, at most he is a young man who pursues stability, and aspires to be a salary thief. He is not very popular with girls, but very suitable for marriage. Will dares to be hostile to Muhua? Don't make a fuss. If this kid dares to do this, Muhua will go to his father with tequila at night. If no one has gastric bleeding, this matter will not be over. The hostile eyes came from the people around Will. There were 3 people beside Will, 2 men and 1 woman. The leader had a vicissitudes of life, a black suit, and sunglasses, making him look like a man in black. He didn't look like Will's playmate at all. Considering Will's profession, looking at the configuration of the 3 people, although he didn't see the badge, Muhua subconsciously thought of the night hunter. At this time, Will had just seen Muhua, and among the 3, the relatively young man and woman were nothing unusual. Among the few people, the older man took off his sunglasses and looked at Muhua with a vigilant look. The hostility that Muhua felt came from him. After confirming the source of the hostility, Muhua retracted his gaze, and did not intend to pay attention to the few people, but saw that the leading man pointed at Muhua and said something to Wire. Wire waved at Muhua across the street. Hi! Mu, wait! Wire shouted to Muhua in a natural tone, and while talking, several people walked towards Muhua. Mu, what are you doing? Is the wandering witch over there okay? We are going to register her. Wire said to Muhua as he approached Muhua. They? Looking at the 3 people in black suits beside Wire, Muhua asked. The night hunters have sent permanent personnel to the town, namely, Joe, Marcy, and Mr. Ronald. Will explained, introducing several people to Muhua. It seemed that Will got along more naturally with the younger Joe and Marcy, and when talking about Ronald, Will seemed to be in awe. Muhua nodded to the 3 people, symbolically greeting them. The 3 people had different expressions, but they did not speak to Muhua for a while. Among the 3 people, Joe was a little lazy, and did not pay much attention to Muhua. The female Marcy was about 30 years old, plump, and good-looking, but her expression was a little cold, and she seemed to always look at people with an attitude of scrutiny. Ronald's temperament was that of a middle-aged man that Muhua could call uncle, with a strong body. At this time, he just glanced cautiously behind Muhua, and did not speak. The duties of the night hunters are to deal with supernatural crimes. Some adventurers call them lackeys, and spellcasters are the most disgusted with them. After Wire's explanation, Muhua knew that the night hunters wanted to build an office in the town. It was probably because the courtyard and the magic academy brought more popularity here. Oh, the night hunter's office? Then you will rise with the tide? Several night hunters did not speak. Muhua just joked with Wire, and had no interest in getting close to them. We are not causing trouble. You are a legal traitor. What's the point of kneeling and licking the industrial and commercial urban management who are taking your money? Not to mention deliberately picking on their faults and making trouble. It's fine to ignore them. Licking them all the time. The good public servants don't know their own surnames anymore, and sooner or later they will bite you. Oh, don't mention it. I have to go to Springer College for some training. Facing Muhua's teasing, Will secretly glanced at Ronald and said carefully, Does the college still care about this? Muhua was puzzled. It's paid for. A group of people like me were transferred from surrounding areas to study intensively and be assessed. Will shook his head. Publicly funded? Yes, publicly funded. If you can't pass the assessment, you will be dismissed. Professor Mu, please take care of me in the future. It seems that he has a lot of resentment about this training. Even though he is a little afraid of Ronald, Will's tone is also complaining. I teach at Dusk Courtyard, but I can't take care of you. Muhua smiled with some gloating. Okay, there is a fork in the road towards the main entrance of the hotel. Turn in, and you will find Trisha. By the way, I put some skeletons at her place. They may not listen to Trisha. Don't provoke them. After teasing, Muhua waved his hand to signal Will to do as he pleases. Twilight Courtyard. Recently, there are often vampires walking around in the town. As you know, their appearance is very eye-catching. They don't seem to be prepared to hide their identities. Some people in the town have already wanted to protest to the academy. You should let them pay attention. Seeing that Ronald didn't say anything, Will waved goodbye to Muhua and reminded him. Please, I'm just a magic teacher. I don't care about what they do outside the classroom. If there is any problem, the vampires should also be the responsibility of the night hunters, right? But I need to remind you that they may not necessarily cause trouble, but they are not weak. Muhua shook his head and said, Vampires run out to school not to live in seclusion. The academy is just a starting point for them to try to integrate into the human world. The first embrace of the vampires is not that convenient. Biting people casually will not give birth to secondary vampires. At most, there is a small chance of giving birth to corpses. It is a very conspicuous alien. Once it appears, it will only be linked to the blood clan. Ghouls are the biggest rejection of vampires by humans. If ghouls appear in the town, let alone the night hunters, the blood clans in the academy may spontaneously form a hunting team to hunt and suppress the culprit. Well, this should not be what we need to care about. Will is obviously not a young man with a strong sense of justice. He even directly excludes himself from the responsibility. Muhua and Will smiled at each other. He did not hate Will. Such people live longer. When getting along with them, there is no need to worry that they will suddenly disappear one day. After finishing the communication with Will, when Muhua and Ronald passed by each other, Ronald suddenly called Muhua. Mr. Muhua, is the one behind you an evil spirit or a banshee? Ronald asked Muhua. As Ronald asked, Will was at a loss. Joe took a few steps back, his body tensed, and Marcy even subconsciously put her hands on her waist, where she seemed to often put her weapons. Can you see it? Muhua asked unexpectedly. I can't see it clearly, unless you allow me to release an apparition, Ronald said. Oh no, Tuesday, say hello to Mr. Ronald. Muhua chuckled and shook his head. As Muhua spoke, in Will's eyes, the raven on Muhua's shoulder was distorted like a stuck picture in an old film. In a blink of an eye, beside Muhua, there was a strange ghost with mourning clothes covering his face. Ah! Tuesday's image was very strange, but it was mainly a sudden deviation in the cognitive level. When Will screamed, Joe and Marcy's figures were obviously in an offensive posture, and Tuesday showed a satisfied smile at the corner of his mouth, as if the reactions of several people made her very comfortable. Sudden fluctuations in emotions can generate a lot of emotional energy, and Tuesday, who caused this result, can absorb the emotional energy emitted by several people. This is also the fundamental reason why many monsters like to create an atmosphere to scare people, and the undead are particularly good at this. I should be considered a necromancer. Tuesday was not so easy to talk to, or she disdained to talk to several people. Muhua spread her hands to indicate that it was harmless, and said to Ronald with a frown. Yes, I know, the owner of the Dandelion Hotel in the town, a necromancer, a professor of the potions department of Spring College, and an adventurer who has not been certified as a demon hunter. I heard that you also control some ravens? They will prey on the ownerless ghosts that appear in the range of Bear Pig Town. Some people in the town call them eyes. Mr. Muhua, we should have many opportunities to get along in the future. If possible, I hope to get your help in some things. Signaling several people to relax, Ronald said to Muhua. Okay, let me remind you again, I have placed some Dragon Tea soldiers with Trisha. They are my followers. I can prove it if you need it. And Mr. Ronald, I think you can't afford me. Facing Ronald's words, Muhua smiled indifferently, waved his hand, and left a back view for the few people to leave. He is no longer the young man who just came to Loren. Assistance? Oh, Ronald can be happy if he doesn't drag the townspeople to cause trouble for the night hunters. As for the night hunters, when they see the necromancer and the wandering witch, they usually treat them like thieves. Chapter 230. The town is going to set up a night hunter office, which is not good news for Muhua. How to say it, it's like in a remote mountain area, you suddenly have to pee, just find a place to solve it. No one cares if you are seen. But the night hunters are more positive, and they will make a big deal out of some things that should be very ordinary. For example, if Muhua had a conflict with someone in the town, Any normal person would have to discuss right and wrong, as long as there was no injury. Even if there was a fight, everyone would have to talk about reason first. But if the night hunters saw this, it would be more troublesome, especially when the identities of the conflicting parties are adventurers and settlers. When the two sides fight, the adventurers must be wrong first. If the settlers suffer a little loss, these night hunters will jump more fiercely than the person who suffered the loss. Use manpower and manpower to uphold justice, suppress by force if possible, and if force is not effective, various legal aids will be used. Anyway, in a word, they won't be done until the adventurers call them daddy. As long as the people they identify as supernormal do something in the human world, they are more nosy than the guards. To a certain extent, the night hunters have gained their own reputation among the settlers by suppressing adventurers in the human world. This naturally leads to most adventurers not liking them very much. The appearance of Ronald and others seems to represent that Bear Pig Town has been valued by all walks of life. Unlike Will, these few people are different from the night hunters, who can be sent to a new place to set up an office. Muhua doesn't want to have too many intersections with them. Again, you have to make friends with dogs. It's very impressive when you scare people, but you have to have no regrets when you are bitten by a dog. She arrogantly shook off Ronald and the others, and heard from Will that she had just seen several vampires go to the magic material store. Muhua was curious about how the vampires in the courtyard got along with the people in the town, so he simply went to the magic material store in the town. Marzi Selma, although she might be just an ordinary person, she was an old lady who looked more like a witch than all the witches Muhua had seen. She had a very conspicuous hooked nose, a stooped figure due to old age, some age spots on her face, and often wore a loose wizard robe. Selma's image was very different in the town, and there was usually some strange smell of magic materials on her body. No matter her appearance or temperament, she looked like a witch in the story. It was said that she worked as a maid for the witch when she was young, and then the witch died, and she came to settle in the town. Because she would popularize some precautions about magic items and magic materials to the children in the town, many middle-aged people in the town today have received her guidance when they were young. Although her image is a bit scary, her reputation in the town is not low. And because she has lost 5 husbands, no one dares to marry her daughter, which makes Selma seem a bit mean in recent years. Hi Selma, how is your business recently? Walking into the magic material store located in the best area of the town, Muhua greeted the old woman behind the counter. Damn Adventurers Guild, I'm almost forced to close down by it. Mu, you should suggest that the college come to me to purchase goods, and I will give you a satisfactory commission. Facing Muhua, who looked around after entering the house, Selma complained. Ha, there aren't many people in the town who buy magic materials, and the Adventurers Guild doesn't sell apple pies. Muhua walked to the counter, and said with a smile. Bear Pig Town was originally a remote town, and you can't expect the magic materials here to sell well. When there were still many ferocious bear pigs around the town, Selma would prepare poison for the townspeople to hunt bear pigs, and some materials for setting traps also sold well. However, as the bear pigs were hunted to extinction, the magic materials in Selma's store were basically unsaleable. Although it has a sign of a magic material store, in fact, well, the apple pies of Mall's magic material store are very popular with the townspeople. Damn, don't you see that I still have customers here? No one will use magic fruit to make apple pies. Don't even think about getting me to buy your magic fruit. Facing Muhua's teasing, Selma said angrily. The layout of Selma's store is like a small supermarket, with many bottles and jars on the shelves, and even some parts taken from creatures. There were 2 men in the store at this time. Muhua walked in and looked at them, but did not say hello to them. Although the 2 vampires looked no different from humans, the whites of their eyes were faintly silvery, and anyone with a little knowledge of the vampire race could easily tell them apart. Unlike what Muhua had imagined, these 2 vampires were not students from the Dusk Courtyard, but 2 outsiders. Selma, don't be like this. The magic fruit is just a small suggestion. Look at what gift I brought you. Muhua flipped his hand and took out an item and smiled at Selma. Vampires can also have legal identities. As long as they don't cause trouble, it's okay to take a bath in a public bath. Muhua is not a policeman, so it's impossible for him to question them. Your suggestion makes Sam very nervous. He is afraid that I will steal his fast food restaurant business. Damn, they have forgotten the past. Huh? Selma grumbled, and when she saw the items Muhua put on the counter, her eyes froze. The whole herb of mandrake? Selma looked at Muhua in confusion. How is it? Do you like it? Sitting on the swivel chair in front of the counter, Muhua asked with a smile. This thing is not easy to collect. The price of the whole herb is not low. What? Do you want me to help you pursue Athena? Selma asked Muhua, picking up the whole herb of mandrake and flipping through it. No, it's just a gift for you. I collected a batch and can't use it for the time being. Muhua twitched his mouth and hurriedly rejected Selma's inquiry. Although Selma looks like an old witch now, she was a hot girl who had seen the world when she was young in Bear Pig Town. Selma must have been very popular when she was young, otherwise she would not have lost 5 husbands. Athena is Selma's daughter. It is said that she is very beautiful, but Selma's marriage history is too exaggerated, so no one dares to marry Athena. In desperation, Selma let her leave the town, and it seems that she is going to let her go out and find a husband. The people in the town are not very clear about the specific situation, but they only know that it seems that she has not been able to do so far. Muhua is not sure whether Selma's daughter is beautiful, but the name Athena is a homonym of Athena. Including the name of Ikaros, in this world, such names are usually given by witches when they give up their original lives and change their names. Selma obviously gave her daughter a witch's name. Thinking of the 5 old fathers-in-law who might be in hell or heaven, Muhua was also a little afraid of Athena. TSK, coward. Seeing Muhua's expression that was afraid that she would misunderstand, Selma clicked her tongue. I also put this in the store to sell. Here, I should be able to make room for you here. Do you want to bring some magic potions to me? Selma's expression was disgusted, but her tone was much calmer than before. Forget it, magic potions are hard to say in many aspects. Do you have the qualifications to sell magic potions? I don't want to cause trouble for you. Muhua shook his head. I'm an old woman, what trouble can I have? Selling some physical potions, soul potions and the like, who can catch me? Selma was quite tough, and she didn't put on a too upright attitude like a troublemaker. Some people like to give people words like kindness, honesty, simplicity, etc., which is mostly because they want people to have such personality. But how can people be born with a certain personality because of their status? Perhaps being cunning is the character that has always accompanied the people, and their cunningness is directly related to the comfort of their lives. That is to say, poor mountains and bad waters produce cunning people, and the worse the comfort of life, the more cunning people are. Of course, those who believe that the people should be simple and kind, and thus live their lives in the ditch, are excluded. No time, I don't have time to do that. Muhua spread his hands. Selma glanced at Muhua with contempt, found a wooden box covered with silk cloth to put away the whole mandrake grass, and did not talk about helping him sell potions. Earlier, Muhua would buy potion materials to brush potion formulas, but with the improvement of his own magic, Muhua had less time to make potions. The effects of most low and medium level potions can actually be achieved through magic, and the materials of potions with magical effects are expensive and difficult to buy. Muhua wanted to challenge alchemy, but the main materials needed to refine the magic stone are magic cores and magic stones. For the time being, he just threw those things directly into the burning furnace. Now Muhua would feel bad to use them to make alchemy. Expecting alchemy to make a comeback? Oh, by the time he gets the magic stone, the materials consumed may be enough for him to save up a basket of 100 refined secret stones. The only potion that Muhua can show off now is the spiritual vision potion, and he has not even succeeded in refining the life potion. Unless he gets some special potion materials, such as some blood from his own students, he will be able to brush up the formula of the life potion. Life potions, youth potions, strengthening potions without side effects, and even transition potions that can increase lifespan. Potions are not useless, but the main materials for making these potions have long been stolen by those genuine alchemists. As for those potions that can be mass-produced in the outside world, Muhua will make some as emergency reserves, at most leaving some in the hotel, as a convenient service for the hotel. Muhua does not need certification to sell potions. If there is a quality problem with the potions, the night hunters will go to the door to pick them up. Muhua chatted with Selma, and 2 vampires in the store brought some magic materials to the counter to pay, and asked Selma to take a few magic materials that would not be placed outside. When they asked about the price of the whole mandrake, Selma refused. Without much communication, the 2 glanced at Muhua and left the store. The whole mandrake is not precious, because it will make a noise that damages the soul when it is dug, and its main problem is that it is difficult to pick. The places where this herb can be used are often not very kind, such as cursed potions, such as refining corpse demons. Moo, I smell a teasing smell on them. I don't like them very much. The 2 left the store, and Selma said the reason why she didn't want to sell the mandrake. You can smell this too? Muhua was surprised. Women's intuition, Selma said. Women. Selma, you are really brave. Muhua looked weird, looking at the age spots on Selma's face. Damn it! Is there anything else? If you have nothing to do, just watch the store for me, I go make an apple pie. Selma's old face turned red, and she was a little angry. Chapter 231. Muhua likes sweets very much, and the pie made by Selma is also delicious, hot apple pie, with a cup of hot milk. Enjoying the crispy and soft taste of the dessert, Muhua and Selma each flipped through a book, enjoying the quiet and peacefulness in the small shop with few customers. There was no heated discussion, nor too much enthusiastic chatting. Muhua occupied Selma's rocking chair, and ate a piece of apple pie in nearly 2 hours before wiping his mouth and saying goodbye to Selma. The life in the town is relatively slow, at least it has been relatively slow so far. The life of the townspeople is not too luxurious, simple, plain, and occasionally a little vulgar. This kind of life atmosphere is difficult to retain young people in the town. However, with the development of the courtyard, more and more adventurers will come here, and the calm lake will always be rippled. I think some young people outside will also consider returning. After saying goodbye to Selma, Muhua met Dorn, who opened a clinic in front of Old Baron's tavern. Although Dorn's clinic is labeled as an ophthalmology clinic, he can handle everything from tooth extraction to constipation treatment. He is a good doctor with a full beard. This middle-aged man looks rough, but Muhua went to Old Baron's tavern with him. A group of middle-aged and elderly people, who are not doing their jobs, gathered in the hotel. They got together to drink in the morning, but they were discussing organizing people to participate in the possible Star Patrol meeting. That's right, a group of old guys who live in peace are going to negotiate with the Demon King. Muhua is also quite speechless about this group of middle-aged and elderly people. In their words, my territory, I make the decision. When something big happened in the courtyard on their own territory, people from all walks of life had to be sent. So how could we locals be left out? Well, attitude is very important. It is hard to say whether the people on Lauren's side will clamor for protection, but the one power that these people have been fighting for a long time, and have never given up, is the power to protect themselves. If you accept the protection of others, you will naturally have to pay protection fees. The degree to which you are protected will also determine the degree to which others possess you. This is human nature, and when you don't even have the power to protect yourself, stop talking nonsense. After all, the gate of the courtyard is right in front of our own home, and for our hometown, the old guy has said that as long as we can still carry a gun, if we want to have a say here, we must first ask the opinions of the townspeople. Well, in layman's terms, it's a group of unruly people holding a meeting. In order to prevent the indigenous people in the town from being oppressed and ignored in the future, a group of old guys are preparing to organize some people to participate in a negotiation with the owner of the courtyard together with the starship cluster that is likely to arrive. There may be pie in the sky, but pie is also smashed out with a mallet. They are looking for trouble, but they are also fighting for their future rights. Muhua can't think of any good adjectives to describe them, but the word troublemakers always flashes in his mind. Coincidentally, a group of old guys want to start a group at a party. They don't object, and Muhua very consciously expresses his intention to join the team. Don't look at a group of people reminiscing about the past and thinking about the present, even bringing up the fight with the bear pig when they were young, and the discussion is so heated. But don't think too much. This village group, it is estimated that it will only be a soy sauce at that time, and it is definitely the kind of annoying team that they will withdraw first if there is a problem. It was annoying, but who told Muhua to be in the same group with them? A group of middle-aged and elderly people didn't even have anything to eat, and just kept drinking. Muhua was sneaky, and kept the rhythm of raising fish until the party ended. When he left the tavern again, it was already around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The apple pie he had in the morning had long been digested. Muhua returned to the hotel, and asked Taiku to prepare 5 Minotaur steaks for him as soon as he entered the door. Are Tebesha and the others back? Sitting at the bar, Muhua asked Daman. No, they didn't go to the academy. They seem to have gone to Fiona's maze. Your Ikaros was with them, Daman said, approaching Muhua with a slightly flattering look. Boss, is Ikaros really a magical life? Did you create him? Daman asked in a low voice. Well, what? Muhua answered with a disgusted tone. He already knew what Daman wanted to say. Hey, boss, can you help me too? Daman tried with a guilty conscience. No, don't even think about it. Go get some magic brains. I can add some waiters to the hotel. If you have the ability, you can pursue it yourself. You want me to make you a doll to vent your desires? Impossible, Muhua said with a sneer. As long as they are not in a relationship of deep communication, Muhua can help the girls create a handsome guy to play with them happily, but he can't accept creating a girl to play with a handsome guy happily. There is no specific reason, it's just a bit unacceptable. What's more, Demand is not handsome at all. He is simple, and can order takeout when he needs it. Can pursue it? Demand questioned. Yes, I have no problem if the other party is willing to marry you. Mu Hua confirmed. You don't hit people? Demand asked carefully. No. Then make it. Demand looked expectant. Bring the magic brain. Mu Hua stretched out his hand. You didn't make it for me. Why do you ask me for it? Demand resisted dissatisfiedly. Then don't make it for now. Mu Hua waved his hand, saying as a matter of course. It's hard to buy a single magic brain, how about? Help Taitu upgrade to a lower level? Demand found the problem, and when he was entangled, he looked at Taitu, who was delivering food to Mu Hua, with a malicious look. Taitu, do you want to die once? He wants magic life. Patting Taitu's square body, Mu Hua said to the puppet delivering food. Sir, fire him. I can help you hire a better manager. Taitu carefully helped Mu Hua put the knife and fork in place. He glanced at Demand with his electronic eyes, and said with disdain, Since Ikaros appeared, the respect index of the living puppets in the hotel for Mu Hua has increased significantly. Now they don't even mind Mu Hua calling them Taitu. Regarding helping them upgrade their magical life, Mu Hua asked Ikaros to communicate with them. But the soul has been changed. Can it still be considered an upgrade? Obviously, these living puppets don't want to sacrifice themselves for others in such matters. They are more willing to wait until Mu Hua's craftsmanship is more sophisticated, and then help them upgrade in a real sense. Go away, don't you see I'm joking with the boss? Go to work, go and clean the swimming pool. Facing Taitu's disdain, Demand drove him to arrange work. Sir, the steaks haven't been delivered yet. I will go and clean them after they are delivered. What I just said was a joke. If you want a magic brain, you should contact our dealers. They may be able to find a source of supply. Taitu retorted, turned around and left, no longer paying attention to Demand. Haha, it seems that you will not be very popular with magic life. By the way, can you get a magic brain? Mu Hua laughed as he watched the interaction between one person and one puppet. A bunch of mercenary bastards. Demand cursed after raising his middle finger at Taitu's back, and then looked at Mu Hua. Those puppet dealers may be able to get low-level magic brains, but they may not be able to get higher-level ones. After all, the intermediate magic brain can be used to make combat puppets, and the price of combat puppets is very different from that of magic brains. Demand said to Mu Hua. Low-level? Forget about low-level ones. I don't like the life I created to die in front of me. Mu Hua thought and shook his head. The quality of the magic brain also determines the level of life factors it can be compatible with. It's fine to make puppets, but for magic life, the magic life created by the low-level magic brain is basically equivalent to ordinary people, born old, sick and dead, and 100 years of life. You sound like you will live a long life, brag. Magic life is much better than these iron heads, pleasing to the eye, and has a good personality. Seeing that he couldn't get any benefits from Mu Hua, Demand started to talk back to Mu Hua. While Demand described the cuteness of magic life with a longing face, and asked Mu Hua if he could pursue Ikaros, Tabesha and Vivian came to a monster maze in Fiona's courtyard. Under the surprised gaze of the two women, the originally cute and soft Ikaros suddenly changed his temperament, and a cold voice sounded in the ears of the two women. Personality switch, Sky Queen mode activated, friendly members, 2 low-level creatures, mission, annihilate. Chapter 232. Moo, I received a call from Ivy this morning. She should be here soon. Demand chatted with Mu Hua until Mu Hua finished his steaks. Ivy? Who? Mu Hua hesitated. Ivy Benson, 5 years older than Tabitha. Mu Hua's hesitation made Demand a little speechless, and he hinted. Oh, Ivy, Mu Siyun, Vic, the illegitimate children of the Benson family. What did she tell you? Didn't she say that they should have come to Bear Pig Town a long time ago? What about the other two? Mu Hua's lazy eyes froze slightly, and he asked as if he didn't mean to. Illegitimate children, they should be the fundamental reason why Mu Hua could come to Loren. A lot of things happened during this period, and Mu Hua actually ignored their existence. At this time, when it was suddenly mentioned, Mu Hua felt a little awkward. This person's mind is really interesting. He was willing to risk his life for a future, but when he has more things, he will feel that it is not worth it to risk his life for such a thing. People who can implement the principle of repaying a drop of water with a spring of water are probably mostly people who have never really enjoyed life. People's prices are always changing. For example, Muhua feels that he is quite expensive now. He shook his head, as if he wanted to get rid of the discomfort in his heart. The illegitimate child still needs to be killed. Just as a request for a thought to be clear. These guys have been hiding for a long time. It seems that they are also full of defense against Samantha. Now that there are more and more outsiders in Bear Pig Town, they probably think that this kind of environment, with many people and eyes, is safer for them. Ivy asked me to help her clean up the room. It's a suite on the 3rd floor. I guess there will be many people coming with her. Muhua asked, and Demand rarely answered seriously. I heard that Avril is very close to the Caesar family. The Caesar family is not an ordinary wealthy family. It is rumored that they are the behind-the-scenes supporters of one of the 5 major underground forces in the Empire. As for the other 2, since Ivy is here, they should come here soon. Demand said to Muhua. Hee, a mafia family? Ivy is really good at playing. She is not going to bring a group of gangsters here, right? Muhua laughed. As for Ivy, I can't say she is good at playing. I should say she is more open and dares to play anything. Demand twitched his mouth and pondered for a while, as if thinking about what words to use to describe Ivy. I don't know much about her. Joan should know more. She will arrive in a few days. Do you think you should make some arrangements? I don't know her. Don't ask me about this kind of thing. I don't plan to get involved with her. Muhua had an attitude of indifference. Demand stared at Muhua for a moment, but he couldn't tell from his face. He hesitated and frowned. Making a big show of murder is the stupidest thing, and Demand is a weakling. No matter how you look at it, he has no talent for killing. Muhua was not interested in talking to Demand about the illegitimate child. After a while, the ringing sound of the incoming call broke the silence between the two. Hello, this is Muhua, Odysseus? Muhua answered the call. Hi, Mu. I'm almost done with the preparations here. I take the team to your place in a few days. How many rooms do you have left in your hotel? Odysseus' voice came from the communicator. How many rooms do you need? Muhua asked, looking at Demand on the side. Do you have 200 rooms? If so, I won't let them build a base. Odysseus asked. Demand's eyes flashed with surprise, and he hurriedly gave Muhua an okay gesture. 200 rooms? There are enough rooms, but I don't have such a big parking lot here. Muhua was also happy, but thinking that Odysseus and his party would definitely be accompanied by a motorcade, Muhua said with a little hesitation. No problem, I'm driving an airship here, and Bear Pig Town should not have planned a stop for airships, right? Is there a problem with parking above the hotel? Odysseus asked. Are all the strategy teams so rich? Seeing Demand nod, Muhua smiled. I don't know about others, but I must be special enough, haha. Odysseus smiled proudly. The strategy team is not a small team. A large number of filming, logistics, and combat personnel assist the strategy team in exploring the courtyard. Scenes such as chariots and artillery are ready at any time. If there are fewer people, these cannot be played. Because there are more people, the strategy team usually builds its own base, and at most some members with higher status will stay in hotels inside and outside the courtyard. Although Odysseus was special, he opened 200 rooms right away. This was probably the number he decided after calculating the specifications of the Dandelion Hotel. It was obvious that he was taking care of Muhua's business. Well, even though Muhua still didn't regard the hotel as his own business. Mu, is it convenient for you to talk? Odysseus suddenly asked Muhua while chatting and joking. Well, you go. Muhua waved his hand to signal Demand to move aside, put on the headset, and said to Odysseus, You know about the Weber family, right? I also plan to help. If Tamara completes her evolution, she will be a very good combat force. How are your preparations going? Odysseus asked Muhua solemnly in a serious tone. You guy, you are afraid of death, and you want to drag Annie, a little girl, to be your scapegoat. You are also a brave mentor, huh? Because of Odysseus's tone, Muhua also became serious, but after hearing his words, he turned to teasing. What could happen to the Webster family? It's not just about his little daughter, the witch, awakening. After the flying dragon Tamara evolves, it becomes an evil dragon. That thing is fierce, but whether it can fight or not is secondary. The most important thing is that after Tamara evolves, Odysseus will not have to die with it. Nonsense, I signed a sharing contract. I'm not afraid of death, but I'm afraid of dying in an awkward way. Odysseus retorted and cursed, but because of Muhua's teasing, he felt a little more relaxed. Well, Odysseus is not a mean bone. It's mainly because of the previous contact that he has some understanding of Muhua's character. Odysseus thinks that if Muhua is not sure to help Tamara evolve, he should not tease him at this time. Sure enough, Mu Hua did not continue to tease Odysseus. If Tamara is okay, I have prepared everything I should prepare. Mu Hua said to Odysseus. Shit! No, damn it! I mean, it's great. I find you now. Odysseus said excitedly, and it was obvious that this was the main reason why he contacted Mu Hua. No, you find a place and I find you. I don't have a place for the flying dragon to evolve here. Mu Hua hurriedly stopped him. Tamara has already grown up, and the size of the dragon she evolved can refer to the dragon that was killed by Mu Hua. For such a big dragon beast, Mu Hua can't find an evolutionary environment away from people for it to evolve peacefully, and if it releases dragon power or something during evolution, it will scare the guests in the hotel to pee, and cleaning it up will be a big problem. Well, I'm not kidding, dragon power can really scare people to pee, and pee here is not an adjective. Well, how about going to Webster? His holy beast island? Odysseus asked. You should know more about dragons than me, as long as it doesn't eat all the monsters on the island. Mu Hua said indifferently. Evil dragons are rarely seen in the human world. Because of their large size, they cannot pass through the portal of the courtyard normally, and those evil dragons with the ability to transform are not accessible to ordinary people. However, Mu Hua knew that evil dragons have a strong sense of territory. They will regard the creatures in their territory as food reserves, so they have the reputation of evil dragons. No problem, Tamara is not a wild dragon beast. It just so happens that Weber is almost ready. The magic beasts on the island have been temporarily moved away by him. He plans to awaken Annie on the island. Odysseus said. Well, that's fine. I go there later, but you have to prepare more meat. I guess the magic environment there is not enough to eliminate Tamara's hunger after evolution. Mu Hua thought. Don't worry, Tamara specifically told me, so I go prepare it first and see you later. Odysseus' voice was filled with an unconcealable urgency. See you later. Mu Hua nodded habitually and hung up the communication. Chapter 233. When Mu Hua arrived at Webster's Manor, a stage was set up inside the manor. That's right, it was a play, not an opera. Although Mu Hua couldn't tell what kind of play it was, Webster did invite a troupe to perform in the manor. The singing, the costumes, and the truckloads of fireworks transported into the manor, Webster didn't watch from the stage, but Beavis, who had changed out of his butler's uniform, cheered from time to time from the stage with some servants. It seemed noisy and lively, but there was no need to explain. This was probably a deception. Mu, you're here? Odysseus has been waiting for you for a long time. Come to my room first. Padge received Mu Hua, and seemed a little hurried, and took Mu Hua back to his room as soon as they met. There were many new faces in the manor, their expressions were serious and rigid, and they were very respectful to Padge, and they didn't look like prominent figures. Arriving at Padge's room, Mu Hua took advantage of the situation, and put his arm around Padge's graceful waist. Padge was slightly surprised, then rolled her eyes at Mu Hua, and slapped his hand away. Isn't that what you meant? Mu Hua was surprised. Little bastard, you only think about this. Here, the clothes are ready for you. Try them on, and see how they feel. Padge scolded, but took out a long windbreaker and handed it to Mu Hua. A windbreaker is not a robe, but can it be considered a leather armor? The long windbreaker is fashionable, low-key gray, and heavy. Although it does not automatically adjust to Mu Hua's body shape, it is a piece of equipment made of Mu Hua's dragon skin. The specifications of that dragon skin are relatively high, and the people I can find cannot make it into hell equipment. Aren't you going to help Odysseus' flying dragon evolve? Where this, after all, it's made of dragon skin. Seeing this, Tamara should be more restrained in her aggressive attitude. Paji said to Mu Hua, while helping him straighten his clothes. With the same material, the strength of the equipment made by human forgers is not much different from that of the hell-made ones. However, most human forgers have spell-casting defects, so the equipment made by humans is usually tailor-made, and will not automatically change the size and proportion according to the user's body shape. Of course, it is also because humans have a relatively uniform body shape, and there is no huge difference between monsters. Whether it is to save materials or to prevent human-made equipment from falling into the hands of monsters, causing these equipment to become weapons for monsters to fight against humans, the Forging Association does not actually encourage the study of forging technology in this area. Oh, a very good windbreaker, but when did you measure my size? Mu Hua asked with a smile, looking at his shape in the mirror with satisfaction. Mu Hua can use the creation of all materials to make clothing equipment, but he can only make base plates, that is, blank equipment with only the characteristics of the materials themselves. Creation of all materials is not responsible for enchantment, And it also needs to be tried and explored to combine multiple materials to make equipment produce certain magical properties. When giving the dragon skin to Patty, Mu Hua had never thought that there would be such a technique as creation of all materials. Now that he has received this windbreaker, he is generally quite satisfied. Hey, where did you get your size? I haven't measured it. Patty glanced at Mu Hua with a chuckle, but her face was filled with worry that was difficult to conceal. But there was no coquettishness. This windbreaker has a magic gathering effect, a magic gathering array, a magic shield, armor reinforcement, and an offensive stance blast. It should be considered a semi-finished product. Since we cannot combine it with the autonomous magic storage effect, if you want these magics to work normally, you need to accumulate magic in advance. In addition to these enchantments, it still has a lot of room for strengthening. In the future, you can decide how to strengthen it according to your needs. Come to me when you have decided. However, unless you get the magic core of the evil dragon, it is basically impossible for it to have the function of autonomously absorbing external magic. Paji said to Mu Hua. It's already very good. Thank you. Mu Hua hugged Paji. This windbreaker has very strong toughness, and has good strength in anti-stab and anti-cutting. It has very strong elemental resistance, and can almost absolutely defend against conventional elemental magic below the intermediate level. But after all, it is just leather armor. If you don't consider defensive magic, it doesn't have much impact resistance. This windbreaker has not been processed by the creation of 10,000 elements, and the material of the dragon skin has not been affected. In other words, Mu Hua can also use the creation of 10,000 elements to transform it again. How is Annie's matter? After getting a nice-looking protective windbreaker, Mu Hua temporarily put away his conceited mentality and asked Patty. We have done what we should do. Weber is leading people to set up on the Holy Beast Island. It is expected that Annie will awaken in 2 days. However, what you should worry about most now is Odysseus's matter. Are you sure you can solve Odysseus's problem? If it is normal, it will be fine, but Odysseus has just announced a new strategy plan. If he has problems at this time, the impact will be very troublesome. Maybe you should wait a little longer, at least until the Star Patrol meeting in Bear Pig Town is over, Patch said with some worry. Don't worry, I'm sure about this. As for Weber, he wants to hide Anne's identity as a witch, but some people are very sensitive to witches. Mu Hua reminded. The two seemed to care about each other blindly. Patch rarely showed some sentimentality, and snuggled in Mu Hua's arms. We found a unicorn pendant for Anne. Okay, let's go to the Holy Beast Island. Odysseus is probably waiting anxiously. After a brief hug, Patch stroked the long hair by her ears, and said to Mu Hua, unicorns are a kind of holy monster, because their horns can dispel most curses. In fact, this holiness is more of a wishful gift from humans. Unicorns are arrogant and irritable, and their numbers are relatively rare. They will only succumb to power. Although they look beautiful, they are not only for pure girls to ride. The stories about them, and the pure girls are somewhat taken for granted. The reason why such stories can be spread is probably because they also like to ride on pure girls. The unicorn's horn also has the function of concealing the breath and shielding detection. If the witches were ornaments made of unicorn horns, it is difficult for outsiders to confirm their identity as witches from the senses. Going to the island with Padge, the atmosphere in the manor is lively and festive, but when leaving the manor and coming to the beach by the sea, the people here have serious and rigid expressions, and the atmosphere is also full of tension and depression. Although they all have human appearance, Mu Hua obviously sensed strange soul fluctuations from these people on the beach. Magic puppets? Perhaps because he had created magical life, Mu Hua was very sensitive to this kind of life fluctuations. Master, there is a problem with the number of origin bullets. The model suitable for Vulcan cannons is temporarily out of stock, and cannot be found in the short term. How about replenishing some rifles? On the beach, a woman at least 2 meters tall reported things to Paji. Origin bullets? Vulcan cannons that fire origin bullets? There are too many slots in this sentence, but the woman's address to Paji's master made Mu Hua more concerned. Well, let's do it this way. Arrange more gunmen. Paji said to the woman, and the woman nodded and left. The woman had a big body, broad shoulders and long legs. She looked taller than Mu Hua, but her appearance was not ugly. She should be a real big horse. Are these all magic puppets? Mu Hua asked Paji. Yes. Paji nodded to confirm. Then what about their creator? Mu Hua frowned. You know a lot about magic puppets? They died of old age. Paji explained with a little surprise. Whether it is a magic puppet or a magic life, only their creator is called master by them. And when they call others master, there is only one possibility, that is, their creator is dead. In fact, magic puppets and magic life are like those famous calligraphy and paintings. Usually when their creators die, their value is higher. Chapter 234. Puppet masters and necromancers have many similarities, except that one plays with living creatures and the other plays with dead spirits. Puppet masters are also more cautious in selling magic puppets. Puppets are like summoned beasts. When their creators die, they will truly transfer their ownership to the holder. It is much more dangerous to harm the creator of a puppet than to harm the creator of a summoned beast. Because summoned beasts need the command of the creator to fight back, while magic puppets will judge the situation and directly attack the existence that threatens the creator. Even if you have the right to dominate, if you harm the creator of the magic puppet after the creator dies, the holder will not only not get the attachment of the magic puppet, but will be revenged by the magic puppet. No one will take the initiative to harm the creator of their magic puppets, but no matter what, a magic puppet without a creator is definitely more reassuring than a magic puppet with a creator. Out of print is the most expensive. Many of Webster's magic puppets are out of print, and their creators have died. How did you recruit these magic puppets? Muhua asked curiously while sitting on the speedboat heading to the island. Although the specifications are not as good as magic life, magic puppets also have independent souls. When the creator dies, they can live independently. They don't have to be loyal to someone. It's not recruitment. Some people will buy magic puppets and then arrange them to do some unimportant work. They will only be used when their creators die. Paji explained, as if she was surprised that Muhua didn't know about this. TSK, I probably know why magic puppets are more popular than magic life. Muhua understood in an instant and clicked his tongue. The strength of magic puppets is constant, and there is no possibility of improvement. But their innate combat power is mostly higher than that of magic life. And their life functions are more durable. If they are properly maintained, it is not a problem to outlast a few puppeteers if they are not hit by a devastating blow. Muhua just misunderstood. The magic puppets on Webster's side are not recruited. They are either bought from dying puppeteers or left by previous generations. This may also be regarded as a kind of heritage of an old family. Why, are you still interested in magic puppets? I will check if there are any old puppeteers holding auctions recently, Paji said to Muhua. Paji said casually, and Muhua grinned. These puppeteers are much more real than those calligraphers and painters. This is why the older the works, the more valuable they are. No, I created a magical life earlier. It seems that it is not easy to make money in this area. Muhua was a little entangled. He can only create magical life for the time being, and he is very young, so it seems that there is no market for it. Magic life? Create? You? Paj looked incredulous, seriously questioning whether she had misheard Muhua's expression. Why? Don't believe it? Muhua smiled. Reason tells me that I shouldn't believe it. You can create magical life and still talk about making money. Go to Daryl to apply for a job. They will give you whatever experimental funds you want. Paj said unhappily. Living under someone else's roof? Embezzling? Muhua disdained to question. It's offering. They may wish you could embezzle. Paj corrected. Oh, so you can grab the little braid and let them work for you for the rest of your life? Muhua sneered. Obviously, he was not very interested in this path. Of course, otherwise. Did you really create a magical life? Patty thought Muhua was talking nonsense, but looking at his attitude, it seemed unlikely. You have measured my size. Is it necessary to use this kind of thing to hook you up? Muhua put his big hand on Patty's waist dishonestly. You really surprised me. Let me meet you when I have time. I haven't heard that Benson Enterprise has the tendency to develop this kind of business. If you are sure you don't want to use this kind of nonsense to hook me up, we may be able to cooperate in this regard. Patty still had some doubts. It's okay to meet, but I can't make a magic puppet. Is there a market for the magic life I created? And your mind jumped so fast. Now is not the time to consider this kind of thing, right? Muhua shook his head and smiled. Seizing opportunities is the key to development. Not everyone cares about the creator. However, if it is just a magical life, the reputation it can bring you will probably be higher than the actual wealth. Paji frowned and thought. Magical life is much more delicate than magic puppets, at least in the early stage. Moreover, magical life needs to be cultivated. High-end customers care about the existence of the creator, and low-end customers may not be able to afford it. In terms of business alone, the status of magical life is still quite embarrassing. Forget it. It's not that I can't afford them, but this business is annoying. When Muhua resisted, Paji's face showed a more surprised look. She was basically sure that Mu Hua seemed to really be able to create magical life. Curiosity about Mu Hua's ability suppressed Page's worry about Annie. Well, there was nothing to worry about. As soon as the speedboat approached the island, Mu Hua saw a team of mecha warriors. In addition to the core weapons like armor, the sci-fi style mechanical pendants armed the driver into a flying steel warrior. The mecha was heavy, holding a giant sword and a large shield for close combat. The floating gun swam around the body, as if forming a long-range attack of the Dharma wheel behind. The mecha was thin, some holding weapons and some holding guns. Mu Hua couldn't tell whether it was a hunting model that was good at close combat or sniping. This team of mecha warriors alone could try to scout the Demon King's castle. It seemed that there was really no need to worry too much about dealing with a demon who wanted to sleep with the witch. In addition to a team of mecha warriors, Mu Hua also saw several armored vehicles with live ammunition, and even 2 magic conversion devices. Although this magic conversion device lacks mobility, it can quickly convert materials such as magic stones, magic cores, and demon gold coins into magic power, so as to provide the collaborators with various magic props and magic scrolls. Following Page into the island, Mu Hua also saw the witch Melinda in a deliberately created basin terrain. At this time, Melinda was just like a warlock, carving and arranging complex magic arrays in the basin. You actually brought a large gravity field and T-71 long-range cluster magic cannon. Is this a main combat weapon? I believe you want to rebel. Looking at the surrounding arrangements, Mu Hua was powerless to complain, and wanted to say something like evil capitalists. Don't be so talkative. If possible, we can't destroy the demon's body with too high an attack. Page patted Mu Hua lightly. Weber said you have a lot of Dullahan summoned beasts, and they may need your help when the time comes. If Tamara can evolve into a dragon, Odysseus will also have strong combat power. Here, he is over there, go find him yourself. Page pointed at Odysseus, who was waving at this side, and said to Mu Hua. Odysseus? I suspect that guy is wearing false teeth. You say he has combat power? Mu Hua waved at Odysseus with a friendly smile on his face, but complained to Page beside him. Odysseus signed a sharing contract with Tamara. When he gets angry, he is a humanoid dragon beast. Don't look at him like this. He was a member of the Dragon Knight Corps when he was young. Although he was dismissed, he still has combat power. Page explained. Dragon Knight? Why was he fired? It seems he molested a female officer. These old guys are bastards. Looking at Odysseus, who took the initiative to walk towards them, Page also showed a friendly smile on her face, and whispered to Mu Hua. Chapter 235. The Masters all have many little secrets. Webster wants to hide the fact that his daughter is going to become a witch, and Odysseus has been hiding the fact that he may die at any time. Odysseus, are you sure you want Tamara to evolve here? Mu Hua asked Odysseus in a corner of the island. Yes, Mu, let's start. Odysseus was serious and deep, and his earlier smile had disappeared without a trace. Are you sure you don't want to find someone to accompany you? For example, sons and daughters. The empty field under the stone wall was blocked by trees. Except for the somewhat anxious Tamara, there were only Mu Hua, Webster, and Odysseus. Mu, don't say anything, I have arranged everything. Odysseus nodded solemnly. Have you arranged the property? Where is the suicide note? Mu Hua asked carefully. Hey! Mu, you can't do this. You need to have confidence, and you need to give me some confidence. Odysseus's face was irritable, and Mu Hua's questioning made him flustered. Well, I just don't understand. You are a big shot anyway, but you don't find some relatives to accompany you in facing life and death. Mu Hua shrugged. Tamara is going to start evolving. Because of her own reasons, if the evolution fails, Tamara will die and Odysseus will probably be reincarnated. He really wants to reincarnate, but Tamara is dead. Unless he is lucky enough to reincarnate into a species with higher intelligence, almost no one can find him, and he can only complete the reincarnation tragically. No, I don't want my children to see me become a kitten or puppy, or even a slug. It's enough to have this old guy Weber. Damn it, stop talking nonsense, hurry up, I'm feeling worse and worse. Odysseus replied anxiously. Seeing that this guy looked like he was about to have a heart attack, Mu Hua grinned, but didn't say anything more. Looking at the mini dragon lying in the distance, Mu Hua made an okay gesture to Tamara. Wait! Wait! Seeing that Tamara was about to restore her body and start evolving, Odysseus, who had just looked determined, suddenly stopped her. That? Mu, are you sure you don't need to prepare some equipment or something? Do you want to move a magic conversion device over first? Odysseus looked at Mu Hua with empty hands and asked anxiously. Shut up. Wait. Mu Hua was startled by Odysseus's sudden shout. When he was scolding, Tamara in the distance seemed to be baring her teeth at Odysseus. Not only Mu Hua was preparing his emotions, but Tamara had also been preparing for a long time. She didn't like Odysseus's caution at this time. Following Mu Hua's scolding, Odysseus muttered something, and the scene became quiet again. The breeze brought the cry of seabirds. In the strange silence, Tamara spent several minutes to make up her mind. When the mini dragon suddenly turned into a giant, it indicated that Tamara had started to evolve, and it also meant that it and Odysseus were on the verge of death. The dragon was more than 10 meters long from head to tail, and the dragon head looked more cunning than majestic. The whole body gave people a thin and slender feeling, with a long neck and a long tail. If the tail was not counted, Tamara's body was only about 6 or 7 meters. To be honest, the dragon didn't look very good. It lacked a majestic feeling, and could easily give people a feeling of cruelty and cunning. With the appearance of Tamara's body, the magic in the air seemed to be in chaos, and Tamara raised her plesiosaur-like neck, opened her big mouth full of fangs, and whispered to Mu Hua for help. Be honest? Mu Hua walked to Tamara's side, and scolded her first, then the soul surgery technique started, and his palm reached into Tamara's body. The flying dragon did not have the ability to speak, but Tamara stretched her dragon head towards Mu Hua uneasily. Mu Hua glared at her with dissatisfaction, and then it turned its head to the side, closed its eyes, and calmed down, quietly sensing its own situation. Although the whole body was slender, Tamara was still a huge monster in front of Mu Hua, but the huge body did not affect the soul surgery. When touching Tamara's body, as Mu Hua's thoughts deepened, Tamara's heart brewing the magic core seemed to be placed in front of Mu Hua. With a strong heartbeat, and the flushing of strange energy, Tamara's heart made of flesh and blood began to transform into a solid crystal. The huge heart that ordinary people could hardly hug shrank instead of growing, as if condensing. The crystallized heart shrank and condensed visibly with the naked eye. Mu Hua's eyes flashed with surprise. This was the first time he had seen such a situation. The original flesh and blood organs seemed to be turning into a nuclear reactor containing huge energy. This should be the performance of the evolution of high-level monsters. The original flesh and blood heart contained a magic core. Although it cannot be said that the heart has become a magic core at this time, the whole heart is like an amber crystal. The magic core is located in the center of the amber. It seems that after years of baptism, the two can be completely integrated into one. At this time, this means that the amber state of Tamara's heart is not very good. A crack surrounds it. With the flushing of energy, the tiny crack seems to have a tendency to expand, like a crystal on the verge of breaking. Communicating with the furnace space, a philosopher's stone appeared in Mu Hua's hand. Mu Hua's palm did not really penetrate Tamara's body. Although it was strange, this situation did not affect Mu Hua's use of the storage space. Crushing a unit of philosopher's stone, the powder fell, and Tamara's heart seemed to have suction, absorbing the scattered powder on its surface. The materialized powder was transformed into a very pure energy in an instant. Under the impact of multiple energies, the energy of the philosopher's stone was like a powerful tonic. Energy was poured into the heart, and the expansion of the cracks on the surface of the amber heart suddenly stopped. Then Mu Hua invested several more units of philosopher's stone, and the crack slowly repaired. Mu Hua also heard Tamara's comfortable moan. This bloodline is quite mixed, the bloodline of the fire dragon, the bloodline of the black dragon, and even the hydra. Which direction do you want to evolve? How about the black dragon? The problem Tamara encountered was very fatal, but it was just a small problem for Mu Hua. Mu Hua invested only 6 units of philosopher's stone in total, and the crack on Tamara's heart or magic core was repaired. 6 units of philosopher's stone were a bit shabby, so Mu Hua simply pinched 4 more units for it to make it an even number. Then Mu Hua began to observe Tamara's evolution, and unexpectedly discovered that the bloodline factor of this dragon beast was not purer than that of the devil. Mu Hua asked, and Tamara seemed to understand, but when she heard Mu Hua mention the black dragon, Tamara, who was already unable to move, still tried to shake her dragon head, as if to express resistance. The black dragon is so handsome, do you want Hydra? Mu Hua asked in a low voice, and Tamara, who was already unable to shake the dragon head, had mist in her eyes. Well, I don't want Hydra either. Although Mu Hua still thinks black dragons are more handsome, he should at least respect their wishes. Fire dragon? What's good about fire dragons? They are tacky. Mu Hua asked in a spitting tone. This time, Tamara's eyes flashed with joy. Evil dragons belong to elemental dragons. Their species correspond to natural elements. Black dragons are probably an alternative among them. Black dragons have high elemental resistance, but no elemental affinity. Except for breathing, they can hardly cast elemental magic. This kind of evil dragon is physically strong and good at close combat. If it attacks by surprise, it can almost beat other elemental dragons of the same generation. However, black dragons are outliers among dragons. When other elemental dragons master high-intensity dragon language magic, black dragons are somewhat weak. If the sneak attack succeeds, other elemental dragons can still be killed, but if they face off head-on, they can't win, so they have to run away. The black dragon is a bit like the hellhound among the demons, and is a hated existence among the evil dragons. However, Mu Hua still thinks the black dragon is pretty handsome, but it's a pity that Tamara doesn't like it. Gently stirring the blood of the fire dragon, it can be regarded as helping Tamara. Tamara officially entered the process of evolution. Mu Hua left Tamara and walked back to Odysseus and Webster. "How is it?" Webster asked on behalf of the nervous Odysseus. "No problem, it depends on itself next." When Mu Hua said this, he saw Odysseus holding a magic stone the size of a walnut in his hand. "What is this?" Mu Hua asked. "A tribute to life," Odysseus said. "You guy, don't believe me?" Mu Hua said unhappily. "Useless." Cough. "No, Mu, I'm afraid that Tamara's future evolution will have problems." Odysseus habitually said something a bit slurred, but he coughed dryly and explained with a smile. "The magic stone, it can be understood as a magic scroll with its own magic power. This thing can only be made by an alchemist who can cast the life tribute. And the life tribute can be classified as a forbidden spell in terms of life saving. If it is a magic scroll, it's fine. The magic stone of the life tribute is also a high-end product in the eyes of demons. Mu Hua is not even sure if there is anyone in the human world who can make a magic stone of this quality. Odysseus, this old guy, was so brave, but he also prepared a backup plan. Mu Hua muttered with disdain. Chapter 236. Tamara's evolution is much slower than Mu Hua knew. Its evolution requires a lot of magic support, but it does not drain the energy around it. As Tamara evolves, the concentration of magic on the island rises instead of falling. With Tamara as the center, its evolution causes the external magic to gather within a certain range around it, forming a magic environment with a high concentration of magic around it, and then these magics are taken into its body in a relatively gentle way. As time passed, some magic stones piled around calcified and shattered, and Mu Hua's eyelids twitched, pretending not to see anything. Tamara's body shape began to change significantly, and the dark green skin began to turn dark red. The body began to become thick from the neck, and the local changes made it look very deformed. Mucus oozed from the body surface. When Tamara looked relatively symmetrical as a whole, dark red scales drilled out from under the skin, bringing out bright red blood, and also brought Tamara's painful groans. This evolution lasted for several hours. Odysseus nervously held the magic stone and watched Tamara's situation. Even if affected by Tamara's evolution, the concentration of magic here is not comparable to that of the Abyss Island. And the magic of the outside world determines the speed of Tamara's evolution. Tamara's evolution is very slow. Bored, Mu Hua didn't want to disturb the two old men who were concentrating, so he simply squatted beside them and began to refine weapons and equipment for his own skeletons with the creation of all elements. The swords that fell in the courtyard were recycled by Mu Hua. These swords contained magic metals. He took their essence and gathered them to shape them to improve the purity of the magic metals. Mu Hua did not obtain any high-end weapons for the time being. The gravel-like metal scraps condensed into a prison knife with sharp teeth. Each prison knife can be regarded as the base of a high-quality weapon. Well, they are all aluminum metals, and the amount extracted from low and medium-level equipment is not much. With the help of corpse-covered black iron, it is moderately tough and has a good effect in neutralizing magic, but it does not have any special characteristics. Enchanting is a delicate job, and it also requires the consumption of magic stones and magic cores. Mu Hua cannot handle it for the time being. This prison knife was originally used temporarily by the skeleton warriors. It gathers the low-end equipment picked up at ordinary times, and at most it can be regarded as turning waste into treasure. Mu Hua cannot invest too much resources in these weapons. Because of the hidden casting, Webster and Odysseus only saw Mu Hua constantly taking out and putting back a prison knife, but they did not know what Mu Hua was doing. Odysseus was completely focused on Tamara, and he had been safe and sound. Webster was probably bored, so he walked to Mu Hua leisurely. "Mu, what are you doing?" "What's wrong with this knife?" Webster asked. "Nothing, I plan to equip it with the skeleton warriors under my command. How about it? Muhua handed a newly completed prison knife to Webster and asked casually. It's okay, the quality is pretty good. How many do you want? I have someone make a batch for you later. Webster has a certain appreciation ability, weighed it in his hand, and knocked it twice, analyzing the material, and asked Muhua. Muhua's hands froze, and he looked at Webster speechlessly. Well, he was playing very enthusiastically, but the other party asked you how much you want to make, and the most important thing is that there is nothing wrong with what he said. It seems that my high-end Wanji creation is not as good as machines like lathes and air hammers here. What? Is there a problem? Seeing Muhua's strange expression, Webster looked at the prison knife in his hand carefully and asked doubtfully. No problem. Can you get chimera alloy? Muhua didn't want to pay attention to this old man. He didn't have any magic at all, and didn't understand the aesthetics of forging at all. Che, if you have the ability, go and carve chimera alloy. Hey, you jumped too fast. This is just an ordinary magic metal, right? What do you want chimera alloy for? Webster raised his eyebrows. It was a material used to forge magic weapons. High-end adventurers rarely traded it, and he had never seen it many times. I want to forge weapons with dragon teeth, and I don't want yours for nothing, Muhua said. Huh, I want to give it to you for free. Dragon Fong? Hey Mu, you mean Tamara? Is it okay? Webster said with a smile, then rolled his eyes, lowered his voice, glanced at Tamara, who was evolving, and asked Muhua like a thief. This old guy doesn't seem like a good person. He probably thought that Muhua was thinking about Tamara's teeth. She hasn't evolved yet, you are really daring. I see you got a lot of origin bullets, you still lack dragon fangs? Muhua said unhappily. Exorcist bullets are made of magic metal that incorporates monster claws, and origin bullets are high-standard exorcist bullets. They have certain magic-breaking properties. Even if they are not dragon fangs, they should have taken some parts from powerful monsters. Hee, everyone has a need for dragon fangs. The origin bullets are made of leftovers, and most of them are used on special high-level monsters. If they can't hit them, they will be wasted. Have you ever seen anyone really use dragon fangs to refine them? It's hard to cause fatal damage to a monster wearing heavy armor. Webster shook his head and laughed. But, Webster looked at Muhua with a strange look. If you can have a child with Paget, I will try and find some chimera alloy for you. Webster said he guessed that Muhua should have got the dragon's tooth. Muhua's eyes froze, and he scratched his ears subconsciously, thinking that he had heard something wrong. What did you say? Muhua asked to confirm. Mu, you also know that I need an heir to inherit my title. It was originally Anne but, Webster said. But she wants the witch to awaken. Fuck Weber, are you sick? If you want a child, you can give birth to it yourself. If not, there is Kevin. Muhua screamed. If I can give birth, will I look for you? I prefer Paget's child. Webster was quite serious, and Muhua felt a little scared. You want it? Muhua was speechless. This is so willful. Does Paget know about you? Muhua asked after coming back to his senses. Just don't let her know. You have a good relationship with her, don't you? As long as you do it secretly. Webster hinted. You are really my father. Go away, don't even think about it. What on earth do you think to say that to me? Muhua couldn't understand it. Even if Loren was more open, Webster's idea was absolutely weird. Fuck, you're not at a disadvantage. Webster glared. Uh-huh. Muhua sneered. Look, Paget is not young anymore. Life without children is incomplete. Webster said emotionally. Uh-huh. Muhua. Damn it, you don't need to take care of the children. The imperial nobles have absorbed high-quality genes. Humph. Webster hesitated and snorted angrily. Uh-huh. Muhua continued to laugh. In the midst of Webster's anger and Muhua's sneer, Tamara, who had turned into a small mountain not far away, finally completed her evolution. Ong! The loud dragon roar exuded a fierce power. The ferocious but majestic dragon head grew a long cone-like dragon horn. The sturdy body seemed to be piled up like rocks, and the dragon scales reflected the light of the metal. At this time, there was no trace of flying dragon on Tamara. A nearly 20-meter-tall evil dragon raised its head and roared, as if announcing its birth to the world. Along with the roar of the evil dragon, a magic shield was stimulated on Webster's body, and the light of the blessing of courage followed, helping him to resist the negative impact of the evil dragon's momentum on him. Webster's eyes were also indescribably shocked. The fire dragon wearing dark red scales and a height of more than 10 meters may not sound like a big deal, but in front of humans, It is already like a tall building that needs to be looked up. Odysseus sat on the ground. He was not afraid of Tamara, but he was sure that Tamara had completed the evolution safely. Only then did he really relax, and he suddenly lost all his strength. Odi, Odysseus, I need food. After roaring, Tamara immediately restrained her momentum. It seemed that she was not used to speaking. Tamara leaned down and spoke to Odysseus in a posture of 4 limbs on the ground. Okay, everything is ready. Tamara, are you okay? Facing the beast in front of him, Odysseus smiled like an old father and asked with concern. I am fine, everything is fine, Tamara said with a rough voice. Mu-Hua, thank you for your help. Tamara looked at Mu-Hua with her huge dragon eyes. It's okay, congratulations. It looked fierce, but Mu-Hua didn't feel any hostility from it. Looking up at Tamara, Mu-Hua waved his hand and said, Mu-Hua, you saved me, I should give you compensation. Tamara said, Yes, Mu, thank you, I will. Odysseus also reacted at this time, ran to Mu-Hua, and when he hugged Mu-Hua, he was interrupted by Tamara's stumbling words before he finished speaking. Want to become my partner? I will share everything with you, Tamara said. Mu-Hua. Webster. Huh? Fake. No, this is absolutely not possible. After a brief shock, Odysseus screamed in protest. Chapter 237. For humans, dragons are a catastrophic monster. With strong body structure, perfect magic talent, resistance to various elements, and natural immunity to intermediate impact, they are like heavy warships with high-speed flight capabilities. In the history of the Federation, they have shot down more human warships than demons, and their superior dragons are the kings of starships shooting down. Their inherited talent and superb wisdom distinguish them from monsters, and they are called dragons by all races. They often have a very strong sense of territory, and greed and tyranny are the common perceptions of dragons. They are not as easy to destroy as demons, but they like to plunder and enjoy offerings, which also makes them have a notoriety among humans that is not inferior to demons. And slaying dragons has always been the highest honor for warriors. Because this not only symbolizes strength and prestige, even the projected dragons like to make money very much, and slaying dragons also represents the acquisition of wealth. The evil dragon has already possessed a very high level of intelligence. In this era, even in the courtyard, it is rare for an evil dragon to descend in its true form. People occasionally find evil dragons that exist in their true form, and most of these evil dragons are evolved from flying dragons. The magic materials taken from the dragons in the hands of humans are basically dropped, and the evil dragons also like to use the body tissues of their own kind as sacrificial items when projecting. If you have enough strength, slaying a dragon is actually quite cost-effective, which also makes the courtyards where the dragons exist often more lively. Of course, the feat of slaying a dragon also makes many people lose their lives to the hands of the evil dragon. After all, the dragons are not a race that is easy to provoke, and they are also very obedient. Running away is basically a tactical retreat for them. Tamara had just completed the evolution of the evil dragon, and she seemed to say something extraordinary when she opened her mouth. Mu-Hua was still stunned, but Odysseus was already jumping up and down. Partner? Shared wealth? What a joke, what you can share is all my wealth. Let's not talk about wealth first. What if Mu-Hua really becomes a dragon rider? Then how should he position Mu-Hua in the future? Brother? Father? Ancestor? At this time, Odysseus's head was full of fuck. Oh, what? Is it female? Facing Odysseus, who was full of resistance, Mu-Hua asked in surprise. Well, Mu-Hua didn't feel uncomfortable with the partner. His own Monday wanted to be a real cross-dressing boss, and he was now very adaptable to such things. Tamara's gender was the focus that surprised Mu-Hua. Of course I am female. You don't need to care about the external signs. I have the inheritance of shape-shifting, and will learn it as soon as possible. In a short moment, Tamara seemed to have adapted to speaking human words. The body of the evil dragon is not that of a bloated big lizard. It is huge, strong, and agile. They are actually in line with human aesthetics. Of course, this aesthetic is the worship of strength and majesty, just like humans will think that fully armed steel mechas are beautiful when they see them, just like muscular men can make brothers scream with envy. But this aesthetic that conforms to human eyes obviously cannot have much to do with love between opposite sexes. Tamara's voice is the kind of hoarse and rough voice full of masculine breath. At least the voice of the evil dragon itself is of this style. Mu-Hua is faceblind to monsters such as demon goblins. From Tamara's appearance, He can't tell Tamara's gender at all. No! Tamara, you can't just form a partner with a human. Tamara's initiative made Odysseus flustered. He was indeed very grateful to Muhua, but that didn't mean he could accept Muhua as his father. Well, Tamara was adopted by Odysseus's ancestors, and calling her father seemed a bit downgraded. Why not? Odysseus, where's my food? I'm hungry. This is what you should care about most, Tamara said dissatisfiedly to Odysseus. Damn, this is also what you should care about most, instead of looking for a partner right after completing the evolution. Tamara was very rude, but Odysseus was not a good-tempered person either. Living with Tamara since childhood, even if Tamara evolved into a dragon, Odysseus was not afraid of it. What's more, there is a shared contract between the two. During the process of Tamara's evolution into a dragon, Odysseus has been sensing the surging power in his body. Food, prepare food for me quickly. This is a matter between Muhua and me. You have no right to interfere. Tamara's irritable roar made the few people feel like they were facing a hurricane. Fuck. Weber, please have someone bring the food here. Moo, say something quickly, you must make her give up this stupid idea, Odysseus said to Muhua and Webster. A little crazy Odysseus asked Webster to come back to his senses, and looked back and forth between Elong and the other two with a strange expression. After hesitating for a moment, Webster used the communicator to have someone send the prepared blood food here. Okay, Tamara, I don't plan to find a partner. At this time, Muhua spread his hands and said to Tamara, his expression was also quite wonderful. You don't need to care about Odysseus. Vertical pupils glared at Odysseus fiercely. As an evil dragon, Tamara did not show any gentleness at all. I don't care about Odysseus. You know, I'm very young and I don't want a partner yet, Muhua said to Tamara with the attitude of treating humans. Riding a dragon seems to be a very exciting thing, but unfortunately the relationship between this evil dragon and Odysseus is too special. And Muhua was telling the truth. A partner is not a girlfriend of the opposite sex. The concept of dragon partner and human marriage is enough to make Muhua give up all kinds of small thoughts of seeking excitement. Marriage, what a joke, he doesn't need to get married at all, not in this life. Okay, you can change your mind at any time. As for age, it's not a problem. I just completed my rebirth. You can also understand me as a new life that has just been born. Several trucks towing containers drove over, and Tamara temporarily gave up pestering Muhua. Of course, I can understand. Facing a dragon proposing to him, Muhua was unexpectedly a little weak. The concept of marriage was too scary. Let's not talk about Muhua's wild thoughts. While talking, Tamara was already running towards the truck impatiently. The huge body was agile beyond imagination. The agile movements brought strong winds, and the opening and closing of the dragon wings covered the sky brought huge shadows. The shaking earth, the dark red afterimage, when the evil dragon moved, it was like a monster that should not appear in the world. Squeaked the strange sound of iron sheet tearing. But I saw Tamara holding the dragon wing impatiently tearing open a trailer, and the iron sheet was like paper under the sharp dragon claws. The heavy truck seemed a little pocket-sized in front of the evil dragon. Each truck towed 3 trailers that were larger than ordinary containers, but Tamara's dragon head seemed to be the size of an ordinary container. After tearing open the container, Tamara found that she could no longer put her head into the container. But she saw that Tamara simply pulled the container off the truck, and did not pour out the blood food in the container, but simply stuffed the container into her mouth. Crunch, crunch! As if eating a baguette, Tamara chewed the heavy iron sheet, and after a few bites, a container disappeared in her mouth. Seeing the way Muhua and the other two ate, they felt a sour taste in their teeth, and they didn't know what the mental state of the drivers was at this time. Hey! Tamara, be careful, don't hurt anyone! Odysseus howled. Bang! Another container was grabbed by the dragon claws, and while pulling off the container, it also drove the truck. The slightly lifted truck made a sound of falling apart when it fell. Crunch, crunch, the gnawing continued, and Tamara ignored Odysseus's warning. I think you should prepare some magic stones for it. Can it digest energy units? Muhua frowned and reminded Tamara as she ate. Mu, did you see that? I think you definitely don't need a partner like this. Odysseus reminded Muhua with a look of I'm doing this for your own good, and it was obvious that he was still paying attention to what Tamara's partner said. Hey, that's enough. You shouldn't tell me this. It's your dragon, and you have to take care of it. Muhua rolled his eyes and replied. I will take care of her, but you have to promise me. Odysseus said firmly. Get lost, I'm not interested in a dragon. Muhua cursed. But she can learn shape-shifting. Odysseus was still worried. Are you done yet? Take good care of your female Tyrannosaurus. Will this guy eat people when he's hungry? Mu Hua waved his hand in disdain, and Odysseus stopped talking awkwardly. Compared to Odysseus's worry, Mu Hua actually had a strange thought in his mind at this time. The dragon's teeth are really good. After smelting these guys, they won't give a bite skill stone, right? Chapter 238. 2 days have passed since Tamara completed her evolution. These 2 days are when Tamara is the most irritable and the weakest. Fortunately, there should be no one in the human world who would come to Webster's territory to slay the dragon. In order to deal with Anne's witch awakening, under Webster's arrangement, the Holy Beast Island at this time is like a cage full of dangers. If an outsider breaks into the island at this time, he will definitely face more than just an irritable dragon. Tamara is recuperating on the island, and Odysseus is also adapting to his own surge in strength. Mu Hua has been staying in Webster's manor for the past 2 days, but everything is ready. Webster is ready to arrange for his little daughter to awaken as a witch. Mu Hua, what kind of personality did you set for Ikaros? Damn, what's the matter with the dual personality? On the street of Fiona Community, Vivian stopped Mu Hua, who she met by chance, grabbed Mu Hua's collar, and shouted at Mu Hua. In the past 2 days, Mu Hua learned about Webster's arrangements on the island so that he could cooperate with Webster when Annie awakened. I was wandering around the Fiona Community, but I unexpectedly met Vivian and Ikaros. Just the 2 of you? Where's Tabitha? I heard earlier that the 3 of them entered the Fiona courtyard together. It was not surprising for Mu Hua to meet 2 people outside the courtyard, but he didn't see Tabitha. Tabitha went to the Benson family's merchants to deal with some spoils of war, and asked us to go back first. Damn it, don't change the subject. Vivian seemed annoyed. Dual personality? What's wrong? Many big guys have dual personalities. It's cute, right? Looking at the 2 women who were a little embarrassed but not injured, Mu Hua smiled. Where have you seen the boss with dual personality? Damn Queen of the Sky, do you know that Ikaros almost fell into the nest of the skeleton bats? Vivian pulled Ikaros aside and pointed at Ikaros's clothes with many damaged places. Huh? Why did you kill the skeleton bats? Are you injured? Mu Hua frowned. Skeleton bats are a kind of humanoid monsters. They have skinny heads like skeletons, and flesh wings between their arms, and ribs that can fly short distances. Compared with the blood race, this kind of monster is more like an ugly and weird vampire. Skeleton bats have the habit of collecting corpses. Vivian also wants to use skeleton bats to make corpse demons. I got some minor injuries, but it's okay. I have healed myself. Ikaros came to Mu Hua and explained. Looking at Ikaros, who was as well behaved as a little white rabbit at this time, Vivian's eyelids twitched. She had seen Ikaros' strategic mode in the maze earlier. The so-called Queen of the Sky is simply a desperate berserker. She always talks about annihilation. After all the magic of various magics is exhausted, she rushes into the monster group with a knife. Moreover, Ikaros can fly. In strategic mode, she does not listen to Tibesha's command. She is just like a cold queen who wants to annihilate all living things. But the problem is, you should at least weigh your own combat power. There is nothing wrong with being cold, but the 2 women almost thought that they would drag her cold body to Mu Hua to report. Damn strategic mode, warlike is fine, but what about destroying human city-states? As if venting depression, Vivian did not wait for Mu Hua to speak and complained again. Who would let their artificial angel call humans inferior creatures? What memories did you instill in her? Vivian despised Mu Hua's bad taste. Ikaros' other personality was simply too bad. In that strategic mode, Ikaros would even call Tibesha a low-level creature. In Ikaros' memory, she once destroyed the human city-state and massacred a large number of humans who disobeyed Mu Hua. Well, although I know that these are memories instilled in her by the Creator, and although I know that they are not true, this kind of memory can greatly affect the character of the magic life. How can humans set the past of magic life like this? This setting is simply the standard configuration of the magic. Youth, you don't understand. Mu Hua muttered, but he was thinking in his heart that it seemed that he should first smash Ikaros' self-healing to the level of regeneration. In the strategic mode, Ikaros simply regarded herself as a war weapon. Now her combat power is not strong, and it is still necessary to strengthen her ability to save her life. Ikaros was the first magical life created by Mu Hua. In fact, none of this was intentional on his part. He just edited Ikaros' life trajectory according to his own memory. He didn't know what kind of impact it would have. I'm sorry. You must make the Sky Queen in strategic mode obey your command, otherwise we dare not team up with her to hunt demons. Vivian said angrily. She and Tabitha both understood the definition of dual personality. Vivian did not confuse Ikaros in strategic mode with Ikaros in normal times. Okay, call her out later to talk about it. It seemed that he also knew that Ikaros had caused trouble for the two women. When Muhua agreed, he rubbed Ikaros's head, but there was no blame in his eyes. What's wrong with calling humans inferior creatures? He hasn't created a killer yet, nor has he created an existence that calls humans maggots. Why should he respect other people in his own terra? Muhua's rather unconscious expression made Vivian's eyelids twitch again. This guy is really a bastard with a bad taste. Muhua is very willful, but Vivian also recognizes his capital for willfulness. It's just that a well-planned hunt turned into a mess under Ikaros' strategic mode. Vivian was depressed and caught Muhua's event. Of course, when he saw Taibesha later, Muhua would probably have to bear some blame. The two women didn't blame Ikaros too much. Ikaros was not wrong, it was Muhua who was wrong. I'm going to take Ikaros to buy some clothes. What are you doing here? After venting, Vivian asked Muhua. Come to Webster's house to play for 2 days. Muhua said casually. Webster? Who? Here, Ikaros said he could exchange magic stones for ashes from you. Vivian didn't care, but handed Muhua a bag of magic stones, with expectation in her eyes. Vivian knew a lot about adventurers and the courtyard, but she knew more about the situation in the human world. She might know a few raiders, but Webster? Who? Taking the cloth bag handed by Vivian, Muhua picked up the magic stones inside. There were a small amount of level 4 and 5 magic stones mixed in the low-level magic stones. The skeleton bat was agile and weird, and had a certain talent in transformation, but the grade was not high. No corpse? Muhua asked. Originally, Muhua left a lot of ashes for the creation of Ikaros, but because of the angel life factor, he didn't use it. At this time, he didn't watch the ashes in his hand as closely as before. I only met 2 original bodies, one of which was chopped up by Ikaros. I will make the remaining one into a corpse demon, Vivian said. It's a waste of time. Why don't you find a good-looking demon to make a corpse demon? I think the hired demon is good, better than the skeleton bat. Muhua shook his head and said. What do you care, hired demon, can you help me catch it? Vivian retorted. Oh, I help you catch it when I have the chance, Muhua said insincerely, shaking the cloth bag in his hand. It seems that you are not prepared to exchange ashes with me at the market price, Muhua said with a smile. You can give it to me as you see fit. I left it for you because Ikaros said you needed it. Vivian blinked her bright big eyes, and her little appearance seemed to be a little more obedient. Oh, okay, I give it to you when I get back to the hotel. Shaking her head and chuckling, Muhua didn't take this girl seriously. Where are you going now? Vivian asked. Webster's Manor. Is it fun? I go too. What fun? I have something serious to do. Do you need help? Oh, you don't want the remaining centipede sickle? Is it that serious? I can't say for sure. What's going on? Take us there. Not so good. It involves privacy. Ikaros took Muhua's arm. The 3 of them walked and talked. With Muhua's unclear words, Vivian seemed to be interested again. Chapter 239. Father, between the person I want to pursue and the person who has been pursuing me, which one should I choose? On the beach with the sea breeze, and who had a few freckles on her face, asked Webster. Dear, can we not discuss this issue first? Webster's tone was gentle, but his expression was full of impatience that could not be concealed. Clementine is very handsome, especially when he plays the piano, but it's a pity that he has too many girlfriends. Pansy is very good to me. He is good at fighting, but he doesn't know anything. He always stares at Beth's chest. Maybe I should give him some opportunities. And looked melancholy. Webster was silent, pretending that he didn't understand anything. And Muhua beside Webster quietly moved his feet, including Odysseus. The 2 of them looked at the sea in tacit understanding, away from the father and daughter, who were discussing strange topics. Father, can I go to Pansy first? I don't have much time. Pansy is like a male dog and heat anytime and anywhere. Maybe he can solve my problem quickly. And asked seriously. No dear, you have no problem, it will be over soon. Damn, you are not even 14 yet. Who taught you these stupid words? Webster was a little annoyed. Oh father, you know nothing about young people. A hint of cynicism appeared on Anne's well-behaved face. You are still a child. It is too early for you to be a young man. Webster restrained his emotions to avoid yelling at Anne. A child who wants to give birth to a demon. Dad, you should allow me to keep my first time for humans. I need a better experience. and said in a pleading tone, with the corners of her mouth retracted, "Peggy, take Annie down. Don't let her have any more wild thoughts." Webster's cheeks flushed, and he didn't know whether he was angry or anxious, and he shouted at Peggy to take Annie away. The old father couldn't communicate with his daughter, who was less than 14 years old. Annie wanted to awaken as a witch, and breeding a demon was an inevitable process of witch awakening. At this time, she was like a demon summoning a ray that was always running. Only after completing the breeding of the demon and swallowing the demon fetus she'd bred could she get rid of the demon's tracking and entanglement. At this time, Annie was just discussing with Webster. The little girl tried to have sex with her human friend before breeding the demon. Fuck. Webster cursed in a low voice until Annie was taken away by Peggy. Annie's idea was quite... Oh, forget it. Annie's idea was a bit extreme, but her emotions were not excited, but she was about to awaken, and her focus was a bit headache. After kicking Kevin in anger, Webster walked to Muhua and Odysseus with a snort. The magic circle, combat readiness, and personnel on the island were all arranged in place. After a final inspection, Annie would remove the protection on her body and expose herself to the prying eyes of hell. "Mu, Odysseus, walk with me," Webster said to Muhua and Odysseus. The two of them tacitly did not mention Annie's affairs, nor did they joke around. Nodding to Webster, the three of them were ready to go to the awakening site prepared for Annie, but they saw the butler Beavis, who was supposed to be in the manor, running quickly to the few people. "Master, we caught 2 intruders," Beavis said as he stepped forward, but his eyes looked at Muhua. Webster frowned. In order to cover up the fact that Anne had awakened, he arranged a noisy banquet at the manor. The so-called intruders definitely did not want to go to the banquet to eat and drink for free. They said they were looking for Mr. Muhua, Beavis explained. This time it was Muhua's turn to frown. 2 young women, Vivian and Icarus, what do you think? Beavis asked Muhua as if to confirm. Muhua twitched his mouth and turned to give Webster an apologetic look. They are looking for me. One is my friend, and the other, well, probably should be considered my apostle, Muhua said helplessly. Earlier, he met Vivian and thought he had sent her back to Bear Pig Town, but he didn't expect her to sneak over with Icarus. Apostle? After confirming that the 2 knew Muhua, Webster did not show any disgust, but was a little surprised at the apostle that Muhua mentioned. Yes, my apostle, Muhua confirmed. I have to say, Mu, you always bring me surprises. Have they landed on the island? Bring them here. Webster shook his head and sighed, and then said to Beavis. Apostle is a nickname for magical life, but this nickname only applies to their creators, which is why Webster was surprised. At this time, there are many magical puppets on the island. The concept of magical life is nothing to be avoided by Webster, and Muhua did not hide his relationship with Icaros. After listening to Webster's instructions, Beavis turned and left. A moment later, Vivian, who looked embarrassed, appeared in front of Muhua with Icaros. If it were normal, Webster might still care about the issue of Muhua's ability to create magical life, but at this time, Annie was about to awaken, and he did not pay too much attention to Icaros' thoughts. Following Webster into the center of the island, people kept gathering around Webster along the way. These people were men and women of different nationalities, different skin colors, human physical signs, and some of them had traces of mechanical transformation, but they were all magic puppets. Carrying guns on their shoulders and carrying weapons, the mecha warriors in mecha suits made clanging sounds while walking, and Webster and his 3 children were faintly guarded by these bionic puppets. Sea breeze, dusk, slightly depressing atmosphere, at a higher place, the body of the large-caliber magic cannon flashed with magic inscriptions, which meant that it had completed charging and could launch a point-to-point bombardment of the enemy at any time with power no less than that of high-level magic. Magic cannons, cluster magic cannons, bulking cannons, laser launchers, and several high-standard war weapons were arranged on the periphery of a slightly low-lying basin. Look at several mecha warriors who are ready for battle, and look at the weapons and staffs in the hands of the people around them that are obviously of high quality. Vivian, who was already feeling a little guilty, became even more uneasy. Muhua, what are you doing? Following the crowd, Vivian whispered to Muhua. You dared to come here without knowing what you were doing? You were caught by others, Muhua said unhappily. I didn't hide much. Who knew you guys were so big? Vivian said unconvinced. Vivian was not very old, because Muhua's strength was a little abnormal. She encountered Muhua staying at the rich man's house. She was just curious about what Muhua usually did, so she pulled Icaros to try to find out some of Muhua's little secrets. Since Icaros could be pulled, There should be more playfulness, but after arriving here, she found that things seemed to be more serious than she thought. The personnel combat readiness here is just like starting a war. The witch awakens, be careful later, Mu Hua said to Vivian. Witch? Oh. Vivian suddenly realized that she didn't need to explain too much. She immediately understood the situation on the scene. With this configuration, any dizzy demon who is hooked up will be in trouble. TSK, rich people are good. The quasi-witches hooking up with demons has some charm, so the strength of the demons who respond to them will always have some upper limit. Relaxed, Vivian observed the surrounding situation again. Everyone stopped at the edge of the basin, hundreds of meters away, and saw from a distance that Annie was guarded by several semi-mechanized bionic puppets. Vivian's tone was slightly teasing, but her eyes were shining with envy. Well, she probably envied not the quasi-witch, but the money of the quasi-witch's family. Chapter 240. In order to deal with Anne's witch awakening, Webster cleared an open space with a radius of 500 meters. Warriors, archers, mages, and warriors equipped with various equipment and various war weapons. Several spellcasters holding exquisite staffs are particularly eye-catching. They have catheters connected to magic conversion devices inserted into their spines. This magic conversion device is powerful, but it is definitely not humane. It will cause great pain to the conductor, which is a necessary price to pay for the extraordinary use of magic. Deploy the Eye of True Vision. Webster picked up the intercom and ordered. Demons are cunning. Not all demons fight the enemy directly. Illusions, stealth, mimicry, mental interference, and other means may appear on demons. The Eye of True Vision is a magic prop made of nightmare magic core. Within its radiation range, it can break the false disguise. It is mainly to prevent demons with strange hiding abilities. Following Webster's order, dozens of light balls, like mayflies, floated in various places in the basin, initially emitting a clear halo of magic, and then the faint light merged with the surrounding light. It seemed that there was no impact on the outside world, but the true vision effect of dozens of true vision eyes had radiated a large area including outside the basin. In a blink of an eye, these true vision eyes were hidden under some stones and earth pits under human control. Odysseus, Mu, please. After the true vision eyes were arranged, Webster said to Mu Hua and the others in a serious tone. Ha, Weber, don't worry, no one can hurt Annie, and Tamara can come to help at any time, Odysseus said with a heroic smile, and while speaking, he drew a giant sword from the space prop. The conical giant sword with a length of more than 2 meters. For blades and 4 grooves, the black heavy sword is as thick as an adult man's thigh, like a heavy mace that has been magnified dozens of times, and like a bayonet for bleeding large creatures. Speaking of which, Odysseus is actually the assistant originally invited by Webster. Although this old guy seems to be pampered, he is signed a sharing contract with the Flying Dragon. In terms of physical fitness alone, he can be said to be a humanoid flying dragon. Now that Tamara has evolved into an evil dragon, Odysseus has also risen with the tide, and has the combat ability of a humanoid evil dragon. Webster nodded to Odysseus gratefully. Perhaps the environment of the Abyss Island is quite special. Tamara's evolution is not as comfortable as when she evolved on Monday, but she has a period of weakness. It is not a very serious negative state, but it will be lazy and sleepy, not very focused, and easily emotional. It is dormant on the island at this time. If there is an accident, Odysseus can call it to help at any time. Odysseus walked towards Annie in the field with a giant sword in hand. Kevin, who was wearing armor, seemed to want to follow him, but was stopped by Webster and glared at him fiercely. This kid has a good posture, but his strength is not good enough. The magic puppet beside Annie can still help Odysseus desperately, and Kevin will probably only cause trouble. Weber, have they all received the blessing of courage? Mu Hua asked Webster. Yes. After Webster confirmed, the terrifying cavalry appeared in front of Mu Hua, and the 60 headless knights brought a dead silence to the scene. Even though they were prepared, the appearance of the cavalry still attracted a strange look. This? So many? Webster's eyes flashed with fear. 60 knights are enough to form a square formation full of oppression, not to mention the headless knight riding the purgatory warhorse. Following Mu Hua's order, 20 knights followed Odysseus' steps towards Anne, and the other 40 knights were scattered around the basin with, and as the center. Do you need me to go there too? The terror knight entered the field, and Mu Hua pointed in the direction of Anne and asked Odysseus. No, Odysseus is over there, mainly to deal with melee suppression before and retreats. Webster shook his head. Boom! The giant hammer fell to the ground. As for suppression, I should have some experience. Taking out the bone dragon breaker, Mu Hua held the hammer handle, and said to the somewhat dazed Webster, "Is it fake?" Kevin looked at the warhammer with an exaggerated hammer head and muttered to himself, This? Well, let's see the situation first." After a brief moment of recovery, Webster was full of doubts about Muhua's warhammer. This hammer was quite different from the Muhua he knew. At this time, he couldn't confirm Muhua's close combat ability. In order not to disrupt Odysseus's rhythm, Webster didn't dare to let Muhua carry the hammer and get close to Odysseus. Snipers were in place, machine gunners were deployed, mecha warriors were flying in the air, melee fighters were ready in different positions, and mages began to close their eyes and concentrate. As Webster ordered to eliminate the broken sky barrier that interfered with external transmission, the scene fell into a silence. When and was outside the coverage of the broken sky barrier, the mysterious power would guide the demons responding to the witch's awakening to appear in front of Anne. This process is uncontrollable. Everyone can only wait for the appearance of the demon, and even the specific grade of the demon that will appear is uncertain. The demons that respond to the call are not necessarily strong, but you can't expect that all of them are poor. Sometimes, it is difficult to evaluate. Regarding the awakening of the witch, people usually regard the witch as a sacrifice to the devil. But not all demons will respond to the call from the awakening of the witch, and the demons that respond to the awakening of the witch have many seemingly irrational behaviors. Looking at the formation set by Webster, Muhua felt that those demons seemed to be the sacrifices. "Mr. Webster, I must remind you again that if you want to devour the demon fetus, you still need the blood of the demon. We can't damage the demon's body too badly." In silence, the witch Melinda said, "It doesn't matter, we can kill more, and there will always be a relatively complete body left." The anxiety of waiting made Webster more and more violent. "No! We can't. There are unknown rules for witch awakening. Only demons that respond to awakening can help witches complete awakening. If you kill demons that respond to awakening, the demons that appear later will become stronger and stronger. If a demon with an energy level above level 9 appears, you must stop your current behavior. This is clearly stipulated by federal law. Then you can apply for help from the witch agency. Believe me, the witches in the hall value every new witch. We have more experience in dealing with demons." Melinda persuaded. "That's enough. Even if Annie must become a witch, I won't let her live as a witch. She will become a necromancer because of Kevin's bad influence." "And will become a necromancer," Webster said rudely with some annoyance. Kevin felt a little wronged. He wanted Muhua to say something. Why is the necromancer bad? Besides, he has already started to study the secret arts of druids. Why is he under my bad influence? Muhua didn't feel anything about Webster's words, but Melinda and Vivian frowned. Melinda probably didn't like Webster's resistance to witches, while Vivian was dissatisfied with Webster's devaluation of necromancers. The two women seemed to have some induction, and looked at each other at the same time. "Fairy," Vivian muttered. "Maggot." Melinda raised her eyebrows. Well, Muhua's mouth twitched. What happened to the common hatred? Why do these two want to fight again? "Shut up, Weber, it's about to start," Muhua shouted in a low voice, and a summoning circle appeared in front of Annie in the distance. The red halo turned from light to dark, and Odysseus and the magic puppet protected Annie away from the summoning circle. Everyone's eyes were attracted by the demon summoning circle. "Identification team, report the situation as soon as possible." Webster's knuckles turned slightly white as he pinched the intercom. "Energy level 8. Odora, it's the Odora demon. All units, pay attention, 8 level assault demon, middle bloodline, with close combat magic breaking ability, physical attribute 800 plus, extremely high water magic resistance, carrying a staff, pay attention, the other party is carrying a staff." As a strong demon appeared in the summoning circle, a hurried report came from the intercom, and the characteristics of the Odora demon were quickly summarized. About 7 meters tall, with arms hanging down to the ground, huge claws nearly 2 meters long, small head and broad shoulders, hunched back and body, the small head seems to be submerged by the towering shoulder muscles. This is a strong demon full of power. The demon horns that are easily overlooked are very small, and there are no demon wings. Although the body is strong and fierce, and the physical characteristics are also full of aggressiveness, the Odora demon can only be regarded as a middle-level demon. In many cases, the shape of the demon horns and demon wings determines the grade of the demon bloodline. The growth of the Odora demon is limited. The middle-level demon is fierce at birth, but because of the low mystery, it is difficult for the elite to cross the 9th level. They are barely the vanguards in the demon battlefield, famous for their fierce melee, and this Odora demon holding a staff should be regarded as a more thoughtful individual. Fuck damn bastard. Kill it! Kill it for me! Webster cursed angrily. Webster was very angry, especially after seeing the huge size of the other party. Mu Hua was also speechless. Annie was a very normal human girl, about 13 or 14 years old, and only about 1.4 meters tall. Don't forget what the purpose of this demon's appearance is. The awakening of this which is indeed a bit fatal. Any old father would be furious when seeing this kind of demon. Chapter 241. Demons are very cruel, but cruelty does not mean they are brain dead. The Odora demons are like wild beasts, but they are demons, and their civilization may be older than that of humans. Well, no one has stipulated that only those who do not fight, curse, spit, or visit prostitutes can be considered civilized. As a highly intelligent race with a long civilization, demons are like those extreme sports enthusiasts. They may be more suicidal, but they will not seek death. If it is not necessary, most demons will not respond to human summons, especially those of high rank. Knowing that they have a bad reputation among other races, and that they are hostile to humans, a door inexplicably opens in front of them, and then the demons will go in with great interest? Dogs don't do this, right? Demons usually need enough benefits to respond to summons. And Mu Hua learned from Melinda that responding to the witch's call, and helping the witch complete awakening can give demons the possibility of breaking through the shackles of their own bloodline. Previously, Mu Hua always felt that those demons who came to have sex with witches were a little crazy. He originally thought that it was just some rules involving mental interference. But if the awakening of the witches can help them break through the shackles of blood, then the behavior of the demons is easier to understand. Just like the Odora demon in front of him, their growth almost stopped at the 9th level of the demon stage. If they break through the shackles of blood, they can awaken a demon blood contained in themselves again, and they will not turn into monsters due to blood conflict. Like a reward compensation, this blood fusion will also indirectly improve their growth potential or allow them to gain new talents. Of course, the premise of all this is to help the witch complete her awakening, at least to make the witch's belly bigger and give her his own blood. Alas, why are humans always so stupid? The heavy demon language sounded behind the water curtain. When the Odora demon appeared, the first thing to greet it was 2 dazzling lasers. Unfortunately, the rising water curtain around the demon protected it at the first time, and the laser that penetrated gold and broke rocks only caused ripples on the water curtain. Human, stop your meaningless attacks. We don't have to be hostile, your witch needs my help. Holding a thick staff in the shape of an ancient tree root system in his hand, the Odora demon looks more beastly than a beast in the eyes of humans, but facing the attack from humans, it did not fight back in anger at the first time. Huh? You actually detained so many headless knights? These dirty undead, they can wag their tails and beg for mercy to any race. The Odora demon looked around, and when he saw the terror knights scattered around, his tone became more impatient. This Odora demon was very calm. Even when it found that it might be ambushed by humans, it did not panic. Human, I come with good intentions. Let me see, haha, little witch, I can change into a werewolf's body to have sex with you, and I can even give you my blood. Of course, I can leave at any time. But you must believe me, the next demon who comes may not be as easy to talk to as me. Come to me, I'm here to help you. The Odora demon looked around and finally focused his attention on, and who half of her head stuck out from behind Odysseus. The ugly head and face seemed to be waving at Annie, and the huge claws opened and closed like mechanical arms. The gentle tone matched its shape, and there was no persuasiveness at all. Severed space. Absolute isolation. 2 spellcasters with magic conduits inserted into their bodies tore open the magic scrolls in their hands, and the magic circle that isolated the interference of the outside space almost covered the entire island. Melinda activated the magic trap set earlier, and floating mines appeared in the sky, and a large area of land on the edge of the basin turned into a muddy swamp. With the emergence of the severed space and absolute isolation, the Odora demon finally lost its original composure. The demons responded to the call, but they could also cut off the connection with the summoner at any time and return to hell. But once these 2 disturbance barriers, which were positioned as defensive magic, appeared, the space within the barrier would be disordered, and the demons trapped in it would also lose the ability to teleport across boundaries. Damn it, human, you are courting your own death. The Odora demon was furious, but the next moment, he was responded by an endless storm of metal. Tat tat, the shooters opened fire. Rifles, snipers, Vulcan cannons, high-quality exorcism bullets were occasionally mixed with charged lasers. The magic cannons did not fire. Webster needed a relatively complete demon corpse to extract its life essence and refine its blood. Those magic cannons were prepared to prevent accidents, and also to prevent demons from escaping the island and running to the human world to cause trouble. Amid the sudden gunshots, the metal storm attacked the Odora demon, and while the Odora demon was roaring, the water curtain that originally protected it was replaced by a light curtain with a yellow halo. The defensive magic of the earth element is mixed, and the earth element has stronger stability and physical defense capabilities. In addition, with the Odora demon as the center, corrosive water mist spreads everywhere. This is a demon with very experienced combat experience. Although this water mist has weak immediate damage, it can effectively consume the magic breaking effect of the origin bullet and prevent the dispel below a certain level from affecting it. The bullets of guns are difficult to hurt the Odora demon. In order to limit its dodge, Muhua's Terror Riders charged at it as soon as the gunshot sounded. The shooters did not reduce their shooting frequency due to the charge of the Terror Riders. They had received a notice long ago that these Terror Riders were not afraid of accidental injuries. They have no sense of pain and are not afraid of death. As long as you don't catch them and shoot them, you can still fight them as you should. Ignorant humans, you will pay the price for your actions. The Odora demon roared. Facing the charging Terror Riders, the Odora demon waved the staff in his hand. There was no magic as powerful as imagined. Even Muhua was surprised to see that when Odora's demon staff was swung, a large number of tiny seeds were thrown out. Haha, which, the soul-carrying flower, I hope you like it. It will bury these Terror Riders, and will also witness your wailing and groaning. The tiny seeds covered the Terror Riders like fog. Dozens of Terror Riders charging in front were contaminated by the seeds, and bright flowers bloomed all over the Terror Riders. Including the purgatory warhorses that the Terror Riders sat on, all the cavalry seemed to stop charging. In just a few breaths, the Terror Riders fell off their horses and disappeared. Damn it, soul-eating flower. Release fire magic. A large number of Terror Riders died, and Webster gave an order in shock and anger. Soul-devouring flower, also known as soul-eating flower, is a parasitic magic flower that uses souls as nutrients. This magic flower itself is not magic, but the Odora demon uses the seeds of the magic flower as a medium to perform vine magic that can promote the growth of plants. Vine magic covers a wide range. In essence, it is a spell that catalyzes plant growth, not just creating vines. Although it can catalyze the rapid growth of plants, if there is no life essence, the plants it catalyzes cannot bear fruit and breed. Instead, vine-like plants are more likely to have a large-scale impact. Terror Knights are very tanky, but this kind of soul-damaging thing can be said to be their nemesis. 1 or 2 flowers are fine, but if they are contaminated with so many soul-entraining flowers, they will be annihilated in an instant without noticing. Hell creatures are generally aggressive, and there are also many domineering varieties of magic plants in hell. This soul-entraining flower is one of them. However, their danger is not difficult to deal with. They will burn when they encounter fire, and ordinary flames can burn them to ashes. Haha, flames? Flames can't save these Terror Riders, ha ha ha. The sky was filled with flames, and the Odora demon laughed wildly. Don't burn it yet, Muhua shouted anxiously. The Odora demon sprinkled a large number of soul-sucking flower seeds. In addition to the seeds that the Terror Riders were infected with, there were some seeds on the ground that were not affected by magic. Muhua wanted to collect the seeds of the soul-sucking flowers, but unfortunately the combat quality here was a little high. Before Muhua finished shouting, the sweeping flames had already ignited all the soul-sucking flowers everywhere. TSK? Undead summoning? Muhua glared at Webster unhappily, and was a little annoyed, and summoned the dead Terror Rider again. The summoning space was originally a part of Muhua's soul. Being in the isolation of the broken space, and the absolute boundary, did not affect Muhua's summoning of the summoned beast. Huh? The demon's wild laughter stopped abruptly. Looking at the headless knights lining up in front of Muhua, again, and charging towards him again, the Odora demon felt something was wrong. Summoned beasts? Damn it, stop it! Human! Can we talk? The Odora demon shouted. Although the Odora demon was very powerful, and annihilated dozens of Terror Riders, that was a strange move. Soul-eating flowers are not common, and the seeds are also expensive. If these Terror Riders are all summoned beasts, it will not only be unable to afford to fight with these Terror Riders, but it is also likely to be beaten to death by the Terror Riders. Don't worry about whether the demon can listen to it or not. This time Webster is determined to kill the tall and strong demon. Ignoring the demon shouting, several mecha warriors opened their energy positions, driving a whistling strong wind, and followed the cavalry to pounce on the Odora demon. Chapter 242. This demon should have a special bloodline. Webster's side started a direct battle with the demon. Vivian stood beside Mu Hua in the back and frowned. Special bloodline? Gluttony? Mu Hua pondered. Before reaching a certain level of strength, or in other words, demons below the Lord level are not actually knowledgeable. If they don't have inheritance, you can even regard them as illiterate. Well, illiterate does not mean unsly or unintelligent. It is a bit confusing to compare illiterate with stupid. But they usually only focus on magic related to their own bloodline inheritance. The Odora demon in front of him threw out the vine spell at the beginning. After Vivian said that, Mu Hua couldn't help but think of the original sin of gluttony, which is somewhat related to natural magic. Rumor has it that the original sin of gluttony is a metaphor for hope and virtue. In terms of the literal meaning of gluttony, it is estimated that there is nothing better than nature to devour and eat. It's possible, Vivian said underestimatingly. What a pity. Mu Hua shook his head. This type of demon had never been seen in his own source furnace. But even if he could kill this demon, this guy would definitely be left to Webster to suck his bones and marrow. The Terror Rider had already fought with the demon. Odysseus was cautiously guarding against the demon. He was escorting Anne to Webster with her guards. The demon had already appeared. It was not uncommon for the desperate demon to kill the witch, and didn't need to stand so close to it. Although holding a staff, the Odora demon's close combat was also very methodical. The huge body was not bulky. The 7 or 8 meter arm span, combined with the nearly 2 meter huge claws, was enough to confront the Terror Rider head-on. Although surrounded, the Terror Rider was unable to get close to it for a while. Several fully activated mecha warriors were flying in the air. There were floating mines above, and horses roaring below. This mecha team wisely did not join the melee. Whether it was gunfire or energy cannons, the mecha warriors used long-range attacks to attack the Odora demon at close range. In addition, the origin bullets that could be fired from a distance at any time dispersed the mist, and for a while, the Odora demon roared again and again. Speaking of which, do you want to consider the devil's suggestion? Vivian whispered to Mu Hua as she approached him. Shut up. Even if you want to consider it, it's not now. Mu Hua raised his eyebrows, subconsciously glanced at Webster, who was paying attention to the battlefield, and scolded Vivian. What suggestion should I consider from the devil? It's just to let the devil change his body shape, and then have a friendly fire with Annie. If Webster heard this, he would not be friends anymore, and might even stab someone. Father. As she spoke, Annie had already retreated to Webster's side. The little girl looked at the demon roaring like a beast with lingering fear, and timidly greeted Webster. It's okay, dear. Look, that bastard can't break through the blockade of the Terror Riders. Webster stroked Anne's head with his palm, and gave Anne a far-fetched smile. He was in a bad mood. Even if he suppressed the demon, Webster was still in a bad mood. He wanted to blow the demon to pieces, but he couldn't do that, and still needed the demon's body. Use all its magic power for me. Pulling him behind him, Webster gave a cold order on the intercom. The long-range firepower was fully opened, and the ammunition formed a covering attack within the range of the Odora demon. In a head-on battle, guns can hardly pose a threat to the Odora demon. It's not that the exorcism bullets are not powerful enough, but that they can't hit it. The claws are like a heavy shield with both offensive and defensive capabilities. With extraordinary dynamic vision, this demon can even knock away the origin bullets shot at it. However, under Webster's cost-effective coverage attack, the Odora demon has no room to dodge at all, and it can only frantically strengthen its own defense magic. Acid rain? There was no wind or cloud, and acid rain was not considered meteorological magic, but the acid rain that corroded everything from high altitude also detonated some floating mine traps. It seems that this Odora demon is more proficient in water magic. Guard the sky. Large-scale acid rain is difficult to avoid, but unfortunately this demon met a local tyrant, and the magic scroll of Guard the Sky was used as soon as it was said, and failed to dispel the magic circle of Guard the Sky in the first time, and the erosion of water elements was blocked in the sky. The malicious rain gathered into a beach, sliding down the edge of the Guard the Sky, forming a terrifying thick acid rain curtain. Roar! A roar filled with pain. Several bone spears pierced the demon's body, and the Odora demon burst out with fierce blood. Even if the bone spears were dispersed, the pain of tearing the soul still made it roar. These demons are really troublesome. Mu Hua frowned and said softly. Magic, close combat, blood, the grown demons have very comprehensive combat power. It is difficult to form absolute restraint in fighting with them, and it is quite troublesome to deal with them. It's already very good, Mu. Your Terror Rider is really good. If you consume some more of its magic power, I will skin it alive soon. Webster's mouth was pulled out. The breath of death and the thick acid rain ruined the earth in a bleak way. Nodding to Webster, Muhua said nothing more, and a composite longbow that was the embodiment of a soul-specific weapon was gathered in his hand. Webster was not bragging. He really had the ability to skin the demon alive, or the financial resources, because he also prepared 2 holy sword-level weapons. If it weren't for Muhua's Terror Riders joining, the team of mecha warriors would have launched a strong attack on the Odra demon. It's great to have money. Is the strategy team so profitable? Weiwei's inexplicable muttering appeared in her mouth, and the girl's eyes were flashing with a strange light at this time. That was the light of gold coins. Muhua glanced at Weiwei. This was also a poor girl. This kind of fighting method that didn't care about the cost still had a lot of impact on her, especially after her constructed undead was harmed. Binding reinforcement. Muhua applied an enhanced combat skill to the longbow, with a triple bow in his hand. Well, it's a weird strengthening skill. The name seems to have nothing to do with bows and arrows. This skill can attach one's own blood and chi to things like ropes, and strengthen the ropes with the strength of one's own blood and chi. From steel chains to hemp ropes and animal tendons, they are all within the scope of strengthening of this skill. Even the sole weapon in Muhua's hand, after being strengthened by it, the lethality of the strong bow has exceeded that of Jam's sweetheart. Draw the bow and arrow. The 600+ physique gives Muhua strong blood and chi, and these blood and chi greatly increase the tension of the bow. The arrows that also merged with the claws of the dragon were shot out with a sharp whistle. Muhua has not yet learned the skills of bows and arrows, but the arrows blessed by the huge force also bring out a strong momentum. Good. The powerful long-range shot made Odysseus applaud, but the next moment, Odysseus's cheers were a little off-tune. Muhua's archery posture was very standard, and with his handsome windbreaker, he looked a bit chic and freehand. Unfortunately, the arrow pierced through the body of a horror knight at the first time, and then did not hit the demon as everyone imagined. Well, the demon did not dodge, and there was no need to dodge at all. The arrow deviated from the demon by a distance of 8 poles. Everyone was frowning at Odysseus's cheers, and the armored warrior team near the demon even had a brief stiffness in their bodies. This arrow was very powerful, and the casters present were not just waiting to die. Muhua's horror knights were all cast with defensive magic by them. This kind of arrow that pierces the body of the Terror Rider is really powerful, but if you don't know how to shoot, don't shoot randomly. It's very dangerous. Under the eager gaze of everyone, Muhua scratched his head in embarrassment. He assured that he had practiced archery, and his archery skills had indeed improved. He shot the target within 50 meters very accurately. It was just a little bit far away, and he performed abnormally, just a little bit abnormally. When he was embarrassed, Muhua dispersed the bow and arrow in his hand, and Jam's sweetheart appeared in his hand again. He was not in good condition today, but his shooting skills were still good. With a serious face, Muhua stood out from the crowd and walked closer to the demon, holding the gun with one hand and aiming at the demon. It's time to show you the real skills. Muhua was ready to shoot an arc shot to save the embarrassment of the miss just now. Except for a few people who knew Muhua, the weirdness on everyone's face did not decrease but increased. The thing in this guy's hand is a soul weapon, right? This. How scared of death must this person be to use soul weapons to condense 2 long-range weapons? Be careful, exclaimed. When everyone was distracted by Muhua's shooting, a blue magic circle suddenly appeared under Muhua's feet. Muhua was also a little distracted. When he found the strange magic power, the cold temperature had already hit. Frozen blood? Everyone was shocked and angry. But in the blink of an eye, Muhua, who was in front of everyone, was frozen in a crystal ice while holding a gun. Well, the ice was crystal clear. He is now the most handsome guy in the field. Chapter 243. Damn it! Cast a crystal barrier. Block it. Muhua was frozen in the ice. The sudden accident made Webster's eyes bloodshot. In a panic, Webster hurriedly gave orders. Frozen blood, a magic with the opposite nature of the eternal ice coffin, but equally bad. The bone-eroding ice of frozen blood can assimilate the frozen person with the ice from the inside out. This assimilation will seal the vitality of the frozen person, that is, the frozen person will not die immediately. But unlike the indestructible ice of the eternal ice coffin, the frozen blood, which is lower than the eternal ice coffin, is very fragile. The ice created by this magic may break at the slightest touch. The ice broke, and the fate of the person assimilated by the ice in the ice is needless to say. The sudden attack made everyone angry. When everyone came to their senses, Muhua had become an ice sculpture in the ice crystal. originally thinking that he had a sure win. Even if Mu Hua himself walked out of the defense range, Webster still secretly hated himself for not taking the necessary precautions early. Under Webster's command, several mecha warriors were fully powered, and the energy emitted by the mechas gave them powerful power. The holy swords were unsheathed, and the power beyond the limit of the mecha warriors' bodies burst out under the strong power. Haha, stupid human, do you think I will respond to the witch's call without any preparation? A triumphant laugh sounded. After resisting several heavy blows, the Odora demon rushed out of the encirclement of the Terror Riders, and did not rush to Mu Hua, but dodged in the opposite direction of Webster and others. The thick vines like pythons broke out of the ground, and the vines with metallic luster covered the demon's body for more than 10 meters in an instant. Infinite barrier. A magic stone was thrown, and countless hexagonal defensive crystal walls combined into a defensive barrier, covering the Odora demon. Under the barrier of the crystal wall, the exorcist bullets that were bounced away splashed out a messy trajectory, and the holy sword that slashed at the demon, with the force of splitting the mountain, collided with the crystal wall with a roar, but it failed to break through the crystal wall's defense that seemed to be stacked layer by layer. Stop it, human, we can talk. Thank me. Before these headless knights disappear, I will give you another chance. Until this time, the Odora demon was slightly relaxed, panting, and shouted in the direction of Webster. The human who summoned the Terror Rider died, and it had the possibility of breaking through. As long as these Terror Riders dissipated, even if these humans wanted to keep it, they would have to pay a heavy price. Human, conventional attacks can't break the infinite barrier, maybe you can use stronger attacks? Haha, you won't get anything in that case. Kill me! In exchange for a stronger demon than me? Which, I can give you extraordinary power. I'm here to help you. You have no better choice. Standing inside the infinite barrier, the Odora demon looked a little proud, like a beast gentleman, and his terrifying giant claws made a hand-holding gesture towards Annie. In terms of physical defense, the infinite barrier is more defensive than the crystal barrier. This defensive magic is like a living thing. If it cannot cover the attack, the hexagonal crystal wall structures will continue to replenish and repair, and even the magic-breaking holy sword will find it difficult to break through its defense. What's more, the Odora demon also laid thorny vines on the outer periphery. These vines are somewhat like bloodthirsty vines, but the color of the metal shows that it has been transformed and strengthened. At this time, the Terror Rider was entangled by the vines, and the giant python-like strangling vines rubbed against the armor on the Terror Rider's body, making a metallic sound that made people's teeth ache. When the Terror Rider broke the vines seemed to be stimulated, and the Terror Rider was greeted by more turbulent entanglements. These vines should be to prevent the Terror Rider from rushing to the front, and wantonly destroying the infinite barrier. Elemental erosion has a better effect on the destruction of the infinite barrier, but the Odora demon is very cunning. It knows what these humans need. It believes that these humans will not make a devastating attack on it unless it is absolutely necessary. Which, we can sign a contract. I will guarantee your safety. We don't need to be hostile. Of course, I can leave, and you can wait for the next demon to respond to the call, but you should know that it will not do you any good. I am your best choice. Without getting a response from Annie, the Odora demon suppressed his anger and continued as if to give in. If the awakening is not completed, and the demon that responds to the witch's call is killed, the demon that comes to the witch again will become stronger and stronger. This is the experience that the witches have summed up after countless years since the birth of the witch. But if the demon retreats and does not harm its life, it does not mean that it will not be strengthened, but the reaction of this strengthening mechanism will not be too intense. At this time, the Odora demon is angry and helpless. It feels very unlucky. The power reserved by the witch in front of it is enough to pose a fatal threat to it. It is here to have sex with the witch, not to die. But if Annie does not obey, it will be very unwilling, because it has also lost a lot of money on this trip. Well, yes, ordinary Odora demons are fierce, but not that difficult to deal with. Webster can wait for them to come to him deliberately, and this Odora demon has also made sufficient preparations. Moreover, you should know that the awakened witch is like the coordinates of summoning demons, but they will not pay for the sacrifice of summoning. Although the demons that appeared in front of the witch responded to the witch's call, they came at their own expense. The energy required for cross-border summoning and the necessary sacrifices were all paid by themselves. Magic stones, specially strengthened seeds, magic storage props, recovery potions, etc., these are the assets accumulated by Odora demons over the years. The so-called gamble, a bicycle becomes a motorcycle, in order to break through the shackles of its own blood, Odora demons also fought hard. As a result, he met a difficult witch. Compared with the anxiety of worrying about his life, the anger in the heart of Odora demons was heavier at this time. The demon had long wanted to retreat, but was unwilling to accept his loss, so he tried to fight for the right to mate with Annie. On Annie's side, Webster and others were more concerned about Mu Hua's situation. How is it? Is there a way to solve it? Ignoring the demon shouting, feeling the coldness brought by the ice that froze Mu Hua, Webster asked Odysseus with a gloomy face. Use the fire of hell. The necromancer is more sensitive to the fire of hell. Use the fire of hell to bring out his self-protection. Maybe he can resist the invasion of water elements from the inside of his body. I have a life tribute in my hand. Maybe it can ensure that the fire of hell will not take his life. Odysseus frowned and thought. Compared with the crisis encountered by Mu Hua, Annie's situation is not so urgent for the time being. At most, he can let the demon retreat. At this time, Webster is trying to save Mu Hua. Two copies of life tribute, and an eternal ice coffin. He can breathe death, and the breath of death without a source is the best fuel for the flames of hell. If he starts breathing death, he needs to be frozen again. Vivian's eyes were red, and she said anxiously, Then 2 copies, and find another scroll for the eternal ice coffin. Looking at Vivian, Webster said without hesitation, Oh my god, this guy didn't even put on a magic shield for himself. Padge stamped her feet in anger. The effect of the spell of freezing blood is terrifying. It bypasses the defense of the ice person in an alternative way, but it can only be barely classified as high-level magic, not an unsolvable spell. The ice created by this magic is very fragile. Mages who master free casting will integrate this magic into the damage method of close contact. This is its terrifying part, and also its weakness. Magic shields can defend against elemental attacks very well. If you have a magic shield, you can resist before the frozen blood breaks through the magic shield, and before the water element erodes the body. You only need to punch in the air to easily break this magic. He has a high level of undead bone shield. Undead mages always think that bone shields can solve everything. Melinda said irritably. Don't say those useless nonsense. Padge said sharply and dissatisfiedly. Melinda was stunned and speechless. Sister, it seems that you said it first. I only have a magic scroll of the extreme destruction fire here. Weber, do you have the fire? Padge was a little anxious at this time. She said to Melinda and asked Webster. Fire cannot be regarded as a conventional attack magic. It is more like a flame state, that is, an alienated flame. The extreme destruction fire belongs to high explosive magic. Although the nature of the flames is the fire, one is a fire ignited by firewood, and the other is a fire ignited by a bomb. The two are obviously incomparable. At this time, Mu Hua can be smashed with a wooden stick. If you throw the extreme destruction fire on it, there will be no residue left. No, Kevin, go find a fire immediately, whether it is a scroll or a magic stone. It's all right, be quick, Webster said to Kevin. At this time, Kevin did not have the slightest attitude of playing around. Before Webster finished speaking, he had already turned around and wanted to leave, but a shout behind him stopped Kevin's steps. You! Don't touch him! Padge screamed. But Ikaros quietly touched the ice that froze Mu Hua, and his arm stretched out seemed to move the ice. That? I want to take Mu Hua away, can I? Ikaros seemed to be frightened by Padge, and said to everyone in a weak voice. Confused, depressed, and weird expression. If you look closely, Ikaros' expression at this moment is somewhat similar to Mu Hua's embarrassed expression. Chapter 244. He's not dead yet, don't touch him. Everyone was trying to save Mu Hua. Seeing Ikaros trying to move the ice, Padge quickly blocked Ikaros, fearing that Mu Hua would be shattered to pieces by her the next moment. If she didn't know that Ikaros was a magical life created by Mu Hua, Padge might have asked someone to take her down. Ikaros' behavior at this time had seriously threatened Mu Hua, who was frozen in ice. I have a way to save him. I just need to take him away. You guys should deal with that demon as soon as possible. Ikaros scratched his head, and his hesitant expression made her look even more silly. What can you do? The questioning words were affirmative, and Vivian pulled Ikaros. However, the next moment, suspicion flashed in Vivian's eyes. Wait, you want to take him away? Are you sure he's okay? Vivian asked Ikaros. No, something's wrong. Mu Hua must be in trouble. Ikaros hurriedly explained, but Vivian's suspicion was even more serious. At this time, compared to the anxious crowd, the Odora demon in the distance also felt uneasy. The headless knights are very difficult to deal with, especially when they are summoned beasts. So the Odora demon locked the primary target of attack on Mu Hua. Fortunately, the necromancer lacked combat experience, and it succeeded in one strike. Being frozen in frozen blood, the frozen person will lose consciousness. And this kind of loss of consciousness is not like sleeping. The frozen life will gradually seal the soul, and naturally it will not be able to keep the summoned beast in the world for a long time. The Odora demon is not sure whether it can kill Muhua, but as long as he is frozen, the headless knights who constantly launch desperate attacks on it will be solved. But as time passed, the headless knight who was besieging it continued to struggle in the vines, threw bone spears, and rushed the barriers. The Odora demon wondered, are these summoned beasts too persistent? Your master has fallen into eternal sleep. Why are you still jumping around? The Odora demon was very uneasy. Vivian, right? Keep her under control, and don't let her mess around. Apart from the doubts of the Odora demon, Padge seemed to be in no mood to tangle with Ikaros. When she spoke to Vivian, she turned her head and looked at Kevin. Go quickly, and come back quickly. Padge said to Kevin. Yeah. Kevin nodded heavily. Among the crowd, Annie looked around in a daze. We are awakening the witch, right? Why do I feel like I am being ignored? Kevin was about to run, but the strange sound behind him stopped him again. Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, cracks appeared on the ice that froze Muhua. Crack. Crack, crack. Crash. The cracks expanded, the ice broke, and everyone was horrified, but Muhua, who should have been broken into pieces along with the ice, still had his lower body in the ice, and his upper body was still intact after he got out of the ice. At this time, Muhua had an awkward smile on his face, scratching his head with his right hand, like a child caught cheating by the teacher. Ahem. That, didn't I tell you? I have an affinity with the water element. Under the panicked gaze of the crowd, Muhua explained with a dry cough. Crash. The ice broke again, and Muhua's lower body also got out of the ice. At this time, Muhua had no missing arms or legs, and was completely intact, kicking away the piercing ice as if nothing had happened. His lively figure was reflected in everyone's pupils. No, you never said that. Vivian gritted her teeth with red eyes. Not only do you have an affinity with water elements, but you also have a physique that can transform water elements. Patty's mood became even worse. Water elements are also afraid of freezing. Being able to ignore ice and freeze blood, he must be a spellcaster of the water vibration interference branch, that is, an ice spellcaster. As Muhua escaped from the predicament on his own, after a brief shock, everyone figured out the whole story. Ikaros is a magical life created by Muhua. She accepts everything about Muhua and understands everything about Muhua. In a sense, she and Muhua are in tune with each other. The reason why she wanted to move Muhua was to make sure that Muhua was fine. Muhua's first reaction after escaping from the trap was not anger after being attacked, but embarrassment. This guy. Could it be that this guy thought it was shameful to be frozen? Why didn't you come out earlier? Webster rarely used a bad tone to Muhua. Cunning demon, you can still release ice magic even though you cast acid rain. Muhua angrily scolded and changed the subject. I will give you some magic stones containing acid rain later. Paji rolled his eyes at Muhua unhappily. Ignorant demon, do you think you will be safe if you put up an infinite barrier? Muhua and Webster and his daughter seemed to be talking to each other, but their words were incoherent. Muhua was very hurt. There were so many people standing here, why did they attack him? And they succeeded. When he was frozen, Muhua felt numb for a moment. The ice froze his blood, it was very scary. The water element, that seemed to be a sharp blade, almost instantly destroyed his bone shield. The coldness came, and the first word that appeared in Muhua's mind was finished. It was not until he found that he was fine and his body was cold and comfortable that Muhua remembered the elemental affinity he had been competing for during this period. He had been focusing on fishing for sirens and hellhounds. But the freezing was complete, and there was a group of friends around him who were worried about him. Muhua was entangled for a moment. It seemed a bit embarrassing to jump out like this. Just when he was hesitating, Ikaros planned to take him away with him, and the results were what happened earlier. Webster, let them step back and watch me break its infinite barrier. Muhua pointed to the mecha warrior team that took advantage of the flight advantage to attack the infinite barrier, and waved to Webster. If you lose face, of course you have to find it yourself. With a wave of his hand, flocks of ravens were summoned, adding a dark curtain to Muhua. Damn it! The demon's eyesight was very good. The Odora demon had already seen Muhua's situation. When he sensed that a strong fire element was gathering where Muhua was, the Odora demon panicked again. I need its body, you know. Seeing that Muhua was about to lose his temper, Webster said seriously. Of course, I only destroyed its defense, and it won't delay you from slicing it. Mu Hua showed a very unkind smile to the demon, who started shouting again. Suddenly, the light around seemed to be brighter, and the sudden increase in temperature made everyone look up at the sky subconsciously. Hiss, meteor shower? It's over. When he saw the fire meteor suddenly appearing all over the sky, Odysseus, who was holding a heavy sword, took a breath of cold air. Don't. Nothing will be left after your magic hits you. Page's face suddenly changed, and she shouted to stop Mu Hua, who was rushing. Don't worry, I'm using fireball magic. Mu Hua raised one arm. Damn it, you should be a politician. Apart from politicians, even blind people dare not say such nonsense. Webster stomped his feet and accused. He was going to blast the demon, but if he could, he would have already blasted it. Webster felt that Mu Hua was just venting his anger. In normal times, Webster might still feel that Mu Hua could cast such a powerful magic, but at this time, he just wanted to stop Mu Hua's inhumane behavior. The magic had already started. Facing Webster's accusation, Mu Hua grinned, pressed his palm down, and pointed to the demon from afar. To everyone's surprise, it seemed that the fire meteorites hanging in the sky did not fall as expected. Among the dozens of fire meteorites, only 3 of them dragged tail flames and hit the demon first. Boom! 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 Along with the falling of the meteorite, the shock wave like an explosion spread out, and the mecha warrior team originally flying in the sky was shocked by the explosion and flew backwards to avoid it. Explosion! It's explosion! Adjust the energy position and release the soft barrier. The mecha warrior, who was first touched by the shock wave, showed good combat quality. While rolling in the air, he did not forget to make a heart-wrenching cry. In fact, he didn't need to shout. When the explosion came, the crystal barrier in front of everyone had already responded immediately. Large pieces of magic array swayed on the originally calm defensive crystal wall. This defensive magic, with a certain self-regulation ability, consumed its own existence time and began to increase its own strength with great power. If you release explosive flames within a radius of 500 meters, if you don't have a fire element affinity, you will die with the demon, right? Okay, everyone has defensive magic, but look at the impact of the 3 fire meteorites, and then look at the flames in the sky that have begun to move uncontrollably. Everyone felt that Mu Hua's head was frozen by the ice and blood. The place where the demon was has turned into a sea of fire, and the fire waves hit the crystal barrier on Webster's side. The soft barrier that can effectively defend against the impact is like a surging breast wave under the erosion of the fire waves. Stop it, Mu! Stop them! Weber, use the cluster magic cannon to shoot them, and knock down those fire meteorites. Odysseus screamed. It's okay, I just want to see if a few fireballs can break its defense, and I will throw the others into the sea. It's just a fireball spell with some explosive flame effects, don't be nervous. Mu Hua comforted everyone. Shut up, damn it, don't tell me this thing is a fireball. Webster was furious. He almost ordered the cannon to fire. The target was not the demon, but the damn magic that Mu Hua had created. Boom! A fire meteorite hit the field again, and the other fire meteorites that frightened everyone ran towards the ocean outside the island in an arc. Boom! 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 The muffled sound of cluster artillery bombardment came back from the periphery of the island. Everyone was silent for a while, and when the demon roared in pain, Webster did not blame Mu Hua too much. Because there were not only a few of them on this battlefield, but also many magic puppets squatting and ambushing around. At this time, various cordial greetings to Mu Hua were heard on the intercom. Mu Hua said that he learned Explosive Flame, a turret mage, and it was not a big deal to be greeted. Chapter 245. The Infinite Barrier has a very good defense mode. It has a multi-layered structure. Although its elemental resistance is weak, if it cannot be destroyed in all directions, it will continue to repair itself under the continuous supply of magic power, becoming an obstacle that all attackers cannot cross. Mu Hua destroyed the Infinite Barrier of the Odora Demon, and burned the vines of the Odora Demon with strange properties. Then, he was disliked by everyone. Well, even the magic puppets disliked him. Explosion is the prerequisite for the further improvement of Fireball. When Mu Hua absorbed the explosion skill stone, the unorthodox Fireball became completely unorthodox. The fire meteorite that can fly horizontally looks more scary, but lacks the power of falling from a high altitude. Compared with the conventional meteorite, Mu Hua's fire meteorite is much worse than the normal meteorite in terms of impact. But when the fire meteorite flying horizontally has the effect of explosion, everything becomes different. If Mu Hua's fire meteorites were equivalent to a solid shell of an old-fashioned iron cannon, Then these fire meteorites are now shrapnel filled with white phosphorus. Infinite Barrier is a defensive magic that can be cast jointly. It is usually used by many casters in conjunction with defensive magic of different natures, such as soft barriers and crystal barriers. It is mainly used in city defense. The defense range of the Infinite Barrier of the Odora Demon is relatively moderate, that is, it fully covers the area of about 100 meters around it. At this time, Muhua's improper fireball technique is definitely a very good turret magic. For fire meteorites blew up the Infinite Barrier of the Odora Demon. After all, it is just a demon that has reached a high level. Even if it has prepared a magic storage prop, with its one magic power, it cannot supply the consumption of the Infinite Barrier under such an explosive and comprehensive attack, even if it inserts a pipe. Muhua conquered the enemy's defense, but at the same time, the explosive flames also affected his comrades. In addition to Webster and his party, there were many gunmen ambushed outside the basin responsible for long-range attacks. Under Muhua's unreasonable attack, everyone took out their life-saving defense props. It must be said that the defense measures that everyone had prepared to deal with the demons were used to defend against Muhua. Muhua's attack was greeted with various greetings from his own fighters, which also caused him to squat beside Webster and was restricted from participating in the battle. Hee dear, no one will laugh at you because you are attacked by a demon. Paji chuckled and comforted Muhua. Everyone had long discovered that Muhua's outburst was definitely to cover up the embarrassment of being frozen. Although everyone did not quite understand this embarrassment, they also learned their lesson. Sure enough, the turret mage should still squat in the back and hold back. In the future, a turret mage must not be embarrassed. Look, your summoned beast is really strong. If it were not for the purpose of ensuring the physical activity of this demon, your Terror Rider ravens would definitely kill it. Pointing to the Terror Riders besieging the demon on the battlefield, Paji praised Muhua. The demon is doomed. The guy was very powerful earlier, but he was also fighting for consumption. The Odora Demon was originally a demon group with no mystery. When all the external forces that could be borrowed were used up, this guy turned into a wild beast. The innate conditions of their body structure determined their final means of fighting for their lives, which was still close combat. At this time, the shooting outside had stopped, and the Mecha Warrior team was cooperating with Otis to besiege the demon. The Odora Demon's attack was wild and unbridled. Wherever the giant claws were swung, the ground cracked and the rock shattered. On the other hand, Odysseus fought very restrainedly. The reason for this was that this demon was too special. They tried to attack the demon's vital points as much as possible and protect the Odora Demon's body integrity as much as possible. Stop, I give you blood essence, and I give you everything you want. The Odora Demon roared and begged for mercy. It knew very well what these humans wanted to do. The Odora Demon felt that it didn't have to die. Haha, bastard, don't you think it's too late? Transform into a werewolf? You son of a bitch, you should transform for me. Odysseus laughed and scolded wildly. If it weren't for the fact that the Odora Demon's form was really ferocious, he would be more like a villain between the two. TSK, is that guy like this usually? Muhua asked curiously, watching the crazy Odysseus from a distance. Haha, it's okay. I'm old, so I pay more attention to my image in front of outsiders. Things here will not be spread, so this old guy will let it go, Webster said with a smile. The overall situation has been decided, and Webster is in a good mood at this time. The Odora Demon was very tall, and humans could only touch its thighs in front of it. Odysseus held a heavy sword and repeatedly swung away the demon's giant claws that pressed down on him. Every time the claws were like a guillotine, the Odora Demon staggered, which showed how powerful Odysseus was. Odysseus confronted the demon head-on, and he did not stab the demon with his fierce conical sword, but used the blunt angle of the sword that deviated from the blade to hit the demon's knees again and again. The armored warrior team was surrounded by energy fields, and they would try to stab the demon's heart, throat, and other vital parts every time the demon staggered. Name, Odysseus. Race, human. Level, 678. Life, 92%. Magic, 73%. Constitution, 154, 1272, plus 621. Intelligence, 103, 821. Spirit, 721, 721. Magic adaptability, A. Looking at the fiercely fighting Odysseus, Muhua was curious and threw an identification spell at him. Hey! Mu! You are invading my privacy! Odysseus shouted in dissatisfaction, when he sensed the outside world's investigation. Odysseus's attributes are different from those of ordinary people. The number at the front of the attribute panel is his own attribute status. His experience level has reached an exaggerated level of 687. This guy has caused a lot of trouble for high-level monsters. However, according to his profession and identity, a large part of his experience should be obtained by squatting in the back and throwing bombs. Hey, why do you say it's me? Facing Odysseus's accusation, Mu Hua argued cunningly. At level 687, at least 687 free attribute points will be obtained, and this guy seems to have used all the attribute points to strengthen his soul. Odysseus has no intention of becoming a necromancer. This kind of strengthening is probably more of a defense against soul attacks. The adaptability of magic power is not low, but judging from the attributes, Odysseus is obviously not a person who focuses on meditation and practice. However, at this time, he is basically suppressing the Odora demon. The reason is that in addition to the dragon power that increases his strength by 600, the value in the brackets of his attributes is also the combat power he can exert. That is the power shared by the evil dragon Tamara. Obviously, he is a salted fish with no trace of practice, but he has a physique of nearly 2001 step. This is just like cheating, and Mu Hua's eyelids twitched. Mu Hua's sophistry soon got a reply from Odysseus. No one here would do this except you. Odysseus shouted confidently. Okay, I apologize. I just want to see if I need to help you. Having satisfied his curiosity, Mu Hua was quite willing to accept the good advice, and had a good attitude of admitting his mistakes. No, you stay here honestly. We don't need your help here. Mu Hua's kindness immediately earned everyone's stare, and Odysseus's opposition immediately won everyone's approval. Asshole, damn low-level creature. Odysseus's communication with Mu Hua seemed to anger the demon, and the Odora demon roared and sprinkled a field of seeds around him. Your arrogance will eventually pay the price. You will get nothing. The seeds fell to the ground, but the demon did not attack Odysseus, but used its huge claws to cut several deep wounds on itself. Bloodthirsty vine? A plant that Mu Hua is very familiar with. Is this demon going to commit suicide? Not only that, he is also going to let the bloodthirsty vine destroy his body. Is this considered taking himself as a hostage? Demon, you can try to commit suicide in front of a necromancer who controls the Terror Rider and is not afraid of ice and frozen blood. We may get nothing, but your soul will be tortured forever. Odysseus's eyes flashed with caution. He was really afraid that the demon would use this weird way of self-mutilation to understand him. Odysseus' words startled the demon. He looked up at Mu Hua, but just happened to see Mu Hua's sinister smile. You? Damn it! Damn it! I fight you! The vine technique was not released, and the Odora demon pounced on Odysseus like a broken jar. In front of a high-level necromancer, death is not the end. Although the Odora demon didn't know Mu Hua's rank, it didn't want to be entangled by Mu Hua after death. The Odora demon felt despair, and the bloody wounds on its chest were scratched in vain. Looking at Mu Hua, who made the demons feel lingering fear, and then looking at Odysseus fighting with a monster-like demon, and, who was originally a little timid, had complicated eyes. Weber, can I be like them in the future? And pulled Webster's sleeve, and asked Webster in a low voice. Of course, dear. Suffering will eventually achieve extraordinary. Webster restrained his smile, his expression was serious, and he said softly. But what you told me before was that pain has a bad effect on the brain structure, and suffering will only make people become idiots. And blinked her big eyes for confirmation, waiting for Webster's explanation. Webster remained silent. Although it was true, had he ever said that to Mu Hua, who was standing by, was also attracted by the conversation between the father and daughter. He raised his eyebrows and looked at Webster. Shouldn't suffering make people grow? Emotion, is this how the powerful families teach their children? Chapter 246. The Odora demon died without any suspense. Without the necromancer to place it, it died a little peacefully. With the death of the demon, everyone became more silent, because killing the demon also foreshadowed that, and would face a relatively bad fate. After cleaning up the battlefield, Padge took it away, avoiding Webster and his party, and directly performed artificial insemination on the island. No one said or asked about the specific situation. After confirming that the process was completed and was safe, Mu Hua and Odysseus left as if avoiding suspicion. Webster collected the body of the demon and immediately asked professionals to go to the island to extract the demon's blood. The fireworks on the beach outside the island were bright. Even before dusk, since the demon appeared, the fireworks set off to cover up the battle have never stopped. The beach was filled with a strong smell of gunpowder. Mu Hua took Vivian and Ikaros to board the speedboat off the island. If they don't talk or ask, everyone will keep Anne's affairs to themselves. Although the process of witch awakening cannot be reversed, and is undoubtedly very lucky compared to most girls who awaken witches. Under Webster's operation, the negative impact of awakening on her has been minimized, and the Odora demon may really be regarded as a sacrifice for Anne's awakening. Because of Anne's affairs, everyone's mood is not very good. Odysseus stayed in Webster's manor temporarily. He had to wait for Tamara, who was resting on the island, and Muhua took the two women back to Bear Pig Town. The teen killed a lustful demon, and the Odora demon used his life to prove the importance of the teen to Muhua again. It was similar to the fight between Muhua and the Goblin General earlier, except that this time, Odysseus and the Terror Knight transformed into Gold Saints with the bonus of various buff magic. Except for the Terror Knights, who were killed by the soul-sending flower at the beginning, in the subsequent battles, under the harassment of various long-range attacks, the Odora demon was not even able to overturn a Terror Knight. Odysseus, whose attributes were not low to begin with, beat the demons, with more people fighting fewer people, especially when the defense system of the more people was perfect. The buff Odora demon set by the magic scroll could not be dispelled, and the full sense of deja vu, Muhua squatted on the side and watched it with a sour feeling. Because of the delay of the battle, the Odora demon, who was forced into a desperate situation, almost threw away all the assets that could be thrown away. The three parties started a group fight. Webster and Odysseus were both local rich people, and the staff in the demon's hand, which was like a totem pole in the hands of humans, was packed up by Muhua as a souvenir. On the way back to the town, the novice female driver Ikaros was driving, and Muhua was sitting in the passenger seat, fiddling with the magic cord that he had taken off the staff. The staff of the Odora demon was unusable. Even if the staff was adjusted in size in Muhua's hands, its diameter was close to 1 meter, and its length was more than 4 meters. No one would refute that it was a totem pole, and humans simply could not use it normally. However, the staff was inlaid with 4 high-level magic cores with magic storage effects. If it were someone else, someone might have collected this staff containing several kinds of ice magic. But when it fell into Muhua's hands, Muhua had already started to remove the magic cores almost as soon as he left the gate of Webster Manor. "I've never seen you be so wasteful." Looking at Muhua, who was sitting in the passenger seat and looking around with the magic core as a concave mirror, Vivian accused him in the back seat. "Heh, something I got for free. The body of the staff is not bad. I recast it later. If I don't dismantle it, it will just be thrown in the warehouse and gather dust," Muhua said with a smile. "Ancient coral wood, of course it's good. I heard that it can produce elemental aggregates when placed in a place rich in water elements. However, the staff should not have a wooden core, so its value is greatly reduced. It's not that easy to transform it," Vivian said. Ancient coral wood is taken from a plant that grows in the deep sea. Compared with Vivian's specific knowledge, Muhua only discovered through perception that the staff has a good adaptability to water elements. This kind of material is rarely seen in the human world market. At least there are few items of this grade in the market that Muhua can access. When he has the right material in the future, he wants to try whether Wanji Creation can create an item that takes into account the characteristics of the staff body. "Muhua, do you think that the strategy is very profitable? It seems that you made a lot of money from your last live broadcast." Muhua wanted to ask more about the ancient coral wood, but Vivian suddenly changed the topic and asked Muhua, "Are you short of money?" "Nonsense, aren't you short of money?" "Yes, I should be making a lot of money." Muhua also felt that he asked a nonsense question, but he didn't know much about the strategy. "I once heard people say that money is power, and today I have learned something new." Vivian sighed. "You know what? I told that Webster that I would prepare 2 life tributes for you, and he didn't even blink. Witch follower, origin bomb, cluster magic cannon, magic machine suit, it's great to have money." Vivian muttered in a daze. I feel that your constructed undead is not good anymore." Muhua chuckled. "No, if I had this money, I could make more constructed undead, and I could even try to make a bone dragon," Vivian retorted excitedly. "As far as I know, Kevin doesn't have a stable girlfriend yet. He is very interested in necromancers. You can consider hooking up with him. Maybe he can sponsor you to make a bone dragon." Muhua laughed strangely, and made an unscrupulous recommendation. "I'm talking to you about business." Vivian rolled her eyes. "You have a good relationship with Odysseus? Do you think I can be a strategist?" Sitting up straight, Vivian leaned on the back of Muhua's seat and asked Muhua, "Hey, are you serious?" Seeing Vivian's eyes shining, Muhua was startled by her sudden head and asked in surprise, "Of course, please talk to Odysseus for me. I want to try. Vivian looked serious. Not an adventurer anymore? Muhua twitched his lips. This girl wants to change her career. Will Tibesha be angry with him? Part-time job. It seems that the strategist makes a lot of money. With your relationship with Odysseus, help me to talk to him, and let me get a part-time job with him. Vivian said. Assisting group? Muhua tried. How much can the strategist make from the assisting group? Vivian emphasized. But he is an actor. Muhua reminded. Well, Muhua is used to linking strategists with actors. What he pursues is fame and fortune, professionally, and the money earned from the outside may be more than his main job. You are going straight for the money, you will be sold out. I am actually quite good at acting, really. Vivi soothed the black hair on her forehead and gave Muhua a fake smile. Are you trying to flatter me? Or do you want to kill me to silence me? Muhua was furious. A nice girl, but she was laughing like a perverted killer. Get lost. Are you going to help me or not? Vivian was furious. Okay, I help you. Come to my room after washing yourself tonight. I help you try out the show first. Pushing Vivian's pretty face away, Muhua said with a strange smile. Heal you. Vivian clenched her fist to protest to Muhua. Annie was awakened, but this girl was stimulated. Let's not talk about whether you can make money. Is it easy to be a strategist? Didn't you see that Irene took Nick in just one day? Facing Vivian's delicate fist, Muhua raised his hand to surrender. While joking, Muhua always felt that Vivian might have to kill many people to be a strategist. Chapter 247. As the lights illuminated the city, the glazed dusk faded into the night. As Muhua and the other two drove back to Bear Pig Town, strange events seemed to have occurred in the town. Bear Pig Town is located in a remote area. Although it is close to the eastern coast, it is located between mountains. There are still large areas of forest near the town. Originally, neither the garrison nor the night hunters would pay attention to this place. The guard team, which is equivalent to the police, is the earliest law enforcement agency in the town. The town, which used to lack traffic, has a relatively simple living atmosphere, and the residents of the town are also familiar with the members of the guard team. On the highway outside the town, Toby, who was driving, had a flicker of anxiety in his eyes, and Bellica, who was in the co-pilot, had a solemn face. Even if they gave up flying and chose to speed on the highway, they should have returned to the town long ago, but they still seemed to be running around on the same road outside the town. Ms. Alex, can you tell me about the specific situation you encountered? Bellica asked Alex, who was sitting in the back seat, thinking that it was just an ordinary police call, but encountered a strange situation. Alex, a beautiful female strategist, a member of the Odysseus team, had met Muhua once in Webster's Manor. Alex was obviously very tired at this time, with a little uneasiness in her eyes. She held a pendant-sized bone carving in her hand. Because of the strong grip, her knuckles had lost some blood. I just arrived in this town today. I wanted to get familiar with the environment of the town, but I walked into the forest for no reason. Because I couldn't get out of the forest, I thought I met a lost demon, so I called the police, and then you all know what happened. Alex frowned and said, Lost demon? Could it be a lost demon from the academy that ran out to play a prank? Toby slowed down and asked Bellica. Academy? Spring Branch? You actually allowed them to raise demons? Alex questioned. Bellica looked at Toby, but didn't respond to Alex's words. When we found you, you were very close to the road, and the trees in the woods on the roadside were not dense. Didn't you see the airship or hear the sound of the car? Bellica asked Alex. No. Alex was very good at observing people's expressions. When he found that Bellica and the others didn't want to talk about topics related to the academy, he didn't say anything more. Demons, also called demons, are creatures that occasionally roam in the human world. They have different forms and different IQs. From human form to beast form, demons have many external forms. Most of them are not very strong, almost the same as ordinary humans. But because of their strange abilities, they are good at hiding, and their strength, goodness and evilness are uncertain. And they seem to be bred by men and male demons who have transformed into women. Demons have a human side and a demonic side. Usually they avoid humans because they have a strong sense of territory. Untamed demons are also very aggressive towards humans and are taboo in the human world. It shouldn't be a lost demon. I haven't heard of a lost demon interfering with a speeding car. What's the matter with your pendant? Bellica glanced at Alex's palm and asked. I bought this in town because I felt it had a strange magic. I thought it was something like a garden key. But after the strange things happened, I have thrown it away several times, but every time it will come back to me inexplicably. Alex said. Garden key? How could there be someone selling yard keys in town? Which store did you buy it from? Bellica asked questioningly. Not in the store, an adventurer who set up a stall on the street. Alex's face flashed with embarrassment, and he only answered the source of the dominoes. Needless to say, I'm afraid Alex bought the dominoes with the mentality of picking up bargains. It seems that the problem lies with this domino. Toby, stop the car first, Bellica said to Toby. They have been driving on the road for a long time, and their perception of time is even a little hazy. At this time, it's like encountering a ghost wall and can't get out of the lost way. The familiar environment, the endless cycle, and the tense mentality made several people very tired. If they don't find the root of the problem, they may encounter other dangers if they keep driving blindly. I just fired a signal flare, but I didn't see the eyes. Toby stopped the police car, wiped the sweat from his palms, and said to Bellica, people in this world are familiar with demons, and demons can be said to be the source of all mysteries, so even if they encounter this situation, people may be afraid and panic, but they will not be at a loss after their cognition is overturned. Muhua's ravens usually don't leave the town. Now we are not sure where we are. How about the positioning device? Bellica asked Toby. The so-called eyes are Muhua's blind ravens. People in the town have become accustomed to their existence. If there are some loud noises in the town, they will also attract their attention. Toby was born in a small town. Compared with the new night hunters, he trusts his own people more. When he got lost in the weird way earlier, Toby had tried to attract the attention of the blind ravens, or the townspeople. Blind ravens will not leave the town, but Toby and Bellica don't know that when Muhua is not in the town, these ravens will not appear in the town either. Because they are summoned beasts, their independent range of action cannot be too far from Muhua. The positioning device still shows the outskirts of the town. There is no response from the security team. We have been moving within a range of 10 kilometers south of the town. Miss Alex, can you destroy it? Toby said to Bellica, and then to Alex. You can call me Alex, or Bonnie. I have tried. Even if I smash it, it will appear near me after a while. We can't get rid of it, Alex said helplessly while holding the dominoes. Then I still don't recommend you to hold it in your hand. Bellica was a little impatient. She seemed to be more resistant to Alex's statement of we. What can I do? As soon as I throw it away, it's as if someone is whispering and calling me. I hate that feeling. Damn it! I shouldn't have come to this damn place in the first place, Alex said irritably. Calm down, Alex, Bellica, we all need to calm down. Seeing that the two women were getting angry, Toby hurriedly advised. If your legs weren't shaking, it would be quite convincing, Bellica said to Toby unhappily. Two women and one man, among the three, Toby seemed to be more afraid of the situation in front of him. He was just an ordinary person. Although he joined the guard team, he just wanted to find a job close to home. No matter what, we all need to calm down. We didn't leave the town too far. Recently, there are night hunters in the town. Damn, it seems that they are not as useful as the legend says. Toby raised his tone, and said a little toughly. Okay, don't worry about whether you are afraid or not. Toby is still a young man after all. A young man with two young and beautiful women, especially when in danger, usually wants to appear more manly. Faced with Toby's toughness, Bellica raised her eyebrows, as if she wanted to teach her partner a lesson. At this time, Alex in the back seat suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Wait, look, there's someone. Alex pointed out the car window. Which? Bellica frowned, and while speaking, she had already taken out the pistol she carried with her. Which? Alex was surprised. Yes, a wandering witch, Bellica confirmed, and the three of them were a little more nervous than before. In this strange environment, they met a wandering witch who seemed to have expected it, and walked towards them. Obviously, her appearance made the three people's lack of security even more uneasy. Chapter 248. Stop, don't come close, witch, explain your purpose. After getting out of the police car, Bellica half closed the door, and pointed a gun at Trisha in front and shouted. Alex, help me get the long sword in the back seat. First order Trisha to stop, Bellica said to Alex, who was about to get out of the car. The magic sword that looks like a noble flower sword is not a conventional weapon equipped by the guard team. It belongs to Bellica's personal belongings and is often carried by her. Are there any other weapons? If you want to fight, I should be able to help, Alex asked Bellica after pulling out the long sword from the back seat. No, we are just the guard team. Bellica shook her head, and seemed to be a little wary of Alex. Bellica was not sure if it was abnormal for a raider, who did not bring storage props. Alex handed the long sword to Bellica, and Toby had already pointed his gun at Trisha. Putting away the pistol, As if cooperating with Toby, Bellica held the hilt of the sword and walked around the car door to approach Trisha. You should call me Trisha, or Miss, but not witch. Relax, I have been paying attention to you for a long time, but you just don't stop. Relax, I am here to help you. Trisha stopped and raised her hand slightly to show that she was harmless. Why are you here? What did we encounter? Bellica asked loudly. Emergency always coexists with crisis, and destruction will inevitably be brewing in the shadow of prosperity. The minions of the devil have already begun to act. I am not your enemy. Trisha replied, slowly walking towards the three people. Trisha, can you say something we can understand? Tell me, the situation here has nothing to do with you. Toby raised his gun and shouted. His stern tone seemed like he would shoot at any time. So I hate dealing with people like you, especially people from such a small place. Facing the hostility of the three people, Trisha muttered impatiently. You were plotted by the devil. What happened here has nothing to do with me. I detected abnormal energy fluctuations. No matter who it is, I am just here to help. Trisha said to several people. Demon? Several people questioned, and did not relax their vigilance against Trisha. Have you seen the mothership in the sky? Trisha asked several people. Several people subconsciously looked up, and after she mentioned it, they found that the patrol mothership that had been staying above the town had disappeared. Don't look at it, we are already trapped in an illusion. Humans want to face the demons head-on, and humans want to deter the demons. Do you think the demons will just wait for humans to come? You mean? Trisha's words made Bellica let down her guard a little. Yes, every time the Shinshin courtyard is about to hold a Star Patrol meeting, some strange phenomena will appear from time to time in the area near the entrance of the courtyard. This is a demonstration from the demons. They want to tell us that they are not unable to come to the human world, nor do they have the ability to threaten us. Trisha said to the few people. Trisha approached the few people, and Bellica and Toby had basically let down their guard. Is this a regular event? Why haven't we received any notification? Bellica frowned and asked. You? The people or the guards? Why should I let you know? The hyenas of the Night Hunter have already stationed in Bear Pig Town. Why do you think they came? Trisha said sarcastically. The stability of the human world cannot be shaken. At least the government has been encouraging the people. Perhaps this kind of encouragement is not limited to the human world. Some human countries in the courtyard also have similar situations. It is better to report good news than bad news. Unless it is absolutely necessary, situations such as being harassed by demons will not be made public. The Night Hunters are the main force to deal with such situations. Even if they need support, they will not find the guards. After Trisha explained a little, several people have understood the key. Alex's face showed a little bit of realization. No wonder Mr. Odysseus informed us not to act alone recently. Alex's tone was a little annoyed. Odysseus? Trisha raised her eyebrows. Yes, hello Miss Trisha, I am a capturer. Compared with Bellica and the others, Alex's resistance to Trisha was not great. He capturer? Are you a newcomer? I'm sorry, Miss Captor, if it were me, I would never reveal my identity as a capturer in this environment. Trisha shook her head and smiled bitterly. What? Alex was puzzled. You'd better hope that the current situation has nothing to do with the Kane's courtyard otherwise. Trisha paused for a moment, as if she was hesitating about what to say. If this is a demonic demonstration, the head of a raider should bring a more heated atmosphere to the Star Patrol conference. The demons agreed to negotiate, but they don't care whether it's peaceful or not. Trisha shook her head and said. Trisha's words made Alex's face change suddenly, and this clear statement made Alex unable to refute. The Star Patrol conference has never been a friendly meeting between humans and demons. It's just that in most people's cognition, demons cannot leave the courtyard and are the passive party. Trisha, since you said that the Night Hunter should have known that something was going to happen in the town, then you can sense the abnormality. But what about them? Bellica asked Trisha. What can those hyenas do? Haven't you heard of it? The guards are always late. Haha, the Night Hunters and the guards are quite tacit in this regard. Unfortunately, the situation here should be caused by you. There are too few of you, which means that the hyenas should not have discovered it so quickly before the situation escalated further. You are members of the guard, right? It's you, maybe because of your disappearance. The guards will discover the problem first. Trisha said with sarcasm. Trisha's attitude is somewhat cynical, even a little cynical, and her ridicule of the guards also makes Bellica and Toby feel uncomfortable. But Bellica and Toby understand that in this situation, there is obviously no need to be serious about this kind of wording and attitude with a wandering witch. Then you, Miss Trisha, can you lead us out of this predicament? Compared to Toby, Bellica's temper seems to be bigger. Seeing Bellica's impatience, Toby asked first. Me? Haha, you have too deep prejudices against wandering witches. You don't know that wandering witches have been helping the settlers deal with similar incidents. I came to Bear Pig Town to prevent this kind of situation. We have been silently paying, but you only know the night hunters, the garrison, and even those Horrors Hall witches. We, the wandering witches, do better and pay more, Tricia said dissatisfiedly. Toby was silent. Bellica and Alex twitched their mouths, but didn't answer after all. Big sister, we seem to be trapped by the devil now, and you don't forget to fire the map cannon at this time. With your cynical attitude, ghosts can have no prejudice against wandering witches. Hey Tricia, can you solve the situation here? Bellica coughed dryly and asked Tricia. She was basically sure that Tricia was here to help. Although the wandering witch seemed to have some emotional problems, she was here to help. The situation here should be caused by Bassanim. They are a kind of demon that is better at creating illusions than lost demons. I just entered the illusion. Whether it can be solved or not, we have to find the source of the illusion to determine. Tricia shook her head and explained. While explaining, she took out 3 bottles of potion and handed them to Bellica and others. Phantom potion. Bassanim likes to raise ghosts to avoid accidents. Drink it first, Tricia said to Bellica and others. The psychic potion can allow the 3 people to gain the ability of psychic vision within a certain period of time, but the 3 people did not drink it when they took the potion. Confirming that Tricia was here to help did not mean that they dared to drink the potion of the wandering witch casually. Seeing the reactions of the 3 people, Tricia's face was obviously a little uglier. Chapter 249. Drink it. I don't know what will happen. You must have a certain ability to protect yourself. Seeing that the 3 people did not dare to drink her psychic vision potion, Tricia said angrily. The 3 looked at each other. Bellica's expression was firm and assertive. Alex's face showed a kind of weakness unique to women, as if he did not dare to look at the 2. Toby frowned and looked at Bellica with an inquiring look. Toby, you drink first, Bellica said to Toby. Toby was silent. What do you mean by your righteous tone? Looking at Alex, who seemed weak, and then at Bellica, who looked encouraging, Toby twitched his mouth, hesitated, and poured the psychic vision potion into his mouth with a helpless look. As Toby took the potion, Alex's weakness disappeared, and a pair of beautiful big eyes stared at Toby with a pair of bright eyes, flashing with admiration, which made Toby want to curse. Fairies, they are all liars, Toby shouted in his heart. Ah! After a moment of silence, Toby suddenly screamed. Bellica subconsciously drew out her sword to guard against Tricia. Magical power wrapped around the sword, and the inscriptions on the sword appeared. Don't, it's okay. There are many ghosts around her. Toby raised his hand to stop Bellica. While explaining, he looked at the ghosts around Tricia with a bit of curiosity in his fear. There were 7 or 8 ghosts. Because of Toby's fear, 2 of the evil spirits with hideous faces showed strange smiles on their faces. Tricia was not in a good mood. Bellica gave Tricia an apologetic smile very conscientiously. After confirming that Toby was fine, she drank the psychic potion with a little hesitation. Okay, Miss Attacker, the situation here should be caused by you. Tell me the details. Without entangled in the attitudes of several people, seeing several people drink the psychic potion, Tricia asked Alex. You can call me Alex, Alex said in a tangled voice. Okay, Alex, but it's useless. We are in a fantasy world. What happened here may be under the eyes of the caster. Your identity, as a raider, should not be hidden, Tricia explained. Alex frowned uncomfortably, but still told Tricia the whole story and handed the dominoes to Tricia. It is guiding us to a certain place. If you don't have spiritual vision, you can't touch this guidance. You may always wander on this road until you collapse and die. Let's go! This method is very strange to ordinary people, but it is still mild. I hope we don't encounter 2 strong monsters. After checking the dominoes, Tricia said to several people after a while. Tricia, the demons here are from 375? How did they leave the courtyard? Bellica asked. Magic props, summoned from demons, spies of the garrison, etc. There are many ways, but monsters generally don't like to come to the human world. The human world cannot project, and it is also dangerous for them here, Tricia said. Miss Tricia, can't you just lead us out of the illusion? Toby asked Tricia as the ghost led the way, and the others followed. The illusion of Bassanim involves the spatial level. I don't have the ability to interfere with the spatial level. I can only go to find the demon who cast the spell. If you are mentally stable, we can go slower. If more people are trapped here, even if the hyenas in the town can't detect it, The witches in the academy should notice this place. Trisha explained. Since you know it is related to the Bassanum demon, why did you come in? Bellica asked hesitantly. Since she doesn't have the ability to interfere with space, Trisha's behavior seems a bit reckless. I am a wandering witch. Wandering witches also have their own code of conduct. Even if it is dangerous, we will not abandon humans who are invaded by demons, Trisha said proudly. Then, you can actually notify the night hunters first, or in other words, do you have any contacts outside? Alex asked softly. Wandering witches don't cooperate with night hunters, Trisha said firmly, and Bellica, one of the three, rolled her eyes at Alex. Haven't you seen it yet? This Trisha, or the wandering witch, is eager to prove her existence. Although she is a bit suicidal, Trisha's behavior clearly has a tendency to compete for credit. Miss Trisha, can you deal with the Bassanum demon? Alex seemed to realize the problem, and asked with a twitch of his mouth. Bassanum is also called the black smoke of pain. Their bodies are a bit like ghosts. If it's just the Bassanum demon, I should be able to deal with it, Trisha said. Just? Toby said cautiously. Yes, just. They are not succubi. The demons are showing their presence in the human world with great fanfare. It must not be for some harmless pranks. Besides Bassanum, I am not sure what else we will encounter, Trisha explained. How about we wait? Don't go looking for it first? Toby asked tentatively. Oh, I didn't expect you to be so smart. If you can bear the depression of being lost, I actually suggest waiting for more unlucky people to come to the door. Trisha smiled. Several people looked at each other, and just when they all felt that waiting was safer, a figure appeared again in the distance, and that figure made everyone's mood, which had just calmed down, suddenly tense up. Damn it, stay away from it. An anxious shout was heard, and a man dressed and looking exactly like Trisha ran towards the crowd. This kind of spatial illusion will affect people's perception of time. Don't believe it, it's fake, it's trying to exhaust your physical strength, kill it. The man shouted, and Bellica and the other two approached each other in panic, but they were also vaguely on guard against Trisha, who was closer to them. Two Trishas who looked exactly the same. The three had never met Trisha before, and these two Trishas were obviously not twins, and Bellica and the others could not tell who was real and who was fake. See, this is why I didn't suggest waiting at the beginning. The devil will not let us wander around in the illusion comfortably. They are good at causing chaos. Facing another self, facing the defense of Bellica and the others, Trisha, who appeared first, said helplessly, Blinding curse. Blinding curse. Almost at the same time, the two Trishas cursed each other at the same time. False soul. False soul. The curse hit them, and the two used the spell to fight against the curse at the same time. Hot fire element, turn into a sharp arrow to kill the enemy. Hot fire element, turn into. The strange scene, like a spell repeated by an echo, the arrows of fire shot at each other exploded between the two Trishas. The heat wave hit, and the ghosts beside the two screamed. Not only the two Trishas, but also the ghosts that seemed to be copied, and even the Banshee Fanny appeared in two. When the two Trishas used magic to attack each other, the two floating fannies were also torn together. What should we do? Toby drew his gun, and the muzzle of the gun hovered between the two sides. While he was on guard, he didn't know which side to help. We retreat, and let them fight. Bellica and Alex were also on guard, but the two women said in unison, as if they had no intention of helping the friendly forces at all. This is not good? Toby was entangled. These two women were really decisive. How about each of us shoot one? Since they can pretend to be Trisha, the fake one should be better than the real one. Whoever is more seriously injured is the real one. Bellica gave a weird suggestion. Fuck. Stop it. Seeing Bellica also draw her gun, the two Trishas stopped attacking and shouted in unison. Don't worry, Trisha, we won't hit the vital parts. Bang. Before the words fell, Bellica had already fired a shot at Trisha, who appeared first. Bang. Toby gritted his teeth and pointed the muzzle at Trisha, who appeared later. Between the witch and the partner, Toby chose to synchronize with his partner. The two exorcism bullets were blocked by the bone shields on the two Trishas. TSK. Bellica clicked her tongue, as if she was extremely dissatisfied with this result. Heal you. The two Trishas shouted madly. This goblin said shoot and shoot, it's a waste of your talent for you to join the guard instead of taking the Night Hunter exam. Chapter 250. Two Trishas appeared after falling into the demon's illusion. Although Trisha, who appeared first, explained a lot and gave Bellica and the others the psychic potion, she did not mention the problem that the illusion would affect the perception of time. Of course, This may also be to avoid adding mental burden to them. But Bellica used her woman's intuition to judge that the more real it was, the more fake it was. So Bellica chose Trisha, who appeared first, and fired a shot. The two Trishas did not fight. At this time, the two of them brought their own ghosts and glared at Bellica, and the other two with gritted teeth. This bitch sold out her teammates so straightforwardly. Trisha already regretted coming to save them. The demon hadn't done anything to her yet, but her teammates stabbed her in the back from behind. What does this mean? The atmosphere on the scene was a bit awkward. Of course, Bellica and Alex were more nervous. As a young man with a correct mind, Toby was probably the only one who was both embarrassed and nervous. Although he fired a shot as a conditioned reflex, although he didn't really hurt Trisha, this shot also made Toby further realize the horror of women. Toby, you've grown up. What should we do now? As if she had completely forgotten that she had just shot someone, Bellica asked seriously, looking at the two Trishas who had stopped fighting. Humph! The two Trishas reacted in unison, snorted at Bellica, and turned their heads to ignore her question. What should we do? What else can we do? There are only two ways. One is to wait for someone to discover the situation here, and the other is to find the direction indicated by the dominoes. But Trisha couldn't say these options. No matter what she said, the fake on the other side would definitely refute it, and then let Bellica shoot one at each of them. Trisha hated this situation. Bellica stared at the two Trishas and found that they both had gloomy expressions. It was impossible to tell the real from the fake. Disappointment flashed in Bellica's eyes. Trisha, do you think this fake is the caster? Can we escape if we kill it? Alex asked loudly. The girl's eyes were not focused, and it was unknown which Trisha she was asking. What do you mean? The two Trishas said in unison. You want us to continue fighting. If the illusion is not lifted, you can kill the one who survived. Believe me, you are not that difficult to kill. If you keep talking nonsense, I will kill you first. A Trisha said contemptuously. I didn't say that. Alex shook his head to deny. Toby looked at Alex with a ghost look, but Bellica's face showed no surprise, which made Toby's palms sweat again. Do you have the eye of true vision? Alex asked again. Yes, but it's useless. We are now in an illusion. If we can't cover the range of the illusion, the results you see may not be true. Trisha shook her head. The situation on the scene was deadlocked, and the two Trishas were both angry. Because of the deviation in time perception, although Bellica and others did not have negative feelings such as hunger and thirst, they did not know when physical discomfort would suddenly attack, which also brought a lot of psychological pressure to them. The two Trishas kept criticizing each other, but Bellica and the other two had no idea about Trisha before. No matter how much the two said, Bellica and the others could not tell the truth from the false. People in this world are not really afraid of weirdness. After all, people have a clear understanding of demons since childhood, and many people also know how to crack weirdness. As the saying goes, nothing is strange. Compared with those supernatural situations, people in this world respect absolute power more. But being trapped in the weirdness, it involves their own life and death. They can't be sure whether they will fall down due to hunger, thirst, and fatigue in the next moment. Finally, they can't stand the psychological pressure and decide to find the trace of the caster according to the guidance of the dominoes. The three Bellicas are wary of the two Trishas, and the two Trishas are wary of each other, and they dare not leave their backs completely to Bellica and the three. In the weird atmosphere, the crowd did not walk far. A teleportation array with a diameter of 2 or 3 meters appeared in front of everyone, and stopped everyone again. I don't want to go in here. Among the ruthless girls, Toby made a very conscious statement that this time he would never be the first to step into the teleportation array, and he would never accept any girl's cuteness. I don't think normal people would go in. Alex also said aloud. Even if they were trapped in a fantasy, they would not be too far from the town. Everyone still had hope of escaping. But once they stepped on the teleportation array, who knows where they would be teleported to? It could be a forest, an isolated island, or even a demon slaughterhouse. The unknown horror was enough to stop everyone in their tracks. Is this a courtyard teleportation array? Bellica frowned and asked Trisha. The array structure is very similar, but the specifications are a little smaller. It should be a teleportation array in a dimensional space. Trisha observed. Dimensional fragments? Where do these demons get the confidence? Do they really think we will step into it? Alex looked at the two Trishas and asked puzzled. One of the two Trishas must be a monster, but unfortunately Alex's inquiry was ignored by the two. The two Trishas didn't seem to want to pay attention to Bellica and the other two. The devil's confidence? Although the dimensional fragments are very precious, The devil doesn't want to use human greed to lead them into the dimensional fragments. With just a few of them, no one would think that they could take the dimensional fragments from the devil. The devil set up the illusion very cleverly. There is a teleportation array hidden in the illusion, and the culprit cannot be seen without the teleportation array. When they came to the teleportation array, as long as the devil narrowed the scope of the illusion, the weirdness here could be covered up to a large extent. If the outside world can't find this place for a while, the demons in the dimensional space don't have to worry about the problem of having to descend to the human world. They just need to trap a few people here for a few days. Not to mention the problem of eating and sleeping, they need to guard against the devil's sneak attack at any time. Under the exhaustion of mind and strength, I'm afraid some people can't help but enter the teleportation array to risk their lives. Don't forget, among them, there are 2 Trishas at this time. As for Trisha? Although Trisha understood the situation, what could she say? Bellica and the other 2. No, it should be said that the 2 fairies among the 3 were too suspicious. No matter what she said, it might arouse their suspicion. Trisha wisely did not answer Alex. At this time, the 2 Trishas were staring at each other with unfriendly eyes. Instead of talking nonsense with the 2 fairies, it would be better to find a way to kill the fake one. I want to kill her. You just need to watch from the side. You should have no objection, right? Trisha said to Bellica and the other 2. Be careful. If I die, you may be at the mercy of others. Don't trust anyone easily. Another Trisha said. Ha, fake, you're exposed. You don't know them. 2 guards and 1 raider. They may have their own trump cards. Without me, they may not be at the mercy of others. The previous Trisha number 1 said. Fairy, stop the boring provocation. If I kill you, I will imprison your soul, refine you into a corpse demon, and let you wail an eternal curse. Trisha number 2's expression was ferocious. The 2 Trishas were on the verge of a fight. Bellica and the other 2 retreated silently. Toby's eyes flashed with pity. This is not good? Toby whispered. Then do you have a better way? Bellica said unhappily. Toby was silent. The presence of 2 Trishas around is always a threat. In this situation, it is better to guard against 1 Trisha than 2. Everyone fell silent for a moment. When the 2 Trishas were preparing, a strong light swept over everyone, and the dazzling light immediately attracted everyone's attention. To the sound of the hovercraft suddenly stopping and landing. Hey Vivian, I said there was something wrong with the space here. Look, there is actually an entrance to the courtyard. Muhua's voice came, with a little excitement in his tone. It's a dimensional entrance, it should be owned by someone, don't you see anyone? Vivian's voice sounded, and there seemed to be a little disappointment in her tone. Huh? Toby? Hi, what's wrong with you? Trisha. Too? Haha, you guys are busy, I have something to do, so I leave first. Following the car lights to see the few people clearly, Muhua greeted Toby, and suddenly saw the 2 Trishas. The voice changed, and then, there were 2 sounds of car doors closing. Muhua. Hey man, don't go. I see you. We need help. Toby screamed when he saw Muhua was about to run away. Chapter 251. Muhua felt very unlucky. On the way home, he suddenly felt a strange space. On a whim, he turned around to take a look. Because he mastered spatial interference, Muhua found the problem at the first time. Looking for something special in the weirdness, Ikaros drove to find a suspected teleportation array. Dimensional fragments, this is just a small courtyard. Even if it is controlled by demons, the demons in the dimensional space should not be too strong, right? I thought I could get a dimensional fragment, but seeing that someone had arrived first, Muhua was a little disappointed. As a result, when he saw 2 identical Trishas, Muhua immediately knew that this thing was not a good way. This was probably not an accident. He and Vivian were very tacitly ready to run away, but unfortunately they were stopped by Toby. You said there was a demon here that was going to cause trouble, and then I fell into the illusion of the Bassanim demon. If I don't deal with the demon that created the illusion, I can't get out of the illusion. If I want to kill the demon, maybe we need to enter this teleportation array? Helplessly gathered with a few people, and after listening to their explanations, Muhua's face was dark. It's all your fault. Look, it's great to learn space magic, but you have to turn this way. Vivian complained dissatisfiedly. Muhua didn't fall into the illusion originally, he just felt that there seemed to be something wrong with the space here, so Ikaros turned a corner here. Who knew that there would be demons to cause trouble? The night hunters are all trash. It's okay if they don't come, but now there's trouble, and we can't see them. Muhua refuted by shirking the blame. He was in the black market in Lanton, and he would habitually blacken any department involved in law enforcement. Do you know space magic? Mu Hua's rebuke to the Night Hunter was met with the two Trish's nods of approval, and the two asked excitedly, I'm very young, and knowing space magic doesn't necessarily mean I can break through the illusion space. Mu Hua admitted his weakness. He did know space magic, but to break through the illusion space, he had to at least master the broken present, which is the so-called dimension slash. And if his space interference was more advanced, he could also see through this kind of environment space, and if he couldn't break it, he could walk out. Unfortunately, he didn't have the 100 refinement secret stone in his hand, and the magic core he had taken off the staff earlier was also a magic core. Mu Hua's answer disappointed everyone, and Mu Hua looked at the two Trishas with curiosity at this time. What's this? Looking at Trisha, and then at the ghosts of the same style beside the two Trishas, Mu Hua asked the two. It's the work of the devil. The illusion created by Basanama can be compared with the dream of the nightmare. If you have a skeleton with you, I can prove that she is a fake. Trisha number 1 said. Humph, I should say this. Trisha number 2 snorted. How to prove it? Mu Hua asked tentatively. Corpse mark. Corpse mark. The two said almost in unison. This illusion can also read minds? Mu Hua took a breath. Corpse mark is Trisha's inherent magic. Even if the devil has a way to pretend to be Trisha, it is unlikely that he can master this magic. Among the people present, only Mu Hua knew that Trisha could use corpse mark. If Trisha herself didn't say it, the devil would have no reason to know. When it comes to reading minds, Mu Hua has a lot of little secrets in his head. At this time, Mu Hua hurriedly gathered his mind. Spatial interference aside, he now regretted not strengthening his own spiritual stability. This magic system really cannot be saved. No one can explore the memory of another person without the other person noticing. This should be due to the time dislocation. Trisha was once pulled into another illusion, and the other party found out the details. Vivian explained, which also made Mu Hua relieved. Space and time, so advanced? Mu Hua asked. He didn't have much idea about Basanama demons, but they looked very advanced, boss. It's complicated, but not advanced, just like fish can survive in water, but people will be drowned in water. Controlling illusions is the natural ability of Basanamu, but apart from illusions, they can't even cast any magic independently. Putting aside illusions, and without possessed objects, their combat power is not as good as dead souls. Especially when they encounter people who can restrain them, they are nothing. Vivian said. Oh, is that so? Mu Hua thought. Although it has many weaknesses, it is different from the Odora demon. It should be a very mysterious demon. Well, mystery does not mean resistance. It seems that I need to go to Yongye territory to learn more in the future. The library there has a more comprehensive monster atlas, but the library charges much more than Eden Garden. That's it. The people here are probably fake. Maybe we can kill them all and get out of trouble. Vivian nodded. Everyone was stunned, and Toby took a breath. Oh my god, what happened today? Why are these women more cruel than each other? Seeing the obvious consideration flashing in Mu Hua's eyes, Toby felt panic. No, Mu. Man, you won't do that, will you? Toby interrupted Mu Hua's thoughts. Of course, not for the time being. Mu Hua shook his head, and gave Toby a reassuring smile. Don't give me a moment. Bellica drew her sword to protest. Well, Mr. Mu Hua, we have met before, in Mr. Webster's manor, when I was with Mr. Odysseus. Alex reminded Mu Hua, feeling that Mu Hua didn't recognize her. Although Alex didn't know Mu Hua's strength, people who could mix with Webster might have some powerful weapons with them, and she didn't want to be stabbed by Mu Hua. Don't panic, don't panic. Let's pick out the fake Trisha first. Mu Hua spoke to comfort everyone and stopped Vivian from throwing the constructed undead out. Bellica and the others didn't know Trisha, so they didn't care much about the life and death of the wandering witch. Vivian didn't know Bellica and her group either, so she cared less about Bellica and the others than Trisha, who she had met a few times. As for Mu Hua, except for Vivian and Ikaros, he didn't give up his vigilance against other people. If necessary, he would stab them one by one to check the goods, and he didn't feel too much pressure. It seems that these people's moral integrity is not very high. Oh no, Toby should be slightly higher. Several people rushed to show their identities to Mu Hua and prove their purity, while the two Trishas stared at Mu Hua curiously. How to identify? Trisha asked. Trisha has a mole on her, but take off your pants. Mu Hua said. Get lost. The two Trishas said in unison. Okay, let's do the corpse mark. Mu Hua said with a little disappointment, spreading his hands. There are no skeletons here. Why not create one? There are still traces of the broken sky barrier in this illusionary space. In this space, Mu Hua cannot summon his followers, but he can still summon his summoned beasts. It's a pity that the summoned beasts cannot perform the corpse mark, but is it a problem for Mu Hua to get a skeleton undead? The three asked and answered one question. While talking, the technique unfolded, and Mu Hua began to rub the undead on the spot. The skeleton construction, soul creation, torture of the dead, and soul attachment and derivation. It's just a skeleton warrior. Mu Hua has already mastered this process, and can make a skeleton warrior with his eyes closed. In a blink of an eye, a skeleton warrior half knelt in front of Mu Hua, and the opening and closing of the jaws seemed to be praising the greatness of the creator. Shit! Fuck! The two Trishas didn't speak in sync this time, and cursed at each other. One of them was probably sighing at the dexterity of Mu Hua's spawning of skeleton warriors, but the other one was not so sure. Come on! Mu Hua patted the skeleton warriors in front of him, and said to the two Trishas. At this time, the expressions on the faces of the two Trishas were obviously different. One Trisha's eyes rolled around, and she retreated faintly, while the other Trisha stared at the other with a smirk and took out a bayonet-shaped short knife in her hand. Damn it! He cursed in a low voice, but saw a Trisha's body arched and rushed towards the teleportation array quickly. Roar! The beast roared, and a hellhound suddenly jumped out of Trisha's shadow, biting the fleeing Trisha in half, and then spit out a piece of the lich's body with disgust. The ghosts cried, and Tuesday came out from behind Mu Hua. With a hook of his sickle, the ghosts following the fake Trisha were hooked back by Tuesday. The next moment, these ghosts were cut into sashimi by Tuesday and sucked into his mouth. His Trisha this. She shouldn't be a banshee, right? When everyone was surprised, the banshee Fanny was frightened by Tuesday. There was obviously a banshee on the opposite side. Fanny had just fought with the other party, but now Tuesday was too good at eating. If it were her, it would probably be just a hook and a suck. Facing Tuesday with a black veil covering her face, Fanny timidly hid behind Trisha, fearing that the other party would target her. Chapter 252. Using the corpse engraving to identify the authenticity of Trisha, Shou Yi, who was lurking in Mu Hua's shadow, captured the fleeing imposter. In order to get rid of Zhou Yi's bite, the monster disguised as Trisha showed its strange true face. Is this thing the Basanima demon? Mu Hua asked Vivian, holding a strange thing like a column of smoke in the hand of the mage. It should be. I haven't seen it much. This kind of demon can only be hurt by attacks involving souls. If you want to capture it, the mage's hand is a more suitable method. Vivian looked at the twisted and screaming smoke, with a bit of curiosity in her eyes. Let me go! You can't hurt me, otherwise you will never be able to get out of the illusion. It was obviously a ball of smoke, without limbs. Mu Hua couldn't even find its mouth, nose, head and face, but a ball of dust like black smoke could speak human words. There are many strange life forms in this world, not to mention the undead and magic life forms that can barely be classified as carbon-based life forms. There are even some silicon-based life forms similar to elemental aggregates. But Mu Hua really couldn't tell what kind of life form this Basanima demon in front of him was. The magician's hand brought the screaming demon in front of him, and Mu Hua stretched out his hand to grasp it. Even the palm covered with blood could not catch it, as if it was just a ball of smoke. Did you set up this illusion? Wouldn't it be broken if I kill you? Everyone stared at the Basanima demon. Talking to a ball of smoke made Mu Hua feel a little weird. Just like Mu Hua, because they have no knowledge of this kind of demon, some people who have seen Basanima demons will call them painful black smoke. Creating illusions is their specialty, and they are also very good at possessing. Unlike ghosts that rely mainly on the combat power of the possessed after being possessed, the body of the Basanima demon has no combat power and basically no direct attack ability. But when they invade the bodies of other creatures, they can use the bodies of other creatures to burst out power beyond the limits of the body, and even release magic. However, this power beyond the limit will bring great pain to the possessed. When they leave the possessed, it is often the time when the possessed dies, which is also the origin of their name Painful Black Smoke. This is a demon with weak direct combat power, but very good at causing chaos. I am not the host of the illusion, but my companions will pay attention to my situation. I am just forced to accept the domination. I did not hurt you, and you can't kill me. The black smoke twisted and struggled in the hands of the wizard and said to Mu Hua, "This guy, is he an elementary school student?" Mu Hua shook his head. This ghost talk was too insincere, and there was nothing to recommend. There shouldn't be much to say. Ask it about the situation in the teleportation array. Trisha said to Mu Hua. Oh, do you dare to believe it? Mu Hua said with a smile. That's right. It seems there's no need to ask. Trisha suddenly realized. No, I tell you everything. This is just a game of the Lord. We set up an illusion here to guide humans into the dimensional space. The dimensional space is controlled by a barren demon. As long as you can kill the barren demon, you can even get a vast dimensional space. I can lead you. I can take you to find the controller of the space. This is a challenge and a test. Don't you humans also like adventure? Oh my god, imagine that you will get a dimensional world with rich land. This is a road to power and wealth. While speaking, the Basanama demon even projected a vineyard under the setting sun, green mountains, and misty manors in front of everyone, a beautiful scene that seemed to be overlooked from a high place. The Basanama demon chattered to everyone like a bewitching man. The Basanama demon's words made everyone look at each other in bewilderment. No one knew which of its words was the truth. Even if there was wealth there, if the so-called challenge could not be completed, it might cost one's life. This should indeed be an opportunity. Unexpectedly, among the crowd, it was Trisha who first affirmed the Basanama demon's words. What do you mean? Mu Hua frowned. Although it is not common, there are indeed some demons doing some small actions around the courtyards before the Star Patrol conference. For example, the situation here. This is a demonstration, but the demons do not want to completely anger humans, and usually they will not touch the bottom line of humans. The demons that dominate all this will not be too strong. The Lord of the Courtyard will not send disaster-level demons to cause trouble. Accepting the Star Patrol conference means that the Lord of the Courtyard does not want to completely tear his face with humans. If he creates too serious a disaster in the outside world, it will not be in line with his original intention. Trisha explained. So, you came to the town just to see if there is such an opportunity? Mu Hua asked Trisha. No, it's just by the way. For many years, the wandering witches have been motivated to help the residents. We are not like the temple witches, who only sell their butts. Trisha said with a spread hand. Oh, I don't believe you. Mu Hua sneered, and asked the newly derived skeleton warrior to walk to Trisha. Let's start, Mu Hua said. Trisha was puzzled. What? The corpse engraving, you haven't completely gotten rid of suspicion yet. You are really cautious enough. Of course, I don't hate this kind of caution, Trisha said with a smile, and immediately began to engrave the skeleton warrior. When the fake ran away, Mu Hua basically believed that Trisha in front of him was the real one, but she seemed to have the intention of entering the teleportation array to find out, which made Mu Hua suspicious again. Demons are cunning by nature. In addition to their external brutality and cruelty, they also like to play with people's hearts. Facing a weird demon like Basanama, Mu Hua still felt that he should be careful. Do you know about the possession of the Basanama demon? Mu Hua asked Vivian as Trisha was imprinting the skeleton warrior. This should be no problem. The eyes of humans possessed by Basanama will turn completely black, just like the eyes of a demon, Vivian said. What should we do now? Should we enter this dimension? Vivian asked, pointing to the teleportation array not far away. Whoever wants to go can go. Anyway, I won't go. Aren't you afraid that you can't get out? Seeing that Vivian seemed to be interested, Mu Hua found that this girl was also very stubborn. This is not a cross-border magic array occupied by humans. God knows what the situation on the other side is. If the teleportation array on the other side is occupied by a demon, you only need to use a space-breaking teleportation array to block the teleportation array. Entering is equivalent to traveling to another world, and it is the kind of travel that cannot be returned. We can't leave the illusion if we don't go in. Mu Hua, how about we join hands? This is a dimensional fragment, Trisha said distractedly. The simplest understanding of dimensional fragments is probably a weakened version of the courtyard. You really want money but not life. Let's get rid of this guy first. The corpse engraving went smoothly. Trisha in front of him was no problem. Mu Hua manifested his night demon knife in his hand. Soul-specific weapons have the ability to damage souls, and can also cause damage to Basanama demons. Seeing that Mu Hua was about to attack it, the black smoke on the wizard's hand twisted wildly. Human, you will regret it. You will definitely regret killing me. The Basanama demon screamed. Huh? Are you descending in your original form? The demon's reaction surprised Mu Hua. Its struggle was too intense. Demons descending in projection usually don't do this. Human, we are not enemies. I was also captured by the evil Baron demon. We should cooperate, and we can sign a contract. Slavery contract? No, a fair contract. Well, have a good journey. Mu Hua raised his machete, but facing a cloud of smoke, he didn't know where to start. Stop, slave contract, I am willing to be your servant. You should understand that we can't sign a slavery contract. The black smoke twisted and struggled like a strange snake. A demon servant who can create an illusion space? Don't make trouble. It's a pity that I don't master high-level space magic. In fact, I am still quite interested in you. Muhua's eyes flashed coldly. The illusion space of the Basanama demon is not a simple illusion spell. Even if it signs a servant contract, it has many ways to bypass the contract and trip up Muhua. In this situation, Muhua had no time to try to train it. He stopped talking nonsense with it, and chopped the black smoke with the night demon knife without thinking. The screams that came with the slashing were creepy. Muhua had never killed such a being before. He was really slashing blindly. When death came, the black smoke seemed to turn into dust without vitality. Indistinctly, it seemed that a magic core was brewing, but the next moment, the magic core was scattered with the dust like a phantom, which made Muhua stunned on the spot. Fuck! Where is the magic core? Looking at the dust left by Basanamu, Muhua cursed and asked. The existence of Basanamu is weird. No one can get their magic core. Have you seen ghosts drop magic cores? Trisha completed the corpse engraving and casually motioned Muhua to check, but Muhua stared at the dust left by Basanamu and gritted his teeth. There is no problem with the corpse engraving, which means that there is no problem with Trisha. Muhua is still thinking about the previous magic core phantom, which is obviously different from the ghost. At this time, Trisha looked at Bellica and the other two with a malicious look. Well, I have proved it. Now it's your turn. Trisha was brewing a corruption curse in her hand. Witches are not saints, especially wandering witches, who will take revenge for any slight. After experiencing Bellica's doubts earlier, it is obvious that Trisha is not as calm as she appeared before. Chapter 253. Witches have been trying to change the public's impression of them, including wandering witches. Just like Trisha at this moment, she will lend a helping hand to those in crisis. However, unlike the temple witches, wandering witches are more self-centered and will not compromise. Trisha was tossed around a lot earlier, especially the attitude of Bellica and Alex, who wanted to make her and the fake half-crippled, which made her even more angry. She is a witch, not a knight. Even if she is a knight, this is reality, not the kind of fairy tale of I am for everyone. Trisha never thought that she would be so happy to meet a necromancer. She was very happy to meet Muhua, who proved her identity, and it seemed that he didn't mind doubting the other people. If the few people could not prove their authenticity, Trisha would be very happy to give them a body of rotten meat, which might not be restored even if they prove their innocence. Witches are not princesses, they are usually the ones who cause trouble for princesses. A witch, 2 necromancers, all 3 are not easy to deal with, even if there is a girl who looks quite well behaved, but that girl is obviously not in charge. When Trisha questioned the identities of several people, when she saw the inquiring eyes of Muhua and Vivian, Bellica, and the other 2 were a little confused. How did it come to us? Hey man, we received a call for help and went to the police, we are not demons. Toby waved his hands in panic, he didn't want to be bitten by the hellhound. Who can prove that you received a call for help? That bitch? Maybe you are in the same group? Trisha looked at Alex, and now she changed her previous kindness and used bad words. Ahem, temperament. Muhua reminded, at this moment, Trisha was like a vicious witch, beautiful vicious. These bastards just wanted to cripple me and the devil together, especially these 2 little bitches, damn it, I came to save them. Trisha said angrily. Well, I always thought you were here to make a fortune. Muhua spread his hands. Judging from Trisha's attitude towards the teleportation array just now, Muhua seriously suspected that her motives were impure. By the way, even if I want to get some benefits from the devil, I can't deny the fact that I came to save them. Trisha retorted. Well, it's easy to understand. Who said that doing good things can't make money? Although it's a bit of a struggle, it's natural to be angry in that situation. How do you want us to prove it? Bellica asked with an ugly face. Yes, Muhua can prove Trisha's identity, but he doesn't know much about Bellica and others. In this illusion, there is no way to contact the outside world, or even if there is contact, it is unknown whether it is another false illusion. As for Muhua? Well, Muhua does not need to prove it. The few people present can probably only make his hellhound half full. What else does he need to prove? Among the group of people, Muhua temporarily acted as the identification referee. But no matter what, it seems that Bellica and the other 2 cannot prove their authenticity to Muhua. Well, Bellica's question made Trisha fall into deep thought. Toby should be fine. The wandering witch thought and judged. Toby looked like an honest young man. At least his various performances earlier should be fine. Witches are also women, and women tend to trust their intuition. I've been with Bellica all the time, and I can prove that she's not a demon. Seeing that Trisha was willing to give in, Toby hurriedly spoke for Bellica. Okay, even if you're fine, what about her? Do you know her? Trisha frowned and looked at Alex. Well, we just met. Toby hesitated, but Bellica spoke up. Bellica's mind was a little jumpy, and looking at the look in her eyes, she seemed to want to sell out her teammates again. Then how can you be sure that she's not a demon's phantom? Maybe she deliberately led you here. Trisha had a triumphant smile on her lips, and the curse in her hand seemed to be thrown at Alex the next moment. This guy, he's just venting his anger. Muhua smiled bitterly, and muttered to Vivian beside him. No, I'm not. Muhua knows me. Alex said. Sorry, we're not familiar. Muhua shook his head. How can this be? Alex questioned aggrievely. Among the crowd, Muhua was just watching the fun, and he was more thinking about how to leave this illusion space. When several people were arguing, Vivian, who had been relatively silent, suddenly spoke. If Trisha appeared before the fake, then there should be at least one of you three with a problem. Huh? Muhua was surprised, and even Trisha looked at Vivian with some hesitation. The wondering which simply wanted to make trouble for Alex. Trisha, are you sure that the monster that created this situation is not too strong? Vivian asked. Well, based on the observation records of the Wanderer camp for many years, it should be. Trisha said. The Wanderer camp is not a certain station, but a loose organization of wandering witches. Oh, the monsters that have fled to the human world are not here to show their warmth, right? The Star Patrol conference is coming soon, and strong men may come to the town at any time. Do you think this illusion will randomly attract people? If you provoke a strong man, do you think they are here to demonstrate or to give gifts? Vivian analyzed. As Vivian analyzed, everyone's heart tightened. Yes, even if the demons came to cause trouble and create a dimensional space, they couldn't open the portal and let anyone in, right? Muhua and others were afraid of meeting a big boss after entering. Wouldn't the one who held the dimensional fragment inside be afraid of a big boss going in and confronting him? According to normal logic, there should be someone outside to lure the hunting target. Originally, everyone thought it was the fake Trisha, but when they thought about it, well, no need to think about it. As soon as Vivian finished speaking, Alex, who had an innocent face, had a weird expression on his face. The teleportation array in everyone's eyes disappeared earlier, and the same teleportation array appeared under everyone's feet. The feeling of spatial displacement came, and the barrier that stabilized the surrounding magic fell, but Muhua flashed away from the range of the teleportation array. Alex, with a weird expression, probably didn't expect Muhua to escape from the teleportation array. At this time, Alex's image had become a lich with dry hair. The lich looked at Muhua standing outside the teleportation array in astonishment, while a woman wearing only underwear and tied up in an artistic way was being dragged into the teleportation array by its magician's hand. Wasn't that Alex herself? Ah! Ugh! Muhua! In the unique light of dimensional teleportation, Trisha, Bellica, and Vivian screamed. Everything happened too fast. They didn't expect Alex to be so decisive. The speed of the teleportation array was also a bit extraordinary. And the stunned expressions of the crowd were probably more because they didn't expect Muhua to run so fast. How about this, big brother? Don't you know that more people make things easier? Seeing that we are about to form a team to fight the boss, you flashed and ran away. This should also be considered as selling out your teammates, right? Glancing at the panicked people in the teleportation array, Muhua was actually a little confused. He swore that he definitely didn't mean it. He had just been frozen and frozen blood, and this was just that his sense of crisis was a little stronger. The activation of the teleportation array cannot be disturbed too much, but the lich obviously did something to the teleportation array, stabilizing the surrounding magic power, while also blocking the teleportation array. Vivian and the others were unable to burst out the energy to interrupt the teleportation. If there was no spatial interference, a group of people really couldn't escape the teleportation array by ordinary means. Let's not talk about the others for now, but Muhua looked at Ikaros, who wanted to escape, but had already entered the teleportation link, and then looked at Vivian, who was a little flustered and subconsciously reached out to him. With a helpless sigh, another flash, Muhua got back into the teleportation array. Chapter 254. Hey, welcome to my kingdom, which will eventually become a great kingdom. Humans, as the first visitors, you should feel lucky. I will give you a chance to submit to me. Kneel down and swear your loyalty. When you obtain the status of a demon slave, you will gain power and wealth, and you will be reborn under the protection of the great Zambak. The endless plain is like an oasis in the desert. This is not to describe the brilliance of the oasis. The withered grass and scattered trees are full of life, but are filled with death. The stone hill of bones, the throne of bones, a barren demon sitting on the hill of bones, like the legendary Satan, swearing its existence to Mu Hua and others with an arrogant attitude. Mu Hua. Vivian hugged Mu Hua's arm. The girl usually behaves very independently, even a little mature, but Mu Hua found that Vivian was a little afraid of being in a crowd of strangers. Why are you back again? Trisha was surprised to see Mu Hua among the crowd. She had just seen Mu Hua leave the teleportation array. I think you need a friendship from the necromancer. Mu Hua joked. Oh, a casual friendship? Looking at Mu Hua, one arm was hugged by Vivian, and the other hand was rubbing Ikaro's hair. Trisha rolled her eyes and ignored his so-called friendship. Through the teleportation array, they came to an unknown dimension, which was filled with a strong breath of death, as if swearing the identity of the master of this area. A demon sitting on a high throne of chaotic bones looked down at everyone. A huge rock with a diameter of tens of meters mixed with bones formed a broken hill. Below the huge rock, looking across the field, countless ghosts and skeletons surrounded Mu Hua and others. How could this happen? Bellica said desperately to herself, seeing the sea of dead bones. Woo, Alex twisted her sexy body with her mouth blocked, sobbing for help, wanting the people around her to help her untie the restraints. Although the hollow underwear was very tempting, and although it would be very comfortable to bury her head in the ravine on her chest, it was a pity that the two men present were not paying attention to her at this time. Is this the demon you said would not be too strong? Facing the throne on the broken hill, and countless dead souls, Mu Hua asked Trisha unhappily. The lord of the courtyard cannot release a demon that is too strong. Since there is order in the courtyard here, they cannot be unaware of the rules of humans. Even if they send out demon generals, it is enough to trigger a full-scale war. This demon created a big scene, but it was all with the help of external forces, and the grade of the dead souls was not excessive. At least it did not give us the feeling of being invincible, right? Trisha argued. He's just sitting there. How can you be invincible? Who made those rules you said? Damn it. Mu Hua rolled his eyes. To sum up, we are trying to figure out the devil, and the devil is also trying to figure out humans. If we really encounter an accident, we can only consider ourselves unlucky. Trisha said seriously. Adventure hunting is not about sweeping the maze. Besides, even if you deal with monsters in the maze area, there are always accidents and deaths. Among the countless skeleton warriors, there are skeleton guards, skeleton generals, and black-armored skeleton generals. This is the kingdom of the undead. However, there are no bone dragons, no headless knights. Although Mu Hua complained, he felt that the Bong demon sitting on the broken hill should not be considered a big boss. The natural landforms are obvious, without too many traces of artificial construction. This space is like a forgotten corner of a world. There are 6 or 7 liches standing beside the leading Baron demon, and 4 humans with dark eyes. They should be 4 humans possessed by the Basanima demon. Humans, surrender or die. The Baron demon on the throne tilted his head, and supported his chin with one hand. A lich beside it asked loudly, Master, save me. In front of Mu Hua, a lich dragged by the magician's hand called for help in the direction of the throne. It was the lich who had transformed into the image of Alex earlier, and trapped Mu Hua and others into the teleportation array. When the teleportation was completed, Mu Hua captured it immediately. Bang! The head was shattered, and the lich who was asking for help was dragged back to Mu Hua by the magician's hand. Mu Hua punched the other's head. Bear! The flames ignited, and Mu Hua poured the high-temperature flames into the lich's body from the broken neck. Without a head, it could not scream, but everyone seemed to still hear a kind of soul's cry from the lich. In a blink of an eye, the lich was burned to ashes from the inside out. Mu Hua's means were violent, but he was not sure whether he really killed the lich, because if he had the life box of the undead, under the warmth of the breath of death, the lich could still regenerate. Paw, paw, paw! There was a rhythmic clapping sound, and the Baron demon on the bone throne looked at everyone with interest. Necromancer, you are very good. The applause stopped, and the Baron demon didn't seem to mind that Mu Hua killed the lich under his command. His eyes finally focused on Mu Hua and praised him. This is my kingdom, how about it? These are my undead army, do you like them? I can give you the right to command them. Come on, stand by my side, you have more potential than these trash. The Baron demon pointed to the lich beside it, and said to Mu Hua, stand by your side, like them, and become the host of Basanimu? Mu Hua smiled, and looked up at several humans with black eyeballs. Ha ha, no no no. The Baron Demon laughed strangely. They call themselves purifiers, they are believers of the devil, and they are recognized by us as fellow tribesmen. Although Basanamu is living in their bodies, it does them no harm. Basanamu will not harm their bodies, and can even help them grow. Basanamu will only help them guide stronger power. They have a higher status than the demons. Of course, if you want to try, I can also arrange a Basanamu to be your partner. The Baron Demon said to Mu Hua, as if chatting with a friend. Don't believe it. Trisha warned. Do you think I'm stupid? Mu Hua rolled his eyes. The so-called purifiers are humans, who have been converted from demons, but they are devil believers, or a group of humans, who believe they should be integrated into hell. They have completely abandoned the human code of conduct, and try their best to look at everything from the perspective of a devil. They firmly believe that the human world will eventually become part of hell, and they firmly believe that they are forerunners, and the spark that will fight for the rights of human race in the future. To put it simply, they are like crazy devil worshippers. There is no need to say more about the current situation. This Barong demon came to the human world to cause trouble, and put on a grand posture to intimidate Mu Hua and others. While trying to regain Mu Hua and others, he probably also wanted to drag them to participate in the Star Patrol meeting. After all, if more humans stand on the side of the demons, the expressions of the human side should be very exciting, and the demons like that kind of excitement. A game of bad nature, whether it is living humans or dead heads, the demons like this kind of game. Clatter. The ravens rose up. Without any warning, Mu Hua summoned the blind ravens. Although it may not be considered a courtyard, in terms of the area in the eyes of humans, this dimension is also very large, with an unobstructed view of the terrain, but the boundaries of the area cannot be seen at all from a normal view. The flying ravens quickly took off and flew in all directions, observing the situation in this dimension. Mu Hua tried to observe the area as a whole from a high altitude. Oh! Summon beasts? Human, you should learn more etiquette. But you really surprised me. Seeing Mu Hua release a large number of ravens, the Barong demon frowned. The Barong demon in front of him was a little unusual, very unusual. I don't know who had learned this way of speaking from. Although normal demons like to show off, they won't pretend to be like it. When Mu Hua and others entered this space, there was a teleportation array under their feet, and in order to prevent Mu Hua and others from escaping, the demon had already deployed a sky-breaking barrier. In this barrier, only summoned beasts can be summoned, and the number of beasts summoned by Mu Hua surprised the Barong demon. Human, Mu Hua. A purifier came close to the Barong demon and muttered something. The Barong demon called Mu Hua by name for the first time. Mu Hua, do you like summoned beasts? Unfortunately, you've taken the wrong path. If it's a summoned beast, this is a summoned beast. The Baron demon waved his arms, and a summoning array suddenly appeared in the void. Boom! 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 Dozens of black-armored skeleton generals fell from a height of more than 10 meters. Well, the height of the bone cliff is not too high. After all, the demons have to pose. If they float too high, even people can't see clearly, which will seriously affect the visual effect of the Baron demon's pose. 30 or 40 black-armored skeleton generals fell in front of Mu Hua and others. Roar! The undead roared, landed in a half-kneeling posture, and stood up steadily. The black skeleton generals roared intimidatingly at Mu Hua and others. Look, this is a summoned beast that a necromancer should have. Do you like it? Kneel down in front of me, I will give you these liches, you can kill them at any time, and they will help you create real summoned beasts, not a group of stupid birds. The Baron demon stood up and opened his arms, like a proud king. The lich next to it flashed green light in his eyes, and his stiff face showed no emotion, but the anxiety and malice hidden in the green light were clearly visible. Facing a group of black-armored skeleton generals at close range, these tall monsters with heavy armor made Bellica and others tremble. Trisha frowned, and Vivian and Ikaros looked a little weird. As for Mu Hua, at this time, Mu Hua was closing his eyes, and through the vision of the blind raven, Mu Hua observed the outline of this space. Mu Hua, try to cover me, I try to surprise the demon. Trisha whispered to Mu Hua, with a serious expression. It's so big. No, this demon is mine. Mu Hua opened his eyes, and said seriously, like a child who is afraid of having his toys taken away. It's so big, yes. Although he has never seen other dimensional spaces, the area of this dimensional space is really big in Mu Hua's opinion. Surrender? Summon beast? At this time, Mu Hua was thinking more about whether this space could merge with his Abyss Island. Looking up at the Barong demon, Mu Hua's eyes swept over him again and again. By the way, what does the dimensional fragment look like? Does this guy have it? Chapter 255. A few hills, mottled forests, and a large area of barren plains that are transforming into a burial ground. Mu Hua knew that the dimensional space would be much smaller than the courtyard, but the dimensional space under his feet, which had at least 10,000 square kilometers of land, still made Mu Hua's heart beat faster and his saliva secreted vigorously. At least 10,000 square kilometers, which is equivalent to the area of a vast prefecture-level city. If he obtained the dimensional fragments of this space, it would become his private territory. The battle array of the Barong demon was quite scary, but at this time, the demon sitting on the throne of bones turned into a boy who distributed wealth in Mu Hua's eyes. "Kill it, it's all mine! These are all mine!" Mu Hua shouted in his heart. Liches are troublesome, but liches are liches. They are a transformed race. They are troublesome, but it does not mean that all liches are powerful. Similarly, there may be Barong demons who have ascended to the position of lords, or even demon kings. But this does not mean that all Barong demons are demon lords. There are broken bones under his feet, a throne of bones under his seat, and a lich beside him, but there is no sign of the infernal armament on the Barong demon in front of him. Sheep horns, thin tail, animal hooves, naked body in a battle skirt, and very ordinary four-fingered palms. At least in Mu Hua's eyes, this Barong demon looks quite fresh and clean overall. Putting aside the background layout, it is seriously inconsistent with the image of a big boss in Mu Hua's mind. Pulling out a large sea of skeletons, the summoned beast released is actually the black-armored skeleton general. "You said you don't even have a magic dragon bone dragon to lead, and you have the nerve to come out and show off? My buddy doesn't even dare to show off when leading a terror rider. What do you mean?" The Baron demon, who was very intimidating in the eyes of everyone, was just a fool in Mu Hua's eyes. He was ready to fight back and see. He felt that he could overturn the demon on the throne. "It's mine." Mu Hua licked his lips, greed flashing in his eyes. He had fought against many monsters before, but this was the first time he expected the other party to drop treasure so strongly. He wanted the dimensional fragment. "Huh?" Trisha questioned. The witch felt that Mu Hua was scared by the scene in front of him. "I said, it's mine. Toby, don't die," Mu Hua said seriously, frowning and glancing at Toby and others. The psychic potion could not help Toby and others gain psychic physique. They could see ghosts, but they could not adapt to the breath of death. The breath of death here was already strong. Toby, Bellica, and Alex had already shown different degrees of discomfort. When the battle started, they should experience a stronger death aura. I don't know if it would leave any root diseases for the three of them. "Hey, I said I'm going to raid the Baron demon, you come and protect them." Trisha shouted at Mu Hua. "I said no need." Mu Hua frowned and replied coldly to Trisha, making Trisha grit her teeth in anger. A small hotel owner, who has been a necromancer for 2 years, doesn't even know his last name. Even if you have completed the undead derivation by exception, that thing is different from fighting. You can't even summon the Dragon 2 soldiers now. What's the point of being crazy? Trisha was about to scold Mu Hua, but she felt that the magic power around her suddenly rioted, and the chaotic elements gathered like a convulsion. The first thing she thought of was that the demon attacked them impatiently. Little. Before she could say be careful, the magic circle spreading around Mu Hua almost scared her, and she staggered. The earth trembled, and the ground beneath her feet rose out of thin air. The earth wall mixed with bones, the ice crystals emitting cold air, the defensive magic rising, as if it was crystallized like the frozen earth, but it was the crystallization of rock spreading. In a blink of an eye, everyone was already standing on a high ground surrounded by city walls. Mage. Magician's position? Trisha was stunned. It's still a long way to go. Mu Hua shook his head. "Oh! Stupid human, is this your decision?" The dissatisfied voice of the Baron demon sounded. "Summon the undead?" Mu Hua deployed a summoning magic circle to respond to the demon. The headless cavalry stopped the roar of the surrounding undead. Terror. Cavalry? Trisha rubbed her eyes. The square formation of 60 headless knights made her suspect that she had fallen into a fantasy again. The lotus of lava blooms forever. The swarm of flames gives endless noise to the disobedient. Without the necessary explanation, the chant of the spell has already sounded in Trisha's ears. Boom. Fire, endless fire. Roar, a heart-shaking roar. Countless meteorites streaked across the sky, the scorching heat came, and the continuous explosion splashed endless waves of broken bones. Stupid, not only Bellica and the other two were stunned, even Trisha's eyes were wide open. Who am I? Where am I? Is this considered a fight? Who started it? Who is fighting whom? All I could see was a sea of fire. Except for the headless knights, who were lined up at the edge of the mage's position and about to leave, everyone's sight was completely blocked by the flames. Undead? Lich? The Baron Demon on the throne? They were all behind the sea of fire, and a wall of fire mixed with broken bones blocked the sight between the two sides. Lava Lotus. Fuck, are you coming? The spell that sounded again brought Trisha back to her senses. Boom. Lava Lotus. Amid the tremors of the earth, Trisha saw that cracks had appeared on the walls outside the mage's camp. They were blown up by Mu Hua's own magic, and Trisha fell into a stagnation again. Lava Lotus. Shit! Stop it, you're going to die. Awakened by the spell again, Trisha pounced on Mu Hua. It looked like a meteor shower, but Trisha couldn't figure out why they were flying sideways. This large-scale blasting magic consumed a lot of magic. Even if there were magic storage props prepared for such a high-frequency continuous casting, it was not one's own magic after all. Excessive conversion and call of external magic power would cause magic power leakage at the least and organ failure at the worst. In Trisha's opinion, this was simply playing with one's life. Big brother, they are still chatting with us. This witch hasn't warmed up yet. There's no need to do this, right? Don't worry, this is my inherent magic, and I also have some means of storing magic. Mu Hua grabbed Trisha's collar and threw her aside, as if she was in the way. Lava Lotus. Well, Mu Hua also tried his best. A complete middle school ode, and a super unorthodox fireball technique was launched at full power. The black stripes on his nails seemed to begin to fade. Inherent magic. Trisha, who was thrown aside, didn't care to complain about Mu Hua's rudeness. This is also called inherent magic? This is too shameless. It's not like this, our inherent magic is not like this. Compared with Trisha, who can still argue a few words, Bellica and others are completely stunned. Breathing in the breath of death, they were just imagining the scene of the town being slaughtered by the undead here. But in the blink of an eye, the town was gone, blown up. The things Mu Hua threw were scarier than the undead. Where is the necromancer? This guy is just a high-explosive annihilation. How can you have the nerve to say that you are a necromancer all day long? Well, there seems to be a group of headless knights in front, but facing this endless high-explosive fire meteorite, those headless knights, who spread terror, seem to have a more refined look. Puff. 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 3 mouthfuls of black blood spurted out. Well, Toby and the other two, they inhaled too much death energy. Purify them, Ikaros, heal. Glancing at the 3 guys who inhaled death energy as pure oxygen, Mu Hua said to Vivian and Ikaros. Ka, ka, ka. The huge centipede death sickle was thrown out by Vivian. Swish. The wings spread out. Ikaros opened the angel's wings, and cast a healing light on the 3 people surrounded by the centipede death sickle. Damn it! The short-term mutation caused Trisha to curse in a low voice. The Dandelion Hotel should be founded by a very ordinary wealthy family in the human world, right? Is it necessary to be so arrogant? Is this the reason why those temple witches who sell their butts are so greedy for power? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Bang! The warhammer hit the ground, and Mu Hua finally stopped casting, but he took out the Bone Dragon Breaker. Come again? Trisha was crazy. This hammer didn't look like a spellcaster should take it out. Crash! The solid defensive wall outside the wizard's position was shattered. The explosion subsided, and the flames retreated. The broken hill of bones that originally stood in the sea of undead bones has disappeared. It was blown up, shattered, and blown into pieces. On the land of crystallized flames, Trisha saw the Baron Demon, and the expression on the face of the Baron Demon was even more confused than Toby. Go! Mu Hua snorted, and the Iron Cavalry raised dust. Fuck! Wandering Hunter, start! Seeing the cavalry rushing towards the Baron Demon, Trisha was smart, and in the energy halo, the witch's body was suddenly covered by a mecha. It was more than 3 meters high, like a full-cover knight armor, streamlined, and without the various auxiliary combat accessories that mecha warriors usually have on their bodies. It seemed that the mecha itself did not even have the ability to fly. It held a double blade, and there were dagger-like short spikes hanging on the waist and legs. This was a magic mecha that could attack in close combat. Trisha's armament also surprised Mu Hua for the first time. The iconic demon-hunting mecha of the Wandering Witch group. Vivian explained on the side. Snap! Mu Hua reached out and grabbed Trisha, who wanted to rush out. Oh my god, you are quite strong. I always thought that witches and brooms were the standard. Feeling the pulling force, Mu Hua said unexpectedly. What are you doing? Trisha, who was dragged, asked dissatisfiedly. Mine. Mu Hua raised his chin, pointing it at the Baron Demon, who was still in a daze in the distance. Trisha was silent, and struggled a few times, but couldn't get rid of Muhua's pull. The 3-meter-tall humanoid mecha stomped its feet in frustration, splashing gravel. Chapter 256. Demons have no bottom line, but having no bottom line does not mean that they like to get along with the same kind who have no bottom line. Cunning people will not believe in sincerity, because they will never think that they are cunning enough, and if they themselves cannot be sincere, then no one can be sincere. So no matter whether they are cunning or sincere, some people may like cats and dogs, and can be considerate and meticulous to animals, but as for people, they don't like people very much anyway. The same principle applies to demons. In fact, demons still prefer to get along with humans. After all, there are still a few people who can be truly cunning and have no bottom line. So some demons like to feed humans, even if humans have many bad qualities, but they believe that humans can't beat them. Stop, executioner. You can't kill me, I surrender, and I am willing to accept the punishment of the law. Guard, you are the guard, right? Stop him. Faced with Muhua, who was dragging a warhammer towards her, a white woman squatting on the ground moved her, but backwards in panic, and shouted in the direction of Bellica and Toby. A beautiful white woman, though a little embarrassed, but after a little tidying up, she looked like a sexy urban white-collar worker. At this time, the woman's originally dark eyes had turned into normal green pupils. Although the Basanima demon had escaped from her body, after her other companions had close contact with the warhammer, Muhua looked like a demon in the woman's eyes. Bang! The begging and shouting were ignored, and the warhammer swept through, leaving a headless and graceful female corpse on the ground. Muhua did not target these purifiers, who tried to merge into the demons, but they happened to block Muhua's way forward, so Muhua smashed their heads. Roar! Human! You are mean! I want to duel with you! The Baron Demon roared and shouted. Although Muhua didn't know from what angle it came up with this mean rhetoric, it was true that this Baron Demon was quite good. Muhua's unorthodox fireball spell cleared all the undead within a radius of thousands of meters, and also destroyed the cliff throne of the Baron Demon, which was considered to have knocked it down to the mortal world. This Baron Demon was not very powerful, and the types and strengths of its attack magic were also relatively ordinary. Under the siege of dozens of summoned terror riders, it pulled its 20 or so black-armored skeleton general summon beasts, and fought hard with the terror rider team for a long time, and it was still able to clearly demand a duel with Muhua. In essence, in addition to more than 10 layers of bone shields, this Baron Demon has a very high level of magic shield cultivation. Magic shield, a very good life-saving effect, but also a very serious magic consumption. As long as it doesn't encounter the magic breaking effect, the magic shield can offset the damage suffered by the caster from the rule level, but the magic shield with low training level has almost no defensive characteristics, and the damage it bears is all calculated based on the naked defense state. Simply put, it is a defensive magic that uses its own magic power to wipe out the enemy's attack. But just like the level of Muhua's magic shield, as the magic shield training level increases, the magic shield can gain 1% of the caster's own defensive characteristics for each level increase. If it is increased to 100%, the magic shield itself has the same physical defense and elemental resistance as the caster itself. At that time, the original magic-consuming big consumer has become a truly powerful magic. It is almost equivalent to converting all the caster's magic power into health points. If the magic power of the caster is not destroyed, the magic shield will not dissipate. If the magic shield is not destroyed, normal attacks will not hurt the caster. Although this magic is called a magic shield, its true form is not the eggshell in a literal sense. It is a rule that acts on the caster. After the magic shield is completed, dispelling it is meaningless to it. Only attacks with magic-breaking properties can ignore its existence, and this property often appears on high-end melee weapons. A highly trained magic shield does not increase the defense of the caster, but it can turn a caster with strong magic power into a blood cow. And the Baron Demon in front of him is the most powerful existence that Muhua has seen so far. The highly trained magic shield gives it super survivability. The Terror Knights besieging this guy made Muhua find the feeling of killing boss in the game. It can't hurt you, and you can't kill it in a short time. It looks like a 9,999 with one knife, but after a long time of slashing, it is still alive and kicking and arguing with you. This Baron Demon is quite something. It is the most boss-like demon that Muhua has encountered so far. This is a very stable demon. To put it nicely, it is very stable. To put it bluntly, it is very afraid of death. This guy has a very high soul strength. With high spirit, he has a lot of magic power, But Mu Hua has not seen him cast any high-level magic, even undead magic. The reason why Mu Hua used large-scale fire meteorites to repeatedly bombard the surrounding skeletons is to prevent this guy from throwing magic, such as corpse explosion and poison explosion. But as the battle progressed, many undead from farther away gathered here again, trying to support the Baron Demon. Many of these undead were also killed by the Terror Riders, but this Baron Demon seemed to not know how to explode corpses at all, and did not reuse the corpses of the undead at all. This guy's magic power is really high, and the level of magic shield should be very strong. Mu Hua suspected that he did not learn any other magic at all. Most of his training time was probably used to improve the level of magic shield. The Baron Demon summoned those black-armored skeleton generals again and again. In all kinds of embarrassment, he still fought back and forth with the Terror Riders. It seemed that the Terror Riders were a little angry. Why bother? You can't escape, and the undead here can't save you. Let's just part ways in peace. Why make yourself so embarrassed? Standing on the periphery of the Terror Riders' battle circle, Mu Hua dragged his war hammer and thought about not taking out the Night Demon knife for the time being, but said to the Baron Demon, "Despicable human, Zambak will remember you. I will refine all humans who set foot in the Valley of the Dead into corpse demons. Because of you, countless humans will suffer endless torture. They will shout your name on the battlefield. I will become your eternal nightmare." The Baron Demon stretched his neck and roared at Mu Hua in exasperation. Yes, in exasperation, the Baron Demon thought that he might encounter powerful humans, but he was also ready to retreat at any time. Although the projected monster cannot travel back and forth between dimensions alive, this dimension is very large, and it can find a place to hide and commit suicide. As long as the dimensional fragments do not change owners after its death, this dimension is still under its control, and it can still descend into this dimension repeatedly. At most it will pay more sacrifices required for the descent. But Mu Hua's attack came too suddenly. This guy mastered flying and flashing, and he also brought a large number of headless knights. The Baron Demon prepared several hiding places. It has tried to escape several times, but each time it was swung back to the battle circle of the Horror Knights by Mu Hua's flashing hammer. The Baron Demon was also helpless. It had just opened for business, but it met such a bastard who pretended to be a pig and ate the tiger. The Lord and the Commander sent it out to cause trouble, not to give gifts. If it was killed by Mu Hua, it would be fine to leave behind dimensional fragments, but it didn't make any movement. Returning to hell, it would inevitably be punished and tortured. The Baron Demon, who was unable to escape, was angry, and could only use some verbal threats to stimulate Mu Hua. "Oh, you want me to go to the Valley of the Dead to find you?" Facing the furious Baron Demon, Mu Hua sneered. The Valley of the Dead is the area in the Cain's Courtyard that borders the Mechanical Forest. This guy is indeed from the Cain's Courtyard. Don't worry, I like this dimensional space. There are also many dead souls here. After getting the dimensional fragments from you, I will be able to clean up this place for a long time. I don't think we will have a chance to meet again. Mu Hua said to the Baron Demon with a flame in his hand. Countless humans will die because of you. This will become your eternal sin. The fire rope attached to the bone wrapped around the demon, and the blood burst out to disperse the flames. The Baron Demon roared crazily. Demon, I think you need to understand that necromancers are not very popular, and most humans don't like the area of the dead. I even saw a dragon out for business. Haha, the Valley of the Dead? If you want countless humans, get out of the Valley of the Dead first. Mu Hua cursed with a fierce smile, and another flame attack knocked the Baron Demon over. Then several Terror Riders flew over, and used their hands and feet to fight with the Baron Demon. The originally regular battle seemed to have turned into a rogue fight. There was no way. This Baron Demon was seriously biased, and was very weak. The Basanamu beside it was crushed to death by Mu Hua, the Lich was being chased and chopped by Trisha, and the undead, who wanted to approach from the periphery were blocked by Vivian and Ikaros with Terror Riders. In the absence of external assistance, the Baron Demon was locked by a group of Terror Riders, and was carried to the ground with his arms and legs spread out, just like the scene when Mu Hua dealt with the Minotaur. Bang! Bang! Stepping on the Baron Demon, Mu Hua swung his war hammer, and smashed the demon's head and face like a pile driver. Mu Hua didn't know what the dimensional fragments looked like, and was worried about hurting the soul and damaging the dimensional fragments. He didn't take out the Night Demon knife to stab the Baron Demon. Although he was very fleshy, this guy's flesh was not comparable to that of the Minotaur. At that time, Mu Hua really couldn't cut it. As for this guy, he just swung a few more punches. Human! I will remember you. The Baron Demon's mouth and nose were crooked and his eyeballs popped out. After all, its magic power was not infinite, and its own ability to withstand blows was just SOSO. Next time, remember to come in your true body and go to the human world. I will buy you a drink. Mu Hua swung the hammer and teased. Asshole. The Baron Demon retorted stubbornly. The true body is impossible to be true. For a demon who can give up other magic and specialize in magic shield, it is probably more difficult than ascending to heaven to let its true body come. Crack! The demon's horn broke, and the horn of the Baron Demon was smashed away by Mu Hua, and the demon screamed in pain. Bang! The head was sunken, and the demon's head was really hard. At this time, it was twitching, and it was unknown whether it was dead or fainted. Boom! 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 He continued to smash without thinking, until the demon's body turned into dust, and Mu Hua stopped his violent behavior. A magic stone, a pair of enchanted sprint, claw-shaped toes, and combat boots with tearing effects. The length of the combat boots was too long, the kind with 2 toes, and I don't know which ethnic group it is suitable for. Humans can't wear it. Bad review? A handful of demon gold coins. In the dark golden demon gold coins, a diamond crystal emits a light that makes it difficult to look away. Collect the spoils of war, and put the magic stone into the burning source furnace while it is hot. It's good, the death-breathing skill stone. Fortunately, it's not a magic shield. There is nothing to say about the demon gold coins. If the guess is correct, the diamond crystal is probably a dimensional fragment. Mu Hua has no idea about this kind of thing. He holds it in his hand, and has a vague understanding in his mind, but he can't tell what he has understood. It is said that different dimensional fragments can be fused, but Mu Hua's Abyss Island didn't give him any fragments. He hopes that this space can be fused with the Abyss Island, but how to do it? On a whim, Mu Hua tried whether the burning source furnace would take this thing, but in a blink of an eye, the dimensional fragment entered the smelting interface of the burning source furnace. Oh my! Mu Hua exclaimed in surprise. He wanted to take the dimensional fragment back, but the burning source furnace only took it and didn't spit it out. It seemed that it really wanted to smelt the dimensional fragment. Dimensional fusion, abnormal life form removal. An inexplicable cognition flashed through his mind. Abnormal life form? When Mu Hua was confused, the next moment, he seemed to know that this word refers to the monster that descended by projection. That's right, the projected monsters. The Abyss Island wants to merge this dimensional space, and this fusion will not exclude the creatures that exist in this space with their true bodies. But when merging, the creatures that descended in the projection will be regarded as aliens and will be wiped out, because this space has belonged to Mu Hua, and those projected creatures have invaded his territory without his permission. With Mu Hua's approval, the ground under his feet began to shake irregularly, the sky was in chaos, and the clearly layered cloud-like dust seemed to be brewing endless crises. Looking up at the sky, Mu Hua was stunned, as if he suddenly realized something. Hiss! Mu Hua couldn't help but gasp when he subconsciously saw Trisha and the centipede sickle that was guarding Bellica and others. Run! Come to the teleportation array! Get out of here! Mu Hua screamed, running and scurrying, flashing and pulling back Trisha and Vivian, and raised his foot to hook Bellica, Toby, and Alex together. You merged the dimensional space? Why are you panicking? We are all real bodies, and this fusion poses no threat to us. Trisha seemed to understand the situation better, and comforted the panicked Mu Hua. I have the final say on whether there is a threat or not. When he was arrogant, the dissipated teleportation array reappeared at Mu Hua's feet, causing Trisha to look at him with disgust as a bumpkin. Faced with Trisha's disgust, Mu Hua curled his lips and ignored it. Normally, they should not be in danger, but his Abyss Island is not normal. This fusion seems to synchronize the environment of the Abyss Island, and the magic environment on the Abyss Island is simply a gas chamber for humans whose magic adaptability is not S-level. It's hard to say for others. If they stay here any longer, at least Bellica and the other 2 will die, no doubt, no discussion. Chapter 257. Starry night sky, falling leaves and insects chirping. After the space alternation, Mu Hua and others returned to the woods near the highway outside the town. The patrol mothership in the sky was like a bright star hanging in the night sky. The illusion was gone. The sound of vehicles speeding on the road was faintly heard. Everyone felt a comfortable peace in this noise. Mu Hua, that dimensional fragment. Unlike the 3 people who seemed to have escaped death, Trisha did not remove her mechanical suit, and broke the peace among everyone with a tone of trial and expectation. What dimensional fragment? Mu Hua blinked and asked innocently. Damn it! Don't play dumb. Trisha jumped up and took off her mechanical suit, stepped forward and grabbed Muhua's collar. Okay, I mean, what's wrong with the dimensional fragment? Muhua spread his hands. His windbreaker was made of dragon skin, and Trisha couldn't tear it anyway. You can't do this. I also contributed. Trisha was aggrieved and angry, and her facial expression was well managed. From Muhua's observation, she should be more suitable to be a strategist than Vivian. Yes, you also contributed. Toby, you must apply for a banner for Trisha in the name of the security team. Muhua agreed, turned his face and brushed a purification brush on the sick Toby, and said to Toby, "Of course, Trisha, thank you. If it weren't for you, we..." Toby promised and sincerely thanked Trisha. Before he finished his emotional words, he was kicked by Bellica, interrupting his sigh. Trisha rolled her eyes, and Bellica gave Trisha an apologetic look. At this time, Trisha suddenly felt that honest people didn't seem to be very good. I don't care. You can't take the dimensional fragments for yourself. I want the key. This dimensional space is very large. You should at least give me a piece of land. I also want to raise my followers. Ignoring Toby's mumbling, Trisha continued to pester Muhua. Do you have followers? Sooner or later, I will raise monsters and little demons. The teacher said that you can't just take girls home. Muhua said nonsense. No teacher would say such nonsense, and it's not just casually. Trisha argued. No, I'm a professor, and have a good relationship with the dean. Believe me, I can make the tutors in the college say so tomorrow. Don't try to change the subject. Just say, give it to me or not. You want it too? Muhua looked at Bellica and the others. Toby shook his head very conscientiously. Bellica and Alex's eyes flickered. Land can do many things. As long as no one exploits it, it is wealth. When the two women were silent, they seemed to be waiting for Trisha to perform. Oh, women. Okay, you all worked hard. Here, this is for you. Seeing that they were playing like landlords, Muhua flipped his hand and took out a handful of demon gold coins. More than 30 hell coins, all dropped by the Baron Demon. Muhua divided them equally and stuffed them into Toby and his friend's hands. The demon gold coins of hell are thicker than those of the human world, and with the craftsmanship and rarity, they are slightly more valuable than those issued by humans. Muhua said that Toby and his friends each received millions of credit points. How about it? Do you want something else? Muhua asked Bellica and Alex with a fatherly smile. Looking at the gold coins in their hands, and then at Muhua's exposed white teeth, the two women wisely pocketed the gold coins and spread their hands to say, you can do whatever you want. Vivian and Ikaros stood behind Muhua without any suspense, and Trisha was also stuffed with a few demon gold coins by Muhua, and the united front was completely broken. Facing the unpromising Bellica and Alex, the wandering witch gritted her teeth and put the demon gold coins into her pocket fiercely. Asshole! Trisha scolded Muhua. Hee, I'm a necromancer, you know. Muhua smiled back. A witch called a necromancer a bastard. Do you need to care? You damn it, at least give me a key. Trisha went crazy and grabbed Muhua's clothes and shook him again. Don't shake, look back and see the situation first. Muhua put his big hand on Trisha's face and stretched out his hand to push her head away. Since the dimensional fragments have been integrated, Muhua no longer minds letting some close people enter the Abyss Island. He can make up 10,000 explanations for the weirdness on the Abyss Island. But let's not talk about the fact that Trisha and the others are not that close to him. The magical environment on the Abyss Island will still kill people. During the tug-of-war, Muhua wiped off the teleportation array on the ground, and this behavior caused Trisha to curl her lips again. Mastering the dimensional fragments is equivalent to mastering the access to the dimensional space. Although if the spatial coordinates of the dimensional space are obtained, others can still set up a teleportation array in the outside world to the space where the coordinates are located. But that kind of cross-dimensional teleportation requires a huge amount of resources, and it also requires a corresponding teleportation array in the space. Whether it is the courtyard key or the courtyard entrance, it is actually the same principle. However, whether it is the courtyard or the dimensional space, they are all dead worlds. Controlling the fragments of the world only controls the right to enter these broken worlds, and cannot control everything in these broken worlds like the omnipotent gods in the story. Muhua can sense things related to the teleportation array in his own space. If a teleportation array that responds to the outside world appears, he can find it in the first time and limit the destruction. As for why the teleportation array that responds to the outside world appears, it is of course caused by the creatures that remain in the space. In other words, Muhua cannot control the creatures in the space. Those creatures can even be said to be hostile to him. If he wants to obtain a relatively stable and safe space, he still needs to clear and conquer them in the space. The dimensional space of the Baron Demon is very large, and Muhua also attaches great importance to the large number of undead in it. Among these undead, perhaps some were conquered by the Baron Demon, and there should be many who were simply moved into it. The Baron Demon obviously wants to make that space a burial place. Even if the dimension merged with the Abyss Island, those undead would not listen to Muhua, and would even be hostile to Muhua. However, Muhua still cherished that space. He had never thought of subduing the undead in it. He was worried that he had no place to harm the skeleton undead. Moreover, after the fusion with the Abyss Island, the original dimension coordinates would inevitably change. Muhua did not have to worry about someone on the newly born Abyss Island opening a backdoor to the outside world. He could just slowly eliminate the creatures inside. There were tens of thousands of square kilometers of undead territory, and there were no big bosses who were eyeing them. He could do whatever he wanted to the undead inside. These undead were enough to make him produce a lot of ashes and soul fragments. Not to mention the later value of that piece of land, these undead alone were enough to make Muhua's saliva glands secrete vigorously. I don't know whether the skills of the night hunters that Muhua met earlier were limited, or they were busy dealing with other things. Until Muhua and others returned to the town, the night hunters still seemed to have not discovered the earlier unusual movements outside the town. Instead, the guard sent people to search for the traces of Bellica and Toby. Bellica and the other two criticized the night hunters for their inaction, and Alex scolded them the most fiercely. There is no way. No matter what the real intention is, in a sense, the night hunters eat the food of the residents. If they eat their food, they will naturally accept their accusations. Muhua and Trisha didn't feel anything about this. In their opinion, the night hunters are still a more troublesome existence. Since it is something they can handle, it is better without them. After saying goodbye to Bellica and Toby, Alex followed Muhua to the hotel. Well, this girl just went to get a room, not with Muhua. Thinking about the situation of the Abyss Island, Muhua just entered the hotel door and unexpectedly saw Kuna, who had disappeared for a long time, appear in the hotel. At this time, Kuna seemed to be arguing with Demand, and the argument was quite fierce. Words like goblins and trash frequently appeared, and various insulting words seemed to have become synonyms for both parties. Near the two, Tibesha and June seemed to be chatting, and it seemed that they had no intention of dissuading the two. "Hey, what's the situation here?" Muhua asked as he approached the two. "Mu, I need your help." Not to mention Demand, who was furious, seeing Muhua, Kuna rushed forward. "Do you know each other?" After hugging Kuna, Muhua looked at Demand, who was grinding his teeth, and asked in confusion. "My ex-wife," Demand said. "Oh, you, huh?" "This witch is my ex-wife." Facing Muhua's doubt, Demand confirmed. "Fuck." Muhua was frightened and took a few steps away from Kuna, looking at Kuna with a questioning look. "You guys are still complaining?" Demand cursed and looked at Muhua dimly. Whether you complain or not, you won't understand even if I tell you useless." Kuna stepped forward and hugged Muhua's arm, raising her middle finger to Demand. As if the relationship between the two was finally confirmed, Muhua was a little confused, a little helpless, and seemed a little excited. But the word complain was stuck in his throat, and it was hard to say it again. Chapter 258. Muhua swore that he didn't like Boss Chow, and he definitely didn't like married women. Okay, Kuna didn't seem to have a husband either, but Demand? Kuna? Oh my god, Muhua swore that he had never thought of the two of them together. Kuna was Demand's ex-wife. Because her family was working for Benson, the two knew each other since childhood. They were not familiar with each other, but often met each other, just like the children in the compound. They could barely be considered childhood sweethearts. Demand's parents died in the courtyard in his early years. Because of his parents, Demand was very resistant to demon hunting adventures. Kuna's personality was more cheerful and active, but when Kuna first entered the courtyard for adventure, she was the only one who returned to the human world alive in the adventure team she formed with her friends. Demand and Kuna knew each other since childhood, but because of their personality problems, their relationship was not close. But when Kuna also had a psychological shadow on the courtyard, as if they were huddled together for warmth, the two of them inexplicably got together. Perhaps in order to seek psychological comfort, Kuna and Demand quickly formed a couple and entered the palace of marriage. But the two people's personalities were too different after all, and Demand's philosophy of living a life of idleness and waiting for death soon made Kuna, who was not very content, unbearable. They got married and divorced in a flash, and then they each embarked on their own lives. Since they have gone through the process of marriage, it seems not difficult to understand that when the two meet, there will usually be a scene of beating each other. However, Muhua really didn't expect that the first person he met in Loren, who could barely be considered a friend, was Daman. And after he came to Loren, the first big sister who played happily with him was actually Daman's ex-wife. No wonder Taibesha's expression was so strange when she heard that he had a relationship with Kuna. After learning about Daman and Kuna, Muhua wanted to stand up and ignore their past, but looking at Daman's resentful and angry eyes, Muhua always felt guilty for some reason. Do you have to be so bloody? Being watched by so many eyes, Muhua was tangled and muttered. It was said that Kuna didn't contact him earlier, and he thought their relationship was over. To be honest, Muhua was not a good person. Under normal circumstances, if Kuna came to him again, he probably wouldn't mind having fun with Kuna. But in this situation, in addition to being tangled and guilty, Muhua was also brewing anger and annoyance in his heart. Muhua, it doesn't matter, they have divorced a long time ago. Even if you sleep with her, it's not against the law. In the weird atmosphere, Ikaros came to Muhua and comforted him intimately. My daughter is cute and considerate, but unfortunately, she is a little natural and her voice is a little loud. Hee, it's not illegal if we don't get divorced. Taibesha sneered and teased. She and June looked like they were watching the fun, which made Muhua's eyebrows jump. Enough. Kuna, what happened? His face was as red as a date. Although he felt guilty, Muhua was obviously not the kind of young man who was good at playing tricks. After being entangled, Muhua put on a rude face and didn't explain much. He changed the subject and asked Kuna what she was here for. Muhua's attitude made everyone present quiet down. They felt that Muhua exuded a dangerous aura, and the originally teasing atmosphere was restrained a lot. While teasing, the adult world is not a romance novel, and the relevant people are not the existence that revolves around love all day long. The current situation is mostly teasing. I have something to talk to you about. Kuna, who was originally glaring at Daman, answered with a guilty conscience and glanced around, as if avoiding Vivian and the others. Why didn't you tell me about Daman? Humph. Daman, get a room for Alex. She is a member of the Odysseus Raiders group. After glaring at Kuna, Muhua snorted coldly, as if he was trying to cover up his intentions, and then said to Daman. Muhua's arrogance made Daman put away his condemning gaze. The fat man muttered something indignantly, but Muhua pretended not to see it. For ex-husbands and ex-wives, ignoring each other after separation is the wisest choice. Those who cannot get entangled with each other are good people, and as for those who have various reasons to get entangled. Haha. Daman registered for Alex to get a room. Alex looked gossipy and left reluctantly, while Vivian glanced at Muhua with disgust, and pulled Ikaros and Tabitha together. Muhua, deal with something quickly. Samantha notified us to attend the night banquet. It's best to leave tonight. Seeing that Muhua seemed to be getting angry, Taibesha gave up the idea of watching the fun and stood up to take Vivian and others away. Before leaving, she said to Muhua, Night banquet? Muhua frowned in confusion. Yes, night banquet. Taibesha seemed to be hinting at something, as if Muhua should know, but she didn't explain it in more detail. Yeah. Muhua nodded, and he had an estimate in his mind. This so-called night banquet was probably the demon night banquet, right? Everyone left, and Muhua, Kuna and Daman were left near the bar. I didn't deliberately hide my relationship with Daman, but it has been many years, and I treat him like a younger brother. Seeing Muhua's serious face, Kuna said to Muhua, Fuck, who is your brother? Daman raised his eyebrows and jumped up, looking disgusted. Kuna raised her eyebrows, and saw that the two were about to quarrel again. Okay, let's talk about business. Why are you looking for me? Facing Daman and Kuna, Muhua slowly put on a bitter smile on his face, and waved his hand to interrupt the quarrel between the two. The two quarreled fiercely, but Kuna didn't seem to avoid Daman. She turned her head and looked around. After confirming that there was no one, Kuna lowered her voice and asked, Did you curse Ed and Dina? Huh? Who? Impossible, I have never cursed humans. Muhua was puzzled and replied, Ed, Dina, they are Vito's thugs, and they said you cursed them. Kuna whispered, Vito? Oh, Vito is the gang leader in the town. Muhua has some impression of him. Thinking about it, he remembered that when he treated his black blood curse earlier, he seemed to have asked Tuesday to curse the two blind guys around him with withering. It seems so. What's wrong? Thinking of the reason, he didn't expect that the two guys were still alive. Muhua asked Kuna. I need to find Vito's hiding place. That guy is very cunning. Now only Ed and Dina can help. I caught the two, but they asked to see you. They asked you to help them remove the curse before they would help me find Vito. Kuna explained. Why are you looking for Vito? Kuna said clearly, but Mu Hua frowned and asked. I want to take over Vito's industry. If I don't get rid of him, I can't subdue the gangsters near the town. Kuna said. Huh? You want to join the gang? Mu Hua was surprised. A receptionist of the Adventurers Guild suddenly ran to join the gang. Is this woman so wild? Demand, who was standing by, frowned and looked at Kuna as if she was looking at a crazy woman. Yes, do me a favor and remove the curse of those two people. If you really hate them, I will help you deal with them after finding Vito. Kuna's eyes flashed with a cold light. You want to be a black glove? Mu Hua didn't know where to complain. Demand seemed to have thought of something, and his tone was full of doubt. Yeah. Glancing at Demand, Kuna nodded. Madman. Divorcing you is the wisest decision I have made in my life. Demand complained impatiently. Waste. Marrying you is the only stain in my life. Kuna retorted with contempt. Hey, you have a wrong understanding of stains. Master Demand has never been a stain, at least cleaner than the black gloves. Okay, stop arguing. What kind of shit is this? Let's go, hurry up, take me to see those two guys. Seeing that the two were about to quarrel again, Mu Hua impatiently dragged Kuna away. No need to explain too much. When the word black gloves was mentioned, Mu Hua probably understood what Kuna was going to do. He was too lazy to get involved in the mess of the Benson family, so he urged Kuna to lead the way and help her get rid of Vito, so that the two of them would not be in vain, or it could be regarded as putting an end to their intersection. Chapter 259. You need to start from scratch to do anything, especially to make a living in an unconventional way. Reality is not that simple, especially the reality of human society. Let alone the protection of power. If you want to make money in an unconventional way without some capital support, even the most low-class gangs can't do it. Liar? Scoundrel? Well, at best you can only be a villain and a gangster. You need support from the national level to open a restaurant and apply some technology. Following Kuna to the forest outside the town, next to an abandoned mine, a few simple houses formed Kuna's base. A dozen people welcomed Kuna's return and were cautious about Mu Hua. These people were men and women, young and immature young people, and middle-aged people with cold faces. Frowning and looking around, Mu Hua had no intention of interacting with these people. After Kuna greeted a few people, everyone dispersed, and no one paid attention to Mu Hua anymore. Where did these people come from? Benson? Mu Hua asked Kuna. They have nothing to do with Benson, and Benson can't send people to me. These people are all adventurers of different colors. Kuna shook her head. You are playing such a big game? You dare to use such people? Mu Hua frowned and asked. Adventurers of different colors are those so-called yellow names and red names. I think even if Kuna is arrogant, she should not dare to use the black name of the follower. The adventurer's certificate is not a human judge. Maybe it is not as strict as human laws, but it is more humane than human laws. It will measure the cause and effect of the incident, and will also add secular principles and conventional emotions to the judgment according to the actual situation, so as to draw a judgment result. Therefore, the people who are judged as different colors by the adventurer's certificate are all those who have deliberately murdered others in the courtyard. Basically, they can be simply understood as a group of people with bad intentions and bad intentions. They, how should I put it, are not as bad as you think. Facing Mu Hua's rejection, Kuna explained in a low voice. These people are not bad in character. The reason they become heterochromatics is basically for revenge. It's just that the people they murdered have hurt them in the human world, or have hurt their families in the human world. They disguised themselves and lurked around their enemies, waiting for an opportunity to take revenge, but things in the human world are not within the judgment of the adventurer's certificate, so they became heterochromatics. Oh! There shouldn't be many such people, right? How did you gather these top-notch people? Mu Hua asked unexpectedly. After all, I have worked in the Adventurers Guild for so many years, and I have also collected some information about such people. Kuna replied. You have been in contact with them for a long time? It seems that you didn't take this path on a whim. Mu Hua looked at Kuna with a little solemnity. The Adventurers Guild will not investigate the past of the heterochromatics in detail. Not to mention the tediousness of collecting information about this person, it is impossible to gather them around you in a few words. According to Mu Hua's observation, the people here are obviously more respectful and obedient to Kuna. This kind of atmosphere is definitely impossible to create in a short time. Mu Hua suspects that Kuna has been in contact with these people for many years. I'm not as complicated as you think. Kuna laughed. This is my little interest. I used to feel sorry for them, and would provide them with some convenience. When I first met you, I was still thinking about becoming a branch leader. The heterochromatics are rejected and guarded by adventurers. They need special means to enter the courtyard. If they don't live an ordinary life in the human world, most heterochromatics will join Ragnarok. The people here are guys who are not willing to be restricted by the Twilight organization. Now we are all together to find a way out. You can't think of me as too scheming, Kuna said to Muhua seriously. No matter what you say, they are not scheming people who can do things that are lurking. Ha, without scheming, can you control them? Muhua shook his head and chuckled, not commenting on Kuna's words. When you like someone, you will describe her as smart and clever. When you don't like someone, the same situation may be described as scheming and cunning. In general, Muhua still classifies Kuna as smart and clever, but there is actually no difference between the two descriptions. No matter how you explain it, people without scheming either go to chop monsters or screw screws. It's hard to generalize about other things, but those who can turn to the side door to make money must not be simple masters. Ragnarok is actually an illegal underground organization. This organization gathers the heterosexuals, saying that the heterosexuals are huddled together for warmth, and will also provide some help to the heterosexuals, but in essence, it is a killer organization that assigns tasks to the heterosexuals. Ragnarok will assign some high-paying tasks to the heterosexuals, and will also help the heterosexuals hide their identities and enter the courtyard. These tasks are often related to murder and robbery. Of course, Ragnarok is not a public welfare organization, and they will also charge a large amount of handling fees from the tasks. Since they have done murder, of course it cannot be legal. This organization has a loose management of the heterosexuals, but it is very strict in the management of intelligence within the organization. It is very similar to the killer organization in Muhua's cognition. They will also clean up the traitors. Even among the tasks issued by Ragnarok, more than 30% may be assassinations between members of the organization. Kuna must have put a lot of thought into gathering a group of people who don't want to join Ragnarok to form a gang. Looking at Kuna, who looks like a tyrant, Muhua really wondered how Demand married her back then. Without asking more about the situation here, Muhua followed Kuna to a room and met two people who were very unfamiliar to him. You are finally here. One of the two people tied to the stool said to Muhua. There was no panic, no anger, no flattery, and no begging for mercy. Although Muhua had long forgotten these two people, they should be Ed and Dina. It's just that the situation of the two people is a bit strange at this time. How to say it? Well, a high monk, two gangsters who seem to be indifferent to life and death, two with a calm and peaceful face. Muhua can't feel any hostility in them, the emotions in their eyes are like the Dead Sea. Hey you, what's the situation? It doesn't feel good to be stared at by two high monks, Muhua asked casually without purpose. We hope you will let us go. We have tried everything: robbery, violence, rape, murder, young people, the elderly, children, pregnant women. No matter eating, drinking, sexual abuse, or even taking drugs, we don't feel anything. Let us go. As long as you let us go, we will help you find Vito. You can do whatever you want. Among the two, Ed said to Muhua in a plain but creepy tone. Hey, you have done a lot of things? Muhua sneered, with a cold light in his eyes. No, we didn't attack the people in the town. Vito was smuggling people. We don't want to do it anymore, but you can't make us only feel orgasm with each other. Women. I like women, I swear, I shouldn't like men. Finally, some emotions flashed in Dina's eyes, and he shouted to Muhua in a slightly excited manner. Tuesday. Muhua was stunned and called Tuesday. Master, didn't you say that you would leave some joy for them? So I left some for them. Tuesday came out from behind Muhua, and when he explained, Muhua's mouth twitched. These two guys were cursed with withering. It's not that they don't feel anything, but the comfortable fluctuations in their emotions were taken away by Tuesday. Feeling strange, the two tried to fill their emptiness with various methods, whether gentle or cruel, leaving them with only desire and emptiness. And it is not known whether Tuesday was intentional or unintentional, but Tuesday did not take away the joy after the deep communication between the two of them. Well, there are only the two of them, and no one else can do it. The withering curse does not affect the mind of the cursed. As a result, Ed is more sincere among the two, and he doesn't seem to mind having a deep communication with Dina. And maybe Dina is more stubborn? This guy seems to be a precursor to a mental breakdown. Remove their curse. After a moment of silence, Muhua said to Tuesday. When Tuesday drew a ray of black light from them, the two of them trembled, and finally more emotions appeared in their eyes. Tuesday's withering curse was very bad, and Mu Hua had known about it for a long time. Mu Hua didn't care much about these two thugs who were forgotten by him. After that, it was a problem between them and Kuna. Mu Hua didn't ask how Kuna would deal with him. Without letting Kuna send him back, Mu Hua left Kuna's base alone. Ed and Dina turned into guides. At this time, they could clearly feel that even death could make them feel excited. Well, this should be the sequelae of the withering curse, or the sequelae of the withering curse just being lifted. At this time, the two attributed many different emotions to excitement and joy. If they are not properly managed, these two guys should be classified as perverts. When Mu Hua left, Kuna also brought a group of fully armed thugs to find trouble with Vito. However, Mu Hua had just walked back to the town when Kuna called him again. Vito has been dealt with. But there are some situations here, and I think you need to come and take a look. Kuna's tone was solemn but calm, and it didn't sound like an urgent matter. Chapter 260. A forest full of trees, and a cave hidden in the messy grass. It was damp, dark, and had traces of rough artificial construction. Mu Hua was brought here by one of Kuna's men. There were some recently dead bodies lying in the cave. Do you still want these? Pointing to a body, Mu Hua asked the young man who led the way. No, we will find a place to bury them later. The young man replied. The light shone on the body, and Mu Hua put the body into the burning source furnace. As the dust was blown away, the young man who led the way stepped away from Mu Hua, as if he was afraid. This should be Vito's hiding place, and the dead should be Vito's men. Although they may be just gangsters, it would be a waste to bury them if they were dead. Mu Hua put them into the burning source furnace. He did not get the skill stone and the 100 refining secret stone, but he did get some soul fragments and the philosopher's stone. With the idea that even a small mosquito is still meat, Mu Hua cleaned up the corpses along the way, while the young man leading the way staggered further and further away from Mu Hua. Well, don't get me wrong. Compared to your hasty handling of corpses, this is more respectful to the dead. Along the way, they also met some of Kuna's men. Seeing Mu Hua using the soul fire to handle the corpses, they cast more disgusted eyes at him, and Mu Hua couldn't help but explain a few words. Yes, you are right. The young man agreed with the answer, but the look in his eyes, as if he was looking at something dirty, made Mu Hua want to beat him. He had no specific concept of the soul fire thrown by Mu Hua, but as a necromancer who actively handled the corpses, the young man didn't want to know the details of how those corpses were handled. Mu, you are here? Seeing Mu Hua, Kuna greeted Mu Hua with a serious face. This is a cave prison. In addition to Kuna and her men, there are also 40 or 50 timid humans. These people are imprisoned in cages, and the air is filled with unpleasant smells. Call me back because of them? Are these people smuggled by Vito? Looking across the cage, Ed and Dina are already lying dead, and Mu Hua puts their bodies into the burning source furnace. Obviously, Vito should have been killed, and Kuna has no intention of taking Ed and Dina as his men. It's not smuggling people, it's smuggling slaves. Vito is a lunatic. These are trained slaves. They can sign a slavery contract with anyone at any time. Kuna explained, and Mu Hua's heart tightened. If it is verbal slavery, it's fine. The mental state of the people in these cells seems to be relatively normal, and slaves who can sign slavery contracts are not trained casually. Maybe Mu Hua has not seen much of the world, but he has heard a lot of cruel and dark things. There are about 50 people imprisoned here. If you want to train these 50 people, you must kill dozens or even dozens of times the number of people. Don't expect to train slaves of this quality. Can you brainwash a normal slave by turning on the electrotherapy and talking? Oh, don't make a fuss. Vito occasionally shows up in the town. He looks relatively normal. Mu Hua doesn't think he has the ability to train such slaves. However, even if it is smuggling, doing this kind of business is much worse than simply smuggling people. You said Vito is also trying to train slaves? He also killed some people? Where did he get so many people? Are there people from the town among them? Mu Hua frowned and asked after a brief exchange with Kuna. No, he is very cautious. Most of the people he imprisoned are from courtyards. In some courtyards with a long history, wars will also occur between human forces. Vito bought some refugees at a low price, and prepared to train them into slaves and sell them at a high price. At the same time, he probably wanted to increase his popularity among the underground forces. Kuna explained. Courtyards have appeared in the human world for thousands of years, and it is not an exaggeration to say that some of the earlier courtyards have a long history. Even if we put aside the courtyards controlled by humans, in the long-term tug-of-war with monsters, humans will also establish city-states in monster courtyards. There is no doubt that humans are aggressive. Captives and refugees caused by war are inevitable. Although many human forces, and even most countries in the human world, will accept these refugees, the phenomenon of illegal human trafficking cannot be avoided. Is this the first batch? Where is Vito's boss? Muhua asked Kuna after looking at the finished slaves in the cage for a while. The underworld always has its own money-making channels, which are not only for making money, but also for its own label. Vito should want to follow the route of a slave trader. If he builds a production and sales channel, he will inevitably get in touch with some powerful underground forces. If so, even if he is eliminated, it may cause some chaos in the town. There may not be any big chaos, but Muhua regards the town as his new home in the future. He doesn't like those shitty things happening frequently in the town. It should not have been shipped yet. That bastard is a lunatic. He bought the goods in full, and there is no upstream supplier. At least that's what he said before he died. Kuna's answer made Muhua's brows relax. Oh, you got a chance. What are you going to do with these people? Muhua's mood eased, and he smiled at Kuna. Vito doesn't know the seriousness of the matter. We dare not touch these slaves. Kuna shook her head and smiled bitterly. Most of the people here still have families in the outside world. Some were deceived and some were kidnapped. If we don't kill them, we also need to let them reunite with their families. Kuna lowered her voice. The other part was either sold by their families, or had no families. I asked you to come here to ask you if you want to take these people in. Kuna asked Muhua. Training slaves is inhumane. What's funny is that some people regard brainwashing and training as ability and accomplishment, but define prostitution as unacceptable. No matter whether it is the human world or the courtyard, using humans as training objects is a behavior that will be resisted and rejected. Even some adventurer forces will spontaneously assassinate and eliminate slave traders, which is why Kuna said Vito doesn't know the seriousness of the matter. What are you going to do if I don't take you in? Muhua asked, understanding Kuna's meaning. Unlike ordinary people who are imprisoned and sold, these are all trained slaves. Although they look the same as ordinary people, to some extent, they have been played badly. Even if you don't sign a slavery contract with them, they have very high obedience and loyalty. Yes, these people cannot sign a slavery contract with them. Even if they can sign a slavery contract, these people who are forcibly trained are also protected persecuted people. You can hire them and take them in, but you can't treat them as slaves anymore. Otherwise, it's not just the night hunters who will cause trouble for you, the guards, the garrison, even the witches, the bloods, and some adventurer groups will regard you as a bad party to brush up your reputation. These people are more suitable for training as confidants. If you don't want them, I will ask Benson if he wants to hire them. As for those whose families are still alive, you can contact the security team. Anyway, I can't touch them, at least not before we have a certain influence. Kuna said to Muhua. 20 or so prisoners without relatives, both men and women, all under the age of 30, half of whom look underage. The shackles on these people have been removed, but they still stay in the cage honestly, and Kuna did not avoid them when talking. And those who heard the conversation between Kuna and Muhua, including those with families, looked at Muhua with an expectant look, which made Muhua shake his head. They want a master. Training and brainwashing have distorted their values. Even if they don't sign a contract, they hope to get a master. It will take a long time of psychological counseling to let these people return to normal life. Muhua suspected that they had various sexual fetishes, and these people could even be trained as death warriors, but unfortunately Muhua had no intention of training them for the time being. Will there be trouble in contacting the security team? Muhua asked Kuna after observing everyone. Although it was considered saving people, Kuna and her group also killed many people. There will be some trouble, but it's not serious. By the way, isn't there a wandering witch over at the hotel? Maybe we can let her handle it, Kuna said thoughtfully. Trisha? Kuna suddenly mentioned Trisha, which surprised Muhua a little.